Chapter 1. The Twins. In the land of fire, within the village of Konohagakure, at the Uchiha clan's estate, a middle-aged man anxiously awaited outside an ancient dwelling. Inside, the piercing screams of a woman echoed, and the man was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. Within the house was his beloved wife, Uchiha Mikoto, who was currently in labor with the assistance of a clan midwife. The midwife urged, "Madam, push harder, the child's head is emerging." The cry of the midwife caused a boy named Sasuke to briefly open his eyes. He intended to fully awaken, but found himself unable to do so. Attempting to voice a sound, he instead emitted a noise akin to a wail. What is happening? Sasuke pondered in confusion, but the fatigue soon overwhelmed him, and he involuntarily closed his eyes once more. After a brief interval, the midwife exclaimed, "It's done. It's twins. Two healthy boys." Outside, Fugaku could no longer contain his excitement and hurriedly entered the room, a small figure scampering in behind him. The midwife wrapped the two infants snugly, and Fugaku gazed at the adorable babies with eyes brimming with affection. "My children," he murmured. He then lifted his gaze to his wife, who had borne him 3 children and shared a deep bond with him, gently kissing her forehead. "Mikoto, you have worked so hard." Uchiha Mikoto appeared pale. The ordeal of childbirth had drained her of all her strength. With a hint of exhaustion, she asked, "Where are my children?" Fugaku understood her unspoken plea and gently placed the infants beside her so she could turn her head to see them. "Here is your older brother, Sasuke," he said softly, pointing to one of the identical babies. "And this is your younger brother, Itachi." Mikoto nodded. "Yes, Sasuke and Itachi, you must grow up quickly. Perhaps they may not see it after all." Behind them, a tiny figure gazed tenderly at the 2 bundles. "Sasuke, Itachi, is it?" He silently vowed to protect his younger brothers with all his might. The birth of the Uchiha clan leader's sons was significant news for the entire village of Konohagakure. Shortly after Mikoto delivered, the 4th Hokage, Minato, took a moment to visit the newborns. "Congratulations, clan leader Fugaku. Your household has welcomed 2 charming young lads." Minato beamed, offering heartfelt congratulations. Fugaku nodded, his gaze fixed on the 2 infants, the love in his eyes unmistakable. "Minato, I extend my congratulations to you as well. Kushina must be nearing her own time. You should return to care for her, instead of lingering here with pleasantries. There's no need for such formality between us." Minato offered an awkward smile. Mikoto chimed in playfully, "When is Kushina due? If it's a girl, perhaps we can arrange a union between our families. If it's a boy, let them grow up as close brothers." This comment caused Minato to blush with embarrassment, and he could only nervously ruffle his golden locks. He was uncertain whether he would have son or daughter. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Minato was summoned by an Umbu ninja, as urgent matters awaited him. As Fugaku watched Minato depart, his gaze settled on his wife, resting during her confinement, the infants in their cradle, and Itachi nearby. He had never felt such profound peace. He thought to himself, "This is indeed wonderful. Itachi will soon mature into a capable young man, and I have my beloved wife and 2 healthy twin boys." At that moment, Sasuke remained blissfully unaware of Fugaku's thoughts, having opened his eyes just a few days prior. After grappling with confusion, wondering if he had somehow returned to his homeland, he ultimately realized he had traversed into the world of Naruto. Moreover, he seemed to have become an Uchiha, with Itachi as his elder brother and Sasuke as his younger sibling. Sasuke's heart was filled with despair as he gazed at their parents, wishing to voice that their love would not protect them from the fate that awaited his older brother might very well betray them. Sasuke felt powerless to alter his parents' future. He had tried, yet he possessed none of the extraordinary systems or abilities that others might claim. He was merely an infant who could not yet articulate his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, the likelihood of being betrayed by his brother was slim. Whether due to his infantile state or other factors, Sasuke could only recall the overarching plot of the story while forgetting many details. He shook his head, resigning himself to the notion that he would address matters once he gained strength. Gradually, fatigue overtook him, and he succumbed to sleep once more. In the period following Sasuke's birth, several significant events transpired. The first was the Nine-Tails incident. The detestable Uchiha traitor Obito unleashed the Nine Tails during Kushina's labor, ultimately forcing Minato and his wife to sacrifice themselves. They sealed the Nine Tails within their newborn child, who would grow up facing discrimination from the villagers. A bitter irony indeed. I have long warned you, Sarutobi, that the Uchiha must be eradicated. After the death of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage resumed leadership of the beleaguered village. Hiruzen Sarutobi inhaled deeply. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo Shimura stormed out, fuming. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Hiruzen shook his head in dismay. The second significant event was the Uchiha clan's fate. The Nine Tails incident revealed the Uchiha Sharingan's presence in the eyes of the beast. This was an undeniable fact. The Umbu could not uncover the true perpetrator behind the Nine Tails rampage, nor could Danzo's root provide any insights. However, it mattered little, for the Uchiha clan was to blame. Under Danzo's influence in his quest for power, the entire Uchiha clan was blamed for the tragedy that led to Minato's demise. The villagers' animosity towards the Uchiha reignited, and due to various pressures, Fugaku was compelled to relocate the clan estate beyond the village's borders. This action did not alleviate suspicion, rather. It served as powerful evidence that the Uchiha clan harbored dark secrets. Fugaku found himself powerless to change this course, as discontent simmered within the clan. Yet he dismissed it, reasoning that it was merely a normal expression of grievances among clan members. Once planted, a seed would grow roots and eventually flourish into a towering tree. Comments are welcome. Comments are welcome. For those uninterested in the subsequent narrative, feel free to proceed to Chapter 2. As of September 23, 2024, I have penned 300,000 words. I never anticipated reaching this milestone. The early chapters indeed had numerous issues, be they narrative inconsistencies or parentheses that broke immersion. Some stemmed from my writing style, while others were genuine flaws. Yet, these are not grave issues, and I have no desire to revise them. I encourage those who dislike certain chapters to simply skip them. I extend my gratitude here. I hope for your continued support. As for the ratings on Tomato, I won't dwell on it. It fluctuated from 5.4 to 7.0, then settled around 6.8 and 6.9. I am unsure of the reasons those observing the ratings can discern the reading times of 5-star reviews versus lower scores. To my understanding, the least informed are often those who presume to be knowledgeable. They're the true jokers, failing to grasp the rating mechanism while pretending otherwise. By the way, I appreciate everyone for perusing my humble work. Chapter 2, Onaiken. 3 years later. Onaiken, you're back? The sound of the door opening heralded the arrival of our adorable Sasuke, who bounded toward the entrance. Here you go, Sasuke, Itachi said gently, ruffling his younger brother's hair. He inquired, where's your brother, Sasuke? Sasuke pointed to the backyard. Onaiken is practicing throwing shuriken. Itachi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. And why aren't you joining him in practice? Sasuke's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, want Onaiken to teach me. Itachi smiled warmly. Very well. You must study diligently. You promised your brother you would become Hokage. Sasuke, with determination, shook his tiny fist. I will definitely become Hokage. Itachi said nothing further and took Sasuke's hand, leading him to the backyard. Upon opening the door, they found a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke, diligently practicing his shuriken throwing. His form was commendable, with half of his throws striking the target with precision. Itachi immediately perceived the flaws, but chose not to point them out. Instead, he approached his younger brother. Sasuke. Sasuke turned, his face lighting up. Onaiken, you're home. Itachi nodded. Would you like me to offer some guidance? Sasuke felt a bit shy, but gratefully accepted his brother's help. Itachi wasted no time, merely adjusting Sasuke's posture. With the new stance, Sasuke found his throws significantly improved. Onaiken, weren't you supposed to teach me? Sasuke pouted, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Upon hearing his younger brother's call, Itachi quickly finished with Sasuke and moved over to assist him. Over the past 3 years, Sasuke had grown from a chubby infant into an endearing little boy, charming everyone he encountered. However, both Sasuke and Itachi had been sheltered from the harsh realities of the outside world due to their overprotective upbringing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sasuke continued to throw shuriken, and it was undeniable that Itachi was indeed a master. Simply adjusting his stance had greatly enhanced his accuracy. Although these 3 years have seen the ever-dreamy Zhangju, his mind has already replayed the essence of the Naruto saga. While Zhangju was lost in thought, Sasuke, exhausted, had become captivated by a butterfly and wandered off to play. Itachi, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. After all, he was merely his younger brother. At this moment, Zhangju also paused, having already thrown 200 shurikens today. Any more would not be beneficial for him. If only he were strong enough, perhaps the tragedy of the night of the massacre would never have occurred. Never mind, let things take their course. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhangju, prompting him to approach Itachi's side. He tugged at his brother's pant leg, his voice sweetly innocent. "Anakin, could you take me out to play?" Itachi looked down at the little one, who had just reached his knee, and offered a gentle smile. "Why do I want to go out?" Zhangju wouldn't reveal his little secret. Instead, he replied, "I just want to play outside and meet more good friends." Itachi nodded. "Sasuke, do you want to come along?" Upon hearing his beloved Anakin's voice, Sasuke ceased his chase after the butterfly. "Sure, let's go play together." Thus, Itachi led the 2 little ones out of the clan's territory. The number of shops gradually increased, and although Zhangju was being held by Itachi, his keen ears picked up the whispers of those around them. "Is that the detestable Uchiha brat? Don't you dare say that. Did you see that biggest Uchiha brat? He's in the same class as my son. Looks like he's already a Chunin. Hey, let's keep our voices down. What if they hear us?" As a ninja, Itachi heard the gossip of the villagers. The Uchiha clan emblem on the back of his clothing was recognizable to all. Itachi felt powerless to alter the villagers' perceptions of the Uchiha. During the Nine Tails incident, he had been ordered by Fugaku to refrain from leaving the clan grounds. Yet he had still managed to count every clan member. Excluding those who had perished or gone missing, all the remaining Uchiha were present within the clan territory. Years of investigation had made Itachi acutely aware that there was undoubtedly a greater hand orchestrating all of this. However, who that hand belonged to was beyond Itachi's current understanding. While Itachi was lost in thought, Zhangju gently tugged at his pant leg. "Anakin, look at the ramen ahead." Itachi turned to see that after such a long walk, they had arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. He glanced at the 2 little ones. "Do you want to eat ramen?" Since it was Sasuke's first time leaving the clan grounds, everything excited him, prompting him to exclaim, "Yes." Zhangju could hardly contain his drool at the sight of Ichiraku Ramen, the legendary delicious noodles crafted by the great Sasuke Ichiraku. Everyone in the Naruto universe adored Ichiraku Ramen, especially our beloved prince. Thus, Zhangju echoed yes. Itachi nodded and led the 2 little ones into the ramen shop. Inside, a big and a little one were busily preparing the noodles. Upon seeing Itachi, the owner greeted him cheerfully. "Itachi, you're here? You actually brought your little brothers out today. They're so adorable." A faint smile adorned Itachi's face as he replied, Looking at the varieties original, soy sauce, tonkatsu, salt, and miso, Itachi contemplated. "Let's have 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and also 2 small bowls, please." "Thank you, boss." Zhangju piped up. "Brother, can you teach me ninjutsu?" Itachi felt a flicker of confusion. "Why?" Curiously, he inquired, "What's the rush? You're still so young, why learn ninjutsu so soon?" Zhangju suddenly became serious. "Because I want to become a strong person like the 3rd Hokage, to protect Anakin and Oudoudou." Itachi's heart trembled. Little did he know that within the 3-year-old Zhangju resided the soul of an adult, interpreting his words as mere childlike innocence. Thus, Itachi gently ruffled Zhangzu's hair. "You're still too young, little brother, but I can teach you how to throw kunai." Upon hearing Itachi's response, Zhangju joyfully raised his little hand. All of this was performed for the sake of the 3rd Hokage and the hidden Umbu lurking around them, though there were indeed genuine feelings from Zhangju as well. However, the Hokage was indifferent. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage witnessed these scenes through the crystal ball, profoundly moved. "This is the essence of our will of fire, to safeguard our cherished Hidden Leaf Village. Look, even our most detestable Uchiha Bratug, Uchiha child harbors such lofty aspirations. It seems I, the third Hokage, truly am the greatest Hokage. Thus, the third Hokage summoned an Umbu and calmly stated, the Umbu monitoring Zhangju and Sasuke may withdraw. Additionally, approve Itachi's entry into the Umbu. Chapter 3. Naruto. Meanwhile, at Ichiraku Ramen, the delicious bowls were swiftly served at the table, the mouth-watering aroma causing Zhangju to swallow hard. Itachi carefully poured the ramen into the small bowls and ladled on the broth, knowing that both little ones had weaned and could indulge in ramen without issue. Zhangju wasted no time, declaring, I'm going to dig in, and thus, he transformed into a ravenous eater. Seeing his brother eat, Sasuke naturally followed suit. They began to savor the ramen in small bites, and the moment it touched their lips, it illuminated their senses. Truly, this is the finest ramen in Konoha. Delicious. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, it was astonishingly delectable. At this point, Sasuke felt compelled to learn the art of ramen making. After all, within this petite frame lies not only the ambition to grow stronger, but also the dream of becoming a chef. Itachi gracefully brought the ramen to his mouth. And even after numerous tastings, he couldn't help but marvel at how Ichiraku Ramen surpassed all others. Is it tasty? Sasuke nodded, puffing out his cheeks, producing a sound of affirmation. Itachi smiled and turned his gaze toward Naruto, who, without uttering a word, simply raised his thumb in approval. Itachi understood the unspoken communication perfectly. At that moment, a small figure appeared, seemingly mustering an immense amount of courage, slowly approaching the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Sasuke, engrossed in his meal, remained oblivious to the arrival of another. However, Itachi noticed the slender figure approaching. A sense of surprise surged within him. How could this individual be here? The small frame was adorned with a shock of yellow hair, and his cheeks bore markings reminiscent of animal whiskers. A pair of goggles rested upon his forehead, and he was clad in a tattered t-shirt, his physique notably frail. At that moment, he gazed nervously at the scene before him. May I sit beside you? The sudden voice prompted Sasuke to glance over. Guess who this is? It's none other than our beloved Yellow Ape. Despite his surprise at recognizing Naruto in his childhood form, Sasuke quickly rationalized the encounter. After all, the foremost fan of Ichiraku Ramen could only be Naruto, making his presence here quite fitting. Fortuitously, Sasuke had chanced upon Naruto on his very first outing. In Sasuke's plans, forging a friendship with the prince was essential, and he hoped to cultivate a deeper bond, establishing some form of connection. Although both he and Naruto were merely children at present, Sasuke anticipated that Naruto would eventually rise to greatness. Yet, he couldn't help but notice how emaciated Naruto appeared. At 3 years old, he seemed malnourished compared to himself and Sasuke, who were both more robust. Such a state was indeed fitting for one born in Konoha. Sasuke regarded Naruto with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, observing his filthy appearance and slight stature. Was he here to compete for his brother's affection? That simply could not be allowed. Sasuke, with a fierce yet innocent demeanor, declared, no way. Naruto, his expression heavy with disappointment, lowered his head, spiraling into self-doubt. Could it be true that he was the fox demon disaster the villagers spoke of? Zhangju glanced at his Oudoudou and exclaimed, this ramen shop is absolutely delightful. You should give it a try? Upon hearing this, Naruto lifted his head in disbelief, his eyes already glistening with tears. See, can I really? Zhangju nodded slightly, gesturing for Naruto to approach swiftly. Naruto walked over slowly, tears welling in his eyes. Itachi merely observed the entire scene with calm composure. Upon witnessing Naruto's state, Zhangju could not help but jest. So, you are still a big crybaby, after all. Naruto, upon hearing this, quickly wiped his eyes with his hand and retorted stubbornly. I am not. It's merely the sand from the wind that got into my eyes. Zhangju smiled, choosing not to expose Naruto's excuses. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disdain, feeling that it was all Naruto's fault that Zhangju no longer played with him. Naruto was also a regular at Ika Ramen, and the owner greeted him warmly upon his arrival. In the present Konoha, Uncle Ika was undoubtedly among those who did not discriminate against the young master. Thus, the two initiated a preliminary acquaintance, exchanging names in a casual manner. Their conversation meandered, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Zhangju then pondered and asked, Naruto-kun, what is your dream? A dream? Naruto glanced at the Hokage rock in the distance, and an involuntary excitement illuminated his face. I aspire to become the Hokage. Upon saying this, he revealed his signature grin, which prompted Sasuke, unable to restrain himself, to retort angrily. I am the one who will become the Hokage. Naruto was taken aback to discover that someone else shared his ambition. Sasuke observed the two lively companions and couldn't help but chuckle. After finishing the ramen, he found himself at a loss for words. Aren't you going to bid farewell to your friends? Itachi gently inquired, taking the small hands of both. Sasuke, maintaining his aloof demeanor, turned his head to the side. With a gentle smile, Zangetsu waved goodbye to Naruto. Farewell, Naruto. Let us play together when we have the chance. At that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming reluctance. Yet he still waved back at Zangetsu and the others, calling out loudly as he departed. Remember, I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become the Hokage. With that, he hurried away without looking back, his swift figure a veil for the tears on his face. I, Naruto, have finally made friends. I, Naruto, truly have friends now. The excitement within him was palpable as he silently repeated the names of Zangetsu and Sasuke in his heart. Thus, a bond was forged, one that would lead them to face various crises and challenges in the future, though that was a tale for another time. Upon returning home, Fugaku and Mikoto were engaged in casual conversation in the living room. When they saw the three return, Mikoto quickly approached. You're back. She affectionately ruffled her younger son's hair and said, Itachi, nodding slightly. I took the little ones to eat at Ichiraku Ramen, and they made new friends. Mikoto's face lit up with surprise. She hadn't expected her two young sons to make friends on their first outing. She couldn't help but wonder if one of them might be a girlfriend. If so, she hoped she was beautiful. Clearing her throat, Mikoto swiftly dismissed her wandering thoughts. With a seemingly innocent demeanor, Sasuke spoke up. Yes, his name is Uzumaki Naruto, and like my brother, he aspires to become Hokage. Fugaku inquired, Naruto? Images of the fourth Hokage and Kushina flickered through Mikoto's mind, and a sense of melancholy washed over her. However, she concealed her feelings in front of the children. Although the villagers harbored disdain for Naruto, she did not oppose the idea of her sons befriending him, a sentiment that Fugaku shared, recognizing that they would inevitably encounter him at the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing his brother's words, Sasuke retorted defiantly, the future Hokage will undoubtedly be me. Chapter 4. The Ninja Academy. Note, I will skip over trivial matters, including Shirsue's demise and other mundane details, as I prefer to focus on the main characters. Thus, the days passed, and before long, Sasuke reached the age of 6. With only a few days remaining until he would attend the Ninja Academy. Over the past 3 years, several significant events transpired. First, the renowned genius ninja Shirsue, who was on par with Itachi, met his untimely death, an occurrence beyond Sasuke's comprehension, yet he could roughly deduce the timeline based on the events in the Naruto series. Secondly, the animosity within the Uchiha clan towards Konoha had intensified, reaching a boiling point. During this tense period, his elder brother Itachi had mysteriously vanished for several days. Meanwhile, their father Fugaku often locked himself away in his room, lost in thought. Sasuke found himself unable to resist. He still felt excessively feeble. Over the span of 3 years, he had mastered the refinement of chakra, as well as basic ninjutsu such as the Great Fireball Technique and Phoenix Fire Technique. He even discovered that his chakra was composed of 5 elements: earth, wind, fire, lightning, and water, which was indeed quite remarkable. However, Sasuke pondered why he possessed water chakra when the Uchiha heir also had it. Could it be that he bore the noble spirit of the second Hokage? Such thoughts felt almost fanciful, stirring memories that brought tears unbidden. In terms of friendships, Sasuke and Sasuke had also forged connections with Shikamaru, Choji, Neji, and others over the past 3 years, becoming quite good friends. As for Sakura and the other girls, Sasuke had yet to make their acquaintance. Nevertheless, he believed that with his striking resemblance to Sasuke, he would surely captivate a multitude. Meanwhile, Naruto had undergone significant transformation during these 3 years, gaining an even wider circle of friends, including Choji and Shikamaru, who had become some of his closest companions. Zhangju's current plan is to swiftly exit the village after the demise of the 3rd generation, seeking to study ninjutsu under either Orochimaru or Jiraiya, with the hope of mastering sage techniques as well. This preparation would enable him to confront the wrathful child, Ahem, the sage of 6 paths, Obito, and Madara with greater confidence. For the time being, rigorous practice of ninjutsu is essential, and he also intends to train in the 8 gates of Doujin with the esteemed guy. He acknowledges that mastering the latter gates may prove challenging. Yet his ambition is to attain proficiency in the initial 3 or 4 gates as a sufficient foundation. Moreover, the 8 gates will significantly bolster Zhang Zhu's physical prowess in the future. Thus, this course of action has been decisively established. While pondering, Zhang Zhu did not cease his practice of ninjutsu. After performing a simple hand seal, a surge of energy welled up within him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball materialized before Zhang Zhu, hurtling swiftly towards the wooden post. With a resounding bang, the wooden post was shattered into splinters by the ferocious fireball. Zhang Zhu gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Given his current state, casting 4 fireball jutsu had already depleted his chakra, and he could only manage to invoke the Phoenix Fire technique 3 times, as his chakra reserves were still insufficient. Yet, it was understandable. He was not even a low-ranking shinobi yet, merely a subordinate of Konohagakure. With a sigh, he prepared to weave the necessary hand seals once more. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Small fireballs burst forth like blossoms, scattering into the air, each one igniting in a series of explosions. The Phoenix Fire technique and the Great Fireball technique were the 2 ninjutsu in which Zhang Zhu currently excelled. Both possessed their unique merits. Yet the former evidently demonstrated a heightened mastery of chakra control. With a final breath, he completed the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Zhang Zhu's chakra was nearly depleted, and he found himself gasping for breath, realizing he had indeed overexerted himself. However, the thought that he was merely 6 years old and had ample time ahead reassured him, and he dismissed any lingering concerns. Soon, the day arrived for the commencement of ninja school, marking the beginning of Zhang Zhu's journey as a ninja. On that bright morning, Mei-Qin had prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting the awakening of the 2 little ones. The meal consisted of rice balls. Zhang Zhu took a rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Mikoto, standing nearby, admonished him, urging him to eat more slowly, questioning if anyone was competing with him for food. Zhang Zhu revealed his bright white teeth with a smile. "All right, mother, Sasuke and I are off to school now. We shall become independent ninjas from this day forth." Jasuk felt a surge of excitement. He had awaited this day for quite some time. Well, perhaps not an excessively long time. At this moment, Mikoto sensed how swiftly time had passed. Before she knew it, her 2 children had grown up. After finishing breakfast, the 2 of them departed from home under Mikoto's watchful gaze. "Sasuke, we are destined to become ninjas." Jasuk turned to Sasuke and said, "Look at you," filled with joy. "I, however, aspire to surpass the existence of my brother Itachi." Jasuk cast a sidelong glance at him, for it was no surprise that the self-proclaimed king of show-offs could flaunt his bravado at any moment. The 2 moved with great swiftness, and before long, they arrived at the Ninja Academy of Konoha. After confirming their class at the reception for new students, they made their way to their classroom. As soon as Jasuk pushed open the door, he beheld Naruto greeting Shikamaru. Upon noticing Jasuk's arrival, Naruto enthusiastically waved and called out, "Over here, Jasuk," while gesturing towards the empty seat beside him. "Naruto, you surely do not believe that the seating arrangement is arbitrary. There exists a designated seating chart." Jasuk pointed to the white paper affixed nearby. Sasuke, with his characteristic coolness, uttered a remark, calling him an idiot, leaving Naruto frozen in place. Jasuk approached the seating chart and arrived at his designated place, only to be taken aback by the sight of his deskmate. To his astonishment, it was none other than Shaoli. It is likely that the memory aid, Shaoli, should belong to the previous session. However, what could be the reason for this discrepancy? Perhaps it is attributable to the butterfly effect. When faced with uncertainty, one might invoke the butterfly effect. The arrival of Jasuk has slightly altered the trajectory of Little Lee's life, though not significantly. As for the reasons behind this change and its limited impact, I leave it to the comments section to elaborate. It turns out that the dual influences of Jasuk's presence in the Nine Tails Rebellion delayed Little Lee's enrollment by a year. However, one might say that it is a case of searching high and low for something that is ultimately elusive. Once Little Lee was settled, could Guy refrain from teaching him the 8 gates? Thus, Jasuk approached with warmth, extending his greeting. "Hello, I am Uchiha Jasuk. It is a pleasure to meet you." With a gentle smile, Zhang Zhu extended his hand. Upon witnessing his assigned deskmate's charismatic demeanor, Shaoli felt a measure of his earlier embarrassment dissipate. He grasped Zhang Zhu's hand and replied, "I am Lee Loaka, but everyone calls me Lee or Shaoli. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let us ignite our youth together." At this moment, Shaoli had already entered a semi-teenage mode, his speech revealing a hint of youthful exuberance. Before long, the 2 had forged a camaraderie. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 young ladies began to discuss the strikingly handsome twin brothers before them. Jingya, look at Sasuke. He's so handsome and aloof. I really like him. One of the girls, Sakura, exclaimed. The two girls were none other than the renowned plastic sisters of early Konoha, Jingya and Sakura. Jingya nodded, resting her chin on her left hand as she gazed in Zhangzhu's direction, remarking, I think Zhangzhu is quite handsome as well. At this moment, Sarada was clandestinely observing Shikamaru, unaware that he would undoubtedly utter a remark if he knew. Sakura then interjected, You cannot possibly harbor feelings for my Sasuke. Shikamaru is yours. A faint blush crept across Ino's cheeks as she lightly swatted Sakura, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? I merely have a penchant for handsome faces. The classroom was filled with a cacophony of chatter, leaving Shikamaru oblivious to the conversations around him. At this juncture, Shikamaru had successfully charmed Lee with his sweet words, convincing him to promise to introduce him to their esteemed teacher later on, none other than the illustrious Gai-sensei. Chapter 5. Ninjutsu practice. Several minutes passed before the teacher finally arrived. Bearing a prominent scar across his nose, he was clad in the standard Leaf Village vest and sandals. A gentle smile gracing his face as he approached the podium and set down his documents, addressing the class. Today marks the first day of school. Let us begin with some self-introductions, Irika announced. I shall start. My name is Irika, and for the next few years, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will guide you in your journey to becoming ninjas, he continued with his introduction. Details about Naruto and Sasuke's introductions are omitted, as they are plentiful in fanfiction. The focus here remains on the two individuals. Thus, I implore you all to strive together, Irika concluded, nodding in acknowledgement as his gaze shifted back to the list. Next, Uchiha Shikamaru. Zhangzhu stood up, approached the podium, took a deep breath, and cast his gaze over the entire class. Suddenly, his eyes fixed upon a blonde girl. Could it really be her? To his surprise, Zangetsu quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he introduced himself. I am Uchiha Zangetsu. As you might have guessed, I am the twin brother of Sasuke. My aspirations are rather simple. I merely wish for peace and safety. After delivering this, Zangetsu bowed respectfully and promptly returned to his seat, feeling exceedingly nervous. Irika responded with a warm smile. All right, let us move on to our next student. He glanced at the list and called out, Yamanaka Ino. Upon hearing her name, Ino promptly rose from her seat, coincidentally brushing past Zangetsu. Zhangzhu lifted his gaze and beheld Ino. Though still a mere 6-year-old child, her features had already begun to blossom, and it is no wonder that Ino is destined to become a great beauty. Ahem, how did my thoughts wander to that? Jitaru regained his composure and returned to his seat, while Ino from the Yamano family approached the podium with a smile, casting a playful wink in Jitaru's direction. Hello everyone. I am Ino Yamano, and as for my interests, I simply adore handsome boys. With that, she playfully stuck out her adorable tongue. Was she just looking in my direction? Amidst Jae-suk's perplexities, the chatter of bystanders was swiftly disregarded. Thus, Jae-suk and Sasuke spent a considerable period at the Ninja Academy. During this time, nearly all the students in the class had mastered the refinement of chakra and acquired foundational knowledge of various jutsu. After such an extensive period of practice, let us commence the first ninjutsu lesson of this semester. Irika's words ignited a wave of excitement throughout the classroom. Hooray! Zangetsu also developed an interest in this. And although Itachi had taught him a few ninjutsu techniques alongside Fugaku, who would ever complain about having an abundance of ninjutsu? Suddenly, Irika formed hand seals, and with a resounding poof, he transformed into a duplicate of himself. Zhangzhu was taken aback. This is the art of shadow duplication. Well, I had expected to learn the shadow clone technique instead. Irika's clone waved at the crowd before vanishing into thin air. Irika explained, this is the basic technique of duplication, a fundamental skill in ninjutsu that greatly enhances one's control over chakra. Moreover, this is the only ninjutsu that will be tested in our final examination. So I urge everyone to practice diligently. Following this, teacher Irika provided further instructions and allowed the students to practice autonomously. Now, let me teach you the technique of duplication. I am not entirely sure what hand seals are. Who, in all seriousness, performs hand seals? We proceeded to the outdoor training area. Jay-Z practiced Irika's hand seals several times, and with a resounding thud, another version of himself materialized. Zhangzhu felt a newfound connection blossoming within his mind, as if he could wield control over his own doppelganger. However, with a sudden bang, his clone vanished into thin air. Irika, witnessing the manifestation of Zhangzhu's clone, cast a look of admiration upon him. Zhangzhu, have you successfully materialized your clone? Zhangzhu nodded apologetically. Irika gave him a thumbs up, remarking on his commendable progress, encouraging him to practice diligently until he mastered the technique. Witnessing his older brother successfully perform the shadow clone technique, Sasuke felt compelled to prove himself as well, quickly conjuring a clone of his own. Irika, astonished by the prowess displayed by the two brothers of the Uchiha clan, recognized their exceptional talent. While the shadow clone technique is neither overly simple nor exceedingly difficult, only a select few acknowledged geniuses of Konoha had managed to master it at the onset of their studies. In stark contrast to the Uchiha brothers, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, squinting his eyes as he watched Sakura practice the technique. Observing this, Irika placed his hands on his forehead and approached Naruto, delivering a swift punch to his head. "Naruto, what are you slacking off for? Hurry up and practice the shadow clone technique." Rubbing his head, Naruto expressed his displeasure. "This is ridiculously easy. I can do it effortlessly." He then flashed his signature grin. Irika shot him an exasperated glance and playfully flicked his forehead again, thinking that a little provocation would suffice to spur him on. He pointed towards Sasuke, saying, "Look, Sasuke has already mastered the transformation technique, and even Sakura has approached him for guidance." How infuriating! Naruto clenched his fists, declaring, "I can lose to anyone, but I will not lose to Sasuke." With determination, he exclaimed, "Just watch me," and swiftly formed hand seals. Boom! The result of his transformation left him dumbfounded. He had turned into a malnourished version of himself. Haha! Zhangju couldn't help but chuckle at this amusing spectacle. However, one mustn't blame Naruto. With the nine tails sealed within him, his chakra reserves were extraordinarily vast. If an ordinary ninja could manage a minimum chakra control of 10, Naruto's was 100. This disparity rendered him incapable of executing a fundamental technique like the shadow clone, which required precise control of chakra. Conversely, he could effortlessly unleash advanced jutsu like the multi-shadow clone technique, utilizing his abundant chakra as if it were a mere basic attack. Noticing Zhangju's laughter, Naruto became flustered and shouted, "No laughing, no laughing." Zhangju, suppressing a smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Sasuke, standing nearby, scoffed, calling him a fool for being unable to manage even this simple task. Witnessing this, Naruto grew increasingly agitated and lunged at Sasuke, furiously exclaiming, "Who's the fool now, you idiot?" With that, the two engaged in a playful scuffle. However, their antics were merely a form of roughhousing, and Irika did not intervene, recognizing that practical training is indeed an essential part of a ninja's education. Zhangju regarded the duo as lively imps. Alas, his elder brother was about to unleash the night of annihilation upon their clan, and it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no distress. In his previous life, Zhangju was a mere orphan, raised by the state. Before he could truly contribute to his nation, he found himself transported to another realm. That pesky little cat. He could deeply empathize with the love that Mikoto and Fugaku had for their children, yet soon he would be utterly powerless to assist. Oh, how he wished to attain the power of the Sage of Six Paths at the tender age of 6. And then there was Itachi, his dear brother, who had a fondness for sweet three-colored dumplings, yet had endured a lifetime of hardship. A wave of sorrow inexplicably washed over Jae-suk. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. Jae-suk, could you teach me a thing or two?" Chapter 6, In the Mountains, Ino. Jae-suk gazed at the newcomer, who turned out to be Ino from the mountains. Although he had been studying at the academy for a while, to be honest, Jae-suk had little interaction with some of the female characters from the Naruto series. He offered a subtle smile and inquired, "What brings you here, Ino?" Ino felt a surge of joy. Jae-suk was anything but aloof, exuding a gentle demeanor that made him seem quite approachable. It appeared that he possessed the warmth of a sunny boy. It is anticipated that his character may evolve somewhat after the night of the massacre. This made Ino feel a bit flustered. Jae-suk, do you have any tips for mastering the shadow clone technique? I find it quite challenging to grasp." As she spoke, Ino shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. After pondering for a moment, Jae-suk contemplated how to elucidate the concept in a simple manner. After a brief reflection, he spoke, "I believe there isn't any particular trick. As long as you master your chakra to a level that suits you, it should suffice." Ino, with her adorable blinking eyes, responded, "Then I shall give it a try." With that, she closed her eyes and formed the necessary hand seals. Before long, an identical replica of Ino appeared beside her, although it quickly faded away. Ino opened her eyes in astonishment, not expecting to have succeeded. "Thank you, Jae-suk-kun," she exclaimed joyfully. Zhangju waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed for the first time being treated this way by a young girl. In his previous life, he was merely a purebred goblin, yearning for perfect love and a beautiful wife. Unfortunately, a goblin remains just a goblin. Feel free to approach me if you have any other inquiries. Zhangzhu suddenly felt that it was inappropriate to utter such words, as if the conversation could be suffocated. Ino covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Well then, I look forward to your guidance. After a lengthy lesson, the class concluded, and soon it was noon. Sasuke and Zhangzhu retrieved the bento boxes that Mikoto had prepared for them. The meals were quite sumptuous, featuring rice balls and sushi, perhaps due to the practice. The food was particularly to Zhangzhu's liking. As they sat by the side, enjoying their meal, Sakura approached them. With a shy expression, she addressed Sasuke, Sasuke-kun. This is an omelet made by my mother. Please, do try it. Sasuke, maintaining his cool demeanor, replied, I do not need it. With that, he stood up and walked away. Observing Sasuke's departure, Zhangzhu followed suit. Sakura appeared dejected, yet she did not lose heart, for she was indeed our resilient Sakura. As Jae-suk was about to depart, Ino hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, Jae-suk-kun, this is the sweet tea made by my family. She handed him a small bottle. Zhangzhu readily accepted the transparent cup, which was indeed filled to the brim with tea. Thank you, Ino, I am truly grateful. After bidding farewell, Jae-suk hurried towards Sasuke's direction. Once he departed, Ino, filled with joy, boasted to her dear friend, did you see that? This is my Jae-suk-kun. Unlike some people's Sasuke-kun humph. Sakura shot her a glance, remarking, what do you even look like? Skipping over the unnecessary details. Finally, the afternoon school bell rang, and Jae-suk could no longer endure it. Having endured the fatigue of school in my past life, must I now return to school? How tormenting. Upon arriving home, Zhangzhu did not encounter his father and mother, but instead saw his long-lost elder brother. Sasuke also spotted his beloved brother and joyfully rushed over. Onaiken, Sasuke exclaimed as he embraced his brother's thigh. Itachi gently tapped Sasuke with 2 fingers. As Itachi reflected, this was likely his final return home. He feared that the next time would be on the fateful night of the massacre. Noticing that his parents had yet to return, Itachi took it upon himself to prepare dinner for his 2 younger brothers. The meal was hardly sumptuous, yet it sufficed to satiate their hunger. Shortly after dinner, Fugaku and Mikoto finally returned. Fugaku wore a brooding expression, casting glances toward Itachi, Sasuke, and Shursui, while mulling over the discussions he had just had with the clan's upper echelons. Was this truly the path they were destined to take? Since the incident with the 9 tails, the villagers' oppression and disdain for the Uchiha clan had only intensified. Fugaku had repeatedly brought these concerns to the attention of the 3rd Hokage, but the responses always left him disheartened. Endure, for the sake of Konoha. Although he felt dissatisfaction, it was directed solely at the higher-ups of Konoha. During today's Uchiha clan meeting, the elder had proposed a coup to seize power in Konoha, hoping to achieve a peaceful existence for the Uchiha within the village. Fugaku had immediately opposed this notion. Yet he had underestimated the depth of his clan's resentment toward Konoha. The elder had already conspired with a significant portion of the Uchiha, and the rebellion was underway in secrecy, leaving Fugaku with no choice but to comply. This left him in a state of profound turmoil. Itachi turned his gaze toward his parents, fully aware of the meeting's events through his connections in the Umbu. He realized that he had no alternative but to act. Father, mother, he addressed them. Fugaku looked at his long-absent son and nodded, noticing he had grown taller. Where are your 2 younger brothers? He inquired. They had already succumbed to slumber, exhausted from their school practice. After dinner and a bath, they had fallen asleep almost immediately. Mikoto's eyes sparkled with understanding. But Fugaku chose not to elaborate further, retreating to his room. Once he confirmed he was alone, he discreetly opened a concealed chamber. Inside lay merely a few simple pieces of furniture. He selected a spot to sit, his pupils transforming into the 3-tomo Sharingan, which then spun wildly, morphing into a finely crafted shuriken. To this day, none knew that the Uchiha clan leader possessed the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. Save for Fugaku himself, this detail is present in the anime, though not in the original work. I am adhering to the anime depiction. Fugaku could not alter the thoughts of his clan. With approximately a month remaining before the coup, he could hardly fathom that the traditionally discordant elders had united at this crucial juncture to force his hand. It was indeed ironic. Fugaku suddenly reminisced about the days when Minato was still alive. If only he had taken action back then, perhaps Minato would still be with them. No one could say for certain. At the very least, during Minato's tenure as Hokage, The relationship between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha had reached an unprecedented level of harmony, as many clansmen and villagers set aside their biases. It could be said that this period marked the zenith of Uchiha relations with the villagers since the time of Madara's departure. Some of the elder Uchihas affirmed that relations during the fourth Hokage's reign were even better than they had been in years past. Now, however, what had become of the world? Chapter 7. The night of the massacre. As time passed, the fateful day approached. Goodbye, Ino. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jay-Z waved farewell to Ino and embarked on the journey home alongside Sasuke. A sense of unease began to swell within Jay-Z's heart, an inexplicable feeling that something was amiss. Throughout their journey, he remained silent, prompting Sasuke to inquire with a tone of concern, "Brother, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast today." As Zhangzhu regained his composure, he smiled and replied that it was nothing, merely lost in thought. He sought to brush aside the matter, refraining from mentioning the night of the massacre. Unbeknownst to the two, a shadow was intently observing them. Beneath the setting sun, the village of Konoha gradually succumbed to darkness, and the Uchiha clan's residence exuded an eerie atmosphere. Atop the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Uchiha Itachi, clad in the garb of an umbu, knelt before him. "Itachi, have you made your decision?" The third Hokage spoke solemnly, his back turned to Itachi. Hearing the Hokage's words, Itachi kept his head bowed, yet an unprecedented resolve radiated from his eyes. "Yes, Lord Hokage. I only hope you will grant me one last request." Itachi was acutely aware that after tonight, he would bear the weight of his family's slaughter, and in exchange, Konoha would protect his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, as well as Zhangzhu. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi assured him, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one in Konoha shall harm your brother." Itachi then ventured outside the clan's territory, where the wrathful child, Obito, awaited him. "You're here?" Obito remarked nonchalantly, treating the impending carnage as an everyday occurrence, for nothing mattered more than Rin, who was long gone. This world was now steeped in profound despair and darkness. Itachi nodded. "Let us proceed as planned." Subsequently, Obito made his way to the Konoha Police Department, commencing a ruthless slaughter while extracting the Sharingan from all present. Meanwhile, Itachi entered the clan's stronghold, wielding his katana like a harbinger of death, mercilessly striking down fellow clan members. Itachi appeared numb, relentlessly reaping the lives that once thrived. Blood gushed forth wherever he tread, leaving no survivors in his wake. Suddenly, Itachi beheld Fugaku, who stood ominously before him, his eyes gleaming with the sinister beauty of the Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi was taken aback, instinctively tightening his grip on his blade. "Itachi, what is the outcome of this massacre?" Fugaku's voice resonated deeply. In silence, Itachi approached, his eyes activating the Sharingan to reveal to Fugaku the village and the Uchiha clan's future. After witnessing the visions, Fugaku was momentarily stunned, and after a pause, his form vanished. Itachi gasped, realizing the immense power of the Manjiki. Even a mere clone wielded such might. Without lingering, Itachi continued his grim task, extinguishing the remaining clan members. He then leaped onto the rooftops, his three-tomo Sharingan activated, fixating intently on the two returning home. Calculating the time, he arrived at his house. With his three-tomo Sharingan fully charged, he scanned the surroundings, searching for any hidden traps. Inside, Fugaku, hearing the sound, calmly stated, "There are no traps, come in." Thus, Itachi retracted his Sharingan and entered the home. "It seems we haven't had a proper conversation in ages, have we?" Fugaku remarked, his Manjiki radiating a crimson hue that stood out against the night. "Itachi, after my death, keep these eyes safe, for you and your brothers. We have seen the future within the Sharingan." Fugaku smiled faintly, grasping his beloved wife's hand. At this moment, Mikoto was equally tearful. "Itachi, I have one request. Please take care of your brothers. They are in your hands." Her words pierced Itachi's heart once more. Fugaku added, "It is my failure to protect our clan. This tragedy is my fault. Our pain is nothing compared to yours, fleeting as it may be. Though our thoughts differ, you remain our pride. Come now." The Uchiha clan's patriarch faced his demise with serenity, hand in hand with his beloved wife, awaiting eternal rest. At this juncture, Itachi was rendered speechless, his hands trembling as he held the blade. Yet, sensing the arrival of the two, he swung the weapon, the three-tomo Sharingan momentarily numbing him. Blood welled in his eyes, transforming into the windmill-shaped Manjiki Sharingan amidst his anguish. The returning siblings encountered the scene of carnage, and Zhangzhu's heart already held an answer. while Sasuke remained oblivious. They hastened back home, only to witness the aftermath of Itachi's actions. In his hand, Itachi clutched a glass vial containing a pair of eyes. Sasuke could hardly believe his eyes. Was this truly his gentle and kind brother? No, this cannot be real. Oh foolish brother, hate me, despise me. Itachi unleashed the power of his Manjiki, Tsukuyomi, allowing Zhangzhu and Sasuke to witness the entire sequence of the massacre. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed Zhangzhu's mind, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, a single tomo appearing within his gaze. After activating the single tomo, Itachi fell into a deep slumber, engulfed by profound sorrow. At that moment, he slowly uttered, "This is the reward I received after annihilating my entire clan, these eyes." With that, he approached Sasuke. Overwhelmed by fear, Sasuke fled in haste. Itachi then stood beside Itachi, casting a glance at him before resolutely departing. Sasuke had barely taken a few steps when Itachi intercepted him, resuming his clumsy deception. "Foolish brother, I have merely been playing a role, portraying the so-called gentle elder brother. Come, hate me, my foolish younger brother, hate me. Come and kill me. By the way, I forgot to mention that the condition to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan is to slay your own kin. Only then can you become the worthy vessel I shall test in the future." The endless agony spurred Sasuke to awaken his single tomo Sharingan. His overwhelming hatred eclipsed his fear, and he hurled a shuriken towards Itachi. Unexpectedly, it struck Itachi's forehead protector, sending it flying. Itachi quickly retrieved and donned the protector, gazing at his youngest brother as tears streamed down his face. Moments later, the Manjiki manifested, unleashing an immense pressure that caused Sasuke to faint on the spot. Poor Itachi, why is he pitiful? To lament his misfortune and be incensed by his inability to change his fate is what it means to be pitiful. This was my intention, yet I faced backlash. Being an author is truly challenging. In essence, I have indulged the critics, leading to such scorn. If you are unfamiliar with Lu Xun's writings, perhaps you should learn what it means to lament the unfortunate and be angered by one's inability to change. Chapter 8 Lord Hokage, please take good care of my two younger brothers, Itachi pleaded, kneeling on one knee. The third Hokage remained silent, smoking his pipe, his expression exceedingly complex. Itachi, I will. Rest assured. Upon hearing this, Itachi continued, I will infiltrate the Akatsuki organization as an undercover agent. Please, Lord Third, do not worry. The third Hokage nodded in response, and Itachi felt reassured enough to depart. Meanwhile, Kakashi, clad in Umbu attire, arrived at the Uchiha household, discovering two lifeless bodies on the ground. The male's eyes were conspicuously absent. He stepped over the corpses and approached Itachi, lifting him to carry away, while a raven on the nearby rooftop observed intently. At the same time, Danzo's subordinates carried the unconscious Sasuke. Danzo appeared lost in thought, while one of his subordinates suddenly fixed a penetrating gaze on him. Danzo, if you dare harm my brother, I will expose the disgrace of Konoha to the world. With that, he transformed into a flock of ravens and vanished. Not far away, Itachi removed his forehead protector, caressing it for the last time. Then, with a firm stroke of his kunai, he severed the Konoha symbol in two, signifying his status as a rogue ninja. Thus, Itachi departed from Konoha, destined to live a life steeped in suffering. The renowned Uchiha clan, famed throughout Konoha, was devastated by the massacre orchestrated by its own clan leader's eldest son, Itachi Uchiha, who was subsequently classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. Days later, in the Konoha hospital, a comatose Itachi awakened, gasping for breath. Itachi. His heart ached with unbearable sorrow for his beloved brother and his parents. Zhangzhu covered his heart, acutely aware that it was an inevitable fate, yet he still felt utterly powerless. Was it not due to his own insignificance? Jusuk tightly grasped the bedsheet, his Sharingan activated within his pupils. Suddenly, everything around him appeared clearer, yet the chakra within him was depleting rapidly. Brother. A voice pulled Jusuk back from his fury. Jusuk turned his head and beheld Sasuke standing nearby. Sasuke now appeared to have matured considerably, as the innocence on his face had been supplanted by a profound hatred. In the depths of his heart, a bitter anguish consumed him as he recalled his parents. The moment Sasuke heard their voices, an overwhelming rage surged within him. It was all because of that man. He deserved to perish. I vow to take his life and avenge my parents. Jusuk uttered little, merely listening in silence. After a few days, both individuals were discharged from the hospital. Upon returning home, the blood had been washed away, and the remnants of the altercation had been meticulously cleaned, as if nothing had transpired. However, upon opening the door, the comforting voice of their mother, Mikoto, was no more. Outside, the joyful laughter of the clan's children was absent. The interior exuded a profound desolation. At that moment, a long-awaiting ANBU ninja emerged from the shadows, presenting each of them with a wallet. This is your monthly allowance, 10,000 ryo each. There are no more funds available. The Uchiha assets are currently under the stewardship of Konoha. When you come of age, you may approach the Hokage to claim your inheritance. With that, the ANBU ninja vanished in an instant, leaving only the two of them in the stillness of the empty house. Zhangzhu took the money and returned to his abode. One must always look forward, steadfastly confronting the trials of life. Jasuke and Sasuke have returned to the classroom once more. In contrast to his previous vivacity, Jasuke now appears to have lost his spirit, wearing a constant expression of disappointment. He has finally come to understand Sasuke's feelings, fully aware that the narrative remains unchanged. Not to mention his own younger brother, who has grown up in the throes of vengeance and endured a life steeped in suffering. Jasuke, are you all right? For the past few days, Ino has been observing Jasuke's gloomy demeanor with a look of concern. With a faint smile, Jasuke replied, I'm doing well, Ino. However, he did not wish to continue his thoughts. The single Sharingan had been mastered by Jasuke, although it may seem somewhat lackluster at present. It is certainly better than having nothing at all, is it not? The brothers, Zhangzhu and Sasuke, are no longer as they once were. Upon returning home, they each dedicate themselves to their training. With the forbidden techniques and advanced scrolls of the Uchiha clan confiscated by Konoha, Zhangzhu is left with no choice but to learn only C-rank ninjutsu. However, he was taken by surprise when a recent, unintentional action led to an unexpected gain. One day after school, as Zhangzhu was preparing to return home to practice chakra extraction, he heard a frantic call. Zhangzhu, wait for me. Turning around, he found Li hurrying towards him. Curiously, Zhangzhu asked, what is it, Li? Li approached Zhangzhu and leaned in close to whisper in his ear. My teacher wishes to see you. Zhangzhu suddenly recalled the boastful claims made at the beginning of the school year. He was astonished that Shaoli had remembered them until now. Shaoli continued, not long ago, my teacher went on a mission and has only just returned to the village. The day before yesterday, I went to see him and mentioned your matters. He became so excited that he immediately urged me to invite you over. Zhangzhu was somewhat moved. Truly, my brother Li is remarkable. Without unnecessary words, he nodded and accompanied Xiao Li to the training grounds of Konoha's ninjas. At this moment, a man clad in a Konoha vest with a mushroom haircut had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing his teacher, Xiao Li exclaimed excitedly, Teacher, we have arrived. Let us ignite our youth together today. The atmosphere was charged with fervor. The man turned around and noticed Zhangzhu accompanying Xiao Li. Recognizing the Uchiha emblem, he thought little of it and flashed a confident smile, performing a backflip to land gracefully before the two. Xiao Li looked on with admiration. The man pointed to himself and introduced, Young man, I am the Azure Beast of Konoha. I am Might Guy, a master of taijutsu. He then gave Zhangzhu a thumbs up. Jasuke was also seeing the Emperor of Kei for the first time, feeling a surge of excitement within. Is this the very Kei who nearly kicked his way to a grand conclusion? Indeed, he exudes a vibrant youthfulness. Zhangzhu gazed at Kai and inquired, Teacher, I was introduced by Xiao Li, who spoke highly of your prowess. After uttering these words, he cast a glance toward Xiao Li, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Might Guy broke into a wide grin and replied, Young man, the knowledge I impart demands perseverance and diligence. It is by no means a trivial endeavor. If you wish to attain any rewards, you must endure. Xiao Li has merely scratched the surface. Are you capable of enduring? Zhangzhu nodded and said, I study under you, dear teacher, in order to safeguard those I hold dear. Perhaps I may not be able to learn everything like Xiao Li, but I aspire to grasp even a fragment of the essence, combining it with other ninjutsu and physical techniques. Upon hearing Zhangzhu's words, Kai suddenly glimpsed the shadow of his father. It is well understood that Zangetsu holds the esteemed position of an elite jonin in Konoha. However, if someone were to pursue the 8 gates of shock, he would find joy in their endeavors, even if they cannot reach the pinnacle he has attained. After all, achieving any level of success is still a commendable feat, is it not? Chapter 9. Apprenticeship under the Azure Behemoth of Konoha. Thus, Kai was moved. He nodded and declared, From this day forth, you shall train alongside Li. Each individual possesses their own path as a ninja. Even if you cannot traverse it in its entirety, you will still achieve something significant. Come, Let us ignite the flames of youth together. Upon hearing Kai's words, Zangetsu could hardly contain his excitement and broke into a smile, while Lee felt elated at Zangetsu receiving the teacher's acknowledgement. Subsequently, Kai led everyone to the physical training arena, gesturing towards Zangetsu. Now, you shall practice with Lee, and I will observe your foundational skills. Zhangzhu nodded slightly, while Kai turned to Xiao Li and said, Xiao Li, your proficiency in the second gate is still lacking. This might very well be your opportunity to break through. You can also remove the weights strapped to your legs. Remember to ignite the fire of youth. Xiao Li nodded, unfastened the bandages around his legs, and stepped onto the field. Observing this, Kai declared, let us begin. The two commenced their first duel. With a mighty roar, Xiao Li radiated a faint glow, exclaiming, the first gate is open. With that, he propelled himself towards Zhangzhu like a cannonball. Only then did Zhangzhu activate his Sharingan. Realizing the remarkable speed of Xiao Li, with a swift movement, Jusuk evaded Xiao Li's initial attack. Following this, Xiao Li executed a backflip, employing his physical prowess. The technique, known as Petal Lotus, was unleashed. With his retreat cut off, Jusuk could only brace himself with his hands. A resounding thud echoed as dust swirled around him, causing Jusuk to wince in pain. The force was no trifling matter. Seizing the moment, Jusuk grasped Xiao Li's leg and attempted to throw him backward. However, to his surprise, Xiao Li leveraged the momentum to break free and launched another flying kick towards Jusuk. Jusuk relied solely on his left hand for defense. With this strike, he felt his arm going numb, astonished. Was this the 8 gates of Duanjiao? Such immense strength, capable of thoroughly overpowering his small stature. Could Teacher Guy employ ninjutsu? Guy nodded, his focus split among 3 aspects in this duel. First, Jusuk's innate talent. Second, his adaptability in battle, and third, of course, the assessment of Lee. Jusuk did not disappoint Guy. His talent was indeed remarkable, enabling him to engage Lee in a spirited exchange. Upon hearing Guy's permission, Jusuk smiled faintly, distancing himself as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. With that, a barrage of fireballs surged towards Lee, as Lee maneuvered to evade. Gauging the distance of the impending assault, he was caught off guard by Jusuk's unscrupulous tactics. The Sharingan activated, plunging Lee into a world of illusion. This Jinjutsu, learned from the Sharingan, could currently immobilize Lee for merely a second or two, yet that was sufficient. Jusuk accelerated to Lee's side and delivered a flying kick. At that moment, Lee broke free from the illusion, blocking with both hands, his surroundings glowing with a vibrant green light. The third gate, open. Upon uttering the incantation, Lee's strength surged beyond its previous limits, seizing Jusuk's foot and flinging him away. Damn it, Jusuk cursed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated his opponent as he crashed heavily to the ground. Despite the pain, Lee's relentless assault surged once more. With no other recourse, Jusuk executed a forceful turn, narrowly evading the attack. Subsequently, he unleashed a massive fireball towards Lee, creating distance between them once more. After a moment of contemplation, Zhangzhu employed the technique of water release. Misty shadow, momentarily enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of mist, within which he concealed himself. Jae-suk employed a technique to create a shadow clone. However, at this moment, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. He grimaced, realizing that Lee's taijutsu was truly excruciating, and he found himself predominantly in a state of passive endurance against the relentless blows. After a brief respite, Jae-suk heard the sound of footsteps approaching. In this shrouded mist, he could still conceal himself, though he was uncertain when Lee would spring his trap. Thus, Jae-suk exchanged a knowing glance with his shadow clone. Both understanding the unspoken plan, the clone launched the first strike, and upon hearing the commotion, Lee's footsteps hastened toward the clone's direction. Seizing the opportunity, Jae-suk crouched low and followed closely behind. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot forth. Lee executed a flying kick aimed at the shadow clone. Precisely the moment Jae-suk had been anticipating. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled toward the clone. It turned out that when the mist technique was activated, Jae-suk had already devised a counter-strategy. Although he could not confront Lee head-on, he possessed ninjutsu skills. Thus, he concealed himself within the mist, employing the shadow clone technique to distract Lee while he remained hidden, cleverly biding his time. An impeccable plan indeed. Consequently, when Lee unleashed his flying kick toward the shadow clone, the great fireball followed suit. Lee found himself unable to evade it, forced to endure the impact of the fireball. However, a figure emerged ahead, Konoha's Azure Beast, Guy. With a single kick, Guy dispersed Jae-suk's fireball. Upon witnessing Guy's appearance, Jae-suk realized victory was his, and he subsequently sank to one knee, fatigued. Guy looked at Lee, acknowledging his loss without a hint of reproach, instead adopting an encouraging tone. You should have mastered the second gate completely. Well done. After speaking, Guy affectionately ruffled Lee's hair, who was overwhelmed with tears. Guy-sensei, I will continue to strive. Lee clenched his fists confidently, and Guy smiled gently. The two approached Jae-suk, who bore some scratches on his face, bruises on his knees, and his arms marked with various contusions. Guy expressed his recognition of Jae-suk's talent. Jae-suk, you are remarkable. Come on, let us ignite the passion of youth together. Guy enthusiastically lifted Jae-suk, while Lee eagerly awaited his turn. Jae-suk, from now on, you shall be my target, Lee declared, giving a thumbs up to Jae-suk with a confident smile. Jae-suk nodded in agreement, recognizing that with little Lee as his sparring partner, he would only improve further. Thus, the next step was to learn the 8 gates of Doenjia. With a playful smirk, he listened as Kai began to elucidate the intricacies of the 8 gates. A detailed exposition on the 8 gates has been omitted. Upon completion of the explanation, Jae-suk experienced a profound epiphany. Indeed, the 8 gates were remarkable. Kai also assigned him daily training tasks, urging him to cultivate his physical prowess through exercises such as push-ups and running. The first gate was imparted to him as well. As the evening approached, Jae-suk nodded in acknowledgement and made his way homeward. Upon returning home, he hastily consumed a few bites of his meal before commencing his training. This routine became a daily ritual, so much so that there were times he even forgot to eat. This regimen continued for approximately a year, leading up to the 7th year of Jae-suk and Sasuke's lives. Zhang Zhu possesses a modest level of achievement, having completely mastered one of the 8 gates of Doenjia. Upon unlocking this gate, both his speed and strength experience a significant enhancement. Although he still appears somewhat erratic, he is undoubtedly far superior to Oudoudou and Sasuke. As for Oudoudou, he has descended into a state of utter isolation. Apart from the few words he can utter, he regards the utterances of others as mere nonsense. Chapter 10. Rest. On this day, after classes concluded at the Ninja Academy, prompted by a sudden impulse, Jae-suk hurried home to commence his physical training. This past year has been fulfilling. The sorrow stemming from his parents' demise has gradually dissipated. Yet, whenever he reflects upon it, a wave of grief still envelopes him. Throughout the year, he found little time for respite, and his conversations with Naruto and Ino dwindled. He could sense their concern, but his own frailty left him no room for rest. After a year of relentless effort, Jae-suk has cultivated his chakra to a level typical of a genin, capable of unleashing 10 great fireballs. However, this is still insufficient. His Sharingan remains a significant drain on his chakra, leaving him weakened after only a few activations. Therefore, mastering sage techniques has become imperative, contingent upon earning the recognition of the 3 great sage realms. As for the tailed beasts, he has contemplated it. But in his current state, he is merely a minor entity, hardly substantial enough to warrant their attention. On his way home, Jae-suk's mind was consumed with such thoughts when a sudden shout jolted him back to reality. He turned towards the voice and found Ino approaching, cradling a bouquet of daisies, flowers symbolizing the hidden love within one's heart. Author's note: there are numerous meanings associated with flowers, which can be overwhelming. In essence, it conveys a similar sentiment. Although Jae-suk is not well versed in floral language, Zhang Jue was momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepting the flowers. Thank you. Although he was unaware of the reason behind Ino's gift of daisies, he understood the significance of a girl presenting flowers. Ino's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as she had learned about the events occurring in Zhang Jue's family from her parents. Zhang Jue, I am truly sorry. I had no idea about so much that transpired in your life this past year. My sincerest apologies. Zhang Zhu seemed to comprehend what this young girl was attempting to convey. He sighed softly and then waved his hand, acknowledging that it was all due to his own inadequacy, was it not? Zangetsu said little, merely expressing his apologies to Ino before departing. He was well aware of the sentiments Ino wished to convey. After all, with so many Hokages in existence, and being Sasuke's brother, he understood her thoughts. The maturity displayed by these shinobi was quite remarkable. It appeared that the princess had harbored feelings for Naruto since the tender age of 4 or 5, while Sakura and Ino had also cherished their affections for Sasuke during their childhood. However, Perhaps with his arrival, Ino had shifted her affections away from Sasuke and towards him. How presumptuous of him to think so. They were merely ordinary classmates, devoid of any romantic entanglements. In the original Naruto series, Zangetsu indeed held genuine feelings for Ino, embracing love with fervor, and their conclusion was nothing short of splendid. As for Sai, Zangetsu harbored a deep-seated annoyance towards him. The Boruto series further elucidated the essence of a mature woman, and it's no exaggeration to refer to Ino as a vibrant flower of Konoha. Clearing his throat, Zangetsu realized that Ino's words had prompted him to reflect for quite some time. He truly ought to take a moment to rest, as he had not done so in ages. Why not indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen today? With that thought, Zangetsu made his way to his beloved ramen shop, only to spot a certain blonde enjoying his meal. It was none other than Naruto. As Naruto turned around and caught sight of Zangetsu, he greeted him with exuberance, to which Zangetsu politely responded. Zhangju sat beside Naruto, savoring a bowl of miso-flavored ramen. As he gazed at Naruto, memories of their first encounter flooded his mind, himself, along with Itachi and Sasuke, joyfully indulging in a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Zhangju vividly recalled that day. Back then, Naruto was not the vibrant individual he had become. He was ensnared in a whirlpool of self-doubt and lacked the confidence that now defined him. Despite facing ostracism from the villagers, he had fortunately forged several meaningful friendships at the Ninja Academy. Zhangju gazed at him and spoke, as Naruto devoured the entire bowl of ramen in one swift motion. Puffing out his cheeks, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Zhangju raised his head, smiled, and said, "Do you recall where we first met?" The words of Zhu transported Naruto back to his childhood, a time devoid of friends and parental figures, save for his grandfather, the third Hokage, and Uncle Irika, who were the most caring individuals in his life. From a young age, he endured the scorn of the villagers, who branded him as a demonic fox. Although the whispers still echoed around him, he found himself unable to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen alongside others, instead opting to observe from a distance, waiting for their departure before daring to approach. Of course, it wasn't feasible for him to indulge in Ichiraku ramen every day, more often than not. His meals consisted of instant noodles. One day, having finally saved enough money, he resolved to treat himself to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. To his surprise, he spotted 3 individuals, a taller boy and 2 children of similar age, whom he had never encountered before. In that moment, a thought struck him. Could he possibly join them for ramen? The wheels of fate began to turn as he inquired, and to his astonishment, the answer was affirmative. The scene from that time remained etched in Naruto's memory, marking the day he forged his first and second friendships. It was also his first experience of the genuine care that exists between friends. Returning to the present, Naruto chuckled softly, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "Yes, I remember well. You were my first friend." "Thank you, Zhu." Sasuke waved his hand, expressing, "I certainly need to cultivate a good relationship with you, Kazuru. Otherwise, when my brother and I make our escape, no one will defend us. I must also extend my gratitude to you, Naruto," Sasuke sincerely declared. Naruto chuckled heartily, giving Sasuke's shoulder a hearty pat that nearly toppled him over. The boisterous Naruto. "Oh, take it easy." Sasuke steadied himself, then continued, "But honestly, I truly envy you, Naruto." "Envy me?" Naruto blinked in confusion. "What is there to envy?" Sasuke, with a serious expression, stated, "You possess unwavering conviction and a resolute goal for which to strive, unlike me, who perpetually wanders in a state of confusion." Upon hearing this, Naruto, in contemplation, replied, "In truth, everyone experiences moments of uncertainty. The crux lies in discovering one's own path, and then progressing step by step along it." Sasuke nodded, seemingly contemplating Naruto's words. At that moment, the proprietor brought forth a steaming bowl of ramen. "Well then, let us not dwell on such thoughts. Let us indulge in this delightful meal. You, my friend." The exquisite moments of life inevitably come to a close, and these two were no exception. Zhangzu swiftly finished a bowl of ramen and bid farewell to Naruto before returning home. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes in the shadows was intently observing everything before it. Inside the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, Chapter 11, Growth Sarutobi, the third Hokage, rapped his fingers on the desk and stated, "The malevolent Uchiha Scion is undoubtedly coveting our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Dans retorted sharply, "What do you intend to do? Eliminate him?" Sarutobi inquired. A glint of cold determination flickered in Dan's eyes as he elaborated, I wish to take him to the root to instill in him the will of fire. Sarutobi shook his head, slowly lifting his pipe for a puff. No, I absolutely cannot permit you to act in such a manner. And I have promised that individual to safeguard his brother. Dan fixed a cold stare upon Sarutobi. He is a descendant of the Uchiha. In the future, he will surely pose a threat to Konoha. I cannot allow such a danger to linger in our village. This time, Dans was visibly displeased. Yet, Sarutobi struck the desk once more. Dans, do not forget who the Hokage is. Dans remained rooted in place, issuing a warning. Sarutobi, you will come to regret this. Unmoved, Sarutobi rose and departed the Hokage's office. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Sarutobi, seated at his desk, gazed at the retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh. 3 years later. Well, the truth is, I genuinely do not know what to write, so I will directly fast forward to the main storyline. At this juncture, the protagonist is 12 years old, and the Konoha 12 are also 12. Konoha Ninja Training Ground. The 3 gates are open. The figure of Sasuke emanated a faint green glow as he charged towards Lee, who, unwilling to be outdone, responded with a swift kick of his own. It had been 3 years since he had become a disciple of Might Guy, a span of time that had allowed him to unlock the 3rd gate, while Lee, true to the original narrative, had reached the 4th gate. Sasuke had barely grazed the level of a Chunin, and it was no exaggeration to describe him as a prodigy. Soon, it would be time for class assignments, and he wondered which class he would be placed in. Sasuke hoped to be assigned to Team 7, renowned for its illustrious reputation. However, the final decision rested on the distribution process. In the blink of an eye, Lee's flying kick was already hurtling towards Sasuke. Sasuke deftly evaded the attack, launching a swift kick towards Xiao Li, who effortlessly soared into the air, narrowly escaping the onslaught. The two stood their ground, evenly matched and locked in a tense standoff. Soon, a new wave of attacks commenced, led by Sasuke, who employed the technique of shadow clones, summoning a duplicate of himself. Both he and his clone charged at Xiao Li, who remained unperturbed, gracefully countering Sasuke's assault with a mere flick of his wrist. Stop! Kai's voice rang out, halting the duel between the two. He smiled warmly at them, exclaiming, "You both are doing splendidly. This is the essence of youth." Reflecting on his own past, Kai recalled that at their age, he lacked such prowess, attributing his growth to his father's guidance, which had enabled him to achieve his current accomplishments. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Let us conclude today's training. Both Sasuke and Xiao Li have shown remarkable potential. In a few days, you shall be promoted to genin. Take these next few days to rest well." Zhang Zhu and Xiao Li bid farewell to Kai with a nod before returning home. It is indeed a rare sight for Sasuke to find Sasuke in the living room. Sasuke approached Sasuke, who coldly remarked, "Let's have a match." What foolish thoughts is this Oudoudou contemplating now? Has his mind gone awry once more? Even if Sasuke were inclined, he would not pursue the idea. Training under Kai, while enjoyable, is undeniably exhausting. Zhang Zhu shook his head, expressing his fatigue. "I am quite exhausted today, perhaps another time," he remarked before leaving the living room and retreating to his own chamber, leaving Sasuke with a displeased expression. "Humph, coward," Sasuke muttered, glaring in the direction Zhang Zhu had departed. Meanwhile, a significant event had unfolded recently. Our esteemed prince, Naruto, had managed to procure the Book of Seals. However, rather than labeling it as theft, it would be more accurate to say that the 3rd Hokage had intentionally allowed Naruto to retrieve it. Otherwise, how could someone as inept as Mizuki have succeeded in such a scheme? It remains uncertain whether the Book of Seals contains techniques like Flying Thunder God or Great Fire Destruction. Sasuke himself yearned to master the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Yet considering his current chakra reserves, he feared that a mere attempt would backfire, leading to his own demise. Truly, the prince is deserving of his title. Such skills seem effortlessly attainable for him, unlike for himself. After taking a shower, Zhang Zhu lay upon his bed, reflecting on the events of the past few years, gradually succumbing to slumber. The next significant occurrence would be the day of class division. Zhang Zhu originally anticipated being assigned to a rather lackluster teacher, yet to his astonishment, he found himself placed in Class 7. With his inclusion, the class now boasted a total of 4 members. This certainly reflected the peculiarities of Konoha. As for the instructor leading Class 7, it was none other than our infamous Kakashi Hatake, or rather, the mirthfully dubbed Kakashi of the Sharingan. There were no significant occurrences to note. The 4 of them swiftly arrived at the designated waiting area, as instructed by Kakashi. It was a serene morning. The brothers, Zangetsu and Sasuke, were the first to arrive, with Sasuke sporting a rather arrogant demeanor. Soon after, Sakura appeared, clutching 3 rice balls in her hands. Upon seeing Sasuke, her eyes sparkled with affection. Approaching Zangetsu and Sasuke, she produced 2 rice balls and said, "You both haven't had breakfast, have you? These are for you." With that, she handed the rice balls over. Sasuke cast a brief glance but remained silent, while Zangetsu inwardly chuckled, thinking how thoughtful his sister-in-law was. He mused, "Congratulations to the lovebirds on their union. Just be cautious of Raikiri, shurikens, and the Rinnegan in the future." Zhangju did not hesitate to take the rice balls from Sakura with great generosity, expressing his gratitude. "I'll also take Sasuke's portion," he added, without a hint of reluctance. Zhangju swiftly took 2 rice balls from Sakura's hands and began to savor them. "Delicious, delicious. As expected, the rice balls made by my little sister are simply delightful." As soon as Naruto arrived, he found that Sasuke had not yet finished a rice ball. Without hesitation, he approached Sakura, eagerly attempting to engage her despite her cold demeanor. After receiving a scolding from her, he sheepishly retreated, only to turn his attention to the rice ball in Sasuke's hand. Grabbing it with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Sasuke, I know this rice ball is for me, and I truly appreciate it. I shall indulge now." With that, Naruto took large bites of the rice ball, savoring its delightful flavor. "Indeed, this is delicious. Thank you, Sasuke." As Zangetsu was still processing the situation, Naruto had already begun to indulge himself in food. The first thought that crossed Zangetsu's mind was that Naruto was doomed. "You foolish Naruto, how dare you steal my rice balls?" Sakura approached, her fury palpable, and delivered a heavy blow to Naruto's head. "How dare you eat the rice balls I prepared for Sasuke?" A large bump quickly formed on Naruto's head. Fortunately, he consumed the rice balls in just a few bites, avoiding any wastage. "What was that for, Sakura?" Naruto protested, clutching his head and gazing up at Sakura with a pitiful expression. Chapter 12. 3 People and a Dog. The preceding text is merely filler. Feel free to skip it if you wish. To the villagers, the contract has been signed, and although the process was fraught with difficulties, I am grateful to everyone. Perhaps no one is reading this, and it's all just the White Zetsu Army or Kuin. In any case, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you. Here, I wish to share my writing intentions and a bit of my personal story. I declare that I am an adult female with a positive outlook, a true child of the 21st century. So, why have I chosen to write this Naruto fanfiction? Firstly, I have read countless novels, easily over 5,000, on various platforms, and Naruto has been a monumental presence in my life since childhood. Even now, I struggle to find anime of a comparable caliber. I still vividly remember many iconic scenes from Naruto. They encapsulate my youth. I have also enjoyed reading Naruto fanfiction, finding both masterpieces and some rather abstract pieces. As I mentioned in earlier writings, there are stories where characters make choices that grant them multiple shadow clones or sage powers. And in some cases, they suddenly find themselves in harems, as if the female characters collectively lost their intellect. Additionally, there are tales of 6-year-olds wielding the Sharingan, 7-year-olds becoming Jinchuriki, or 8-year-olds achieving Sage of 6 Paths status, narratives that defy logic. The plots are often repetitive, with protagonists achieving success effortlessly, aided by a system. This leads to a sense of aesthetic fatigue among readers, leaving them struggling to find anything worthwhile to read. Why is this? Because the same formulas are recycled, and we have entered an era of fast food literature. It is not surprising that this has occurred. But must Naruto fanfiction continue down this path of mediocrity? I vehemently disagree. After much contemplation, I have laid the foundation for this fanfiction, a narrative rooted in the Naruto universe, devoid of cheats or systems, a pure and authentic Naruto crossover tale. There may be numerous challenges ahead, perhaps even dissenting voices, or maybe no one will care at all. However, as Kafka once said when we make the right choice, we should not allow ourselves to regret it, should we? Many people enjoy starting with Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or immediately becoming Sage of 6 Paths, which is perfectly normal. After all, everyone has their own preferences. So if you come across this piece, simply disregard my words. The choice lies in your hands, does it not? I welcome comments and critiques, but please refrain from sarcasm or vitriol. Thank you. Returning to the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, Sakura glared at the rice balls that Naruto had devoured in one go, her heart ablaze with anger. "You despicable Naruto," she exclaimed. In response, Naruto, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, "What's the matter? Why are you hitting me for no reason?" He pointed at himself, looking quite pitiful. Sakura shot him a disdainful glance and punched him again. You fool. Those were for Sasuke. I merely asked Zangetsu to hold them for me. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto finally realized his mistake and sheepishly scratched his head, but then curiously inquired, Huh? Didn't you save any for me? For you? Sakura struggled to find the right words to explain, but just then, a man's voice interrupted the scene. Oh, is it you too? The man's tone was languid, and he appeared utterly devoid of energy, as if he had just awakened from slumber. As he gazed at the man, who bore silver hair and a black mask, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit adorned with green Chunin armor, he couldn't help but recognize him as his future mentor, the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. The first to address Kakashi was Naruto, who pointed at him and inquired, Why did you arrive so late? Kakashi, however, merely smiled faintly in response. He then turned his attention to the group of 3 and a dog. No, for individuals. Since this is our first encounter, why don't you introduce yourselves, starting with you? Kakashi suggested, looking at Naruto. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto beamed his classic smile and declared, I am Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite food is instant ramen. Especially the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. What I despise most is waiting those 3 interminable minutes for the ramen to cook. My passion lies in savoring and comparing various instant noodles, and my dream for the future is to surpass the Hokage so that everyone in the village acknowledges my existence. Sakura Haruno slowly rose to her feet, casting a shy glance at Sasuke. I am Sakura Haruno. I enjoy training with everyone, and my interest and ambition are to grow stronger. However, at this point, her gaze drifted back to Sasuke, though there were words she hesitated to voice. As for what she disliked, it was likely that Naruto fellow. With a disdainful glance at Naruto, Sakura expressed her exasperation. I am Sasuke Uchiha. There are many things I detest, and I lack any particular fondness. I possess an ambition that transcends mere dreams, to restore the Uchiha clan. After a brief pause, Sasuke added, I will eradicate that man. His voice was icy, causing Naruto to tremble beside him. Could he possibly be referring to me? Kakashi's eyes flickered slightly. He was privy to some of the events from years past, yet the reasons behind Itachi's actions remained a mystery to him. Finally, it was time for the last participant, our heavyweight contender, to introduce himself. I am Itachi Uchiha. As for what I dislike, it would likely be my own insufficient strength. However, I have many things I cherish, and I aspire to protect those dear to me with my power. Kakashi regarded Itachi thoughtfully. Such sentiments echoed words he had once spoken himself. Absently, he touched his left eye, lost in thought for a moment before returning to the present. Ah, I see. Now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I prefer not to disclose what I like or dislike, and as for my dreams and interests, they are quite varied. In this manner, Kakashi began to forge a bond with the 4. He then produced 3 bells from his pocket and announced, Among you 4, only 3 can attain the rank of genin, and the qualification lies in obtaining these 3 bells from me. The trio's expressions turned tense, while only Itachi, aware of the underlying truth, remained unfazed. In reality, the task at hand was an assessment of their teamwork. However, the other 3 were oblivious to this, undoubtedly fearing that failure to secure a bell would lead to their elimination. Zhangzhu could only lament that Kakashi truly epitomized cunning, deceitfully preying upon the innocence of youth. Such despicable behavior. Chapter 12. Confrontation with Kakashi. After a moment of reflection, Kakashi added, You have 12 hours. Should you fail to secure victory within this time frame, consider yourselves eliminated. With that, he led the 4 to an open area. Naruto was the first to charge forward, drawing a kunai from his side as he lunged at Kakashi. With a mere leap, Kakashi evaded Naruto's attack. The 3 others were taken aback. Such speed was beyond their capabilities, and Zhangzhu silently exclaimed in awe at the swiftness displayed. After distancing himself from the group, Kakashi retrieved a book from his pocket and began to read. Naruto, instantly incensed, shouted, How dare you underestimate me? With that, he charged once more, launching a kick at Kakashi, only to have it effortlessly blocked. Naruto executed a backflip, regaining his balance. Undeterred, he thrust another kunai towards Kakashi, and just as it seemed poised to strike, there was a resounding thud. Kakashi had already sidestepped to Naruto's rear. Kakashi formed hand seals, declaring, The secret technique of the Leaf Village, the ultimate body flicker technique. Chakra gathered at his fingertips as he aimed for Naruto's posterior. 1,000-year stab. Naruto cried out in agony. Propelled away by the blow, Zhangzhu stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself. What a memorable scene from the anime, indeed. Yet, amidst the levity, the battle persisted. At that moment, Sakura and Sasuke had seemingly vanished, perhaps observing from the nearby foliage, but Zhangzhu paid them no mind. He unleashed a great fireball technique towards Kakashi, who turned in astonishment. Pondering, is this the prodigy of the Uchiha? To master such a technique at such a tender age? Nevertheless, Kakashi chuckled inwardly, thinking it was still too early for him. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the attack, but Zhangzhu had anticipated this and activated the 8 gates technique, charging at Kakashi. He had opened the 3rd gate, demonstrating his respect for his teacher, Kakashi. With wide eyes, Kakashi realized the 8 gates technique? So, he is the 2nd disciple of Guy. To his surprise, Zhangzhu's flying kick came at him. Kakashi simply seized his right leg and flung him away, causing Zhangzhu to collide with the ground. Zangetsu winced in pain. Is this truly the prowess of a Jonin? Merely relying on brute strength to vanquish a mere Genin? Remarkable indeed. Even the 8 gates technique is within reach. Just as Kakashi jested, Naruto unleashed his multiple shadow clone technique. Upon witnessing this, Zangetsu immediately activated his Sharingan. Although he could not replicate the technique at this moment, he was confident that, through Naruto's hand seals and the Sharingan's sensitivity to chakra, he would eventually discern the method. This was a clever strategy devised by Zangetsu, utilizing the Sharingan's attributes to decelerate the hand seal movements, allowing him to perceive the practical application of Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique. You might wonder how 1 or 2 hand seals could produce such an effect, but that remains a mystery. At that moment, Naruto's 20-odd clones surged forward, launching an assault on Kakashi. With a mere leap and a flicker, Kakashi evaded them, leaving Naruto's clones to engage in battle amongst themselves. The sounds of impact echoed as the clones began to dissipate one by one. Jezu did not remain idle. Instead, he simultaneously unleashed 2 ninjutsu techniques, the earth release, land collapse technique, causing the ground to fracture with varying sizes of crevices. This made the earth tremble beneath Kakashi's feet. And immediately after, Jezu executed the fire release, Phoenix Flower technique. Kakashi was increasingly astonished by Jezu's performance, yet he regarded such attacks as trivial. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and performed the earth release, earth flow wall technique. A wall of earth, shaped like a dog's head, emerged from the ground, effortlessly shielding him from the onslaught of the phoenix flowers. Zhangzhu was taken aback. This was his first experience of defeat. He activated his Sharingan, preparing to engage Kakashi in close combat. However, Kakashi was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. In an instant, he appeared before Zhangzhu, executing a martial technique that sent him crashing to the ground. Yet, contrary to Kakashi's expectations of a pained wail, there was merely a resounding thud, followed by a cloud of smoke. Could it be a shadow clone technique? This surpassed Kakashi's understanding. From behind, Zhangzhu hurled 3 shurikens at Kakashi, who deftly evaded them with ease. Zhangzhu effortlessly evaded yet another 3 shurikens. Zhangzhou, having exhausted all options, could only stealthily slip into the depths of the jungle. Kakashi appeared somewhat surprised, exclaiming, "Oh, is he fleeing already?" Meanwhile, Sasuke, observing from a distance, found himself grappling with turbulent emotions. Has Zhangzhou truly ascended to a level beyond his reach? How infuriating. At this moment, Jay-Z was oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. His sole focus was on swiftly relocating their position. Meanwhile, returning to Naruto, despite the futility of his multiple shadow clone technique against Kakashi, Naruto remained undeterred. His eyes caught sight of a bell nestled beside a tree. Overjoyed, he thought it must have fallen during the earlier scuffle. "Hee, I'm coming for you, little bell," he exclaimed, cheerfully approaching it. However, seizing the bell proved to be no simple task. Just as he reached for it, Kakashi's trap ensnared him. In that moment, Kakashi leisurely emerged, retrieving the bell. "Hey, you deceitful rascal," Naruto protested, indignant and calling for a rematch with Kakashi. From the shadows, Sasuke noticed that Kakashi had turned his back. Unable to contain himself, he unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunai. Kakashi was instantly peppered with projectiles, only to reveal a poof. He had used the body replacement technique. Alarmed, Sasuke realized his position was compromised and swiftly retreated. Sakura, too, fled, but her petite frame was no match for Kakashi's speed. In mere moments, she was captured. Just as she braced for the worst, Kakashi suddenly vanished. Overjoyed, Sakura believed she had evaded him and began searching for Sasuke. This led to another iconic scene. As she parted the dense foliage, she was met with a shocking sight. Sasuke, bloodied and adorned with kunai, leaning against a tree. Ah! Sakura fainted from fright. Now, only the Uchiha brothers remained to confront Kakashi. Sasuke, no longer hiding, emerged from the thicket, his mind resolute with a plan. Without unnecessary hesitation, he launched 5 shuriken. Kakashi dodged skillfully, arriving at one of Sasuke's preset traps. However, it proved ineffectual, as Kakashi simply evaded it effortlessly. Aware the current strategy was futile, Sasuke resorted to the body flicker technique, engaging Kakashi in a series of taijutsu exchanges. Despite delivering a flurry of punches, he achieved no significant impact. Yet, this was all part of Sasuke's scheme as he fixated intently on the bell. An opportune moment had arisen. Chapter 14. The 7th squad engages. It turned out that this entire scenario was orchestrated by Sasuke. He understood that given their current strength, defeating Kakashi was an impossibility. Rather than relying on brute force like Naruto, who was foolishly tackling problems head-on, he opted for cunning. Directly accessing the bell through strategy seemed far more viable. Thus, this elaborate ruse unfolded, much to the amusement of Jay-Z, who stifled a laugh at the unfolding antics. Another classic moment in the anime. Sasuke smiled, believing victory was within his grasp. However, his triumph was short-lived as Kakashi captured him, burying him in the ground. The animation captured Sasuke's moment of glory, leaving Jay-Z nearly in hysterics. Consequently, the confrontation between the 7th squad and Kakashi concluded with their defeat. Kakashi bound Naruto to a stump, rousing Sakura and pulling Sasuke back to his feet. Zhangju quietly emerged from the woods. Kakashi gazed at Zhangju and offered a faint smile. "You have come out?" Zhangju scratched his head apologetically and remarked, "If it weren't for you, teacher, I would have been caught long ago." He then casually found a tree stump to sit on and picked up a lunchbox to start eating. As someone who was well aware of the unfolding events, Zhangju merely observed Kakashi's pretentiousness in silence. Watching the 3 of them enjoy their bento, Kakashi slowly spoke. "Do you know why I tied Naruto up?" The trio shook their heads, and Kakashi continued, "Because he stealthily devoured a bento while we were busy vying for the bells, which is why he has been restrained." Sakura and Sasuke exchanged disdainful glances towards Naruto, while Zhangju remained focused on his meal. Kakashi then shifted his tone, stating, "In light of the fact that you did not complete the bell-snatching challenge this morning, we shall continue this afternoon. After finishing your bento and taking a brief respite, we will resume." The members of Team 7, excluding Zhangju, wore expressions of resignation. At this moment, Naruto, bound to the wooden post, could no longer endure the situation and began to complain, "This is so unfair. I'm so hungry." He resorted to his usual antics, casting a longing gaze towards Kakashi. However, Kakashi feigned ignorance, engrossed in his own delectable meal. "Damn it," Naruto muttered, lowering his head to stare at his empty stomach, which let out a series of plaintive gurgles. Zhangju, recognizing that the moment had come for him to fulfill his role as a supporter, rose to his feet and picked up the lunchbox, making his way toward Naruto. Having consumed a few rice balls that morning and feeling only a slight hunger, he decided to leave the chicken leg for Naruto. Kakashi gazed at Zhangju with immense astonishment, as if he glimpsed the visage of an old acquaintance within him. Sakura, unable to remain still, had already entertained the notion of offering Naruto some food upon hearing Kakashi's words, though she had been wavering in her decision. The actions of Zhangju were indeed a catalyst, prompting him to pass his lunchbox forward. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was diligently consuming his meal, naturally observed this exchange, and although he remained silent, he also offered his lunchbox. "Hurry up and eat, there's more to come." Kakashi, witnessing this, expressed genuine emotion as he approached the quartet with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, you have passed the assessment." "Well done." The 3 were taken aback, and Kakashi elaborated, "Today's evaluation was designed to foster your teamwork abilities. As ninjas, on the battlefield, one relies on trusted comrades to guard their backs against formidable foes. Initially, your efforts could not be deemed coordinated. Rather, they resembled individual battles, which left me somewhat disappointed. However, your recent display of concern for one another has greatly pleased me. Thus you have successfully passed the assessment. I look forward to your continued collaboration." It took a moment for the trio to process Kakashi's words. Just then, Kakashi added, "In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are considered scum, and those who do not cherish their comrades are even lower than that." This statement resonated deeply with the bound Naruto, etching itself into his memory. Thus, Team 7 was officially established and commenced their journey. At this point, I shall refrain from detailing the events surrounding Zabuza and Haku, as they have been extensively covered by others. Let us directly transition to the Land of Waves arc. The conclusion of the Land of Waves arc proved to be immensely beneficial for Zhangzhou. Had it not been for their initially opposing stances, perhaps he and Haku could have forged a friendship. Zhangzhou could not be certain. Not wishing to dwell on such thoughts, Zhangzhou considered his journey fruitful. He had replicated Kakashi's Chidori through his Sharingan. There exists some debate over whether Sasuke learned Chidori or Raikiri. He also finally mastered the shadow clone technique, managing to create 7 or 8 clones simultaneously, a commendable feat indeed. This mission was classified as an A-rank task. It appeared that the rewards would only increase. Upon returning to the village, Zhangzhou collapsed into slumber, having endured considerable hardship in recent days. He had not enjoyed a restful night's sleep. And although he knew that his time in the Land of Waves would not come to an abrupt end, he still feared the emergence of a butterfly effect. In retrospect, his initial caution was not unwarranted. Before long, the Konoha collapse plan would unfold, and with the death of the third Hokage, he too would likely have to flee the village. Whether he would side with Orochimaru or Jiraiya remained unclear in his mind. However, one thing was certain. He had solidified his status as a rogue ninja. Even the arrival of a divine figure would not deter his resolve. A mark upon his forehead protector was undoubtedly a longing shared by every fire ninja, as it signified recognition of strength. Nevertheless, during these days, Zhangzhou had not been idle. An incident transpired that forged unbreakable bonds for him within Konoha. That day, Jusuk strolled along the street, procuring some ninja tools. In the distance, a young girl caught sight of him and immediately dashed over. "Jusuk, my classmate." Upon hearing the sound, Jusuk felt a surge of joy, though he did not outwardly express it much. "Ino, what a coincidence. What brings you to the streets?" Ino's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, as she certainly would not reveal the little secret nestled in her heart. "I was merely wandering about, and lo and behold, I happened to spot you, Jusuk." With that, Ino boldly took hold of Jusuk's arm and playfully leaned against him. Jusuk's face turned crimson as he swiftly withdrew his hand, chuckling awkwardly. Sometimes, he found himself pondering why that SG fellow was so special. After all, he was merely a pawn of Danzo. Why not simply play the role of a bystander? Yet, Jusuk merely entertained such thoughts without taking any significant action, for he wished to avoid disrupting the original narrative and triggering a butterfly effect. Chapter 15, a rare moment of barbecue. But, could it truly result in the so-called butterfly effect? Jay-Z was oblivious to the circumstances. His mere presence had evidently caused a deviation in the original narrative. It is worth noting that, had it not been for his arrival, Sakura and Ino, those seemingly inseparable friends, would likely have faced a rift due to the elusive Naruto. Yet, contrary to expectations, they remained united, with one harboring affection for Sasuke and the other cough. Clearly, he was overthinking the matter. Nevertheless, Jay-Z cherished his time in Konoha, even as he grappled with uncertainty about his own future. Jay-Z-kun. Ino's voice snapped him back from his musings. It dawned on him that he had not seen her for over a month, owing to the mission in the Land of Waves and various menial tasks involving cats and dogs. "What is it?" As the gentle voice of Ino resonated, she chuckled softly, seizing Jusuk's arm and pulling him into her embrace. "Shall we go for some barbecue?" Ino did not afford Jusuk a moment to explain, dragging him towards the barbecue restaurant, leaving him unable to protest, though he had no intention of doing so. After all, who would decline the company of a charming young lady for a meal? Speaking of barbecue in Konoha, one must acknowledge that it is a delight best savored alongside choji. Thus, as a member of the Ino Shikicho trio, Ino naturally led Jusuk to Konoha's most renowned barbecue establishment, where upon entering, they were greeted by two familiar faces, Shikamaru and Choji. Ino expressed surprise at the sight of them, while Jusuk, ever the observer, exclaimed, "Hey, you two are here as well." Both Shikamaru and Choji responded with polite acknowledgement, yet Shikamaru, whose intellect soared to a staggering 250, instantly deduced the situation and turned his gaze toward Ino, only to behold her flushed cheeks. Ino shot a fierce glare at Shikamaru, as if to say, "What are you staring at? Do you dare challenge me?" They promptly found a secluded spot where they could not be seen. Once they were out of sight, Shikamaru turned to Choji and inquired, "What do you think brings them here together?" The adorable Choji, who was indeed endearing in his youth, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps the owner offered them discount vouchers?" Shikamaru sighed. Indeed, that sounds like Choji. He decided to refrain from overthinking the matter. Meanwhile, Ino and Jusuk, feeling somewhat bashful due to Shikamaru and Choji's presence, found it difficult to relax. Eventually, Ino broke the silence. So, was the mission arduous? Her concern was palpable. With Ino initiating the conversation, Jae-suk felt no embarrassment and recounted their harrowing experiences in the Land of Waves. He began from the moment they received the B-rank mission, detailing their encounter with the assassin ninjas, the events that transpired upon arriving in the Land of Waves, the uncovering of the conspiracy, and their battle against Zabuza and Haku. He narrated their near-fatal experiences, leaving no detail unspoken. Ino transformed into an attentive listener, quietly absorbing Jae-suk's words. At the tense moments of his tale, her heart tightened in empathy. As he concluded, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you both emerged unscathed. Jae-suk nodded thoughtfully. He then inquired, what about you, Ino? Ino pondered for a moment before recounting her tasks, which primarily involved minor chores such as catching chickens and ducks, as well as rescuing cats and dogs. The only task that could be deemed arduous was a C-rank mission involving the escort of supplies. Unfortunately, they encountered bandits along the way. Fortunately, Asuma-sensei was present, for without him, the three of them would have been utterly insufficient to contend with the adversaries. Zhangzhu listened attentively, immersed in the moment. By this time, the grilled meat they had ordered had arrived, and in no way eagerly transformed into a little chef, taking charge of grilling while Zhangzhu merely had to indulge in the culinary delights. This arrangement was quite favorable for Zhangzhu, who relished the delicious grilled meat prepared by Inoue. The food, sizzling on the iron plate, emitted an enticing aroma, a delightful testament to the Maillard reaction. With Inoue's skilled cooking, the delectable grilled meat was freshly served. A single bite was enough for Zhangzhu to savor the exquisite flavor that danced on the palate, a true delight. It must be said that Inoue was beginning to embody the role of a meticulous caretaker. How does it taste? Inoue asked nervously, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Zhangzhu responded with a thumbs up, signaling his approval. It's absolutely delicious. First of all, the ingredients at this establishment are incredibly fresh, and the marination is spot on. Moreover, Inoue, your grilling technique is quite impressive. By the way, did you learn your culinary skills from your parents? Zhangzhu, filled with curiosity, inquired. This left Ino feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, my parents taught me to cook from a young age. If the opportunity arises, how about you come to my home as a guest? I would be delighted to let you sample my culinary skills. Upon saying this, Ino appeared a bit bashful. With a light chuckle, Jae-suk teased. Then those men who marry you must be the happiest alive, returning home to delightful dishes awaiting them every day. In response, Ino felt her cheeks flush, fidgeting with her small hands, overwhelmed by shyness. They devoured the barbecue quickly, and before long, both were satiated. Noticing the time, Jae-suk reluctantly bid farewell to Ino and returned home, marking the end of a day that could be regarded as the happiest he had experienced in many years. It was devoid of deception and the harsh realities of the world. It was simply he and Ino together. That night, as Jae-suk gazed at the vast sky, he marveled at the multitude of stars, most of which he could not name, save for the North Star and the Big Dipper. Contemplating the upcoming events, he realized that the exhilarating Chunin exams were just around the corner, prompting him to devise a plan promptly. He decided not to dwell on Jiraiya's side of matters. He knew he would inevitably be courted by Orochimaru, while he had yet to form a strategy regarding Tsunade. Jae-suk pondered if he should employ some cunning. Among the summoning techniques and sage arts, he swiftly ruled out the Ri-Chi cave. For who would want to transform into a snake amidst their sage training? The other two sage locations, however, promised both beauty and strength, compelling him to approach the study of sage arts with caution and serious consideration. Ultimately, whether he would achieve success lay in his own fortune. Dismissing such thoughts, Jae-suk decided to retreat to the comfort of his bed, covering himself with his blanket and quietly slipping into slumber. Chapter 16. The approaching Chunin exams. After many days of preparation, the Chunin exams were now imminent. During this time, Jae-suk reviewed the unfolding events and, having clarified several details, felt a sense of reassurance. At last, the awaited day had arrived. The morning unfolded as usual, with Team 7 gathering on a street, awaiting Kakashi's arrival. As in the original story, Konohamaru appeared, and his clumsy disguise was immediately seen through by Naruto. Thus, Konohamaru, accompanied by Otsutsuki men, and a side character made their entrance, mirroring the original tale, yet with one distinction. Jae-suk was now present in the same place at the same time. Zangetsu remarked on the undeniable prowess of Konohamaru. Just moments ago, Kakashi had arrived, urging everyone to prepare diligently for the Chunin exams. Subsequently, Naruto invited Sakura to practice ninjutsu alongside him, only to be met with her scathing ridicule. Meanwhile, Sakura devoted herself to fawning over Sasuke, who coolly suggested that rather than waste time, they should focus on honing their skills. His words delivered a significant blow to Sakura's fragile self-esteem. In a rather unfortunate turn of events, Konohamaru, playfully pointing at Sakura and Naruto, inquired if she was indeed Naruto's girlfriend. This startled Naruto, who, after some contemplation, attempted to console himself, only to be met with Sakura's wrath, sending him flying with a single punch. Not to be spared, Konohamaru also felt the sting of Sakura's fist. The chase ensued, with Sakura in hot pursuit of the two, cornering them in a narrow alley. Zangetsu, aware of their location, followed closely behind. Sure enough, in the shadows, Zangetsu witnessed Konohamaru struggling as Kankuro grasped him by the collar. Naruto rushed in to rescue Konohamaru, only to be ensnared by the puppet strings. Kankuro taunted, questioning if this was the caliber of a Konoha ninja. Zangetsu merely chuckled, knowing that Kankuro would soon find himself in a predicament. Just then, at a critical moment, the formidable Sasuke made his entrance, launching a rock that struck Kankuro's arm, drawing blood and forcing him to release Konohamaru. Sasuke, perched on a tree branch, arrogantly questioned Kankuro's presence in another village. Jusuke stifled a chuckle. This rascal, even in such a state, remained intent on maintaining his bravado, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, his charming words, coupled with his handsome visage, rendered Shumaru's cheeks aflame, not necessarily from affection, merely a natural reaction to encountering an attractive individual. How infuriating, Kanjuro muttered with palpable ire, as he prepared to retrieve an item from behind him, only to be halted at that moment. Kanjuro, cease at once. Upon hearing this voice, Kanjuro was instantly gripped by a cold sweat, and Sasuke too was taken aback, for he realized that the owner of that voice had stealthily approached him from behind. It was crucial to note that had this been a battlefield, that previous encounter would have sufficed to spell his demise. At this moment, Zangetsu made his entrance, activating his double Manjiki Sharingan. He leaped down from a tree and positioned himself in the middle of the confrontation, offering no explanation as he unleashed his shadow clone technique, summoning 3 identical replicas of himself, exuding an air of unparalleled prestige. Kanjuro and Shigeru, upon witnessing those mesmerizing eyes gleaming in the sunlight, were filled with utter astonishment. Was that the Sharingan? Zhangja nodded, affirming, indeed, it is the Sharingan. He then closed his eyes, inwardly lamenting the fact that this Sharingan truly depletes chakra. He had scarcely activated it a few times before feeling a significant drain. He sincerely hoped that you harbored no ill intentions. Zangetsu then added, while Gaara, perched on a tree nearby, cast a cold gaze upon the members of Team 7, though he did not take any action. Subsequently, Temari produced a pass, declaring, "This is our permit, which allows us to participate in the upcoming Chunin exam." Chunin exam? Naruto exclaimed in surprise, joyfully murmuring to himself, "Doesn't that mean we can participate as well?" Temari shot a disdainful glance at Naruto, who appeared somewhat dim-witted, prompting Zangetsu to retract his shadow clone. The Sand Village team did not linger any longer and departed. As they left, Sasuke, with an air of indifference, exchanged names with Gaara, eliciting an internal scoff from Zangetsu, who thought, just wait until Shikaka shows up. The 4, along with Konohamaru and his group, also did not tarry and soon took their leave. Zangetsu was acutely aware that all of their actions had been observed by the ever-watchful 6th. After bidding farewell to the others, Zangetsu accepted an invitation to visit Ino's flower shop. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the petite figure busily tending to the shop. As he quietly observed, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the bustling flower shop and the diligent girl, creating a picturesque scene. After a brief period of toil, Ino sensed the presence of someone watching her and appeared to have already surmised the identity of her visitor. She set down her watering can, tidied her hair, and then turned to face the one who had been waiting for her with an inviting demeanor. "Zangetsu-kun, have you been waiting long?" Ino's tone was playful, tinged with both mock reproach and genuine delight. With a nod from Jae-suk, he mused, "Where has Ino invited me today?" Indeed, just a few days prior, Ino had approached Team 7, mentioning her invitation for Jae-suk to visit her flower shop that afternoon. Naturally, he accepted the invitation from a beautiful girl. However, it is worth noting that not every invitation from a lovely lady would elicit his agreement. Within the school, several girls had professed their affection for him. In fact, his popularity rivaled that of Sasuke, perhaps even surpassing it, for who could resist the charm of a warm and gentle young man? Returning to the main topic, the bond between Sasuke and Ino was apparent to outsiders. Even Choji, whose primary concern was food, acknowledged their connection. One can only imagine the depth of their relationship. Regarding this, Sasuke could only respond with a dismissive laugh, truly overthinking it. The two had not even held hands. Yet there were insinuations of something more? How absurd. What are you all imagining? Pure friendship. Indeed. Recently, I searched on Baidu about the appropriate age for dating in Japan, and it suggested 14 or 15 years. I am unsure of its accuracy. Regardless of the past or present, Sasuke is perpetually envious of a certain SI, a mere underachiever. What gives Kishimoto? It's evident he is merely a shadow of the Hokage. Now, to return to the matter at hand, under Sasuke's puzzled gaze, Ino finally spoke up. You see, the Chunin exams are approaching. Shall we venture out for a meal? Once the exams are over, we likely won't have the time. Ino looked at Sasuke with eager eyes, causing his cheeks to flush. Chapter 17. Well, I shall heed your wishes, Ino. Sasuke remarked that it was now Ino's turn to be delighted, and without hesitation, she grasped his hand, leading him in a lively sprint to a quaint eatery. Sasuke-kun, let us settle here. What would you like to eat? At that very moment, fate played its hand as they unexpectedly encountered old acquaintances, Shikamaru and Choji. And in an even more serendipitous twist, their tables were merely separated by a narrow aisle. In his heart, Sasuke couldn't help but marvel at the sheer serendipity of their encounter. Ino, equally exasperated, wondered how these two could possibly appear wherever she went, as if they were shadows that refused to dissipate. Last time, they had kept their distance, but now, it seemed she could no longer share whispered secrets with Sasuke. With a huff, Ino exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Shikamaru, feeling utterly at a loss, thought to himself, who am I supposed to inquire about this with? It appeared that he and CHG were destined to be mere background figures today. With a roll of his eyes directed at Ino, Shikamaru replied nonchalantly, "CHG invited me. He said this place was quite good, so we decided to give it a try." Ino and Sasuke took their seats, and Ino's resentment towards the two grew. They were truly spoiling her chances, and she had mentally noted this in her little notebook. Zhangzhou consoled her, saying, "All right, miss. Cheer up." Upon hearing his comforting words, Ino's mood instantly brightened, although the presence of two uninvited guests nearby still irked her. The dining establishment offered little to discuss. It merely served sushi, yakitori, and sashimi, all exquisitely prepared, much to Zhangzhou's delight. After their meal, the duo strolled about before returning to their respective homes. The Chunin exams arrived as scheduled, undeterred by Zhangzhou's presence, thus avoiding any so-called butterfly effect. Candidates entered in succession, with Team 7 arriving under Kakashi's guidance. During this time, some amusing events unfolded. Notably, Lee confessed his feelings to Sakura. Zhangzhou couldn't help but scoff at the notion of why everyone seemed enamored with Sakura. Ugh. Sakura. Lee's heartfelt declaration was promptly rejected by Sakura, who was steadfastly devoted to her foolish brother. Under the influence of Sasuke's genjutsu, coupled with lightning techniques and shuriken, Lee found himself at a loss. After a brief bout of melancholy, he retaliated against Sasuke, but fortunately, Gai-sensei arrived just in time. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Next came the written portion of the Chunin exams. Frankly, Zhangzhou found little to remark upon. It was merely a series of theoretical and general knowledge questions. The most challenging aspects involved basic arithmetic, yet Zhangzhou approached these with ease. This segment assessed one's ability to gather information, allowing for reasonable forms of cheating. Consequently, Zhangzhou bypassed the need for deceit and passed with flying colors, openly showcasing his answers, prompting nearby candidates to stretch their necks and copy his work. Following the written examination, grateful glances were directed toward Zhangzhou. Then came the survival exercise. After completing the written test, the group followed the main assembly to the hall, where Mitarashi Anko announced the rules and distributed scrolls. Zhangzhou had anticipated that their quartet would receive special consideration due to their numbers, but to his surprise, they did not. The rules were straightforward. From the initial 26 teams, each was to carry either a heaven or earth scroll and acquire the opposite type. Within 5 days, they needed to present both scrolls at the central tower, located 10 kilometers from the entrance, to succeed. Failure would result from team members' deaths, inability to continue. or premature examination of the scrolls. And so, with a sudden rush, the examination commenced. The four companions, led by Jae-suk, immediately charged into the treacherous depths of the Death Forest. Hours later, Team 7 found themselves amidst the towering trees, while Naruto had wandered off to relieve himself. However, Jae-suk suspected that he had likely become ensnared within the belly of a serpent. Shortly thereafter, a ninja disguised as Naruto approached Team 7, but was swiftly unmasked and forced to flee after being struck by Sasuke's shuriken. At that moment, a mysterious ninja emerged, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. He made no effort to conceal his presence, advancing directly toward the trio. Sasuke and Sakura were paralyzed with fear, immobilized by the oppressive force radiating from the enigmatic figure. Zhangzu, with great effort, activated his two-tomo Sharingan to resist the overwhelming pressure. He was well aware of the identity of this individual, none other than Orochimaru, a notorious figure from Konoha, known for his entanglements with vice and the darker sides of the shinobi world. I can't recall if I mentioned the process of activating the two-tomo, and I'm too lazy to elaborate. So let us just assume I did. Among the vast array of characters in Naruto, Zhangzu's favorite undoubtedly includes Orochimaru. He is neither purely virtuous nor entirely malevolent. Compared to others in Konoha, Orochimaru is certainly more nuanced. Not to mention, what Zhangzu admires most about him is his unwavering dedication to science. In countless Naruto fanfictions, a significant number feature Orochimaru seeking Hashirama's cells. Furthermore, in the later arcs, Orochimaru experiences a form of redemption, transforming into a single-parent figure in Boruto. Can you withstand such a development? Now, let us return to the main topic. Zhangzu silently marveled at the formidable presence before him. Is this the essence of Orochimaru? The overwhelming aura, that palpable sense of menace rendered Sasuke and Sakura motionless. Zhangzu stepped forward and called out to Sasuke, "Take Sakura and go ahead. Safeguard the scroll. I will hold them off." The words of Jae-suk roused Sasuke from his stupor, prompting him to swiftly thrust a kunai into his own thigh. The searing pain momentarily anchored him in reality. Once lucid, Sasuke addressed Jae-suk, urging him to hasten their reunion. With that, he grasped Sakura's hand and departed, leaving Jae-suk alone in that place. At that moment, it would be disingenuous for Jae-suk to claim he was not apprehensive. Nevertheless, a hero must not flee in the face of adversity. With a swift hand seal, I unleashed the water release, mist concealment technique. Simultaneously, I activated the shadow clone jutsu, summoning two clones that materialized behind me. In unison, we directed the fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, towards Orochimaru. The Phoenix Flowers surged forth like a barrage of miniature missiles, hurtling towards Orochimaru. With a smile of assistance, at this very moment, the two doppelgangers simultaneously fled in different directions. I too made my way to the designated rendezvous point agreed upon with Sasuke. Zhangzu naturally understood that such trivial tricks could hardly harm Orochimaru. However, they were sufficient to delay his speed of attack. After all, Orochimaru would not resort to self-destruction. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, he exclaimed, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." The serpent's belly swelled, and countless shadow clones of Naruto burst forth, liberating him from his predicament. As for Sasuke, although he had temporarily evaded Orochimaru's relentless pursuit, he barely had a moment to catch his breath before another massive serpent appeared beside him. Chapter 18. The pressure of Orochimaru's Sasuke and Sakura stood petrified, fearful of making the slightest sound that might alert the enigmatic figure nearby. Yet, remaining still was not a viable strategy. The colossal serpent had coiled around them, its crimson tongue flickering as it greedily eyed its prey. Finally, with insatiable hunger gleaming in its eyes, the serpent lunged at Sasuke, baring its gaping maw. With no other option, Sasuke resorted to launching a smoke bomb at the serpent, the least audible method he could devise, and indeed, the only tactic he could conceive at that moment. The serpent recoiled in pain, just as Sasuke had anticipated. He gasped for breath, eyes fixed on the serpent. To his horror, a man emerged from the serpent's mouth, causing cold sweat to bead on Sakura and Sasuke alike. They recognized him as the individual whom Zhangzu had restrained. How could this be? Could it be that Zhangzu? A wave of dread washed over Sasuke, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Zhangzu was far too formidable for such a scenario to be plausible. The man chuckled ominously, his laughter echoing like a descent into an abyss. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, striving to maintain his composure. "Who are you?" he demanded. The man, with serpent-like eyes, scrutinized Sasuke mockingly, perceiving him as a pitiful figure. As the man's body partially emerged, Sasuke hastily unleashed the great fireball technique. The ferocious flames engulfed everything, causing the serpent to writhe in agony. Its massive form thrashing and creating a cacophony that led Naruto to their location. After releasing the fireball, Sasuke stared at the charred remains of the serpent, muttering, "Is it over?" He sought solace in the darkness of the burned carcass. Yet, that dreadful laughter resonated once more. Sasuke jolted, realizing the sound came from behind him. How could this be? The fireball had struck true. In a flash, he utilized a body flicker technique to distance himself from the man. Orochimaru, unfazed, had merely sought a new vessel. He had not anticipated such ease in locating Sasuke, whom he had already deemed a perfect candidate for his future plans. The thought thrilled him. Those unparalleled Sharingan contained a mysterious, cursed power. Orochimaru lunged, extending his neck towards Sasuke, who narrowly evaded the attack. Ultimately, Sasuke was compelled to present a scroll to Orochimaru, hoping for mercy. At that moment, Naruto burst onto the scene, delivering a punch to Sasuke. "Wake up, Sasuke. Even if we give him the scroll, he'll still kill us." Naruto's words snapped Sasuke back to reality. He wiped the blood from his mouth and nodded, acknowledging the truth. Gripping his kunai once more, he prepared to fight Orochimaru with all his might. Meanwhile, Sakura lay unconscious, and Zhangzhou was nowhere to be found. Only he and Naruto remained of Team 7. Naruto charged forward, employing his signature shadow clone technique. However, in an instant, Naruto's prideful clones were shattered, and he himself was seized, his neck gripped tightly. Underneath Orochimaru's skin lay his true visage, a pale, sickly face. He gazed at Naruto with surprise, asking, "You are the fox spirit?" At the mention of this term, Naruto's fury ignited. "I am not a fox spirit." He attempted to summon the power of the Nine Tails, but Orochimaru swiftly sealed him, rendering him unconscious. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted, aghast at how easily Naruto had been subdued. Such immense power. After neutralizing the troublesome Naruto, Orochimaru approached Sasuke, shedding his disguise to reveal his true self. "I am Orochimaru. I know you crave power, and I can grant it to you. Join me." Without further preamble, Orochimaru extended an invitation to Sasuke. Sasuke coldly replied, "Why should I trust you?" Yet, deep within, Sasuke's turmoil surged, power. He yearned for strength to vanquish that man. Without elaborating, Orochimaru bit into Sasuke's neck. Pain surged through him as a three-tomo curse mark manifested. In that instant, Sasuke was overcome by dizziness. "Damn it," he cursed, glaring at Orochimaru, who seemed to relish in his agony. Helplessly, Sasuke watched as Orochimaru vanished into the forest, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Not long after disappearing, Orochimaru arrived at an open area and halted, stating, "Reveal yourself. You have followed me for quite some time." The figure that emerged was none other than the long-lost Zhangzhou. Rather than mere following, it was evident that Orochimaru had deliberately left traces for Zhangzhou to follow, allowing him to track him down. Zangetsu, realizing that Orochimaru had already discovered his presence, decided to cease his concealment. He emerged from the dense forest, employing a swift body technique to materialize before Orochimaru. The latter regarded Zangetsu with a curious gaze, pondering the purpose of this diminutive figure's visit. However, Zangetsu's subsequent declaration struck like a thunderbolt, catching even the seasoned veteran Orochimaru off guard. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zangetsu finally spoke, "I wish to ally with you." "Oh-ho," Orochimaru replied, genuinely taken aback by Zangetsu's audacious proclamation. He had not anticipated such a bold statement from the young one. Yet, upon reflection, he considered the will of the third Hokage and dismissed any concern. With an intrigued demeanor, Orochimaru inquired, "Why?" "Your response has indeed taken me by surprise." His words drew Zangetsu back into contemplation. Yes. Why indeed did he seek out Orochimaru? Zhangzhou remarked, "Due to Konoha, I find myself exceedingly feeble at present, and since Konoha stands as my adversary, it is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, there is little I have to conceal from you." Jusuk has embarked on a journey of whimsical fabrication, intertwining truth and falsehood in equal measure. Initially, he has ignited a conspiracy theory that has left the shinobi world in astonishment, particularly concerning the hidden machinations of Konoha. Zhangzhou began to boast, claiming that he believed there were individuals in Konoha secretly instigating chaos, fostering animosity between the villagers and the Uchiha clan, and leading his own brother astray. This ultimately resulted in the annihilation of the Uchiha family. Thus, he harbored an intense hatred for Konoha, a hatred that ran deep within him. After expressing these sentiments, he feigned a look of profound sorrow, which even moved Orochimaru, who was taken aback by his words. Chapter 19. The Enhanced Curse Seal Hihi, Zhangjukuin. Your words nearly stirred my emotions. Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze fixated on Zhangju, making him feel as if he had stepped into a frozen abyss. Zangetsu was wagering that Orochimaru would consent to him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru contemplated the situation, noting that Zangetsu appeared to be as suitable a vessel for his future as Sasuke, perhaps even more gifted. If he were to employ the body replacement technique to seize Sasuke's body, he could subsequently claim Zangetsu's as well. The thought brought a smirk to his face. It seemed he might have struck a bargain in his favor. However, Zangetsu was still too young. Perhaps when he reached 15 or 16, the time would be ripe. Then, with a chuckle, Orochimaru remarked, "Very well, Zangetsu-kun, I see your sincerity, and I shall reciprocate." With that, Orochimaru swiftly leaned forward and bit Zangetsu's neck, leaving a curse mark identical to Sasuke's upon him. The speed of the action took Zangetsu by surprise, and he thought to himself, "Orochimaru, you truly lack humanity." Sasuke felt an overwhelming surge of power, yet it was accompanied by excruciating pain that nearly caused him to faint. Orochimaru chuckled softly, casting a satisfied glance at Sasuke. He murmured to himself, "It seems the enhanced curse mark has indeed succeeded." However, after half a minute, the curse mark on his neck vanished. Yet Sasuke could still sense the lingering power within it. Zhangju coldly inquired, "What have you given me? Is it that which belongs to Sasuke?" Orochimaru shook his head. "Zhangju-kun, you are mistaken. I would never bestow upon you something so rudimentary. Instead, I present to you an enhanced version of the cursed seal, far superior to the ordinary one, with minimal side effects. Unlike the typical cursed seal that drains your life force, this one consumes your vital energy." Author's note: vital energy is an unseen essence within the human body, obtained through nourishment, growth, rest, and exercise. Its absence does not equate to death, but may lead to weakness. Vital energy can also be replenished, and exercise is a means to enhance our vital capacity. It will not lead to demise. So what do you think of this gift? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Zhangju finally calmed down. Realizing the potent effects emanating from the cursed seal hidden at his neck, "Are there any other drawbacks or side effects?" he asked. Zangetsu gently caressed his neck. Finding no trace of the cursed seal, Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh, remarking, "You cannot perceive it. The enhanced version of the cursed seal is concealed. The side effect, you see, is that your vitality must be abundant. The drawback, however, is that your chakra reserves must reach the level of a Chunin by the age of 12 to bear the cursed seal. Thus, I was merely gambling, wagering on whether you, Zangetsu, had attained Chunin status, and to my surprise, fortune favored me." Hee. As Sasuke listened, cold sweat trickled down his spine. This scientific madman was indeed gambling. What if he lacked the requisite amount of chakra? Would he not be courting death? "I cannot accompany you at this moment," Sasuke declared. Orochimaru gazed intently at him, seemingly questioning why he wouldn't join him after accepting his cursed seal. Before Orochimaru could inquire, Sasuke elucidated, "Now is not the opportune moment. Wait for me for 3 years. I promise I shall join you then, if you would permit." 3 years? Orochimaru pondered, shaking his head in disbelief. "Why? There are matters I must attend to during this time. I have made a promise," Sasuke replied, though, in truth, he was merely boasting. "I see. So there are indeed ties that cannot be severed, much like my own, Konoha's vices," Orochimaru mused, nodding in tacit agreement with Sasuke's reasoning. "Very well, let it be 3 years. You may come to find me then." With that, Orochimaru produced 2 scrolls. One was a positioning scroll that revealed his location, while the other contained 2 fire-based jutsu: Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, and Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. "Impressive, as expected of my Uncle Snake, such grand gestures," Sasuke remarked. Orochimaru was unperturbed by the prospect of Sasuke handing the positioning scroll to Konoha, for he brimmed with confidence. Should Konoha send one, he would eliminate him, and if they sent a multitude, he would obliterate them all. If they proved too formidable, he could always resort to the reanimation jutsu. He felt no fear whatsoever. After bestowing the 2 scrolls upon Sasuke, Orochimaru vanished into the depths of the forest. Zangetsu exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that he had indeed betrayed his peers. After tidying up his attire to ensure that the cursed seal was invisible, he finally departed from the location. During Zangetsu's absence, much like in the original narrative, the trio of Sound Ninja encountered Team 7, where only Sakura possessed any combat prowess, leading them to contemplate seizing Team 7's scroll. Thus, the ensuing incident unfolded. Upon Zangetsu's arrival, Team 10, led by Ino, rushed in to provide assistance. However, they were effortlessly overpowered by the Sound Ninja trio, with Choji being incapacitated and rendered immobile. It seems this will be a piece of cake. Tosu sneered. Kin, Sakan, let us join forces to eliminate them. With that, he prepared to charge forward. I dare anyone to try? The voice startled everyone present. Shikamaru, Ino, and Sakura, upon hearing that familiar voice, felt a surge of joy. As Jae-suk made his dazzling entrance, a resounding thud echoed through the air. As the smoke dissipated, 3 shadow clones stood resolutely before the Sound Ninjas. Jae-suk leapt down from the tree and approached Ino's side. I apologize for my tardiness, he said. Ino's cheeks flushed slightly, marveling at the presence of such a handsome figure. After confirming that everyone present was unharmed, Jae-suk turned his gaze toward the trio. Are you the ones who injured my friend? At this moment, Rokudo Toes was yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, dismissively retorting, so what? What can you possibly do to us? With that, he charged toward Jae-suk. With a playful smile, Jae-suk produced 3 shurikens from his hand and hurled them towards Tors. Using the momentum, he soared through the air like a missile aimed at Tors. Startled, Tors hastily adjusted his position to evade the shurikens, only to find that Jae-suk had seemingly vanished. Suddenly, turning around, Tors was taken aback to discover Jae-suk had inexplicably appeared behind him, moving with astonishing speed. Before Tors could even react, he was propelled away by a powerful kick from Jae-suk. Bizarre flower. Green chakra manifested around Jotaro, as he excelled in effortlessly defeating weaker opponents. Although he could not rival Orochimaru, dealing with such minor nuisances was a mere trifle for him. TOS launched forward, promptly employing water style, mist jutsu. The surroundings were enveloped in mist, while his 3 waiting shadow clones simultaneously acted, unleashing fire style, Phoenix fire jutsu towards Jin and Sak. Despite being surrounded by the mist, Jin and Sak were not oblivious to the fiery projectiles, quickly attempting to evade. However, unbeknownst to them, a wall of wind had already risen around them. They were taken aback, questioning when this wind wall had been erected. Unbeknownst to them, Jotaro had executed the ninjutsu with stealth. This was indeed wind style, wind wall. A technique that formed a barrier of compressed air. Upon contact, it would inflict painful gales upon anyone who dared approach. Faced with the incoming Phoenix fire, Jin and Sak found themselves in a dire predicament. At that moment, Sak devised a defensive strategy, utilizing his ninja tools to create a wall of compressed air, successfully isolating the flames outside. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds reverberated for 3 seconds. The mist gradually dissipated, and although the two emerged relatively unharmed, they were left charred and blackened by the flames. Jotaro observed the scene with indifference. The Sound Ninja trio had suffered significant injuries, particularly TOS, whose internal organs felt tumultuous from the earlier assault. Struggling to rise, TOS clutched his abdomen with one hand. Jin, Sak, summon them. TOS urged the two. Jin nodded and blew a specially crafted horn, summoning 3 ninjas from the dense forest. They appeared beside the Sound Ninja trio. Was there still someone else? Zhang Jiao felt a surge of anxiety. Was it not just them in the original work? Could it be that his arrival altered the essence of the original narrative? Zhangzhu pondered upon this notion, yet it was swiftly dismissed. Perhaps this was due to the original narrative, wherein the trio of Sound Ninjas formed an alliance within the dense forest. However, in the original tale, the 3 did not manifest due to Sasuke's awakening of the Cursed Seal. Now, devoid of such a seal, TOS and his companions sought to triumph through sheer numbers. Zhangzhu cast his gaze towards the ninja emerging from the dense forest, the forehead protector emblazoned with the insignia of the Hidden Rain Village. He harbored no apprehension regarding the multitude of individuals. They were merely insignificant beings, akin to mere chickens and dogs. Furthermore, Zhangji glanced back towards Sasuke's direction, wondering if that fellow was about to awaken as well. At this moment, the 3 Sound Ninja, upon seeing their reinforcements arrive, immediately grew arrogant. Hey, if you know what's good for you, hand over the scroll, otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. With a chilling smirk, Jisuk remarked, Oh, is that so? Then come and give it a try. Realizing that mere banter would prove futile, Toes made a subtle gesture, prompting the trio from the Hidden Rain Village to act in unison with their companions. Their initial assault consisted of a trio of water projectiles aimed to obstruct Jusuk's path. Hana-vi. With the activation of the Sharingan, the three individuals' assaults seemed to slow to a crawl in that moment. With a swift gesture, Jusuk performed the hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball obliterated three small water spheres and surged toward the trio with unwavering ferocity. As they attempted to flee, little did they anticipate Jusuk's Sharingan would awaken. The Jinjutsu activated, an enhancement he had mastered independently, not relying on the Sharingan, though he believed its activation augmented the potency of his illusions. The three were ensnared for a fleeting 2 seconds, during which the great fireball barreled toward them. Boom! The flames enveloped the trio. Their anguished cries echoed, "Ah!" When the fiery glow dissipated, one among them lay grievously injured, blood streaming profusely, while the others bore varying degrees of burns. Simultaneously, as Jusuk faced the onslaught from Tosa behind him, Kinsak and his companions seized the opportunity to approach Sakura, intent on snatching the scroll. As Jotaro silently cursed the group, he found himself restrained by Toss and could only watch as the two approached Sakura, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His precious Odo was about to awaken. Meanwhile, on Sakura's side, Sak was mere moments away from making contact, a victorious smile plastered on his face. "The scroll is mine." Unexpectedly, his outstretched hand was seized by another, causing Sak to gasp in shock. What was happening? Turning his head, he beheld Sasuke, who had just risen from the ground. His face marred by dark cursed marks, radiating a malevolent energy. Sak instinctively attempted to break free, only to discover that his hand was gripped as if by a vice, rendering him utterly immobile. The sound of cracking echoed in the air as Sak let out a tortured scream. His hand, was grotesquely broken. Sasuke, too, could hardly believe the power he felt coursing through him, the power capable of vanquishing that man. With a sneer, he prepared to unleash his fury upon Sak, while Jin attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Sasuke-kun. At that moment, Sakura embraced Sasuke from behind, causing his pupils to dilate in surprise, pulling him back from the brink of madness. He gasped for breath as clarity returned to him. Meanwhile, Sak had retreated far away. Jotaro watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, while Toss lay unconscious beside him. "Truly, I am Uchiha Sakura." The three genin from the Hidden Rain village had regained consciousness, but were devoid of any fighting spirit, casting fearful glances at Jotaro. He merely observed them and coldly stated, "If you wish to live, then leave at once." Upon hearing Jotaro's words, the Rain ninjas felt as if a weight had been lifted, helping each other as they fled the scene. Turning to Toss, Jotaro commanded, "Take your companions and leave. You have 10 seconds. Hearing Jotaro's directive, Toss said nothing further, moving to assist Sak as they departed. As the dust settled, Jotaro lay down on the ground, utterly exhausted, panting heavily. "Sasuke, you finally awakened." Sakura exclaimed with joy. "Yes. I'm fine now, Sakura," Sasuke replied, gazing at her. Ino, having nearly recovered, approached Jotaro's side. "Arigato, Jotaro-kun," she said. Sakura echoed her sentiment. "Thank you, Jotaro. Had you not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable," she expressed gratefully, her eyes reflecting her appreciation. With a wave of his hand, Zangetsu dismissed the formalities, acknowledging that they were all comrades from Konoha. "We should not linger here. Let us move to a safer location," he urged. Following this, they carried Naruto away, and upon his awakening, Kabuto rejoined them. The 7th squad successfully reached the trial tower, passing their challenges with ease. Subsequently, the 3rd round of the Chunin exams commenced, featuring 1v1 battles. Sasuke narrowly triumphed over his opponent, but was taken away by Kakashi due to the curse mark. The remaining matches unfolded without incident, with Zangetsu also advancing past a random opponent. Suddenly, the ominous initiation of the Konoha collapse plan commenced. Author's note: in my earlier days, I was oblivious to the true nature of the 3rd Hokage, mistakenly believing him to be a benevolent figure. His death shocked me, but reflecting now, he was merely a puppet of the Edo Tensei. As the smoke cleared, everyone succumbed to the fog, including even the less resilient lower-ranked ninjas. This was a meticulously orchestrated assault. All were rendered unconscious, but Zangetsu, awakening his Sharingan amidst the haze, found the Jinjutsu too feeble to affect him. At this moment, within the Chunin exam arena, the Konoha ninjas had already engaged in fierce combat with the Sound and Sand ninjas. Zangetsu stealthily crawled beneath tables and chairs. Catching a glimpse of Ino, whom he found utterly adorable, he playfully pinched her cheek before quietly slipping away, seizing the chaotic environment to his advantage. He utilized the transformation technique to assume the guise of Kabuto and made his way to the Hokage's office. Chapter 21. Harvest, a brief interlude. In the current timeline, Naruto has become a disciple of Jiraiya, while Sasuke undergoes rigorous training under Kakashi's guidance. The 7th Squad is thriving. The initiation of the Konoha collapse plan significantly diminished the number of Umbu guards within the Hokage building. Zangetsu's objective was simply to procure a few scrolls, confident that Konoha's ample resources would not deny him. As for Kabuto, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. After all, he was destined to become a rogue ninja, and Zangetsu's involvement was merely a side endeavor. The Hokage's office stood eerily vacant, save for 2 Umbu guards at the entrance, leaving Zangetsu uncertain whether others lurked in the shadows. As Jisuke assumes the guise of Yakushi Kabuto, he meanders aimlessly within the confines of the Hokage office building. Where might the scroll be located? Zhangju was deep in thought. This time, he sought the sealing book that had been stolen by Naruto. Based on Zhangju's years of experience observing marketing tactics, he believed it contained the coveted S-rank ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Zhangju's intention was to acquire the Flying Thunder God for himself. If he could steal the sealing book as well, that would be even better. However, he was uncertain about the whereabouts of the sealing book, as the original work did not mention its fate after being retrieved. Could it be in the Hokage's office? Zhangju was uncertain, yet he resolved to venture into the Hokage's office in hopes of fortune. Upon entering, he was greeted by a mountain of documents strewn across the desk, a testament to the arduous nature of the Hokage's duties. It appeared that even a dog would shun such responsibilities. The sheer exhaustion was palpable, no wonder in Boruto. Naruto appeared so worn, likely from the relentless burden of paperwork that had left him nearly bald. After surveying the office, Zhangju found no useful clues. Was it possible that he was not here at all? Jisuke gazed at the drawers within the Hokage's office. He decided to take a look. One by one, he opened all 3 drawers. Is this not? My goodness, this is entirely effortless. Zhangju was taken aback to discover that such a precious tome of seals was so casually placed in the drawer of the 3rd Hokage's office. It seems he possessed a considerable confidence in his own abilities, believing that his strength would prevent the theft of the Book of Seals. How naive he must be, having been thoroughly bested by the 1st and 2nd Hokages. Zhangju carefully opened the Book of Seals, revealing a plethora of A-rank ninjutsu within its pages. However, these were not what Zhangju sought. Impatiently, Jisuke quickened his pace and, just as he was about to finish, finally discovered the S-rank ninja technique he had longed for, the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. It appeared that he had come to the right place. With the enhancement of the Flying Thunder God, his future strength was assured. As for the tailed beast bombs, he could simply teleport them away. And that enraged child? He could easily dispatch him with the swift Flying Thunder God technique. Well then, it was time to make his exit. Jisuke, clutching the sealing scroll, hastily slipped away. After all, the techniques of Konoha were a waste if not learned by him, so he would reluctantly take on the responsibility of safeguarding them. Thus, Jisuke stealthily made his departure. This was Konoha, where the defenses were so feeble in the face of impending conflict. It certainly worked to his advantage. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, Sakura, Naruto, Shikamaru, and the ninja dog Pakken formed a team of 2 humans and 1 dog, heading in pursuit of Sasuke. With pursuers hot on their heels, they dared not pause and pressed on. Pakken, can you smell Sasuke? Naruto inquired anxiously. Pakken pondered for a moment before responding nonchalantly. The scent is quite close. We should be arriving soon. At Sasuke's location, he had caught up with Gaara and his companions, but Temari stayed behind to hold the rear. A summoning of Kamaitachi rendered Sasuke's great fireball ineffective, prompting Kankuro to lead Gaara in their escape. Temari threw 3 shuriken at Sasuke, only to discover they were mere shadow clones. Soon after, Sasuke retaliated with explosive tags, wounding Temari and rendering her unconscious. With Temari out of the way, Sasuke continued his pursuit of Gaara. At Gaara's side, Kankuro was evenly matched against Shino, and Sasuke successfully closed the distance to Gaara. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. Gaara's body morphed into a half-human, half-beast creature. Observing this, Sasuke scoffed. Is this the ninja art of your sand village? It seems rather superficial. He then hurled 3 shuriken in contempt. However, the shuriken failed to penetrate Gaara's resilient tailed beast armor. Enraged, Gaara charged at Sasuke, demolishing trees in his path. Sasuke, unable to withstand the assault, had no choice but to retreat. Just then, he spotted an opening. Gathering lightning in his hand, he unleashed Chidori. The technique pierced through Gaara's tailed beast form, yet it proved futile as the wounded body quickly mended itself with sand. Ah! Gaara roared in fury. Chidori's attack has driven me to madness. You will die. He retaliated with a powerful backhand, sending Sasuke crashing into a tree, creating a crater upon impact. Pain surged through Sasuke as he struggled to rise, reconcentrating Chidori in his hands. However, the cursed seal on his neck flared to life, searing his body with intense heat. Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness. Gaara, with a cruel smirk and eyes filled with brutality, charged forward, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Sasuke. Suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. Gaara was sent flying by a powerful kick, flipping through the air before regaining his balance. A flash of yellow light heralded the arrival of the main protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Damn it! Gaara screamed in frustration, loathing the bonds that tethered him. He believed only in absolute strength, wishing death upon all who opposed him. Naruto, I'm sorry I'm late, came the familiar voice from behind. Turning back, Naruto was filled with immense excitement upon seeing Sasuke. The seventh squad was finally united. After Sasuke completed the sealing technique, he immediately rushed to the scene, eager to witness the 1,000 years of pain firsthand. At that moment, Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and exclaimed excitedly, Yash, Sasuke, here I come. With that, he brandished his kunai and charged forward. Naturally, Gaara swatted Naruto away with a powerful swipe, but this only played into Naruto's hands. Summoning shadow clones beneath him, he utilized their strength to propel himself toward Gaara's rear. A detonating tag was swiftly lodged into Gaara's backside. Naruto grinned and declared, This is the secret ninjutsu of Konoha taught by Kakashi-sensei, the 1,000 years of pain. With a resounding explosion, Gaara was engulfed in flames. Chapter 22, The Battle with Shikaku. Flames enveloped Gaara, while Naruto was sent flying by a single blow, blood spilling from his mouth. Just as he intended to use shadow clones to stabilize his position, he was caught securely. Are you alright, Naruto? Sasuke inquired. Feeling touched, Naruto gazed at Sasuke and replied, Thanks, but I must press on. With that, he initiated the shadow clone technique, sending dozens of clones racing toward Gaara. However, at that moment, Gaara could no longer contain Shikaku within him and was gradually transforming into his tailed beast form. To Gaara, Naruto's attacks now felt more like provocation. Gaara roared, his form expanding. Shikaku was about to emerge. All of Naruto's shadow clone attacks were obliterated by the sand encircling Shikaku, and Sasuke found himself surrounded by a similar cloud of sand. Sasuke is aware that a formidable adversary approaches. However, he cannot allow himself to be ensnared by these sandstorms. Water release, water wall technique. If this exists in the original work, then it is acceptable. If not, let it be regarded as my original B-rank ninjutsu. With the application of the water-style ninjutsu, water wall, Jatar summoned towering walls of water that rose around him, effectively obstructing certain types of assaults, particularly those executed with sand. The ground trembled violently, reverberating with a thunderous roar. The colossal form of Shikaku emerged from the earth, and Jatar felt a pang of trepidation. Was this the might of a tailed beast? Such overwhelming pressure. At that very moment, as Shikaku manifested, Naruto simultaneously unleashed the summoning technique, calling forth the formidable toad, Gamabunta from Mount Myaboku, standing in confrontation with Shikaku. Indeed, it was no surprise that my yellow flash was renowned. The aura emanating from Gamabunta was equally formidable. Zhangzhu stood by, observing the standoff between Wentai and Shoha. Wentai unleashed several iron cannonballs, matching Shoha's sand defense blow for blow. Seizing the moment, Wentai severed one of Shoha's hands. Although Shoha was not in his complete form and was hindered by the forest terrain from unleashing his full power, such an achievement was still ample fodder for Wentai's boasting. Zhangzhu understood that now was the opportune moment to accumulate military merits. He activated his swift sprint and approached Wentai directly. Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed, utilizing his instantaneous movement technique to arrive beside Naruto. Upon seeing Sasuke's arrival, Naruto, filled with urgency, inquired, Sasuke, this place is perilous. Zhangzhu waved his hand. I am here to assist Naruto. By the way, is this formidable frog your pet? Pet. Naruto, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. No, this is Boss Toad, my summoning beast. Sasuke feigned astonishment. Impressive. Could you also grant me the privilege of signing a summoning contract? Naruto, taken aback, pondered for a moment. If it were up to him, he would undoubtedly agree. However, That summoning scroll belonged to the perverse sage, so he felt it necessary to seek his consent first. I'm truly sorry, Jae-suk, Naruto said apologetically. That summoning scroll is not mine. It belongs to the perverse sage. If the opportunity arises, I will take you to meet him. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for not being able to assist his friend, valuing their friendship deeply. Zangetsu flashed a grin, exuding an air of nonchalance. It's nothing, Naruto. We must focus on eliminating the enemy before us. Upon hearing this, Naruto replied earnestly, all right. He then continued to direct Wentai toward Shikaku. How dare you underestimate me? Shikaku seethed, as the sand around him surged violently, obscuring the vision of both Zangetsu and Naruto. Is it time to unleash the power of the cursed seal? Jotaro pondered for a moment before activating the cursed seal. At that instant, a powerful surge of chakra coursed through his body, and he could distinctly feel a searing sensation. It seemed that this energy was indeed depleting his vitality, yet he experienced no discomfort. Strangely, the anticipated tattoos did not manifest on Jotaro's skin, which only added to his astonishment. Truly, the genius of my scientist uncle, Snake, is remarkable. Zhang's was swiftly performed hand seals. Water release, water bullet technique. A water bullet erupted from Zhang's mouth, striking the colossal form of Shikaku, merely causing a few splashes. Is this the defense of a tailed beast? Truly formidable. This water bullet technique consumed a quarter of Zhang's chakra, and the damage inflicted was so minimal. However, at this moment, Zhang's recalled that he was merely a genin. How amusing. Thus, he did not dwell on it. Naruto, we cannot attack him. Quickly let me transform into another animal, Winta exclaimed to Naruto. In a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, Naruto utilized the transformation technique, allowing Winta to assume the appearance of the Nine Tails. Yet, this action evidently enraged Shikaku, who became increasingly frantic. At that moment, Naruto also noticed the unconscious Gaara and resolved to awaken him. Without hesitation, the transformed Winta, resembling the Nine Tails, restrained Shikaku's gigantic body, while Naruto leaped onto Shikaku's head. Positioning himself beside Gaara, Zangetsu provided cover from the sidelines, employing ninjutsu to disrupt Shikaku's judgment. Efforts are not in vain. With Naruto's decisive blow, Gaara was roused, reclaiming control of his body. In an instant, Shikaku's immense form disintegrated, and the three individuals collapsed. In a final act of desperation, Zangetsu expended his last chakra to perform the shadow clone technique, summoning a dozen clones to cushion the fall of the three. Consequently, he was left utterly exhausted, entering a state of depletion. Although the clones offered some protection, the impact with the ground was still undeniably painful. Naruto and Gaara emerged relatively unscathed, with merely some injuries to their heads that did not hinder them significantly. Although weakened, Zhang Ji still retained consciousness. Turning his gaze towards the two individuals sprawled on the ground, he was aware that Naruto was about to engage in his verbal prowess. Gaara, lying on the ground, had lost his former arrogance and instead spoke softly, inquiring, "Why are you so powerful?" Naruto refrained from answering Gaara's question. As a fellow Jinchuriki, Naruto empathized deeply with Gaara's experiences, his friend's estrangement, his family's apprehension, and his perpetual solitude. In Gaara, Naruto saw his own reflection, and Gaara was astonished to discover he had a kindred spirit. He shared his own story. We share the same origins and similar fates, both subjected to the disdain of others. Yet unlike you, I possess a heart that yearns to protect those dear to me, my cherished companions. It is this desire to safeguard that grants me strength. Upon hearing this, Gaara was profoundly moved, resonating with the emotion conveyed. Is that love? Is it? He murmured. Naruto remained silent, but nodded with a smile. Thus ensued a long silence. Sasuke, Temari, and Kankuro arrived shortly thereafter, with Sasuke gently assisting his brother. He had witnessed the exchange between Naruto and Gaara and contemplated whether he could confront the tailed beasts with such bravery. Sasuke doubted his own abilities, while Naruto's formidable strength left him bewildered. Why did he possess such incredible power? And what of his brother? Jealousy ignited within him, and the seeds of hatred had already taken root. Chapter 23 concludes. The battle between Naruto and Gaara has ended. Meanwhile, on another front, the conflict between the third Hokage and Orochimaru also reached its conclusion. The third sacrificed his life to seal Orochimaru's arms and the souls of the first and second Hokage within the belly of the Shinigami. Thus, a peculiar gathering akin to a game of mahjong was formed within the Shinigami's belly. The Konoha collapse plan came to an end with Orochimaru's defeat. and his identity as a spy was revealed, prompting him to flee the village. In his final moments, Hiruzen Sarutobi addressed Orochimaru, stating, "Wherever the leaves dance, the fire burns. The shadow of the fire illuminates the village, and from it, new leaves shall sprout." As he closed his eyes, the destruction of Konoha had concluded. "How foolish you are, Orochimaru. It is truly regrettable that I cannot perish alongside you, my disciple. One day, we shall meet again in another world." Zhangju speculates that this final statement encapsulates the reason behind Uncle Snake's fervent pursuit of scientific knowledge, effectively redeeming him from his former role as a formidable antagonist. The essence of the will of fire embodies the ideals of resilience, perseverance, and unwavering strength. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, passes away, we return to Zhangju's side, where Temari and Kankuro, at Gaara's behest, lower their weapons and carry Gaara away, casting a meaningful glance at Naruto before departing. Upon witnessing this, Zhangju fainted. Although the curse seal does not endanger one's life, the depletion of vital energy can lead to a state of exhaustion. Moreover, the recent application of the technique of multiple shadow clones further contributed to his weakened condition. Jay-Z succumbed to unconsciousness. When he finally regained consciousness, 2.5 days had elapsed, and the funeral of the third Hokage had concluded, resolving the misunderstandings and conflicts with the Sand Village. Let us not dwell on the minutiae. The third Hokage's demise was indeed swift and unexpected. Konoha issued the highest S-rank bounty for Orochimaru. Yet who would dare embark on a futile endeavor to confront him? An S-rank rogue ninja, masterfully concealed, who would willingly risk their life in such a perilous pursuit. It seems that the search has been abandoned, as he remains elusive. Zhang Zhu stood up. He had indeed recovered well. In truth, there was nothing of great concern. It was merely a result of overexerting his ninjutsu, leaving him in a state of exhaustion. A few days of rest would suffice for his recuperation. During the days of his unconsciousness, Zhang Zhu discovered that his chakra reserves seemed to have increased, a phenomenon he could not quite comprehend, shrouded in a sense of mystique. After 2.5 days of lying down, he grew weary and decided to stretch his limbs and engage in some light exercises. Outside, a voice called out, "Zhangju-kun?" The sweet tone was unforgettable, and he turned to respond with a smile. "Ino-chan?" Ino set down the flower basket she was carrying and rushed forward to embrace Zhangju. However, the embrace was brief. As she quickly released him, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Zhangju found himself in a similar predicament, feeling flustered at being embraced by a girl. All he could do was awkwardly scratch his head. Meanwhile, the 12 young ninjas of Konohagakure had gathered at the entrance. Unexpectedly, "Everyone is gathered here." Naruto chuckled. "We came to see you, of course. After all, you've been unconscious for 2.5 days, and everyone was quite worried about you, so we decided to come together. By the way, here's the reward for this mission. You should take it as well." "Reward?" In bewilderment, Shikamaru inquired, to which Sakura responded with an explanation. "It is as follows. I recounted Kakashi's mission, which he did not assign to Shikamaru since he was absent at the time. However, upon later assessing the situation, Kakashi issued a supplementary assignment to him. And, as you are aware, during your unconscious state, someone was quite distressed. Just the day before yesterday, they were unable to sleep. Upon hearing that everyone came to see you, they decided to join as well." After speaking, Sakura playfully nudged Ino, who, unable to meet Sakura's gaze, turned her head away instead. Zhang Zhu wept and laughed. For now the entire village is aware of it. Zhang Zhu glanced around and noticed the absence of his beloved Oudoudou, prompting him to inquire, "Where has Sasuke gone?" Upon hearing this, Sakura let out a sigh. "He has gone to train intensively with Kakashi-sensei. He mentioned something about not wanting to be outdone by the tail end." Upon realizing they were speaking about him, Naruto grew agitated. "I am not the tail end." Zhang Zhu found himself in a rather perplexing situation, yet the atmosphere remained surprisingly pleasant. After a day had passed, Zhang Zhu completed his discharge procedures. In light of the demise of the third Hokage, the village was temporarily overseen by a group of advisors from Konoha, which posed no significant issues. At Zhang Zhu's request, Naruto consented to accompany him to meet his master, Jiraiya. On that day, Zhang Zhu arose early, prompting an exuberant exclamation from Naruto. Zangetsu nodded slightly, observing Naruto holding his ancestral frog wallet. Realizing that he must be eager to flaunt it before Jiraiya. This frog wallet, if memory serves, was a gift from Hinata, wasn't it? Zhang Zhu no longer recalls. Perhaps that is indeed the case. It is hardly surprising, as this may be the reason why Hinata was so readily given to Naruto. By the way, Naruto, when is that lecherous sage you mentioned arriving? Sasuke feigned confusion as he inquired. Naruto pondered with his own mind. Perhaps, maybe, it seems he might be late. After speaking, he chuckled lightly. Zangju. Very well, then we shall simply wait. After an indeterminate period, Jiraiya finally arrived at this place. He glanced at Naruto. Then at Zangju. That is a child from the Uchiha clan. What could he possibly want? However, Jiraiya did not dwell on it for long. Hey, Naruto. You're here rather early. Naruto shot him a glance filled with disdain. Perverted sage, you are always tardy. How dare you comment? Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter, reasoning that as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Is this young lad a friend of yours, Naruto? Jiraiya feigned confusion. Before Zangju could respond, Naruto interjected, Perverted sage, allow me to formally introduce my dearest friend, Uchiha Zhaojian. Indeed, unmistakably an Uchiha, Jiraiya nodded. Greetings, young friend. How may I assist you? With Jiraiya opening the dialogue, Zhangju spoke up. Perverted teacher, I wish to follow in Naruto's footsteps and learn powerful ninjutsu from you. What do you mean, perverted teacher? Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, certain that it was he who had instigated this. Jiraiya shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible, Zhangju. I have been entrusted with teaching Naruto, and I have not taken on a disciple for many years. Upon hearing this, Naruto grew anxious and quickly pleaded, Perverted sage, can't you give him a chance? Jiraiya resolutely shook his head, displaying unwavering determination. In his heart, a myriad of thoughts surged like a tempest. Where could one find free resources? Do I possess the strength of my own foundation? Nevertheless, he steadied his emotions and spoke earnestly. Can you grant me an opportunity? At the very least, allow me to share my story with you. Sasuke expressed his firm belief that his narrative would undoubtedly resonate with Jiraiya. Alas, what narrative could it be but his own lived experiences? Chapter 24. Guardians of the finest Konoha. The reason I strive for strength is to protect my comrades and safeguard Konoha. Since the dawn of my memories, my most fervent aspiration has been to ascend to the position of Hokage, a dream that remains unwavering even to this day. The events that have transpired over the years have illuminated my own frailty. Hence I implore you, esteemed teacher, to accept me as your disciple. Grant me the opportunity to grow stronger, to defend our village, and to shield my companions. Therefore, I beseech you, please take me under your wing. Zhangju, neither the Hokage nor the guardians of Konoha hold any significance. I prefer to play as an ordinary person in the world of Naruto, and I embrace that role wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent, for Zhangju's current demeanor bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. Devoted to protecting Konoha and aspiring to be Hokage, wasn't he once a youthful figure, full of vigor and ambition? Yet, after enduring countless trials, that fervor seemed to have faded, hadn't it? To be honest, Jiraiya felt a twinge of compassion. Meanwhile, Naruto was deeply moved. He recognized that Zhangju shared the same aspiration of becoming Hokage. His heart raced with excitement, as this presented him with another goal to strive for. In addition to surpassing Sasuke. Indeed, Naruto had always believed he fell short compared to Sasuke and Zhangju, yearning for their acknowledgement, particularly Sasuke's. Thus, Naruto unleashed his ninjutsu. A swirl of white mist enveloped the scene, and Naruto made her grand entrance, causing Jiraiya to experience a nosebleed. With a charming lilt, Naruto playfully implored, Perverted sage, won't you just agree, please? Zangetsu was nearly overwhelmed, nearly bleeding from his nose. Who could withstand such a spectacle? Not only Jiraiya, but even he himself was on the verge of succumbing. The initially somber scene transformed into one of absurdity and humor, all thanks to Naruto's antics, altering the very essence of the atmosphere. Jiraiya, who had intended to maintain a semblance of decorum, ultimately lost his composure. With a foolish grin, he exclaimed, Ah, splendid. Thus, Zangetsu absurdly became a disciple under Jiraiya's tutelage. Clearing his throat, Naruto concluded his seductive performance. Although Jiraiya felt a twinge of regret, he accepted Zangetsu as his apprentice. In a bid to establish a grand persona before his newly acquired disciple, Jiraiya resolved to showcase a bit of his signature skills. A rapidly spinning orb materialized in his hand, capturing the attention of both Naruto and Zangetsu. In an instant, Zhangju realized that this was none other than the Rasengan. What is this, perverted sage? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Hee, Jiraiya chuckled. This is an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan. So, do you wish to learn it? Wow, starting off with a powerful technique, are we? Zhangju thought to himself, excitement bubbling within him. he felt compelled to learn it. However, in comparison to the Rasengan, he was still more inclined towards summoning, as the allure of summoning was far greater. Who wouldn't want to ride atop a toad? Ahem, perverted sage. I wish to summon a giant toad. Zangetsu spoke to himself. Jiraiya, with an expression he almost forgot, tapped his head and exclaimed, "Ah, yes, I nearly overlooked that." With that, he retrieved a summoning scroll from behind him, unfurling it to reveal the prominent names of both Jiraiya and Naruto inscribed within, positioned centrally between them. Zhang Zhi fell into silence as the golden glimmer of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, illuminated the room. Jiraiya produced a pin and a small needle. "Come now. Inscribe your name, and then press your blood upon it. You shall summon the toads from Mount Mayaboku for battle." Jisuke felt somewhat unreal, as if he had taken a step closer to the realm of celestial arts. Without any hesitation, Jay-Z meticulously inscribed his name, then pierced his hand with a needle, pressing his 5 bloodied fingers against the scroll. The contract was sealed. Jiraiya nodded. "All right, now recite the summoning technique and concentrate your chakra in your hand," pressing down to release it. In a hushed tone, Jisuke recited the incantation of summoning, and mystical patterns materialized upon the ground. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a diminutive frog emerged. It was the auspicious frog. At a glance, Gamabunta recognized him. The toad sage looked around and asked, "Naruto, was it you who summoned me? Is there something you require my assistance with?" Gamabunta expressed his bewilderment. Naruto quickly clarified, No, it was Jotaro who summoned you. He has now also signed a summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku. Jotaro-kun is truly impressive. He summoned a toad with just one call." Gamabunta then understood. "Very well. I shall take my leave now to inform Mount Mayaboku." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed prudent to relay this information to avoid any unnecessary complications. Quite right. In astonishment, Jay-Zu summoned Gamabunta with a single invocation, surpassing Naruto's effort to summon a mere tadpole. Yet, was not the tadpole simply Gamabunta in disguise? Ultimately, evasion proved futile. With the summoning issue resolved, Jiraiya commenced his instruction on the Rasengan. The essence of the Rasengan lies in the ability to concentrate chakra in one's palm, allowing it to flow in various directions while being compressed. This results in a sphere of chakra with a high rotational density, possessing tremendous destructive power. While it may appear straightforward, the mastery of chakra control necessitates remarkable precision. The initial practice, undoubtedly, would present certain challenges. Similarly, Jay-Z, who prides himself on being part of the elite echelon among the strong in Konoha, encountered significant challenges while attempting to wield the Rasengan. His mastery over the flow of chakra remains insufficient. However, he is faring much better than Naruto. As a day has passed, he has managed to tenuously control the flow of chakra, while Naruto is still struggling to gather it. Such is Naruto's journey. His innate talent was rather modest in his youth. Yet after his encounters with Jiraiya, it seems as though his life took a remarkable turn. Speaking of Jiraiya, Zhangzu could not help but reminisce. In the original work, it seems that the main protagonist group was indeed influenced by the notorious trio of the Sannin, known for their indulgence in vice. Initially led by Kakashi, they soon fell under the tutelage of the legendary Sannin. Such extraordinary circumstances are truly befitting of a protagonist group. It's no wonder they are often the subject of jest. What was once assumed to be a tale of an underdog's rise to greatness has revealed itself to be a narrative centered around a fallen heir. Following the lead of the protagonist group seems to be a foolproof choice. Zhangzu is confident that as long as he fosters a good rapport with Huang Yuan, even if he were to defect and become a dashing rogue ninja, Naruto would never forsake him. He would remain heart-wrenchingly devoted and never forget him. Alas, he prefers not to dwell on such matters. Jay-Zu diligently continued his training on the spiraling sphere. Time passed slowly, and the people of Konohagakure gradually emerged from the shadow of the third Hokage's demise. The loss of the third was indeed profound, yet life must go on. Consequently, the higher-ups of Konohagakure proposed that Jiraiya assume the role of Hokage. However, Jiraiya firmly declined, suggesting instead that Tsunade, who had long been away from the village, return to take on the mantle of Hokage. Thus, the responsibility fell upon Jiraiya, who, alongside Naruto, embarked on a quest to locate Tsunade. So much practice ensued. With the assistance of Zangetsu, Naruto has managed to master the Rasengan to a certain extent, achieving a shape that resembles the original technique. A notable improvement compared to the original narrative, likely due to Zangetsu's motivational presence. Chapter 25, The arrival of Itachi concurrently, Itachi and Kisame made their way to Konohagakure. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Kurenai stood together, observing the two newcomers. The recent fierce battle had left both Asuma and Kurenai with significant injuries. Kakashi remarked, rather unkindly, "It seems you two have arrived at the wrong location." Itachi replied with a calm demeanor, "Our purpose for coming here is, of course, to capture the Nine Tails." Perverted sage. What exactly is our mission? Naruto, following Jiraiya and Zangetsu on their task to find Tsunade and bring her back to the village, questioned with confusion. Jiraiya feigned an air of mystery, stating, "Our mission is to seek out the legendary fat sheep." Fat sheep? Naruto scratched his head in bewilderment. Is it edible? Without providing an explanation, Jiraiya merely smiled and continued onward, leading them to a town in the land of fire, bustling with casinos and a haze of indulgence. After casually selecting a hotel, Jiraiya booked 2 rooms and then departed to procure some necessities. Shortly after his departure, Zangetsu and Naruto found themselves confronted by 2 enigmatic figures at the entrance of the inn. As Jay-Z lifted his gaze, he realized it was none other than Itachi and Kisame. It had been many years since he had last seen his brother. The suffering that his brother had endured over such a long period was beyond anyone's comprehension. Naturally, Naruto also noticed the arrival of the two, particularly the distinctive line across Itachi's Leaf Village headband. In the midst of the tense standoff, Chidori, Sasuke had arrived. Jay-Z understood this well. Outside, Sasuke unleashed Chidori towards Itachi. However, this feeble attack was effortlessly parried by Itachi. In that moment, Naruto began to channel the chakra of the Nine Tails, only to have it directly absorbed by Kisame. Fire style, great fireball technique. Zhangju utilized the art of fire release to repel Kisame. Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Zhangju and remarked coolly, "You are far superior to this fool, yet you remain a fool nonetheless." Shaking his head, Itachi's words ignited a fierce flame within Sasuke, prompting him to launch an assault against his brother. Jiraiya hastily arrived, shouting for Sasuke to cease his attack. Yet Sasuke disregarded his plea. The consequence was swift. Itachi delivered a powerful kick, sending Sasuke sprawling, and the Tsukuyomi unleashed by Itachi tormented him to the brink of unconsciousness. As Itachi turned his attention back to Zhangju, he prepared to strike, but fortunately, Jiraiya intervened, placing himself between the two and summoning the spirit of the toad, Gamabuntas, to ensnare both Itachi and Kisame. Subsequently, true to the original narrative, Itachi invoked Amaterasu and made his escape. Jacek understood that his beloved brother had created a vast expanse of ocean. Otherwise, he and Sasuke would never have managed to escape. All was tranquil once more. Jiraiya entrusted Sasuke to the people of Konoha. After tidying up, the trio embarked once again on their quest to locate Tsunade. After Itachi and Kisame departed, through various inquiries, they finally spotted the inebriated Tsunade in a certain location. Zhangju could not help but exclaim, "My, what a magnificent carriage! Truly a legendary treasure. However, I am quite devoted, so do not underestimate me." Ahem. Thus, Jiraiya, along with Tsunade and Shizen, arrived at a tavern. Tsunade appeared rather impatient at Jiraiya's arrival. "Why are you here?" she inquired. Jiraiya took a small sip of his drink and replied, "The old man has passed away." Upon hearing this, Tsunade felt a ripple of emotion within her and responded flatly, "Oh." Seeing her reaction, Jiraiya felt no surprise and spoke earnestly. "The village wishes for you to return as Hokage. Moreover, there are several children who require your healing." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and retorted, "What does the old man's death have to do with me? Why must I return as Hokage? I will not go back. Furthermore, you know well that, in my current state, I can hardly bear the sight of blood." At this, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, for it was indeed true. Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood. Zhangju stood by like a mere shadow, indifferent to the unfolding drama, content to simply enjoy the spectacle. However, Naruto could no longer remain passive. He declared that anyone could be spoken of, but not the third Hokage. Zhangju thought to himself, "This child is destined to be this way for life." Rising abruptly, he confronted Tsunade, exclaiming, "You must not speak of the third Hokage in such a manner." Tsunade, fueled by the effects of alcohol, retorted, "What are you babbling about, brat? What's wrong with calling him an old man?" Jiraiya waved his hand to diffuse the tension, saying, all right, Tsunade, why bother getting upset over a child?" Naruto, undeterred, declared to Tsunade, "I challenge you." With a swift motion, he dashed outside. Under Jiraiya's watchful gaze, the match commenced. Naruto gathered his chakra into a Rasengan and charged at Tsunade, who effortlessly dispatched him with her immense strength. Consequently, the two established a wager for the week. Meanwhile, Zhang Ju seized the opportunity during the match to slip away to the restroom, following the scroll's guidance to locate Orochimaru, navigating over several walls. Zhang Ju arrived at a courtyard, where he beheld Do and Orochimaru within. The arrival of Zhang Ju indeed startled the two individuals. Do promptly drew out a kunai and positioned it defensively in front of Orochimaru. Jusuk observed Orochimaru's feeble, drooping arms, understanding that his hands must have been sealed. Just as depicted in the original narrative, Zhang Ju, with a tone of playful mockery, remarked, "Orochimaru, it seems you are well." Orochimaru smiled as he glanced at Zhang Ju, signaling Kabuto to lower the kunai in his hand. "Ahem, how fortuitous, Zhang Ju-kun. What brings you to this place?" Zhang Ju replied, "I was carrying out a mission nearby. The scroll indicated your presence, so I came over." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have come this time to propose a transaction, or perhaps a commitment." Zhang Ju spoke. "Oh?" Orochimaru's interest was piqued. He was unaware of what Zhang Ju possessed that could serve as a medium for exchange. "I am all ears, dear Zhang Ju." With that, Zhang Ju retrieved the Book of Seals from behind him and gestured towards Orochimaru's hands. "I have heard that your hands are sealed. Is that correct?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a sense of helplessness as he replied, "Indeed, it seems that Konoha is also aware of this matter. I apologize, dear Zhang Ju. I have attempted various methods, yet none have proven effective in restoring my arms to their former state." Jusuk nodded, affirming the nature of the Shiki gene. He then spoke, "What I possess here is the Book of Seals from Konoha. It may contain a solution for your hands, though I cannot guarantee its efficacy." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt a flicker of hope regarding his hands. "Oh? What are the conditions?" Joe pointed towards Do, presenting a remarkably simple condition. There was no need for immediate fulfillment, as he merely hoped that Do would agree to one request in the future, treating it as a favor owed to him. "Huh?" Do replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. He found Joe to be quite an eccentric individual. It would seem more reasonable for Orochimaru to grant him a condition. Yet he pondered what he could possibly offer Joe in return. Do was at a loss. Chapter 26, Sasuke's defection my favor? Do glanced at Orochimaru, who too was uncertain of Joe's ulterior motives, yet he recognized that this endeavor would undoubtedly yield a profit. "Do, what is your stance on this?" Do had no objections, surrendering entirely to the judgment of Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall take it upon myself to grant Do's request. Bring it forth." Zhang Ju did not hesitate to hand the scroll to Do. "Remember, Do owes me a favor. When the time comes, I shall remind you to repay it." Do nodded. Jusuk did not linger for long before departing from this place. After the departure of Zhang Ji, Orochimaru turned to Do with a smile, remarking on the peculiar nature of the individual. Do nodded in agreement, uncertain of Zhang Ji's motives. The conflict among the three legendary ninjas is too extensive for me to elaborate upon here. I shall merely brush over it, akin to the original narrative, albeit with the addition of Zhang Ji. Due to the unique connection between Zhang Ji and Orochimaru, the latter exhibited a degree of leniency towards Zhang Ji. Subsequently, Orochimaru sent a message expressing gratitude for Zhang Ji's sealing technique, though he was unable to unravel the method to counter the Shiki gene. Upon returning to Konoha, the air felt sweetly nostalgic. Sasuke awoke to find himself embroiled in yet another conflict with Naruto. His foolish younger brother believed that his Chidori had surpassed Naruto's abilities, unaware that the disparity between their strengths was vast. Consumed by deep-seated anger, he found himself unable to surpass his brother. And even the once downtrodden had now outstripped him in prowess, igniting a fierce jealousy within. Zhang Ji, nearby, wished to interject, questioning why Sasuke was so despondent over his Chidori's piercing damage. Fortunately, Kakashi intervened, preventing the situation from escalating further. Ultimately, the two parted ways from the hospital in discord. That night, under a moonless sky, the four-sound shinobi arrived at the Uchiha clan's domain, intent on imparting a harsh lesson to Sasuke. Meanwhile, Zhang Ji was outside enjoying time with Ino, thinking to himself that Sasuke's beating was inconsequential, as his defection was merely a matter of time. Thus he paid it no mind. He was out shopping with Ino, not out of infatuation, but rather because of her kindness, or so he rationalized. After enduring a severe beating, Sasuke subdued his rebellious spirit, leading the four-sound shinobi to reveal their true purpose, to invite him to serve under Orochimaru. Observing their formidable power and reflecting on his own, as well as Naruto's thirst for vengeance, Sasuke resolutely accepted their offer. As for his only remaining family, Zhang Ji, his good brother, he felt compelled to speak with him but ultimately hardened his heart, leaving without a farewell. Clutching his small backpack as he slipped away from Konoha under the moonlight, He even stopped to let Sakura rest on a nearby chair, finding it quite pleasant. Upon returning home and gazing at the emptiness of his room, Zhang Ji realized that his brother had departed, marking the beginning of their fated paths. He had no choice but to confront this reality, did he not? A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him, stirring an indescribable emotion within. His Sharingan activated unexpectedly. Its 2 tomo swirling rapidly, transforming into 3 tomo. After a considerable time, Zhang Ji's emotions eventually settled, perhaps finding a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Will you not pursue him? J-Tar was nearly frightened to death. Aminos, who is it? Turning around, he saw Itachi's figure. At that moment, the 3 tomo aligned with the kaleidoscope. Will we win? Absolutely. It is you. Itachi. Zaija cast a complex gaze toward Itachi, at a loss for words. Are you not afraid that I might take your eyes right now? Itachi's tone carried an undercurrent of menace. However, Zaija understood that these were mere illusions. He would always be that brother who cherished his siblings, even in the final moments of his life. Zhang Zhu let out a light chuckle. Can you do it? Itachi remained silent for a considerable time. When did you find out? Clearly, the facade he had presented before Sasuke was ineffective against Zhang Zhu. Itachi had failed, and the deception had been unraveled. Jasuk turned on the light and drew the curtains. He settled onto the sofa while Itachi sat beside him. Just like in the days of yore. When was that? Zhang Zhu pondered for a moment. From the beginning until now, I have always found it hard to believe. Is it truly so? My acting is indeed quite crude, having only deceived Sasuke. Do you harbor hatred towards me? Itachi inquired. As someone who possesses knowledge of the entire narrative surrounding the Hokage, Zhang Zhu naturally could not divulge all the truths. Even if he did, would Itachi believe him? His own brother, perhaps, had long since resigned himself to his fate. Hatred? Jasuk let out a laugh, a sound tinged with bitterness. Perhaps he had grown numb to it all. In the beginning, I harbored a deep-seated hatred for you. Though the reasons eluded me, I had no desire to comprehend them. Nor would I ever find it in my heart to forgive you in this lifetime. Is that how it stands? Itachi mocked himself internally. Recognizing that he was indeed unworthy of forgiveness, having annihilated his entire clan and the very lives of his parents. Yet, I ponder. Perhaps you had your own burdens to bear. Zhang Zhu let out a sigh. Did Sasuke know? Jay-Z shook his head, jesting, allowing Sasuke to realize what he could accomplish. Was he truly suggesting that they could go and eliminate Danzo with a cursed seal? How amusing. Please, don't let. Don't let. Cough cough. Sasuke, find out, if you would be so kind. Itachi coughed violently, covering his mouth with his hand. As blood began to appear on his palm, Jasuk clenched his fist tightly. What happened? Zhang Zhu inquired. As Itachi took a tattered pink handkerchief to dab at the corners of his mouth and hands. A terminal illness, perhaps, 4 or 5 years at most. Without uttering a word, Zangetsu merely nodded in silence. Itachi did not linger long. After a brief respite, he rose to depart. Just before leaving, he cast a glance at Zangetsu and gently pressed his hand against his forehead. Subsequently, the illusion technique was activated, causing Zangetsu to succumb to a deep slumber under its control, while 2 kaleidoscopic-eyed crows infiltrated his being. All was accomplished. Itachi's figure transformed into a crow and vanished into the moonlit night. The following day, as Zangetsu awakened from the illusion, he was grateful for having taken a shower earlier. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to bathe in the morning. Sakura, too, roused from her reclining chair and immediately hastened to the Hokage's office. She conveyed the news of Sasuke's defection to Tsunade. At that moment, all the elite shinobi of Konoha were preoccupied, thus the task of retrieving Sasuke fell upon the shoulders of Team 7. Given the unique circumstances surrounding Sasuke and Zangetsu, the latter was not permitted to partake in this mission. Nonetheless, Zangetsu dutifully attended the farewell ceremony. Sakura was in tears, pleading with Naruto to bring Sasuke back. Truly, my dear Sakura, when in distress, one turns to Naruto, and in tranquility, to Sasuke. Naruto felt a profound ache in his heart. The girl he cherished was calling out another's name. Chapter 27, Training per Naruto. By now, he should have resigned himself to the truth that Sakura did not harbor feelings for him, but rather for his dear friend. As he watched Naruto depart, Zangetsu felt little sentimentality. After all, in 3 years, he too would abandon Konoha, though he wondered what circumstances would surround his departure. That rascal Naruto would undoubtedly come after him, but could he truly reclaim what was lost? How laughable. As in the original narrative, Naruto returned empty-handed, failing to bring back Sasuke, which left him deeply disheartened. He came to realize that in this world, weakness was a sin. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto resolved to embark on a journey of training alongside his mentor. Due to his connection as a disciple of Jiraiya, Guy has also joined the training group. Naruto cherishes his friendship with Guy deeply. The inability to bring Sasuke back has already weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of indebtedness towards Guy. He feels he has let Guy down by failing to retrieve Sasuke. Naturally, Guy remains oblivious to these sentiments, content in the knowledge that he can train under Jiraiya, which is indeed a wonderful opportunity. Now, the main storyline has officially commenced. He has several goals to achieve, with the most paramount being the pursuit of strength. On the day he departs from Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto organized their backpacks, awaiting Jiraiya. The 12 young ninjas arrived as promised. Everyone gathered to bid farewell to their friends. "Are you really leaving?" Ino whispered. "Yes," came the reply. Zhangzhu nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, it's not as if I won't return." Zhangzhu comforted, remarking that 3 years of training is but a fleeting moment. Upon his return, he should have attained the strength of a high-ranking shinobi, thus acquiring the ability to safeguard himself within the shinobi world. With such strength, he could ensure the safety of those he holds dear and wishes to protect. "Will you miss me?" Ino pressed, fearing that Zhangzhu might vanish in the next instant. Zhangzhu was at a loss as to how to respond to this question. At this moment, Jiraiya also arrived. Without responding to the inquiry, Sasuke departed from Konoha alongside Jiraiya. 3 years have swiftly elapsed. Upon returning to Konoha, Sasuke was already 15 years old, 3 years later. During this period, the side story of Paradise of Affection, penned by Sasuke, gained immense popularity across various nations and received widespread acclaim from readers. Ahem, where was I? In these 3 years, Sasuke mastered numerous ninjutsu techniques that he had not previously acquired, among which the most notable is the supergiant Rasengan, whose power far exceeds that of the ordinary Rasengan. It is no wonder that Naruto could triumph with a single move. One must acknowledge the genius of Minato Namikaze, the creator of this technique. Over these 3 years, Sasuke engaged in countless battles with Jiraiya and Naruto, his combat experience only increasing. Naruto, during this time, learned to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails, along with many practical combat skills. In the span of 3 years, Zhangzhu's chakra reserves have seen a remarkable enhancement, reaching the prowess of at least an elite Chunin. He has even mastered the 5th gate of the 8 gates of might. Indeed, although his teacher is no longer the esteemed Guy, Zhangzhu has not neglected his training in the 8 gates. With unwavering discipline, he has sculpted his physique to boast 6 well-defined abdominal muscles at the tender age of 15, exuding an undeniable charm. The passage of 3 years has also deepened the bond between the two. At long last, they have returned to the village. Naruto exclaimed, "Indeed." Zhangzhu nodded thoughtfully. 3 years ago, he was still an immature youth, but now he had blossomed into a handsome young man. As for Jiraiya, the notorious lecher, he had seemingly vanished, perhaps off to the Hokage's office. But what did it matter? Zhangzhu was too lazy to ponder much. Upon catching sight of Sakura, Naruto, ever the devoted admirer, rushed over without hesitation. Zhangzhu could not help but express his exasperation. Upon seeing Sakura, he felt as though he could not move. Among the 12 young strong, nearly all the girls were present, even Ino, who had blossomed into a stunning beauty, the most beautiful one without contest. The return of Naruto brought joy to everyone present. However, Ino appeared to be burdened with thoughts. Naruto was back, but what about him? Where could he be? A voice interrupted Ino's contemplation. "Excuse me, beautiful, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Ino shot a glance, incredulous that someone would dare to flirt with her at such a time. Just as she was about to respond, she turned around and found herself speechless. Was this not the very person she had been yearning for? In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Ino rushed forward to gently embrace Zhangzhu, only to release him like a flash of lightning. Her cheeks flushed. The other girls erupted into cheers at the sight. Zhangzhu felt a blush creeping up his face as well. Sakura and Hinata cast envious glances, and even Naruto joined in. "TCH, you go first." "What is there to be envious about?" All right. Everyone stop laughing at me." Reuniting with old friends, Zhangzhu naturally joined the 12 young strong for a small gathering. And the chosen venue happened to be the barbecue restaurant he had once visited with Ino. Gazing at the barbecue restaurant, Sasuke found himself lost in reminiscence. Turning to Ino beside him and expressing how I long for those times. Ino, equally nostalgic, recalled the moments when she used to feed Sasuke, who would blush adorably in response. The gathering of the 12 young warriors commenced as scheduled, reminiscent of 3 years prior. Alas, one rebellious youth named Ninjutsu was conspicuously absent. After several rounds of drinks, the guests departed, each returning to their respective homes and families. Jay-Z has been escorting the Ino family. Have these past 3 years been smooth? Zhangzhu spoke softly. Ino contemplated for a moment, leaning back with her hands. It's quite all right, really. Training daily alongside Asuma-sensei. We have certainly made more than a trivial amount of progress compared to 3 years ago. However, Ino hesitated to continue, yet Zhangju understood her unspoken thoughts. Ahem. What's this? With souls combined nearing 40, old Ding has become bashful merely from a girl's flirtation. How amusing. Zhangju remarked. Ino has grown increasingly beautiful. Ino, feeling shy. Murmured. That's so annoying. Jasek bashfully scratched the back of his head, realizing that he was perhaps not particularly suited for flirting with girls. Unlike Sasuke, who exuded an aloof and enigmatic charm, and Naruto, who radiated a social exuberance, he felt more akin to an ordinary individual. To be candid, he often found himself quite shy. In his heart, Jusuk felt a twinge of shyness. As the two conversed, they approached the vicinity of Ino's home. Beneath the glow of the street lamp, they exchanged farewells, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as two lonely souls embraced one another. What were they thinking? It was merely a hug. At that moment, the door to the Ino residence swung open, startling Jusuk. In a panic, he quickly released Ino and utilized his body flicker technique to conceal himself. A woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ino appeared at the entrance, carrying a garbage bag as she stepped outside. Upon noticing Ino standing under the street lamp, she regarded her with a puzzled expression. Ino, what are you doing here? Ino was taken aback. It was indeed her mother, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What are you doing here at night by the street lamp? Her mother inquired, her intuition hinting that something was amiss. What should she say? Should she admit that she had simply been daydreaming? Yes, that's right. I was just daydreaming, Ino responded, regaining her composure as she smiled at her mother and wrapped her arms around her. I just returned home from hanging out with some classmates and was lost in thought by the street lamp, she explained. Is that so? Ino's mother regarded her daughter with suspicion, glancing around the dark, desolate surroundings, wondering where everyone else was. She hesitated, but eventually set aside her doubts. Humph. I suspect you were thinking about some handsome guy just now, she teased. From the shadows, Jusuk couldn't help but admire her intuition. She was almost right, though it wasn't just any handsome boy, it was a dashing young man. The previous moment had indeed been a close call. Had he been a second late, Ino's mother would have caught her daughter in the company of a charming fellow. Ino vehemently shook her head. How could that be? You know me well, while I do admire handsome boys, I would never engage in anything inappropriate. Ino's mother, however, was unconcerned about her daughter's romantic interests. Instead, she was eager to uncover the identity of the boy who had managed to enchant her daughter. Zhangju. Oh, no kissing, no hugging, and certainly no hand-holding. Indeed. Early romances are misguided. One must abhor such behavior. The fantasies woven in Ino's mother's mind are truly abundant. Yes, when dear friends come over, she ought to proclaim that her daughter is involved in a romantic escapade, which is utterly scandalous, showing blatant disregard for parental guidance, even informing the neighbors. If there are photographs, that would be splendid to share with her close friends. Surely, one would assume that her daughter is dating a dashing young man. No. How could she entertain such thoughts? Fortunately, Ino's mother's musings are merely the whimsical fabrications of a woman's imagination, yet one cannot help but admire her creativity. Reflecting on her daughter's words, the absence of a boyfriend brings a tinge of disappointment. Has she not yet found a partner? Alas, Ino was rendered speechless. Realizing her previous misstep, Ino's mother fervently defended herself. What I meant was, it's for the best. I certainly do not wish for my precious daughter to be taken advantage of. Once again, Zhangju found herself under the scrutiny of such remarks. All right, I confess. I indeed resemble a pig, she admitted. After a brief exchange between the mother and daughter, they returned home, once assured that no one was around. Zhangju leapt down from the rooftop. The experience had been quite exhilarating. These little episodes of daily life add a splash of color to existence. Returning to the long-lost Hidden Leaf Village, Jay-Z found himself overwhelmed with emotions as he prepared to embrace the path of a formidable rogue ninja. Yet, he questioned the very notion of being an exceptional defector. However, the thought of the approaching 3-year pact with Orochimaru filled him with a sense of urgency. He was certain that Naruto would undoubtedly pursue him, thus he resolved to make his escape while Naruto and the others were preoccupied with a mission, ensuring that his departure would go unnoticed. Zhangju, in a state of frenzy, grasped his own hair, utterly devoid of any leads. Could it be related to the rescue of Gaara? Perhaps, but he decided to dismiss such thoughts. The Akatsuki organization, established by Yahiko, who was later manipulated by Nagato as Pain, and Nagato originally aimed to bring peace to their homeland. However, Following the tragic demise of Yahiko at the hands of an enraged child-esque conspiracy, Yahiko's death led to Nagato's moral decline, and he ultimately became the true puppeteer behind the Akatsuki. The members donned black cloaks adorned with crimson clouds, their heads crowned with conical hats embellished with wind chimes, and each sported rings bearing their respective code names, inspired by the celestial star names from Chinese astrology. Their nails were painted, and each bore a distinct scar on their forehead, symbolizing their status as renegade ninjas. Stripping away their clothing was tantamount to death. How much weight could a single bag of rice bear across several flights? The Akatsuki's operations officially commenced with a direct assault on Gaara, the leader of Sunagakure. The residents of Kanahagakure received intelligence indicating that Gaara had been abducted by the Akatsuki. The organization, composed of S-rank rogue ninjas from various nations, boasted members each possessing the strength of a Kage. Given the circumstances, Tsunade ordered Team 7 to embark on a mission to rescue Gaara. Upon receiving the assignment, Zhangju and Naruto eagerly readied themselves. It had been 3 years since they had engaged in any mission, leaving them uncertain of their current capabilities. This rescue operation presented an excellent opportunity for both Naruto and Zhangju to accumulate invaluable combat experience. After a swift journey, they soon arrived at Sunagakure. What Jasop beheld was the ravaged sand-hidden village. Daidar's explosions were indeed formidable, a testament to his artistry. Half of the village lay in ruins. The arrival of the four provided a sense of reassurance to the villagers. With Sakura's assistance, Kankuro's toxins were swiftly treated, and he awoke, feeble yet conscious, handing over a piece of Sasori's attire to Team 7. It seemed to be a remnant preserved from their earlier confrontation with Sasori. Zhangzu encountered none other than Chiyo, the first beauty of the Naruto universe and the beloved of countless villagers. I must admit that those who indulge in Naruto possess a certain affinity for it, and I harbor no objections. With Chiyo's addition, the number of individuals rescuing Gaara has escalated to a splendid ensemble of 5. Without further ado, Kakashi led Team 7 swiftly to a vast plain, where they encountered the likes of Kisame and Itachi. To be precise, they faced the 2's shadowy substitutes. A fact known well to the well-versed Zhangju, who, of course, refrained from voicing this knowledge. After all, revealing such information to the wretched Danzo would surely bring about dire consequences. However, silence does not preclude Zhangju from discerning the truth amidst the fray. Wouldn't you agree? These 2 substitutes bore no resemblance to Itachi and Kisame whatsoever, lacking even the most rudimentary of greetings. They immediately launched an assault on Kakashi, Zhangju, and Naruto. Yet their strikes were deftly evaded with ease. As Zangetsu observed the situation, he swiftly closed the distance between himself and the false weasel, conjuring 1,000 birds that soared directly towards it. The false weasel, caught in a state of bewilderment, was effortlessly pierced by the barrage of birds. Upon the demise of the false weasel, the substitute was promptly undone, revealing to all that the 2 were merely substitutes, their prowess vastly inferior to that of their true forms. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi harbored no hesitation and swiftly dealt with the minor Karami in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, Team Guy, led by Might Guy, arrived at the scene. The 2 teams united to embark on the mission of rescuing Gaara. After an extensive pursuit, they finally reached the base of the Akatsuki organization. Niji, utilizing his Byakugan, discerned the conditions within and relayed this information to Kakashi. Inside, the Akatsuki, employing advanced 8G technology, was convening for a summary meeting. Chapter 29, Examination of Results. Pain immediately sensed the commotion outside. He addressed Scorpion and Deidara, instructing them to address the disturbance while the tasks continued as planned, thus concluding the meeting. With that, Pain promptly severed the communication. Meanwhile, the group outside had already breached the barrier. Zhangju recalled the original plot. This seems to resemble a mirror trap, where a doppelganger with identical abilities emerges to engage in battle. Only by surpassing oneself can one escape the confines of the barrier. Is it not simple? After traversing a certain distance, a doppelganger appeared within the space. Upon its emergence, it unleashed a fire technique, the Grand Fireball, against Zhangju. Zhangju swiftly countered with a water escape technique. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the white mist, Jasuk's doppelganger surged towards him, enveloped in a vibrant green chakra. Jasuk could sense the activation of the Cursed Seal's power as well. From the very onset, it unleashed its full might upon him, indicating a genuine intent to bring about his demise. With a swift motion, Zhangju clasped his hands together, channeling energy into his abdomen. Flames erupted from his mouth as several fire release, dragon flame bombs surged forth. The shadow clones deftly evaded Zhangju's formidable onslaught, quickly adjusting his stance. He utilized a nearby tree trunk for leverage, propelling himself into the air and instantaneously summoning 2 additional clones. The Rasengan in his hands began to coalesce, gradually enlarging into a colossal Super Rasengan. The sheer magnitude of its power was staggering. Zhangzhu was acutely aware of the dire consequences of being struck by such a force. However, he coolly declared, "I'm sorry, but it's time for me to win." Jasuk withdrew 3 unique shurikens from his pocket, propelling them towards 3 distinct directions. One of them soared towards Jasuk's clone. In the midst of the battle, Jasuk unleashed his lightning-infused technique, Raikiri. His clone effortlessly evaded the shuriken, which then soared past the clone's rear. At that moment, Jasuk activated his Sharingan. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. Under the watchful gaze of his clone, Jasuk vanished from sight, or rather, he reappeared behind the clone. A singular strike of Raikiri pierced through the clone's chest, obliterating it entirely. The colossal Oudoudou Rasengan also dissipated, rendered ineffective by the clone's sudden disappearance. Zhangzhi deftly utilized 2 additional shurikens, gracefully landing from the air with poise. At this moment, his shadow clone had not yet dissipated. Instead, it transformed into particles of light, slowly vanishing. Zhangzhi twirled one of the shurikens, exuding a certain charm as he remarked, "If there were any onlookers, they would undoubtedly notice that the grip of the shuriken in my hand is adorned with a talisman, appearing far more stylish and aesthetically pleasing than traditional shurikens. The Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable. Indeed, the technique that JZ employed to vanquish his own clone was none other than the esteemed Flying Thunder God technique, a paragon among the ranks of S-rank ninjutsu. 3 years ago, Zhangzhi foresaw this impending wave and thus made preparations in advance. Although the Book of Seals has been entrusted to Orochimaru, he managed to replicate some of its ninjutsu through various means, one of which is a device known as a camera. Additionally, he intentionally created a flaw. The illusion formation is activated based on all the ninjutsu one has mastered. However, Zhangzhi had never learned the Flying Thunder God technique. For well-known reasons, in the world of Naruto, aside from those who are mere spectators or exceptionally skilled players, all ninjutsu require hand seals or a preparatory period. To master the Flying Thunder God, one must have conducted experiments and applied it in actual combat. Yet, Zhangzhi had not done so. Despite understanding the methods and steps, he was unable to master it, akin to a car missing merely a single screw before it can be sold. Without that screw, it cannot be offered for sale. Thus, Zhangzhi successfully utilized this loophole to defeat the Shadow Clone. Had he not exploited this flaw, the endeavor would have undoubtedly been more time-consuming and laborious. Zangetsu swiftly concluded the battle and took a moment to rest, although this skirmish had not significantly depleted his chakra. The consumption of the Flying Thunder God technique was also minimal. The amount of chakra expended was sensibly determined by the size and volume of the objects involved. Meanwhile, Zangetsu produced a scroll, upon which a luminous point flickered nearby. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips, hinting at a mysterious presence destined to become one of the legendary Konoha's 4 madmen. Gradually, the others emerged from the barrier. After a brief respite, they resumed their pursuit towards Gaara. As fortune would have it, they arrived at a cave where Sasori awaited them. Kakashi, as the leader, promptly assigned tasks. Sakura and Zangetsu would engage Sasori, while Chiyo, true to her role in the original narrative, remained alongside them. Without further ado, there was no mercy to be shown to an orphan. Zhangzhu directly unleashed a Dragon Flame Bomb, which soared through the air. With a resounding boom, the Dragon Flame Bomb was met with resistance. Before Scorpion stood a puppet, the 3rd Kazekage. It was the iron sand released by the 3rd's puppet that thwarted the Dragon Flame Bomb. Quite formidable, this was Zhangzhu's assessment. As for the S-rank rogue ninja, Zhangzhu suspected there might be some exaggeration involved. However, Scorpion undoubtedly ranked among the pinnacle of A-rank rogue ninjas. Yet, I must assess, is it not somewhat presumptuous to expect a lower-ranked shinobi of Chunin level to engage in battle? Kakashi, my thanks in advance. Sakura, oh dear. The reason Sakura could secure victory at least 70% of the time was that Scorpion was holding back. By the gods, Sakura, I shall hold off the puppet. You take the opportunity to strike the main body. With that, Zhangzhu activated the 5th gate, embracing the Leaf Village's taijutsu. He pressed directly against the puppet, an action laden with significance. Naturally, Scorpion's true form sensed the immense chakra emanating from Zhangzhu and began maneuvering the Kazekage puppet to evade. Occasionally, he unleashed cold arrows in a stealthy assault. At this moment, Sakura was also on the lookout for a crucial opportunity. Your beloved Chiyo observed all of this quietly from the sidelines. At this moment, 2 flying kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique soared towards Scorpion, while another kunai was firmly grasped in hand. Unbeknownst to Scorpion, these were Kanai of the Flying Thunder God. He merely evaded them with a simple maneuver. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Jay-Z took advantage of the moment. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he charged directly behind Scorpion, tossing the Flying Thunder God backward. The Rasengan in his hand shone brilliantly. Startled, Scorpion exclaimed, "What incredible speed! How is he doing this?" He quickly commanded the third Kazekage puppet to defend, while he himself employed the body flicker technique to evade to the side. As the third Kazekage puppet launched an attack towards Jay-Z, he smiled slightly, saying, "Apologies. But this is merely a ruse." The Flying Thunder God activated once more, allowing Jay-Z to instantly appear above Scorpion. At this point, it was too late for Scorpion to redirect the Kazekage puppet, but he utilized the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique to envelop himself, blocking Jay-Z's Rasengan, just narrowly. Now Sakura. After executing the Rasengan, Jay-Z leaped back. Sakura appeared in Scorpion's line of sight, delivering a powerful punch against the damaged Earth Flow Wall. At that moment, the Flying Thunder God activated again, distancing Jay-Z and Sakura from the scene. This was Jay-Z's strategy. This blow should have breached Scorpion's defenses. But that was all. With a clash, dust settled, revealing Scorpion's true form, a dashing young man. He coldly regarded Jay-Z and Sakura, stating, "You are impressive. Very impressive." Chapter 30, Confrontation with Scorpion. This is a message from the author who has written up to chapter 124. For those who dislike my commentary within the text, feel free to skip it. I appreciate your previous support. My preferences are simply my own. And whether you find it engaging is subjective. I hope you discover more excellent works. Regarding Scorpion's strength. This is purely Jay-Z's personal opinion and does not reflect the author's or official settings. If you think I am exaggerating, may I then suggest that you are not reading attentively. The shell was shattered by the combined assault of Jay-Z and Sakura. Although it could be repaired, it nonetheless affected Scorpion's offense. Stepping out from the puppet shell, he casually discarded his Akatsuki robe. What a surprise. Zhangju's heart raced the moment he shed his clothing. He felt as if he were doomed. The Scorpion's form had been transformed into that of a puppet, yet Zhangju remained oblivious to this alteration. Why, despite such modifications? Did the Scorpion still fall victim to 2 fatal stabs? Ganner, however, was indifferent to such matters. Zhangju unleashed multiple shadow clones. Scorpion, in turn, summoned numerous puppeteer ninjas. Each bearing a distinct form, yet all without exception, were formidable warriors in their former lives. Each clone of Jay-Z unleashed a Rasengan, and at his command, all the clones surged towards the Scorpion. The Scorpion, employing the third Kazekage's puppet, unleashed Iron Sand. The Iron Sand struck with the precision of a homing missile, targeting Jay-Z's clones with deadly accuracy. Meanwhile, the other puppets engaged in a fierce struggle against the clones, resulting in mutual devastation. As Jay-Z's Rasengan obliterated 2 of the puppets, Aminos. After Jusuk utilized his ability to swiftly turn around, Scorpion's defenses were impenetrable, leaving him with no opportunities to exploit. The only way to pose a threat to Scorpion's true form was to destroy his puppets. The earlier revelation of Scorpion's true identity must have stemmed from his overconfidence. Jusuk had already expended 2/3 of his chakra. Another 2 or 3 lightning cuts would leave him utterly depleted. It was a matter of either a swift resolution or a tactical retreat. However, true heroes do not flee from the battlefield. Sakura, I entrust the remainder to you. Sakura nodded. Jusuk, you should take a moment to rest. And be wary of Scorpion's poisonous puppets. At this moment, Chiyo also stepped forward. Jusuk's earlier performance had indeed astonished him. Such a splendid display was characteristic of a Konoha ninja. Talented individuals abound, and the stars are myriad. It would be disingenuous not to feel envious. Yet, now is not the time for such thoughts. Chiyo activated her own puppets, causing Scorpion to tremble slightly. Those were his parents. Scorpion sneered. He controlled the third Kazekage, unleashing magnetic release, Iron Sand Wall, creating a formidable barrier of iron sand to thwart his opponent's attacks. He followed with magnetic release, Iron Sand Cylinder, crafting a cylinder of iron sand to violently strike at his adversary. The Iron Sand Cylinder hurtled towards Sakura. She deftly evaded it, but the cylinder seemed to track her like a missile, pivoting and charging at her once more. With assistance from behind, he activated the Cursed Seal. Utilizing the seal, he unleashed the Fire Release, Dragon Flame Bomb. Several dragon heads of flame surged towards the Iron Sand Pillar, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The pillar, subjected to the searing heat of the Dragon Flame Bomb, transformed from a solid state into a molten red liquid. Those acquainted with chemistry would understand this transformation. Scorpion, taken aback, pondered if this was truly the solution. However, Before he could contemplate further, another barrage of dragon flame bombs struck the iron sand wall, resulting in yet another tremendous explosion, which left a gaping hole in the once unyielding barrier. Sakura's powerful fist followed closely behind. For this was the moment they had awaited. The third Kazekage transformed his hands into lethal blades and lunged towards Sakura, intent on her demise. What? Sakura gasped, astonished at the sudden turn of events. Clang! The Kazekage's attack was thwarted by Chiyo's puppet as she entered the fray. Scorpion narrowed his eyes, realizing he must now engage with utmost seriousness. Several scrolls lay unfurled on the ground behind him. Hundreds of puppets, each distinct in appearance, materialized at Scorpion's command. Secret technique, 100 machine performance. In his true form as a puppet master, Scorpion summoned an army of puppets clad in crimson robes, each equipped with varied weaponry. Their movements expertly controlled by chakra threads emitted from their regenerative cores. Impressive. Yet, I am even stronger. With a confident smile, Zangetsu mused that Scorpion's strength was at most that of an elite Chunin, suggesting that the S-rank status was indeed inflated. If you can summon assistance, so can I, he declared, placing one hand on the ground as a barrier materialized. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, an orange toad appeared before him. Huh? The toad scratched its head, bewildered. What do you need me for? It had just been enjoying a delectable feast of worms with its dear friend, Toad Long, when suddenly, Zangetsu summoned it. Jasuke, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and gestured towards the scene ahead where Sakura Chiyo was engaged in battle with the scorpion. Can you utilize the water release, iron cannonball? Frozmaki pondered for a moment before replying, Indeed, I can. However, its potency pales in comparison to that of my father's, Zhangzhu. It should work without any issues. No worries. Can you see if you can hit those puppets? Froggy nodded and formed hand seals. Water release, iron cannonball. A much smaller version of Frog Wantai's iron cannonball soared towards the most densely packed group of puppets, shattering several of them upon impact. Well done, Frog G. Zhangzhuo was nearly overcome with joy, exclaiming, Ahem, how about we unleash our long-range ninjutsu here to obliterate the puppets? What do you think? No problem, Zhangzhuo, came the reply, but do hurry, as I still have to return home for dinner. In a moment of silence, Jay-Z unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. Several massive fireballs and iron projectiles soared towards the throng of puppets, reducing them to mere fragments. On the front lines, thanks to Jay-Z's support from the rear, the pressure had significantly diminished. Furthermore, Chiyo had managed to restrain Sasori's ace, the third Kazekage puppet, leading to Sasori's gradual retreat. Defeat appeared inevitable. At that moment, however, Sasori revealed a critical opening. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyo aimed to strike at the Kazekage puppet. The puppet, unable to evade in time, lost an arm to the blow. Chiyo pressed the attack, but unexpectedly, a lesser puppet unleashed a cold arrow. Thud. It struck Chiyo's right shoulder. You've fallen for my trap, Sasori coldly remarked, as the arrow was laced with a deadly poison, leaving Chiyo with little hope of survival without an antidote. Grandma Chiyo, Sakura cried out anxiously. After dispatching the troublesome puppet, Sakura hurried to Chiyo's side, producing an antidote from her hand. However, before she could react, the magnetic release, iron sand pillar struck, sending Sakura flying. The antidote shattered on the ground. No. Before Sakura could finish her exclamation, she was slammed into the wall by the iron sand pillar, likely fracturing several ribs in the process. Yet, it was of no use to Sakura, was it? Jasuke stood by, making sarcastic remarks. Sakura can heal you, and you still can't die. As anticipated by Jasuke, Sakura indeed employed the 100 heal technique, promptly mending her injuries, albeit covered in dust. Despite being struck by a cold arrow, Chiyo continued her assault as if nothing had happened. Confused, Scorpion inquired, Why are you unaffected? Chiyo smiled, casually pulling the arrow from her body. You didn't think you were the only one who could modify yourself, did you? Chapter 31. Victory, recently, due to various matters. I may take a few days off, or it may depend on my situation. Chiyo shed her outer garments, revealing 2 mechanical arms. Though Chiyo had also undergone modifications, they were merely a trifling comparison to Scorpion's. Seeing Chiyo was unharmed eased Sakura's anxiety, prompting her to use her healing technique to restore her own injuries. Meanwhile, Gamabunda's summoning time had ended, and he bid farewell to Jasuke before returning to Mount Miyaboku. Sakura was currently unable to engage in battle. Chiyo summoned her puppets, engaging Scorpion in a fierce confrontation between their puppets, each strike resulting in shattered components. Such is the nature of a puppet master. As long as they focus on defeating their opponent, The repair personnel behind them have myriad concerns to ponder. This stalemate cannot continue, Josuke mused. With his chakra dwindling, it would be best to conclude the fight swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Josuke devised a plan and approached Chiyo, whispering something to her before unleashing the shadow clone technique. In an instant, throwing knives and shurikens were hurled towards Scorpion's direction. Is this how you intend to defeat me? Scorpion scoffed inwardly. He acknowledged Josuke's capabilities, but that was the extent of it. He would capture Josuke and transform him into a puppet, achieving his eternal artistry. Scorpion and Deidara were indeed two of the most renowned artists of their time, one pursuing ephemeral beauty, the other seeking the eternal. Reflecting on this, Scorpion mused that he could likely converse well with a certain Sakura-themed wife residing in Inazuma. Coughing, he thought, transforming Josuke into a puppet would be perfect. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a magnetic release, iron sand wall to deflect the attack. Some of the kunai, due to the iron sand barrier, flew overhead and behind him. However, Scorpion remained unfazed. He produced several scrolls, summoning a multitude of puppets. Little brother, you've let your guard down, Scorpion taunted. Josuke and Chiyo exchanged a knowing glance, and Chiyo nodded in understanding. With both hands forming seals, he unleashed the fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, a B-rank fire ninjutsu. Chakra gathered at the back of his throat, and he expelled a vast torrent of flames reminiscent of the ocean. The intense heat melted the iron sand wall. He would not repeat the same mistake. Scorpion manipulated the water release puppet to cool down the iron sand barrier. At that moment, Flying Thunder God. Activate. Zhangju relied on the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly appearing behind Scorpion. With his hand, he summoned 1,000 birds, charging towards Scorpion. Just as the attack was about to pierce Scorpion, he himself was struck by a sharp blade. Scorpion, despite not leaning his body, twisted his head a full 180 degrees, and 2 blades emerged from his elbows, piercing through Zhangju's chest. At the moment of impact, he did not forget to deliver a few elbow strikes to Zhangju. Zhangju, Sakura exclaimed. As a medical ninja, she was acutely aware of the implications. It seemed Zhangju was gravely injured. No. Scorpion felt a glimmer of joy as he realized he had finally secured the materials for his puppets. Just then, Zhangju vanished, releasing a torrent of lightning. Lightning release. Thunder clone. This technique utilized lightning chakra to create tangible clones, augmenting the shadow clone technique with the nature transformation of lightning. When a shadow clone was destroyed by an enemy, it could transform into lightning to strike back, capable of inducing paralysis. Moreover, once marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, it could never be erased. Thus, as the second phase of the Flying Thunder God was unleashed, the Thunder clone dissipated while Zhangzu had already teleported behind Scorpion, following up with an attack that paralyzed Scorpion with lightning, his own Rasengan trailing closely behind. What? How could this happen? Scorpion immediately summoned the third Kazekage puppet for defense. The third Kazekage puppet transformed its hands into blades, clashing fiercely against Zhangju's Rasengan. Scorpion exhaled in relief, though one of the puppet's arms was still shattered. However, Zhangju was not the main force in this battle. It was Chiyo. Chiyo's puppets moved simultaneously, crossing over the iron sand wall and aiming directly at Scorpion's true form. Another sudden barrage of cold arrows forced Scorpion to deploy the third Kazekage puppet for defense once more. Scorpion's parent's puppet lunged at the third Kazekage puppet, dismantling it completely. Without a moment's hesitation, the two puppets that had disassembled the third Kazekage puppet charged towards Scorpion. In that instant, Scorpion did not evade but instead faced the incoming attack with a smile. Thud. 2 blades pierced through Scorpion's true form. Scorpion made no attempt to retaliate. He endured the pain and took control of the puppet resembling his parents. Chiyo was astonished. She knew how difficult this technique was. Even she, as a puppeteer, sometimes struggled to achieve it. Trembling hands guided the puppet to embrace him, reminiscent of his youth, surrounded by dozens of unsealed scrolls that spoke volumes. Scorpion no longer wished to fight. He was weary. The warm embrace of his parents felt inviting. Perhaps dying here wouldn't be so bad. Slowly, he closed his eyes, his hands that controlled the puppets losing consciousness, hanging limply in the air. Scorpion met his end. Exhausted, Jae-suk lay upon the ground, reflecting that Scorpion had undoubtedly shown leniency in this battle. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless. Those dozen or so scrolls may not have significantly altered the outcome. Yet they would certainly have compelled Jae-suk and his companions to pay a far greater price. Moments earlier, Scorpion's elbow strike had startled him. Had it been his true form charging forth, he likely would have met his demise. Fortunately, wisdom prevailed, and he had ascended to a higher plane of understanding. Sakura. now recovered, observed the scene keenly and glanced toward Chiyo, who let out a soft sigh. Scorpion was not only an S-rank rogue ninja but also the progeny of her son and daughter-in-law, her own grandson. Chiyo realized that she had truly become a solitary figure in this world. Shaking her head, she said, "I am fine. Let us continue." Upon hearing Chiyo's words, Jae-suk and Sakura refrained from further discussion and pressed onward towards Gaara's direction, with eyes cast downward. Zhangju realized that it was time to execute the next phase of his plan. Meanwhile, in the distance, Orochimaru and his companions appeared, seemingly in search of something or perhaps waiting for someone. At the same time, Gaara had been extracted from his body, rendering him useless to the Akatsuki organization. And thus he was discarded by Deidara. Gaara's condition was perilous. However, akin to the original narrative, Chiyo, at the cost of her own life, invoked the secret technique of the reanimation jutsu, exchanging her life to revive Gaara. His resurrection marked the conclusion of their mission. After a brief period of recuperation, the group intended to return home. With the mission completed, the next steps involved claiming their reward and addressing subsequent matters, including the reconstruction of Sunagakure. And at that moment, Chapter 32, the betrayal of Jae-suk Zangetsu came to a halt, immediately drawing the attention of Kakashi and the others, who looked at him with curiosity. Particularly Naruto, who inquired with concern, "Zangetsu, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Without uttering a word, Jae-suk glanced at the scroll, sensing that the moment had nearly arrived. 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. A woman shouted, "Crystal release. Divine transport technique." Crystals crystallized in a linear formation on the ground, launching a surprise assault on the adversaries from below. The speed and power of the attack were overwhelming, rendering them defenseless. Gaara, Niji, Tenten, and Lee were all injured by the crystal release, losing their combat capabilities. "Everyone, take cover," Kakashi exclaimed anxiously as he formed hand seals. Invoking Earth Release, multiple Earth Wall. A wall of earth materialized, momentarily shielding them from the onslaught. In the distance, Joestar spotted Orochimaru, who smiled back at him. "It has been a while, Joestar-kun," he remarked, his tone as icy as ever, truly befitting of the man known as the Cold Lord. Recently, Orochimaru had reached out to Joestar, indicating when he should set forth. After some contemplation, Joestar realized that the time had indeed arrived. Conveniently, Orochimaru and his associates had a mission in Sunagakure, marking the moment when Joestar's defection commenced. The prospect of becoming a rogue ninja filled him with a certain exhilaration. Yet, within his heart lingered a tinge of remorse. After all, despite his origins in Konoha, the majority of its denizens were genuinely good people. Zhangzhou slowly approached Orochimaru. At this moment, Kakashi had already broken through the attack of the crystal release, leaving Zhangzhou and Orochimaru exposed to the gaze of the crowd. The onlookers were astonished, unable to comprehend Zhangzhu's intentions. Particularly, Naruto regarded Zhangzhou with an expression of incredulity, as if struggling to grasp the reality before him. "Zhangzhou, what are you doing?" Naruto's words echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Was Zhangzhou truly about to tread the same path as Sasuke? How could that be possible? The disbelief among the crowd was palpable. The character of Jae-suk seemed incongruent. However, as he drew closer to Orochimaru, the gravity of the situation dawned upon the others. Kakashi and Guy stepped forward, attempting to restrain Jae-suk, only to be caught off guard by the sudden strike of serpentine hands. Orochimaru gazed at the group with a mocking glint in his eyes, as if to say, "Is this my fault? Your Jae-suk has been in contact with me for 3 years. How pitiful." Yet, these thoughts remained buried within Orochimaru's heart. What would become of Jae-suk if such words were uttered? He would likely perish on the spot, hence Orochimaru refrained from voicing them. Kakashi observed the imposing figure of Orochimaru blocking their path alongside the Crimson Lotus and realized that he and Guy were ensnared. "Jae-suk, come back." Orochimaru is not to be trusted. Naruto's expression was a tapestry of emotions: anger, confusion, surprise, and sorrow. He could not comprehend the why of it all. With Kakashi and Guy preoccupied, only Naruto could potentially deter Jae-suk. Nevertheless, that was sufficient for Gaara, Tenten, Lee, and Niji had already lost their combat effectiveness due to the earlier assault, while Sakura was occupied with healing the others. "Jae-suk, rendezvous at the designated location," Orochimaru commanded. Unleashing multiple colossal serpents to impede Kakashi and Guy's advance, turning back to address Jae-suk. Understanding the unspoken, Zangetsu glanced in the direction and, confirming its accuracy, hurriedly made his way there. Upon witnessing this, Naruto swiftly followed suit. The distance between them widened, and apart from Naruto trailing behind, nothing else was visible. The surrounding landscape transformed from barren desert to rolling hills, eventually leading them to the banks of a river. The expansive waterway compelled Zangetsu to momentarily halt his progress. At that moment, Naruto caught up, exclaiming, "Zangetsu, let us return to Konoha. Orochimaru is not a force to be reckoned with," as he extended his hand in an earnest plea. As Zangetsu turned back, the complete form of the three-tomo Sharingan materialized, and he let out a chilling laugh. "Why do you hold such an idealized view of Konoha? The third Hokage is nothing but a complete failure. Surely, you must have been brainwashed. It is truly laughable." Naruto could hardly believe that such words could come from Zangetsu, especially as he disparaged his most cherished figure, the third Hokage, and all the while. The one casting aspersions was his closest friend. Naruto was at a loss for how to counter this. He murmured, "Please don't go. I beg you, Zangetsu. I can abandon my dream of becoming Hokage." Upon hearing this, Jesu raised his hand and delivered a slap to Naruto, exclaiming, "How can you be so despicable?" In truth, the turmoil within Zhangzhou's heart was profound. Having spent such an extensive time alongside Naruto, it would not be an exaggeration to regard them as true brothers, deserving of the title of closest friends. To relinquish one's dreams so readily is indeed a matter of disgrace. With that, he turned to depart. "No, Zhangzhou, I implore you. Do not act this way. I have already lost Sasuke. I cannot bear to lose you as well." With these words, Naruto fell to his knees. Zhangzhou, in a state of bewilderment, felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him. He struck Naruto with a powerful punch that landed heavily on his nose, causing blood to gush forth. What followed was a relentless barrage of fists akin to a tempest. Ora, ora, ora. Naruto was battered and bloodied. Yet he uttered not a single sound. After an indeterminate number of blows, Zhangzhou, fatigued, delivered a vicious kick to Naruto. Why do you not fight back, you wretch?" He continued to rain down kicks. Then, turning to depart, he felt Naruto grasp his left foot. Weak and battered, Naruto pleaded, "Please, don't go." An indescribable emotion welled up within him. "Naruto, do not force me to strike you down," Zhangzhou thought, blood seeping from his Sharingan eyes. This phenomenon occurred only when a Uchiha was overwhelmed by intense negative emotions. "I shall not return to Konoha." At that moment, Zhangzhou halted, and Naruto, hopeful that he had swayed Zhangzhou's heart, was instead met with a Rasengan crashing into his back. Fortunately, Zhangzhou had tempered its force, though the pain was significant. It was far from catastrophic. "Having played the role of the good person for so long, I am weary of it. Let me be clear. Naruto, everything you perceive is merely a facade. In my eyes, you are nothing but a worthless, trashy creature, a forsaken orphan, a foul fox demon. From the very beginning, I have looked down upon you. Do you comprehend that? It is truly laughable. You have been deceived for so long without realizing it, like a dog wagging its tail, begging for its master's forgiveness. What a pitiful existence. No, this is not who Zhangzhou is." Though injured, Naruto remained resolute in his belief. Zhangzhou's scornful words pierced his fragile heart like daggers. Yet still, he could not bring himself to accept that Zhangzhou had truly become such a person. "Zhangzhou, you have quite an impressive knack for guessing." Humorous. Chapter 33, a single word can cut like ice in June. In the recesses of my childhood memories, I recall my frail self, enduring relentless bullying. It was within the confines of a humble ramen shop that I encountered two brothers and an older companion. Though the details have grown somewhat hazy with time, the scenes from my youth remain vividly etched in my mind. It was in that moment that our fates intertwined, future heroes, childhood playmates, and extraordinary strength. Truly, as an orphan, one cannot escape the inherent struggles. Perhaps your parents too emerged from the depths of destitution. After Zhangzhou finished speaking, he did not forget to deliver a kick to Naruto's head. How exhilarating it is to be the tyrannical prince. Apologies to you, Lord Minato. I confess that the dead water is indeed young. And my sincerest apologies to Aunt Kushina as well. QQ the pain inflicted upon one's own parents. Even if they are strangers, even if one does not even know their names. No, it's not as you imagine. Anger? Heartache? Distress? The emotions swirling around Naruto are hard to define, as the tailed beast cloak naturally envelopes him. One tail, two tails. 3 years of training have transformed Naruto beyond recognition. Although his control over the nine tails may not be perfect, it is a world apart from 3 years ago. He has now mastered the second-tailed form with remarkable finesse. Author's note: who knows if this is true? Let us just assume it is. The heat radiating from the cloak forces Zhangzhou to retreat. He understands that the effect has begun. Naruto slowly raises his head, the malevolent chakra of the nine tails swirling around him, leaving Zhangzhou uncertain if he can withstand it. Can't withstand it? Even if he can't, he must fight. He is a warrior of the elite. The terrain of forests and rivers is not conducive to Zhangzhou's strengths. After a moment of contemplation, he drives Naruto towards the riverbank. Upon seeing Zhangju flee, Naruto immediately pursues him, and Zhangju does not relent. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Leaning back to form the seals, the Phoenix Flowers are unleashed, sending a barrage of fireballs hurtling towards Naruto. Naruto frantically dodges as the flames explode around him, their power formidable. Even if Naruto were to be struck, it would be enough to leave him reeling. In the blink of an eye, the two find themselves at the riverbank. Upon reaching the location, Zhangju halts, casting a cold gaze at Naruto. Will you continue to chase? If you do, you shall perish. Naruto remains silent, the overwhelming chakra around him symbolizing his determination. After a moment, the Shadow Master Zhangju declares, if you wish to die, I shall grant your desire. With a swift formation of hand seals, Jusuk unleashed the fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, forcing Naruto to retreat several meters. However, Naruto, unwilling to back down, launched 3 shurikens, which Jusuk effortlessly dodged. Is this all the strength you possess? Zhangju shook his head in derision, remarking, no wonder you are nothing but a useless laggard. Just then, Naruto's assault commenced. As the beast's exterior transformed into a fox's claw, lunging towards Zhangju. With a swift motion, Jusuk evaded the attack. His speed was impressive. Yet his 3-tomo Sharingan allowed him to perceive everything with clarity. He quickly performed a series of hand seals and unleashed the water release, water dragon bullet technique. By utilizing the nearby river S terrain, Jusuk was able to minimize the chakra consumption required for his jutsu. This strategic choice was precisely why he selected this location for his confrontation with Naruto. JZ unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, directing it at Naruto, who had no choice but to evade once more. Ultimately, it was Naruto's own limited mastery of ninjutsu that led to his predicament. Yet, one could argue that with his simplistic yet effective techniques like the Rasengan and Shadow Clone Jutsu, he had little need for extravagant maneuvers, such as Naruto's nature. In contrast, his adversaries engaged in thoughtful strategizing. After creating a sufficient distance, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, conjuring a multitude of clones to assist him. Zhangju, unyielding in his approach, employed the technique of multiple shadow clones, engaging directly with Naruto's own shadow clones in a fierce confrontation. A thick white mist enveloped the surroundings, a testament to the clash between the clones. As the dust had yet to settle, Zhangju immediately launched his offensive. The 5th gate was opened. JZ's mastery of the 8 gates of Duinjia has reached an impressive 5 gates, although he has not fully acquired the true teachings of Might Guy. This level of proficiency is more than sufficient for the initial stages. As Zangetsu summoned forth a wave of verdant energy, it resembled the essence of chakra. Yet it was not entirely so, it was intermingled with the potent force of vitality. He launched a kick towards Naruto, expecting the flames of his attire to sear Zangetsu. Naruto was taken aback when the anticipated outcome did not materialize, and he was struck squarely by a forceful blow. His arm tingled with a numbing sensation. How incredibly resilient! Zangetsu marveled, astonished that such formidable defense could stem merely from 2 tails. Naruto, having taken the brunt of Zangetsu's kick, would normally be left in agony for days, had he not endured a fracture. Truly, the power of the tailed beast was terrifying. Zangetsu licked his lips, contemplating the prospect of acquiring one for himself. While he currently lacked influence, that did not imply he would be without it in the future. Following the kick, Zangetsu executed a backflip, distancing himself from Naruto before unleashing the fire style, great fireball technique, hurling a massive fireball towards Naruto. Bang! Naruto braced himself against the impact. Yet the anticipated chaos did not ensue. Amidst the smoke, a fist hurled towards Zangetsu, its speed rendering him unable to react. Perhaps the absence of the Sharingan played a significant role. With no other recourse, Zangetsu resorted to the body replacement technique, substituting himself with a wooden post, which shattered upon impact. Had that blow landed upon him, Zangetsu mused, he would likely be bedridden for 4 or 5 months. This battle had dragged on far too long. It was imperative to conclude it swiftly, he pondered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Orochimaru and his subordinate Honglian were engaged in a fierce exchange with Kakashi. However, from the perspective of the battle, it appeared that Orochimaru held the upper hand, whether due to chakra reserves or other factors. Currently, he seemed poised to narrowly defeat Kakashi. From his elevated position, Orochimaru observed the scene with a cold, mocking gaze. Has Konoha no one left? Is this the caliber of opponents they send to confront me? Kakashi, gripping his kunai tightly, furrowed his brow. Despite his and Might Guy's efforts employing various strategies, they had failed to breach Orochimaru's defenses. It was evident that Orochimaru intended to keep them occupied, thus granting Zangetsu the opportunity to escape. Kakashi could only hope that Naruto would manage to turn the tide and bring Zangetsu back. With that, Kakashi launched another assault, channeling his Chidori towards Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Zangetsu's skirmish raged on with equal fervor, transforming what was once a smooth riverbank into a chaotic landscape riddled with craters, a testament to their fierce confrontation. On Naruto's side, he unleashed the immense Rasengan towards Sasuke, who, naturally unable to withstand such force, left behind a significant crater. Sasuke still possesses an unplayed trump card. And now is the opportune moment to unveil it. Chapter 34. Unbreakable Bonds. Zangetsu retreated a few steps, an ominous chakra emanating from his being. Truly, he was the malevolent Uchiha brat, wielding the power of the Curse Seal, Phase 2, activated. This enhancement was derived from Orochimaru's modified Curse Mark, which Zangetsu had mastered 3 years prior. One could only remark on its exceptional prowess, compared to Sasuke's wing-like appendages. Zangetsu's Phase 2 of the Curse Seal was nothing short of divine. As the chakra surged forth, even Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Such a sinister power. Enveloped in black chakra, Zangetsu was adorned in armor fit for a rogue ninja, a truly striking sight. This formidable covering, complete with a helmet, extended to his right hand where it seamlessly connected to a sword. One might envision it resembling the armor of a Japanese samurai. With the sword firmly in hand, it must be acknowledged that the creator of Orochimaru is indeed a genius. Zangetsu appeared utterly captivating, in comparison to the original Curse Seal. This modified version surpassed it in appearance, power, and speed, utterly obliterating the ordinary Curse Mark. However, it was not without its drawbacks. The consumption of vitality was markedly more intense than in Phase 1, leading to even greater after effects. Currently, Zangetsu could maintain this form for a mere 3 minutes, an impressive feat. One might wonder, Zangetsu, are you a Ultraman? Ahem, Zangetsu's transformation was now complete. Zangetsu sensed the restless surge of power and raised his right hand, pointing at Naruto. Come, let me witness your strength. Without hesitation, Zangetsu charged toward Naruto, his sword slicing through Naruto's tail. The fabric of Naruto's outer garment was severed, leaving him astonished as the claws of the fox raked deeply against Zangetsu's armor. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? Pathetically weak, Zangetsu thought to himself. But then again, you are merely in your Two Tails form. What more could I expect? Heh, in your complete form, I would be no match for you. Now is not the time for subtlety. With his left hand, he seized Naruto, while his right thrust the sword toward him, piercing through Naruto's proud-tailed beast cloak and penetrating his chest. Yet, he did not succumb to death, for the immense vitality of the tailed beast host was undeniable. However, Naruto was engulfed in a death-like pain, plunging him into a state of near unconsciousness. No, Naruto's consciousness was drawn into a mental space, where an ominous chakra coalesced into a bubble-like fox shape. Do you yearn for power? The voice of the Nine Tails seduced him. I want it. I want it. The Nine Tails gazed at Naruto with satisfaction, relishing the unfolding corruption, step by step, until his body was under complete control. Very well, then I shall grant you this. Outside the realm of consciousness, Zangetsu had abandoned the unconscious Naruto, preparing to depart. At that moment, a shell exploded behind him. A brilliant flash of fire erupting as Zangetsu felt his armor pierced from behind. Zhangzhu turned back, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth. Has the third tail emerged? Undeterred, he continued to strike, as the shattered armor behind him gradually restored itself under the enhancement of the Curse Seal. He swung his sword. As Sasuke charged towards Naruto like a cannonball, Naruto unleashed his second-tailed beast bomb, which was promptly restrained in his mouth. Sasuke then severed one of Naruto's tails with a swift stroke of his sword. In retaliation, Naruto struck back, severing Sasuke's left shoulder armor and leaving his shoulder a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. At this moment, the two combatants had abandoned any semblance of tactical warfare, resorting instead to the raw essence of hand-to-hand combat. The time remaining for Zangetsu's cursed mark dwindles to but a minute, having severed Naruto's every tail. Yet his armor lies in tatters, his body marred by numerous wounds. Particularly grievous is the injury on his back, previously afflicted by Naruto's tailed beast bomb, and now further assaulted by a cunning ambush from Naruto, leaving him with the grim realization that his back may very well have been rent asunder. Let this final strike determine our fates, Naruto, he declares, as his left hand coalesces with Raikiri, the last remnants of chakra awakening his Sharingan. Come on, roars Naruto, in his three-tailed beast form, responding with fervor to Zangetsu's challenge. He charges forth, reminiscent of the fateful battle at the Valley of the End, yet far more brutal than that encounter with Sasuke. Prepare yourself, Naruto, for this shall be my ultimate Raikiri. As the distance between them narrows, the Sharingan activates. Naruto is ensnared by an illusion for 3 fleeting seconds, allowing Raikiri to pierce through Naruto's tailed beast defenses. Naruto, defeated. As the second stage of J6's curse seal was lifted, his body bore no unscathed areas. His left shoulder appeared as though it had been savagely torn by a beast, a significant portion of flesh gouged away. After merely a few steps, he coughed up blood. While death was not imminent, without prompt medical attention, he risked enduring dire consequences. The location of Orochimaru on the scroll drew ever closer. J6 cast aside his Konoha forehead protector near Naruto, struggling to maintain his composure as he approached Orochimaru. Not far away, deep within the dense forest, Orochimaru had already evaded Kakashi and was now pursuing J6 in the direction indicated by the scroll. The short distance of over 10 meters took an excruciatingly long time to traverse. At last, a man riding a serpent materialized before him, prompting J6 to collapse in relief. Orochimaru approached J6's side. Observing the injured J6 and the unconscious Naruto, he held no interest in Naruto whatsoever. Utilizing an enigmatic scroll, he extracted a portion of chakra from Naruto's body before turning his attention to J6's condition. Kabuto, his subordinate, had appeared at some point unnoticed. He performed a rudimentary cleaning of J6's wounds. The situation was grim. "Lord Orochimaru, what shall we do now?" Kabuto inquired, glancing at J6's injuries. To claim they were not serious would be a falsehood. However, they were not grave enough to be fatal. Orochimaru, lost in thought, emitted a chilling chuckle. "Kabuto, we are merely one clinical trial away from the improved Senja cells." A glint of madness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He was a ninja. But above all, he was a scientist. Kabuto harbored some reservations. However, Orochimaru's authority brooked no dissent. After conducting a brief treatment of J6's wounds, the three hastened to a nearby base without delay. If timely medical treatment is not received this time, it may result in a lasting disability. "Oh dear Zangetsu. Though I yearn for your corporeal form, it is Sasuke who serves as my vessel, thus I must concede you this moment. You inquire why I do not choose Zangetsu. Allow me to clarify that the author has decreed so. From the depths of a refrigeration unit, I extracted a writhing orb of flesh. Utilizing an unknown solution fused with an enhanced version of Hashirama's cells, I applied it to Zangetsu's corporeal form. The instant the cells made contact with Zangetsu, they endeavored to merge with his essence. However, the fusion was met with resistance, as the formidable life force of Hashirama's cells resisted integration with Zangetsu's own. The enhanced Hashirama cells surpassed their ordinary counterparts by more than mere measure, possessing the unparalleled ability to blend seamlessly with the host's skin tone. Yet, the drawback lies in the necessity for the host to possess immense vitality and the strength to suppress Hashirama's cells. Hence, this explains why the enhanced cells have yet to achieve widespread application, with Zangetsu being the ideal subject for experimentation. From a young age, he demonstrated exceptional prowess, prompting Orochimaru to recall their first encounter with a flick of his elongated tongue. "During the Konoha collapse plan, that boy selflessly obstructed me, granting his comrades precious moments to flee. Truly a remarkable youth. However, I ponder whether he can endure until the very end." Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, beneath Zangetsu's tightly shut eyelids, the visage of the Sharingan vanished, replaced by a pair of striking crimson eyes shaped like shuriken. Returning to the fierce confrontation between Naruto and Zangetsu. Their clash ravaged the ground, and though Zangetsu wished to avoid conflict, he found himself compelled to engage. Given his current display of strength, Danzo would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, seeking to ensnare him within the root or seize his eyes. Thus, Zangetsu could no longer linger in Konoha. Moreover, he needed to augment his power. For remaining amidst the ninjas of Konoha was untenable. Aside from Kakashi, Guy, and Naruto, who could stand against him. Truly, the defectors are but defectors. Zangetsu could eventually redeem himself, thus he remained indifferent to this notion. Although Orochimaru had initially caused some strife, he ultimately found redemption. So I, Uncle Snake, am a model citizen. As the battle with Naruto escalated to a fevered pitch, the shadows of their childhood together flickered amidst their exchanged blows, yet all was irretrievable. The anguish transcended mere physical pain. The torment of the soul proved far more excruciating. Zangetsu gleaned a semblance of Itachi's suffering. With their chakra reserves dwindling, the final clash loomed. Zangetsu summoned Raikiri in his right hand, while Naruto formed the Rasengan, both preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. However, Naruto overlooked Zangetsu's Uchiha lineage. The Sharingan could wield Genjutsu. In their prime, such tactics would have been inconsequential to Naruto, yet in their current state of exhaustion, fortune favored Zangetsu. Thus, the Sharingan activated, ensnaring Naruto in a stupor, allowing Zangetsu's Raikiri to strike true. Naruto fell, gravely wounded, while Zangetsu found himself in no better condition. Chakra depleted. The forced use of the Sharingan bled his eyes, while Naruto's Rasengan collided with Zangetsu's chest, as if caught in a fleeting carousel of life. A myriad of faces flitted through Zangetsu's mind: Naruto, Sasuke, his parents, his relatives. Ino. An inexplicable wave of emotion surged within him, as his Sharingan whirled rapidly in its sockets. Though obscured by blood, its formidable chakra remained unmistakable. At that moment, Zangetsu was utterly exhausted, relying solely on instinct to engage in battle. Unbeknownst to him, the conclusion of the fight heralded the awakening of his Mangekyou Sharingan. It seemed absurd. Yet that was the reality. The Mangekyou had been activated without his awareness. Returning to the laboratory, the cells of Hashirama stirred restlessly. However, upon recognizing the arrival of Hashirama's cells, Zangetsu's own cells gradually began to merge with them. The process was excruciatingly arduous, yet Zangetsu ultimately triumphed over Hashirama's cells, a feat that spanned 3 long days and nights. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, Kakashi and his comrades pursued Orochimaru after his retreat, successfully arriving at the site where Zangetsu and Naruto had clashed. Kakashi, upon witnessing Naruto lying motionless, immediately reported the incident to Konoha. After a brief treatment, Naruto's injuries were alleviated, a testament to the terrifying self-healing abilities of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet, Zangetsu remained unaccounted for, a grave concern given that he was the last scion of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi promptly conveyed the pertinent details to Tsunade, who was equally taken aback upon receiving the news. Memories of her great-grandfather's words flooded her mind. The children of the Uchiha clan are inherently wicked little demons. Tsunade regarded the matter with utmost seriousness, promptly designating Zangetsu as an S-rank wanted criminal in Konoha. The revelation sent shockwaves through the village, leaving most of the 12 young ninjas in disbelief. Ino, upon hearing the news, initially refused to accept it, only to be enlightened by Sakura, who recounted the entire sequence of events. Ino stood frozen, as if all strength had been sapped from her body, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why? Why did this happen? Yet, Ino would keep these thoughts to herself, harboring her confusion until the day she would reunite with Zangetsu in a luxurious hospital room within Konoha. Naruto awoke from a nightmare, having dreamed of his confrontation with Zangetsu, where he had been utterly defeated. Just as Zangetsu seemed poised to deliver a lethal blow, Naruto jolted awake, gasping for breath as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing his efforts to reclaim Zangetsu had faltered. Naruto, you're awake? Sitting beside him was none other than Kakashi. Kakashi's gaze was filled with concern. While physical wounds could heal, the scars left on the soul were far more enduring. Gazing at Kakashi's handsome visage, Naruto inquired, Kakashi-sensei. Zangetsu. Kakashi understood the turmoil within Naruto's heart but recognized that it was not the time to divulge such truths, at least not for a few more days. Noticing Kakashi's silence, Naruto refrained from pressing further, instead choosing to quietly admire the beauty outside the window, lost in thought. The defection of Zangzu can be characterized by a blend of joy and sorrow. Undoubtedly, the most elated among them is Danzo. He had long heard of Zangzu's formidable reputation from his subordinates. Thus, he contemplated bringing him into the route, aspiring for him to become his most loyal and devoted assassin. Or perhaps to offer his own Sharingan. Haha. The bandaged arm, swathed in white cloth, exuded an unsettling aura, with only a select few privy to the secrets it concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo ultimately resolved to adhere to that decision. Chapter 36, Awakening Immediately. Danzo summoned his subordinates, issuing directives unknown to others, and upon understanding his orders, they rose and departed. The defection of Zangetsu stirred quite a commotion within Konoha, however. Due to Tsunade's influence, the matter swiftly settled into tranquility. Life resumed its usual course for the villagers. The central figure of this incident, Zangetsu, finally awakened following these events. As Zhangzu opened his eyes, he found himself under the gaze of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Several tubes were connected to his body, and a sharp pain throbbed in his head. It's all right, don't worry, a headache is a normal reaction, Orochimaru reassured him. He gazed at Zhangzu, who resembled a flawless sculpture, evoking immense excitement within him. Zhangzu had indeed not disappointed, having successfully integrated the modified Hashirama cells. However, it remained uncertain whether he would now wield the legendary would-release technique. After a considerable time, Zhangzu regained his composure and asked softly, "What about the injuries on my body? Did you heal them?" Zangetsu's confusion is entirely understandable, especially considering that during his battle with Naruto, he was left severely injured. Without timely medical attention, he would have been rendered nearly incapacitated. However, Upon awakening, he discovered that all his injuries had vanished without a trace, including the scars left from previous missions. Orochimaru, observing Zangetsu's bewilderment, exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed. Moreover, I have implanted some enhancements into your body, making you even more formidable than before." Some enhancements? Zangetsu thought immediately of the cells of Hashirama. Yet, upon further reflection, that didn't seem plausible. If he had received Hashirama's cells, he would have undergone a transformation akin to being bleached. Yet, he felt nothing unusual within himself. It was quite perplexing. Nevertheless, Zangetsu sensed that his chakra reserves had multiplied exponentially. Hashirama's cells? Zangetsu inquired aloud, for this was the only possibility that came to his mind. Conversely, Orochimaru gazed at Zangetsu with surprise, utterly astonished that he possessed knowledge of such a thing. Indeed, as expected of you, Zangetsu-kun, you guessed it right away. However, this is no ordinary Hashirama cell, but rather one that has been enhanced through my modifications. Is that so? Zangetsu replied, turning towards Orochimaru in astonishment. Then everything makes sense. Thank you. I owe you a favor, he concluded, promptly removing all the instruments attached to his body. He donned his clothing and rose to depart, leaving Orochimaru and Kabuto standing in place. What Chunin did not realize was that Orochimaru's actions were also somewhat driven by chance. His prowess stemmed solely from his own strength. In the lair of Orochimaru, Jesu wandered freely, aware that this was likely just a minor outpost of his. He had yet to encounter his foolish companion, Oudoudou. Uncertain about the path ahead, Jesu realized that the official onset of the main storyline heralded the impending shinobi war. Perhaps it was best to go with the flow, he mused. Then, a recollection struck him, an event that transpired after Gaara's capture. It seemed that time was drawing near. The Hashirama cells had merged with Jesu's body, yet he was unable to utilize what release for the moment. He pondered when he might awaken this power, suspecting it would require some time. As the narrative fast-forwards, during the segment involving the Heaven and Earth Bridge, Jesu remained in seclusion, recuperating. Kakashi, having overexerted himself while rescuing Gaara, was also in recovery. Meanwhile, a new Team 7 emerged: Yamato, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai. During this period of rest, Jesu successfully mastered wood release. The current plot now unfolds with Naruto and the others reuniting with Sasuke after 3 years. At this point, Jesu had relocated from the original base to Orochimaru's main stronghold, but for reasons unknown, he had not encountered Sasuke. Orochimaru had returned to the base in a state of disarray. Seeing this, Jesu stepped forward to support Orochimaru. "Are you all right?" Orochimaru was drenched in cold sweat. He had sustained considerable injuries during the recent battle with Naruto. Jesu carefully assisted Orochimaru to a nearby chair. Both Kabuto and Sai also approached. Jesu cast a glance at Sai, who was quite handsome with fair skin. "So it's you, huh?" A surge of inexplicable anger ignited within Jesu. "Kishimoto, how could you create a character like this? Does he even deserve it?" Knowing that at this moment, Zetsu served as both the loyal hound of Danzo and a double agent, Jesu cast a wary glance towards Zetsu. Sensing the hostility emanating from Jesu, Zetsu found himself uncertain whether he was being regarded by Jesu or Sasuke. Nevertheless, he managed to offer a faint smile in their direction. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru, having regained his composure, remarked with a smile, "I almost forgot to introduce him. This is Zetsu, a person close to Danzo." Zhangju nodded, openly discussing the matters between Orochimaru and Danzo without concealing anything. Orochimaru held a deep trust in Zhangju. Seeing that Orochimaru was unharmed, Zhangju promptly returned to his quarters. Having moved in just 2 days prior, he required ample time to acclimatize to his new surroundings. As for Sasuke, he had no intention of seeking him out. Considering his younger brother was currently in a rebellious phase, where no words would resonate with him, after Sai had conveyed his instructions, he departed without lingering. Just as in the original narrative, he was captured by Yamato and others, and similarly engaged in battle with Kabuto. Alongside Team 7, led by Yamato, they ventured into Orochimaru's secret lair. Just as the three departed the periphery, Zhangju emerged, casting a glance towards Kabuto, suggesting, "You should be able to unravel this, shouldn't you?" With a smile, Jusuk remarked that although he and Do were not exactly friends, they could still engage in conversation and share some words. As Jusuk had stated, the wooden chains binding Do were effortlessly undone by him. "What is the situation below?" Do inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jusuk recalled Orochimaru's instructions to proceed with caution. Without hesitation, Du nodded and went to assist Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Jusuk made his way to a nearby clearing, poised to await the appearance of several individuals on the ground. As anticipated, A tremendous roar echoed, and the earth shattered, revealing Sasuke, Sai, and others basking in the sunlight. Zhangzu understood that his moment had arrived. As the smoke cleared, shattered rocks lay strewn about, and from a distance, Sakura caught sight of Sasuke high above. Naruto and the others shared the same sentiment. Gazing at Sasuke, whom he had not seen for a long time, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. After the recent guidance from Jiraiya and Kakashi, he had finally emerged from the shadow of Zhangzu's defection. He had clarified his future goal, to bring both brothers back to Konoha. It was that simple. And now, at long last, he was face to face with the brother he had yearned to see. Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 37, A Reunited Old Friend Naruto? Sasuke turned to him, feeling as if it had been 3 years since they last met. During this time, he had indeed learned much under Orochimaru, gaining invaluable insights. Yet, he viewed himself merely as an instrument of vengeance, questioning what significance it held to be with anyone. Sasuke, return with me to Konoha. Naruto's eyes still sparkled with hope, though he was no longer the same boy he once was. What are you saying? Sasuke found it somewhat amusing, indeed. Naruto seemed naive. Nevertheless, Naruto persisted. Sasuke, come back with me to Konoha. At that moment, Sasuke regarded Naruto as if he had not matured at all. Perceiving his words as foolishness, he had no desire to engage in futile conversation. In an instant, he appeared before Naruto, gripping his neck but refraining from striking. Naruto, isn't your dream to become Hokage? Instead of wasting time on trivial talk, you should focus on training. Naruto fell silent, bewildered by Sasuke's unfamiliar demeanor. This was not the Sasuke he knew. You agree with me, don't you, Naruto? With that, he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword from behind him. And I might just take your life now. Zhangzu, observing from the sidelines, could not help but scoff, remarking on Sasuke's audacity. However, he too could play the part if he chose to. Sasuke brandished his Kusanagi sword in an attacking stance, but Naruto did not flinch, his voice resolute. Becoming Hokage is indeed important, but what significance does it hold if you cannot even save your comrades? How can one aspire to be Hokage under such circumstances, don't you think so, Sasuke? Impressed by Naruto's words, Sasuke found himself at a loss for a retort. The Kusanagi sword struck downwards, yet Naruto remained unyielding. As Sasuke's assault approached, Sai, unable to remain passive, rushed forward to intercept the attack. In a flash, Sasuke unleashed a surge of lightning, striking both of them. Sakura and Deo hurried forward to assist, but both were also wounded by the formidable Sasuke, with Deo suffering a deep cut. Naruto had intended to harness the Ninetales chakra to counter Sasuke, but Sasuke had entered his consciousness space, neutralizing the Ninetales' influence. The subsequent dialogue is a mere prelude, which I shall bypass. Those interested may refer to the original Naruto work. Having spoken, Sasuke raised his hand, prepared to unleash a powerful technique, but was abruptly halted by Orochimaru's grip on his arm. Our current enemy is Akatsuki. We must not falter now. We share a common foe with Konoha. After a moment's contemplation, Sasuke grasped the gravity of the situation and ceased his attack. Orochimaru, satisfied, addressed the air. All right, Zhangzu. You need not hide any longer. Step forward. As soon as the words left his lips, a figure resembling Sasuke appeared beside Orochimaru. It was indeed Zhangzu. The group was taken aback, realizing that their mission had become increasingly precarious. With Sasuke and Orochimaru together, there was still a possibility, but with Zhangzu's presence, the odds seemed insurmountable. Sasuke regarded Zhangzu with surprise, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, but Orochimaru interrupted his thoughts. We shall discuss this further upon our retreat. With that, Orochimaru utilized ninjutsu, whisking the 3 of them away, leaving the beleaguered members of Team 7 behind. Faced with such a powerless scene, Sakura and Naruto succumbed to feelings of self-reproach, pondering if a bit more strength could have altered the outcome. The group resolved to continue enhancing their abilities. As Jay-Z sat face-to-face with Sasuke, he poured a cup of tea for his younger brother. Go ahead. Ask whatever you wish. Looking at his sibling, whom he had not seen for 3 long years, it would be a lie to claim he had not missed him. Sasuke, unsure of how to begin, found the silence broken by Jay-Z. How have these 3 years treated you? After a moment's contemplation, Sasuke replied, I have been training continuously. Though life has been less than ideal, it is far better than my time in Konoha. And you? Like you, I have also been honing my skills. Sasuke's existence mirrored Jay-Z's expectations precisely. Orochimaru treated his subordinates rather well, albeit with an underlying intent to exploit Sasuke. Yet, this arrangement was not devoid of mutual benefit. Orochimaru had long informed Sasuke of his intention to seize his body, yet he had indeed delivered on the promises made in their pact, granting Sasuke the power he desired. However, it fell short of Itachi's strength. Clearing his throat, the conversation began to flow naturally. Sasuke remained puzzled about Jay-Z's allegiance. Why have you come here? Naturally, Jay-Z could not disclose the agreement he had made with Orochimaru 3 years prior. Instead, he would invoke their illustrious Hokage as a pretext. In a feigned display of anger, Zangetsu expressed his frustration, attributing it all to Danzo's existence. Aware of Sasuke's confusion, he continued, "Do you know? That night? Aside from that man, I uncovered intricate connections with Danzo, and I am uncertain when I caught his eye. He desires my Sharingan. He even issued a grave warning. If I did not comply, I would find no refuge in Konoha. Indeed, I was falsely accused of being a murderer. Thus, I found myself trapped." Sasuke was taken aback, clenching his fists. "Danzo, is it? Anyone associated with that man must perish." Whether Zangetsu's words were truth or deception did not concern Sasuke, even if he mistakenly eliminated an innocent. Following his brother's advice had only added another name to his list of targets. In the Land of Fire, at the Temple of Fire, Haiden and Kakuzu successfully killed Deidara, ruthlessly severing his head to exchange for a bounty in the black market. Kakuzu scrutinized his list of targets, which contained hundreds of names, half of which had already been crossed out. This clearly illustrated the formidable strength of the Akatsuki's recruits. However, the true focus was on Zangetsu. Following the news of Deidara's demise, he arrived at this once vibrant temple, now reduced to mere ruins. As Zangetsu strode into the Temple of Fire, the grandeur of its former glory was but a memory. Upon his arrival, the gatekeeper swiftly intervened, stating, "Apologies, sir, but due to the damage, the Temple of Fire is temporarily closed to the public. Amiba, I hope you will not take offense." Offense? He certainly would not. How could he possibly take offense? Being a rogue ninja was liberating and carefree, devoid of the constraints that burdened ordinary shinobi. Chapter 38, Just a Thief. Zhangzhu maintained a smile as he handed several bills to the young monk. In matters of social grace and human interaction, Zhangzhu was truly exceptional. Upon seeing the money, the young monk's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, what was his worth as a mere novice monk? This was far more substantial. Thus, eager to please, he inquired, "What would you like me to assist you with, esteemed benefactor?" Jusuk smirked, expressing his fondness for that rebellious demeanor. "Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand," Jusuk stated gently. "Please summon the monk inside. Just inform him that someone is here to see him." The young acolyte nodded, clasping his hands in a gesture of reverence, and uttered, "Amiba, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." In no time, Ku arrived at the scene. With narrowed eyes, one questions, is this truly emptiness? That being, which pilfered the chakra of the Nine Tails, possesses the essence of the Nine Tails, albeit not through its own theft. Those possessions that do not belong to you, I shall reclaim on your behalf. Without unnecessary words, Jay-Z immediately unleashed his sealing technique, targeting K.I.M.ing. As for the specifics of the sealing technique, it remains a mystery. However, it is capable of extracting tailed beast chakra, as indicated by the markings of the sealing art. By the way, the incident regarding the theft of the sealing technique, though overshadowed by the death of the third Hokage, did not deter Tsunade from pursuing the investigation upon assuming the role of Hokage. Yet, she uncovered no leads, thus placing the blame upon Orochimaru, and I must say, my intuition was remarkably accurate. Returning to K, he found himself ensnared by iron chains, sensing the malevolence of Jay-Z, who undoubtedly sought his life. Consequently, K spared no effort and revealed his trump card, immediately transforming into his most formidable tailed beast form, the Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Zhangzhu chuckled. Is that all? Too weak. He shook his head, intensifying the sealing technique in his hands, and initiated the second phase of the curse seal, directly pinning Kong against the wall. Kong winced in pain, his tail transforming into a fist that struck Zhangzhu's armor. In his heart, Kong sneered, his fists were invincible, reducing anyone who sought to attain this power to mere dust. However, he was utterly unprepared for the unexpected. His proud fists failed to make any impact today. As they struck against an impenetrable barrier, they shattered upon contact. Seizing this opportunity, Zhangzhu employed Wood Release, the Wood Prison technique. It effectively restrained Kong's 3 tails and 4 limbs. In response, Zhangzhu could only think how exceedingly weak this opponent was, hardly a fraction of Naruto's strength. Or perhaps he himself was simply too strong. Zhangzhu pondered within his heart. After uttering these words, he quickened his pace, initiating the sealing technique with meticulous precision. The chakra of the Nine Tails, akin to the flesh of a mosquito, flowed effortlessly into Zhangzhu's being, contrary to the anticipated magnitude and malevolence of the chakra. The absorption process proved remarkably effortless, almost as if it required no exertion whatsoever. Is this all? Zangetsu harbored a certain disdain for this meager power. The chakra reserves were alarmingly insufficient, barely reaching the level of a Chunin, which explained why he could only make an appearance in the early stages. Even Sara, at this moment, exhibited signs of life, indicating that he was, in fact, alive and well. This was likely due to the limited chakra. Yet Zangetsu mused that it should suffice. He subsequently departed from the area, continuing along the nearby path. After leaving the Temple of Fire, Zangetsu finally arrived at the location where Asuma faced off against Kakuzu and Haiden. The battle had long since concluded, and Asuma had been pierced through the heart. Teetering on the brink of death, his ability to speak now was solely reliant on a final breath. Shikamaru, CHG, and Ino were already in a state of inconsolable grief. Asuma's gaze grew increasingly vacant, his focus beginning to wane. Ino, despite her fierce spirit, was adept at caring for others. She turned to Shikamaru and CHG, those clumsy companions, and implored them to be strong. Ino fought back tears. This being the only instance, aside from Zangetsu, when she allowed herself to weep. And do not lose to Sakura. Regardless of whether it pertains to ninjutsu or love, Asuma, drained of strength, felt it was time to reunite with his father. Dying in the presence of his students during these final moments seemed a fitting end. With that thought, Asuma closed his eyes. At this moment, Zangetsu also arrived at the scene, bearing with him a newly developed therapeutic potion created by Orochimaru intended for Asuma. Step aside. The sudden exclamation interrupted the three, who were still engulfed in sorrow. Before they could consent, Zangetsu hastily administered Orochimaru's potion into Asuma's mouth. Not long ago, Zangetsu had been one of Orochimaru's subordinates, willingly volunteering to assist him with his endeavors. Orochimaru, not one to be picky, allowed Zangetsu the freedom to explore the potion he had been researching. This particular potion was unlike any previous concoction. It possessed the extraordinary ability to prolong a life teetering on the brink of death, sustaining it just long enough for medical assistance to arrive. It was indeed a marvel, though it had yet to undergo any practical human trials. Consequently, Orochimaru remained uncertain about the potion's effectiveness, potential side effects, or adverse consequences. This time, Zangetsu chose Asuma as the test subject, reasoning that since Asuma was already on the verge of death, he might as well see if salvation was possible. Thus, the preceding scene unfolded, with the potion simply administered to Asuma's lips, leaving the outcome to fate. Subsequently, Zangetsu intended to rise and depart, but was halted by Shikamaru's voice. What is your true intention? Must Asuma-sensei endure such torment even in death at your hands? Shikamaru chastised himself inwardly for the earlier grief, blaming his own oversight for allowing Zangetsu the opportunity to act. He promptly utilized his shadow imitation technique to restrain Zangetsu. This marked their first confrontation. What is my purpose? I merely wish to save Asuma. Do you not trust me? Zhangju spoke. Shikamaru was reluctant to believe Zhangju's explanation and instructed Choji to take out his kunai, preparing to attack him. I am truly here to save Asuma. He still clings to life. I urge you to take him to receive medical attention swiftly, or it may be too late. Shikamaru remained unconvinced, ready to act, but was halted by Ino from behind. Shikamaru, stop. You may be right. It seems that Asuma-sensei still has a breath left. Shocked, Shikamaru quickly instructed Choji to remain vigilant while he tentatively checked Asuma's pulse, confirming that there was indeed a flicker of life remaining. Without further ado, Shikamaru urgently directed Choji to employ the multiplication technique to enlarge himself and carry Asuma, while he and Ino followed closely behind. However, at that moment, Ino suddenly expressed her desire to stay behind, given the urgency of the situation. Neither Shikamaru nor Choji voiced any objections. Chapter 39, Heart to Heart. The two hurried towards Konoha with Asuma, acutely aware of the pressing time and weighty task at hand, determined not to delay any further. Jusuk did not anticipate that Ino would remain here. After all, are you not a rogue ninja? You should not be lingering in this place. Jasuk feigned aloofness, hoping to drive Ino away from this place. However, if such tactics could truly restrain her, she would no longer be the Ino that everyone knew. Upon learning of Jasuk's defection, Ino had wept, felt weary, and endured heartache. Yet she steadfastly refused to believe that he had willingly betrayed them. There must be some profound reason behind his actions, as long as she refrained from confronting him. All her doubts would remain unfounded. Jasuk undoubtedly had his own struggles, even if his defection was devoid of justification and purely an act of betrayal. Ino was prepared to escape alongside him. At this moment, even if every word Jasuk spoke were a fabrication, she would gladly accept it as truth. Such is the nature of a girl in love. She believes unreservedly, cherishing her beloved, her white moonlight. You have your reasons, don't you? Ino whispered, biting her lip. The sky was dimming, and the recent battle had left her in disarray, yet it did nothing to diminish the girl's beauty. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, carrying with it a faint, delicate fragrance. Josik remained silent, uncertain of how to confront Ino, fearing that he must appear utterly despicable in her eyes. I am truly sorry. Ino, I am deeply remorseful. Josik. Ino edged closer to him, almost on the verge of touching. Please, do not do this, Ino. Josik shut his eyes, wishing to shield Ino from the turmoil surrounding them. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. He yearned to keep her at bay, terrified that he might falter at any moment. Yet, Ino was resolute. Having grown up alongside him, she surely understood his character and nature. The bond they shared was evident to their companions in the 12 warriors, a situation that merely awaited a catalyst to shatter the delicate barrier between them. Please, do not. Ino. Josik murmured softly, his tone laden with a profound sense of helplessness. Yet the brave girl took that step forward, opening her arms to embrace Josik. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Ultimately, they had indeed succumbed, had they not? In a moment of resignation, Josik accepted the circumstances. With a gentle embrace, he wrapped his arms around Ino's slender waist, appreciating the grace of her form, which was now undeniably his own. As he pulled her into his embrace, time seemed to freeze, suspended in that singular instant. After what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly released her. I am sorry, Ino. As he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, he felt a surge of determination. Ino shook her head, intuitively aware that Josik harbored untold burdens. Otherwise, he would not have become a rogue ninja. I don't blame you. During your absence, I missed you dearly. Nestled in Josik's arms, she poured forth the frustrations of countless days, confiding in the one who provided her solace and occupied her thoughts day and night. I feel the same. The girl's grievances tugged at Josik's heart, for had he been stronger, he would not have been driven to such desperate measures. As it stood, he doubted his ability to even confront Danzo, let alone protect the one he cherished. Will you wait for me? There are matters that prevent me from remaining in Konoha. However, I promise I will never act to harm Konoha or you. Please, trust me. Josik's words served as a soothing balm, allowing Ino to finally release the tension that had gripped her heart. It is worth noting that, while Ino could not ascertain the truth of Josik's statements, her choice was to unconditionally trust him. Even if his words were fabrications, she would embrace them without hesitation. I believe in you, she declared. Requiring no further elaboration, this was the most eloquent expression of her faith. The oppressive atmosphere began to lift, and it was not prudent to linger, under Josik's escort. Ino made her way back to the vicinity of the Konoha gates. The distant village of Konoha loomed in and out of view. Konoha, you say? I wonder if the Uchiha clan's territory has been seized by those despicable capitalists within the higher echelons of Konoha. As she approached the village, Ino felt no joy. This meant she would soon part ways with Josik. Sensing her unease, Josik gently reassured her, do not worry, I am not leaving for good. I will return to see you when the opportunity arises. Despite her lingering discontent, Ino chose to trust Josik's words. Well then, I shall take my leave, she announced. And before he could respond, she swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek and dashed away, as if she had committed a transgression, not daring to look back. Zhangju stood in stunned silence, caressing the spot that had been kissed, revealing an aunt's smile. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Asuma was brought to Tsunade, who broke into a cold sweat at the sight of his wounds. Despite his heart being severely damaged, he clung to life, and remarkably, the heart was beginning to heal. This was highly illogical, yet there was no time for such musings. Saving a life was paramount. As the surgery proceeded, Tsunade inquired of Shikamaru how Asuma had sustained his injuries. Upon learning about Zhangju from Shikamaru, her brow furrowed in concern. Why would a rogue ninja exhibit such benevolence? Or perhaps Zhangju harbored some unspeakable secret. For reasons unknown, Tsunade's thoughts immediately turned to that scoundrel Danzo. Dismissing such thoughts, she refocused on the vital task at hand, continuing to treat Asuma. To her surprise, as she administered care, Asuma's condition improved significantly without even the need for surgery. The chakra within him was visibly dissipating, all converging at the heart to facilitate its repair. While Tsunade could not halt this transformation, she was certain that Asuma's life was no longer in jeopardy. However, it was likely that he would lose all his chakra, becoming an ordinary man, a fate unknown if it was what Asuma desired. Miraculously, Asuma's severe injuries transformed into mere light wounds, requiring only rest for recovery. This incident served as a warning to all, as the immortal duo became targets for Konoha's wrath. Shortly afterward, Tsunade emerged, displaying signs of fatigue, and informed everyone that Asuma was no longer in danger. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Asuma's survival was paramount. Hinata, with her burgeoning belly, also felt her anxious heart finally settle. Days later, Asuma woke. Though he had narrowly escaped death, his chakra had completely vanished, leaving him an ordinary man. Nonetheless, Asuma exhibited no negativity, embracing this new reality with optimism. For he had something far more significant than being a ninja. His wife was with child. Kakashi, Ino, and Choji prepared their gear, ready to settle some scores. On the road to Konoha, Haiden and Kakuzu were on the hunt for their next bounty target. It must be said that the Akatsuki was fortunate to have them. The genius who recruited Haiden and Kakuzu likely contributed significantly to the organization's finances, only to have it squandered by Conan. Their efforts had yet to eliminate a single enraged child, merely severing a hand in the process. Kakashi and his team lay in ambush along the duo's route, filled with a desire to see them brought to justice. The moment Haiden and Kakuzu entered the trap, the operation commenced. Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique was deployed for a surprise attack to seize control of Haiden and Kakuzu, but they evaded effortlessly, separating from one another. At that moment, Kakashi struck from behind, delivering a lightning blade that pierced Kakuzu's chest. Surprised, Kakuzu quickly shook it off and kicked Kakashi away, shedding his clothing to reveal 4 monstrous apparitions hidden beneath. Not far off, the ever-reliable Zhangju arrived as promised. The immortal duo posed a significant threat. But Zhangju feared Haiden most. His techniques were indeed crafty and conceptually formidable, likely capable of inflicting self-harm even upon the sage of 6 paths. Kakuzu, while powerful, lacked the overwhelming skills of his partner, possessing merely 5 lives, which paled in comparison to Danzo's Sharingan. As such, Kakuzu summoned all 4 of his creatures, though one inexplicably collapsed. Haiden charged at Kakashi, brandishing his scythe and shouting for the sacrifice of the Dark God. True to the original narrative, unable to catch Kakashi, Haiden redirected his assault toward Shikamaru, who strategically led him into the prepared trap. Meanwhile, the battlefield was dominated solely by Kakuzu, who still posed a formidable challenge for the 3. Zhangzu understood that it was time for him to step in, as Kakuzu's shadow clones seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra, relentlessly bombarding the trio with combined ninjutsu. Kakuzu regarded the 3 with disdain. Their collective bounty barely amounted to 1.5 Asumas. Yet, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Just then, several shurikens flew toward Kakuzu, who scoffed at their insignificance. Clearly, his adversaries lacked any real threat. Thus, he increased his chakra output. Kakashi, Ino, and Choji took refuge behind Kakashi's earthen wall, while outside, Kakuzu's 4 clones unleashed a combined ninjutsu that pinned them down. Kakashi's multiple earthen walls had dwindled to their final layer, uncertain if they could withstand long enough for Shikamaru's plan to unfold. As expected, Shikamaru's strategy succeeded, as a scythe infused with Kakuzu's blood pierced Haiden's body, causing Kakuzu to curse Haiden for his foolishness. He quickly recalled one of his clones back to his main body. Supergiant Rasen Shuriken. Zangetsu arrived at the scene, launching an enormous tailed beast spiral from the outset directly at Kakuzu's chest. The kunai that had just been thrown was a flying thunder god kunai, strategically aimed at exploiting Kakuzu's momentary arrogance, granting Zangetsu the opportunity he sought. In an instant, Kakuzu lost 2 of his clones, igniting a furious wrath within him, compelling him to recall his remaining clones for defense. Fire release and wind release combined ninjutsu surged towards Zangetsu. However, he remained unperturbed, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to teleport to a nearby branch where he had just ascended. Kakuzu, seething with rage, realized that in all his years of dominance within the ninja world, he had never encountered such a setback, and promptly commanded his 2 remaining clones to advance on Zangetsu once more. With unwavering composure, he performs the hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. From the mouth of Jusuk, a stream of water emerged, forming a watery dragon that surged forth to collide with the doppelganger of Kakuto. The forces of both were mutually countered, resulting in the creation of steam that enveloped the surroundings. Zangetsu seized the opportunity to materialize beside Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei," he uttered, gazing at his former pupil. Kakashi, uncertain of what to say, observed the remarkable growth in Zangetsu's strength after their prolonged separation. Zangetsu-kun. The arrival of Zangetsu startled not only Kakashi but also Ino, but this was not the time for reminiscing. "How is Asuma-sensei?" Zangetsu inquired, recalling the experiments of Orochimaru that weighed heavily on his mind. "Thanks to your potion, Asuma-sensei is not in grave danger. He merely lacks chakra, which can be replenished. Is that so? Zangetsu, now aware of the side effects, resolved to discuss this with Orochimaru and his associates at a later time. Meanwhile, the steam began to dissipate, and Kakuzu could vaguely discern the assembled group. He swiftly summoned a fire clone to unleash a fire-style attack upon them. Fortunately, Kakashi erected a earth wall to defend against the onslaught. Kakashi-sensei, what is our strategy? Zangetsu asked, facing such a formidable opponent. Indeed. Kakuzu was the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far. We have both tactics and awareness at our disposal, Kakashi replied. He is a formidable foe. And in a one-on-one scenario, I am uncertain if a trade would be possible. The only reason I managed to take down one of his clones was due to his underestimation of me, which granted me that opportunity. However, next time, success is not guaranteed. After contemplating for a moment, Kakashi noted that his Kamui still had a few seconds of cooldown. If he could position himself close enough to Kakuzu, he could exploit Kamui to incapacitate him. Upon hearing the battle plan, Zangetsu nodded, activating the second stage of his curse mark, enveloping himself in armor, and charging at a fire-masked foe, who had never encountered such an approach. Eager for the confrontation, the masked creature unleashed a fireball jutsu, striking Zangetsu's armor and sending a cloud of dust into the air, obscuring their surroundings. Now is the moment. Chapter 41. Amaterasu. The world fell silent, attuned to the sound of space warping. Kawaii. What? Kakuzu was astonished. He recognized the skill. The ability to distort space instilled fear even in his immortal form. He hastily retreated to escape the influence of Kamui, prioritizing his escape above all else. Yet, the speed of Kamui surpassed his own, and the space continued to contort. In an instant, Kakuzu's left arm was twisted off by Kakashi. Once a distance was established, Kakuzu's expression darkened, at least in the presence of Kakashi and his allies. The loss of his right arm would significantly impair his combat effectiveness. Seizing the moment while Kakuzu was still reeling, Kakashi resolved to press the attack. With his Chidori coalescing in hand, he charged at Kakuzu, who attempted to block with an earth wall. Observing Kakashi's advance, Zangetsu followed suit. Eager to share in the glory of the battle, he produced two kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, one he held, while he aimed to throw the other behind Kakuzu. With a pincer movement, victory seemed assured, and the joy of impending triumph enveloped Zangetsu's heart. The Akatsuki's strength is not as impressive as I thought. The kunai swiftly reached Kakuzu's back, and just as before, he failed to defend himself. Zangetsu teleported without hesitation. Having learned from his previous encounter, Kakuzu was no fool and had already devised a countermeasure for two opponents. As an ancient entity, he had weathered countless storms. He had faced the first Hokage without fear. Had he truly faced the first? That was merely an exaggeration. Kakashi's offensive approached silently. But one of Kakuzu's clones utilized an earth-style technique to block Kakashi's Chidori. The Chidori struck the earth wall, creating a significant crater, yet it inflicted no substantial damage. Kakashi quickly readied his next Chidori, while the battle continued. In a swift maneuver, Jusuke relied on the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind Kakuzu. He cast his kunai into the air, while the spiraling sphere in his hand had already coalesced, surging towards Kakuzu. Anticipating this, Kakuzu was well prepared. He would not fall for the same trick again. His left hand swiftly blocked the attack, while his mask unleashed a torrent of fire directed at Kakuzu. Jusuke grinned, as if to say, "Do you think I am unaware?" Apologies, but behold, the second phase of the Flying Thunder God. After Jay-Z relied on the Flying Thunder God technique he had previously discarded, he found himself directly in front of Kakuzu. As he gathered the Rasengan in his right hand, he aimed to strike Kakuzu's crown. How naive. The imagined shattering of Kakuzu's mask did not transpire. Instead, Jay-Z found himself firmly bound by ropes suspended in midair. What? How could this be? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ropes ensnaring him were connected to Kakuzu's right hand and body. From the very beginning, both Jay-Z and Kakashi had fallen victim to Kakuzu's cunning plan. Indeed, Kamui is formidable. But Kakashi and Jay-Z had overlooked the fact that even if Kakuzu's arm were severed, he could still utilize his mask to regenerate. As long as the mask remained intact for restoration, he would be able to recover. Initially, Kakuzu's objective was to eliminate Kakashi. But who could have anticipated this turn of events? The assistance had presented itself willingly. Then, it seems that this assistance must meet its demise. As the rope, sharp as a sword, was poised to pierce the heart of the assistants, Kakashi and the others were consumed by a sense of urgency. Yet Kakashi found himself obstructed by the fiery visage before him, leaving him helplessly in pursuit. Is this truly the end? The assistants felt as though life had transformed into a fleeting carousel. Perhaps death was inevitable, contingent upon where the attack would land, yet the probability of survival felt bleak, perhaps. Like Itachi, he would eventually be summoned from the depths of the earth. Facing the Ninja Alliance, he would likely serve as a formidable guardian of the gates. The images of his life flashed before his eyes, and a profound sense of regret washed over him. Regret. I am so sorry. It is all my fault for underestimating the situation. Naruto should arrive soon, and then you shall avenge me. Alas, if only I possessed Amaterasu at this moment. I could simply incinerate these ropes. Perhaps it is only in the final moments of life that one truly comprehends the essence of existence. The assistant opened his eyes, gazing at the impending attacks with an unusual tranquility. He felt an intense itch in his eyes, as if something dark were emerging. It seemed to have neutralized the impending assault from the enemy. What could this be? Zhangzhu gazed in utter astonishment at those black, flame-like entities. What could this possibly be? Amaterasu. More of the dark substance poured forth from his eyes, initially devoid of color, yet upon reaching its destination, it manifested as an indomitable black flame. What is happening? Why is this occurring? When did I open my eyes? It is difficult to believe that Sasuke is absolutely certain he has indeed awakened. The binding on his right hand, too, has been obliterated by the divine flames of Amaterasu, leaving Kakuzu with no possibility of restoring his arm. As he plummeted to the ground like a free-falling object, fortunately, Kakashi promptly summoned his shadow clone to catch Zangetsu. Through his Sharingan, Kakashi could only hear Zangetsu incessantly murmuring, "Is it the Manjiki?" Indeed, Zangetsu's eyes had transformed into a mesmerizing crimson. Shaped like the windmill shuriken, a pair of terrifying orbs. This was Kakashi's initial impression. Scarlet blood gushed from Zangetsu's eyes, and he understood that this was the backlash of the Manjiki. Without acquiring and merging with the Manjiki of a similarly close kin, he would never attain that eternal radiance. Zhangzhu felt as though his vision had experienced a slight decline. The symptoms were imperceptible, yet his keen senses detected them nonetheless. "Are you all right, Zhangzhu?" Just as he lingered in a daze, Kakashi roused him from his bewildered state. Indeed, they were still engaged in the battle at Konoha, a moment ill-suited for reverie. Zhangzhu took several deep breaths to recalibrate his focus. If he possessed the power of Amaterasu, did that not imply the potential to wield Susanoo as well? Susanoo, the third power that could only be unlocked with the Manjiki Sharingan, is revered as a divine force. It embodies destruction, and it is said that witnessing it even once inevitably leads to death. Susanoo manifests in various stages, the initial stage where arms and ribs take form, the first stage resembling a skeletal structure, the second stage where veins and flesh envelop the skeleton, and the third stage adorned with the armor of the Tengu. The fourth stage adds lower limbs to the second form, yet the third and fourth stages are not evolutionary in nature. Ultimately, there exists the complete form of Susanoo, attainable only by those who have maximized the ocular prowess of the Manjiki Sharingan and possess immense chakra. In its complete form, Susanoo expands to an extraordinary size, stabilizing its chakra. Its might is sufficient to effortlessly cleave mountains and meteors, while also granting the ability to fly and perform techniques favored by its wielder. Chapter 42. Susanoo. One must ponder, during their youth, who among the viewers of Naruto did not dream of one day becoming a Jinchuriki or summoning the formidable Susanoo. Sasuke initially believed that he had no connection to Susanoo, nor to the kaleidoscope. However, to his astonishment, he inexplicably awakened his eye. The surprise was truly overwhelming. Susanoo. Zhangzhu's breath came in hurried gasps, his mind silently reciting a mantra. Zhangzhu felt his chakra rapidly overflowing, swiftly taking shape outside his body. Indeed, under his command, Susanoo was successfully summoned. Its form emerged in a brilliant white, and upon its summoning, it appeared merely as a skeletal structure, which then continually expanded, evolving into a half-formed skull. This marked the initiation of the second stage, directly bypassing the first. Is this the power of the Uchiha? The power of a deity? At this moment, Jay-Z has acquired the strength to challenge in the later stages, though it remains uncertain whether he can advance further. The Susanoo, formidable as it is, demands an exorbitant amount of chakra. After merely 10 seconds of its maintenance, Jay-Z felt as though he had expended 1/50th of his chakra. It appears that he is still quite deficient in chakra, which is hardly surprising. If chakra consumption were minimal, then the ninja wars would be a farce, and Madara could effortlessly obliterate the entire ninja alliance with his perpetual Susanoo. With such considerations in mind, it would be remiss not to utilize this power, lest he squander the opportunity to fully appreciate his own vision. Zhangzhu cast a glance at Oudoudou, apologizing for the delay. Well then, let us proceed. Oudoudou was taken aback by the extraordinary abilities displayed by Zhangzhu. Although he was unaware of the specifics, the formidable presence was unmistakable. He swiftly retreated, commanding his masks to unleash attacks of water and fire towards Zhangzhu. Is this the extent of your assault? Zangetsu could not help but shake his head, finding the opponent woefully inadequate. Although the Susanoo had sustained some damage, it was far from being harmed. He then commanded the Susanoo to deliver a punch from both the water and fire clones. To his surprise, due to the constraints of distance, the clones easily evaded Zangetsu's attack. Nanny, is this even possible? Zangetsu internally scoffed. So this is how we shall play, is it? Let's initiate the second phase. At that moment, flesh and bone sprouted from the Susanoo, transforming it from a mere skeletal figure. With the commencement of the second phase, the Susanoo would awaken its unique weapon, and Zangetsu's Susanoo was no exception, much to his astonishment. His Susanoo had acquired a polearm, specifically a dual-form Naginata Kusanagi sword. Well then, he thought, it's better to showcase it than to simply talk. In the massive hand of the Susanoo appeared a Naginata forged from a concentrated mass of white chakra, appearing exceedingly sharp and formidable. Jasuke did not need to physically execute the movement alongside Susanoo. Merely envisioning the actions in his mind was sufficient for Susanoo to carry them out with remarkable efficacy. The blade of Susanoo's Naginata struck the fire mask, cleaving it cleanly in two. Meanwhile, the water mask, contemplating resistance, was swiftly crushed by Susanoo under Jasuke's command before it could even react. Only a single, bloody Kakuzu remained on the battlefield. The already beleaguered Kakuzu posed no further threat. Just as depicted in the original tale, Kakashi swiftly dispatched him with a kunai. Thus, the once formidable Kakuzu met his end here. With everything concluded, Jasuke withdrew from Susanoo. Two streams of blood cascading from his eyes, and his vision became increasingly blurred. Sigh. The power he had imagined was indeed far more potent. Considering the thoughts of Jay-Z, it is indeed regrettable. Utilizing too much energy may lead to one's own blindness. The consumption during the previous phase was considerable, and the demands of the second stage of Susanoo are significantly greater, yet the results are equally remarkable. After the defeat of Kakuzu, Orochimaru met his end at the hands of Sasuke. However, Jay-Z recalls that prior to this, Orochimaru seemed intent on capturing the Three Tails, only to be thwarted by the Akatsuki's intervention later. This plot involving Orochimaru and the Three Tails is an original creation for the anime, yet I include it here, as it was sanctioned by Kishimoto, amusingly enough. Following this, Orochimaru was ultimately slain by Sasuke. After dispatching Orochimaru, Sasuke formed his snake team, battled Deidara, confronted Itachi, endured the death of his mentor Jiraiya, faced the invasion of Pain and Konoha, and participated in the 5 Kage Summit. That is approximately the essence of it all. Zhangzhu let out a resigned sigh. The awakening of the kaleidoscope was a double-edged sword for him. On one hand, it elevated his strength to new heights, while on the other, it brought him perilously close to blindness. It was hard to fathom how that little brat, Sasuke, managed to ruin his own eyes in just a few days. Equally puzzling was how Obito had managed to retain his vision for so many years. Did Kamui not deplete ocular power? It was utterly absurd. Setting aside these musings, Zhangzhu felt a sense of relief knowing Ino was unharmed. Ironically, the original intention had been to protect her, yet he had inadvertently become the main protagonist of this mission. It was rather abstract, to say the least. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to take his leave. Ino, I'm heading out. With his objective accomplished, there was no reason for him to linger. Zhangzhu, don't go. A voice called out from a distance, momentarily catching him off guard. According to the current timeline, it should be arriving soon, yet Zhangzhu had no intention of staying. He gazed gently at Ino, who blushed and dared not meet his eyes, merely nodding silently in acknowledgement. A voice resonated within Jasuke's heart. I will miss you. Inogen conveyed this message using the unique secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. Subsequently, Jasuke departed from the scene, leaving behind a tardy Naruto. Had he truly arrived too late? Naruto was engulfed in profound regret. He did not blame Kakashi or the others for failing to stop Jasuke. Instead, he reproached himself for his delayed arrival. Shikamaru relayed all the events surrounding Asuma to Naruto, further solidifying Naruto's conviction in his thoughts. Zabuza's departure undoubtedly stemmed from some unexpressed grievances. Today's near encounter further substantiated Naruto's thoughts. His once wounded heart began to beat anew. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto greeted Kakashi with enthusiasm. Well, let me briefly recount what just transpired, Kakashi said as he summarized the recent events. Upon hearing this, Naruto was utterly astonished. It appeared that Zabuza had indeed made significant progress. He realized he could not afford to lag behind. With fervor igniting within him, Naruto readied himself, his spirit soaring with determination. He He vowed to bring Zabuza and Sasuke back to the village and to become Hokage himself. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Zabuza was entirely unaware of his intentions. Upon returning to Orochimaru's base, Zabuza sought out the forbidden jutsu scrolls, specifically those capable of sealing tailed beasts. For reasons unknown, both Orochimaru and Sasuke were absent from the base, likely engaged in training elsewhere. It mattered little. Zabuza mused that his Uncle Snake would soon meet his end. Chapter 43. The learning process. It must be said that while Orochimaru may be cunning, he certainly possesses considerable advantages, which explains his rise to power as the leader of the Sound Village. Zabuza estimated his own standing within Orochimaru's ranks to be quite elevated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the freedom to roam the Jutsu collection room. Indeed, even if Zabuza wished to enter, none could impede his passage. His desire to learn sealing techniques was initially sparked by a fleeting impulse, though it was not entirely baseless. Zabuza had inexplicably awakened his Sharingan, which further fueled his ambition. Zhangzu felt a sense of uncertainty and apprehension within himself. Although the kaleidoscope was indeed useful, one must also replace one's own eyes. The eternal kaleidoscope? A mere jest. Is it something one could truly possess? And whose eyes would it be? Those of Shishui. By that time, one's own eyes would likely be rendered useless. It seems that he would remain at this juncture for the entirety of his life, forever bound to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As for that eternal radiance, Zhangzu did not dare to aspire for too much. In truth, from the outset, his ambition was never to attain the kaleidoscope, but rather to transplant the cells of Hashirama and to develop them to their utmost potential, aspiring to become the next incarnation of Hashirama himself. Such aspirations are indeed beautiful, yet reality is often more stark. However, it seems that in later stages, should he be fortunate enough to receive 2 eyes from Naruto, the Sage of 6 Paths, it could serve as a fortuitous outcome. Although he would lose the kaleidoscope, he could still navigate the ninja world with his mastery of wood release. With this thought, Zhangzu regained his optimism and continued his search for the sealing technique scrolls. What Zaosho remains unaware of is that his closest kin have long entrusted him with the eternal light, merely awaiting the opportune moment for its blossoming. However, I digress. What motivates Zaosho's desire to master the art of sealing? Although Zangetsu is not an ambitious individual, he has held a singular aspiration since childhood. This modest goal is simply to protect those dear to him, while a more lofty ambition may involve opposing the entire ninja world, all in the name of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Zangetsu seeks power, the power of tailed beasts. This desire explains his defection. Remaining in the dilapidated Konoha offers little prospect for growth. Unlike a prince who can effortlessly awaken seals and vanquish foes to gain experience, he is merely a young Uchiha, content as long as he is not overtly discriminated against within the village. Were the villagers to invite him for a drink, he would gladly share a table with Naruto. As for the specifics of capturing a tailed beast and the methods involved, Zangetsu remains ignorant. He possesses a modicum of tailed beast chakra within him, which, though limited, has indeed enhanced his strength. Hence, he yearns to capture a tailed beast and become a Jinchuriki. However, all of this is but a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, studying sealing techniques is not without merit. It could expand his repertoire of skills. Thus, he resolves to learn a few techniques as a precaution. After some contemplation, Zangetsu finally discovers a substantial scroll containing various sealing techniques, ranging from the trivial to the monumental. Some techniques are capable of sealing minor ninja tools, while others can seal an entire bridge. Notably, among them are techniques for sealing and subduing tailed beasts. Most importantly, these sealing arts are primarily the forbidden techniques left behind by the legendary Senju Tobirama of Konoha. A gasp escapes him. How could Orochimaru possess such a scroll? Did he unearth the grave of the second Hokage? It appears that he did, which makes this discovery quite plausible. The world of Takamagara sealing technique, particularly suited for Zangetsu, imposes 2 simple requirements on the practitioner: the ability to withstand the power of a tailed beast and the limitation of using it only once per tailed beast in a lifetime. Zangetsu wonders about the rationale behind this restriction, pondering if the second Hokage would deceive himself. Yet, was he a Jinchuriki? It seems rather implausible that he developed sealing techniques for capturing tailed beasts in that capacity. Nevertheless, Zangetsu decides to commit fully to his endeavor, resolving to learn the world of Takamagara sealing technique. The process of learning is exceedingly tedious, and we skip ahead to the day he finally masters it. Coincidentally, today marks the return of Orochimaru, along with Sasuke, both of whom appear disheveled and battered. Their disarray naturally draws Zangetsu's attention. What happened? You both look quite worse for wear, he inquires. Orochimaru's expression darkens, his resentment towards their rivals intensifying. The two remain silent, and behind them, Kabuto materializes, addressing Zangetsu. We had a shipment to return to the base, which has always been conducted discreetly. However, today we were intercepted by IBI and others along the way, which included several elite shinobi from Konoha. Even Lord Orochimaru was injured. Is that so? After a moment of contemplation, Zangetsu pondered how the Leaf Ninja could possibly possess their intelligence, especially regarding the transport of supplies. He recalled that the procurement of resources was typically under the vigilant oversight of Orochimaru. Thus, two possibilities emerged. Either there was a mole within their ranks, or they had been victims of a betrayal among criminals. As for the latter, it was clear to the astute readers, such as the dashing Tomato Man and the lovely Tomato Ladies, that it pointed to none other than our esteemed fifth Hokage, who was committed to upholding the will of fire with unwavering loyalty. Have you uncovered the identity of the perpetrator? Zangetsu inquired after a brief pause. Orochimaru shook his head, admitting that he currently lacked any leads. Moreover, with the time for his reincarnation drawing near, he felt increasingly disoriented and in urgent need of a new vessel. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Sasuke. I can assure you that our people are beyond reproach, but I suspect there may be issues with our partners. Orochimaru's voice was chilling, making Zangetsu feel as though air conditioning was unnecessary. Provoking Orochimaru could prove perilous, while he might refrain from retaliating in the moment. He was known for exacting 100-fold revenge later. Therefore, Orochimaru commanded, Zangetsu, I need you to run an errand. The loss of the cargo itself is not catastrophic, but it contains some invaluable materials that must not be discarded. Before the escape, I installed a tracking device on the shipment. Please ensure its return. Zhangju nodded. The task was straightforward, as Konoha possessed no formidable adversaries. Anyone with hands would suffice. His only concern was the possibility of members from the Akatsuki organization suddenly appearing and overpowering Zhangju, which would spell disaster. Upon hearing Zhangju's enthusiastic agreement, Orochimaru's expression softened slightly, and he subsequently instructed Sasuke. Sasuke, investigate the perimeter for any pursuing enemies. Find a way to elude them, and once Zhangju has succeeded, provide him with support. Sasuke, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, chose not to elaborate and departed without a backward glance. Upon witnessing this, Jezu found no reason to linger. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, he promptly took his leave. Once the two had departed, Orochimaru was seized by a fit of violent coughing, the echoes reverberating through the underground, unheard by the duo above. After a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled slowly, directing his gaze towards Sasuke. The reanimation jutsu was nearly complete. It only required a few boxes of herbs. After exiting the base, Jezu, following the coordinates inscribed on the scroll, successfully located the site of the goods. Observing the Leaf Village ninjas, he noted a complete lack of martial spirit. Groups of ninjas lay sprawled together, their demeanor far too relaxed. Is this truly the demeanor of the Leaf's ninjas? They appeared far too lax, almost inferior to the sound village established by Orochimaru. Jezu could confidently assert that he could easily dispatch this batch of ninjas. Among the squad leaders, Jezu recognized none other than Ebisu. Yet, he wondered why Ibiki was absent. Such information was all that Jezu had managed to ascertain. After confirming the number of individuals and their defensive formations, he commenced a stealthy infiltration, which proved remarkably effortless, dismantling the defenses set by Ebisu with ease. Before long, he arrived at the storage area, where two guards had already succumbed to drowsiness. Jezu had no need for disguise. He slipped in unnoticed beneath their very eyelids. The goods Orochimaru sought. Indeed, they resembled the small box as described by him, though the contents remained a mystery, secured by a coded lock on the exterior. Zhangzu had no curiosity to investigate. After collecting the goods, he prepared to leave. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Outside the tent, one of the Konoha gatekeepers, Gongzi Tai, arrived at the entrance, diligently inspecting the warehouse operations. Inside, Zhangzu heard the commotion and quickly concealed himself. Aminos, arriving neither early nor late, chose this precise moment to make an entrance, truly a plot twist. At that moment, Gongzi Tai remained unaware of the presence within, casually moving about as usual. Wielding a summoning technique, a colossal staff resembling a shell. This enormous staff could soar freely through the air, with all offense and defense under Gongzi Tai's control. Many analyses of the Naruto storyline suggest this pertains to the Three-Tails Eye, though its veracity remains uncertain. Even Kishimoto himself has been ambiguous. Thus, a small survey is in order. When responding to the author, those who assert it is not the Three-Tails Eye should be acknowledged, whilst those who claim it is the Three-Tails Eye should also receive recognition. Meanwhile, Zhangju, hidden away, remained oblivious to the identity of the intruder, praying not to be discovered. Yet, how could fortune favor him? Gongzi Tai's weapon seemed to attract the Nine-Tails chakra within Zhangzhu, causing it to stir restlessly. Though merely a fraction of chakra, it was enough to expose Zhangzhu's presence. It is well known that tailed beasts are drawn to one another, and their chakra is no exception. As Gongzi Tai wielded his weapon, it detected the aura of the Nine-Tails chakra. Consequently, the weapon inadvertently gravitated towards Zhangzhu. Though he initially sought concealment, the Nine-Tails chakra became unruly, enveloping him in a cloak of tailed beast energy. The sinister chakra radiated outward, and even as Gongzi Tai danced through the air, he sensed it, promptly adopting a combat stance. Gongzi Tai, exhilarated, was in high spirits that day. His team had received intelligence from kind-hearted Konoha villagers regarding Orochimaru's supply transport passing through the area. These benevolent villagers even guided the ninjas to the location, allowing Gongzi Tai to set up an ambush, which had indeed paid off. Now, while merely conducting a routine inspection of the goods, he stumbled upon a thief. However, the only blemish in these otherwise fortunate days was that the kind villagers seemed to favor Danzo over the Hokage for reasons unbeknownst to him. A peculiar situation indeed. Who goes there? Step forward. Gongzi Tai bellowed, attempting to force Zhangzhu into the open. Yet, Zhangzhu was hardly inclined to comply. Jasuke had no desire to engage in combat. However, that did not imply he was incapable of defending himself. Since you have already summoned your allies, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The tailed beast chakra had once again returned under Jasuke's command. Steel Iron, hiding within the crates, hesitated to reveal himself, prompting Jasuke to act decisively. He hurled his massive hammer with a resounding crash, shattering the surrounding wooden boxes and raising a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Jasuke grasped the hammer, feeling a familiar surge of chakra akin to the Nine-Tails within him. Having partially lost his weapon, Steel Iron attempted to reclaim it, but soon discovered that Jasuke's strength was akin to that of a rampaging bull, rendering his efforts futile. Who exactly are you? Steel Iron inquired, gazing at the enigmatic man adorned with a mysterious mask. Their skirmish had attracted a considerable crowd, including numerous formidable individuals akin to Steel Iron himself. The name remains unchanged. I am Yamashiro F. Yamashiro F? Who is that? Is he from the Yamashiro clan? Why have I never encountered him before? Steel Iron pondered, unaware that Jasuke was concealing his true identity. The name Yamashiro F was one Jasuke had fabricated, and with his bespoke mask shielding his handsome visage, he had no fear of it being marred. His only concern lay in the possibility of being captured. Steel Iron continued to exert force to retrieve his weapon, but unexpectedly, Jasuke yanked him forward. Despite the precarious situation, Steel Iron, a man of resilience, retaliated with a fierce fireball technique. Yet, it was in vain. Such naivety. The force was reciprocal. As Steel Iron was drawn nearer, Jasuke delivered a powerful punch that sent him hurtling several meters away. The weapon crafted from three-tailed eyes fell into Jasuke's possession as Steel Iron was flung aside, only to be surrounded by a throng of adversaries. Chapter 45. 1 against 3. The preceding section serves as a narrative interlude. Those who find it unengaging may skip a page or two to reach the main text. Today, I attentively considered your comments and feedback, which were indeed quite insightful. I have also noted numerous remarks suggesting that those with the Sharingan, who have utilized Hashirama cells, will not suffer from blindness. After perusing various forums and commentary from several users, I have yet to find a definitive statement. Each viewpoint holds its own merit. Yet I have not encountered any comments from Kishimoto himself. After exploring numerous Naruto fan works and analyses, I have observed that many fan interpretations suggest that the transplantation of Hashirama cells merely mitigates the speed of impending blindness, rather than granting perpetual vision. Otherwise, why would Kishimoto introduce the concept of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, the everlasting light? Why is Obito not blind despite being half a vegetable? The side effects must be significantly reduced. Furthermore, I have encountered an alternate theory, illustrated in the author's notes, positing that Obito's preserved sight is due to the minimal consumption of chakra from Kimui, coupled with the fact that he possesses a single-eye Sharingan, leading to lesser chakra depletion compared to those with dual eyes. You can see how both Tobirama and Itachi, when employing Amaterasu, leave a trail of blood. By the way, regarding the lightning cutter and Chidori, for those familiar with the Naruto anime, or those who have played Bleach vs. Naruto, I seek your insight. If they refrain from declaring the names of their techniques, would you still be able to discern who is targeting whom? Personally, I find myself at a loss. If you notice any inconsistencies or errors in my writing, please feel free to comment, as I value your feedback. Additionally, I realize I may have inflated the word count significantly. Oh, the joy of verbosity. Main text as steel iron was sent flying. The assembled members of Konoha encircled Jasuke. Did they intend to engage him in a wheel of combat? With such a scant number of individuals, Jasuke felt it was futile. I strongly advise you to depart at once. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. In a deliberate attempt to sound profound, the figure of Zangetsu gripped the weapon wrested from Steel's iron grasp. Could it be that Zangetsu's thoughts were indeed accurate? The eyes of the three tails. The essence of the tailed beast had nearly vanished entirely. Perhaps he could awaken it once more, requiring merely a trace of the beast's chakra. How fortuitous that he possessed exactly what was needed. Zhangzhu gradually infused the weapon with the nine tails chakra. Instantly, the weapon seemed to come to life, exuding a rich elemental aura of water. The three tails, known colloquially as the Great King Turtle, indeed possessed an eye. Yet, the origins of this weapon remained a mystery. It was only known that a fierce battle had once transpired between the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha, resulting in the blinding of one of the three tails' eyes. What astonished Zhangzhu even more was that the previously withered and shriveled eye upon the weapon now appeared animated, curiously surveying its surroundings. Could the three tails truly see? Zhangzhu was unaware. In that case, let us attempt to harness the power of the tailed beasts. He gazed at the Leaf Village ninjas encircling him. Water release, great waterfall technique. Jotaro unleashed a colossal sphere of water from his mouth, hurling it towards his adversaries. The landscape ahead was entirely obscured by the technique of the great waterfall, yet Jotaro, wielding his hammer, advanced undeterred. A ninja from the Hidden Leaf attempted to counter this assault, erecting an earthen wall in a bid to withstand the onslaught of the great waterfall technique. Embodying the essence of a war deity, leaps forth, seizing his adversary by the throat. How many flights of stairs must one ascend whilst bearing a sack of rice? Zhangzhu inquired. The Konoha ninja, A, was being choked in a painful struggle, on the verge of losing consciousness. At that moment, his comrade arrived to provide support, launching a surprise attack from behind Zhangzhu with a powerful fireball jutsu. With a cold smirk, Jasuke cast the armor behind him, the blazing fireball striking it and reducing it to a near ruin. Subsequently, Jasuke instantly appeared before the ninja who had ambushed him, confronting him with the words, "Was it you who dared to sneak attack me?" Zhangzhou advanced with a powerful swing, sending your old rival flying. The prowess of Zhaojian is universally acknowledged. One would wonder what gives them the audacity to obstruct him. Just then, 3 elite Jonin arrived. Upon learning the circumstances from their compatriot, they approached Zhaojian. Regardless of your intentions, it would be prudent to leave now. You will not be harmed. Should you choose otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of foresight. The leading elite Jonin declared. Clearly unimpressed, Zhaojian retaliated with 2 fireballs directed at the trio. With negotiations futile, the 3 chose to engage directly. The foremost among them initiated the assault, employing earth release to create fissures and wind release to restrict Zhaojian's movement. Unable to remain on the ground, Zhaojian leapt into the air. Awaiting him was one of the assailants. This individual hurled 3 kunai, accompanied by explosive tags and a long blade, aimed at Zhaojian. The explosive tags detonated first. With 3 resounding blasts, a cloud of dust erupted, and the airborne Jonin observed, only to see the dust split in 2. However, the anticipated division of Zhaojian did not transpire. The assailant found himself striking nothing but air. How is this possible? Hey, what are you looking at? A voice echoed from above the Jonin. Startled, he glanced upward, bewildered by the sudden appearance of Zhaojian above him. Before he could react, a single punch sent him crashing to the ground, severely injured. In mere moments, 1 Jonin had been defeated. This young man's cunning and martial prowess were undoubtedly comparable to Kakashi's. The remaining 2 Jonin exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. After a brief deliberation, they resolved that a sneak attack would be futile. Thus, they opted for a ranged approach. With that, they unleashed a powerful fire release to create distance from Zhaojian. Indeed, Jasuke proved to be as they had envisioned. He excelled in close combat, but faltered at range. However, blind confidence in one's abilities is hardly a virtue. Just as the 2 were poised to unleash their formidable fireball technique, 3 shuriken whizzed toward them. They swiftly evaded, their minds filled with derisive thoughts. Was that all? Little did they realize, they were the ones destined for slaughter. Fire style, great fireball technique. Two fireballs erupted on either side of Sasuke, detonating in a magnificent explosion. The two exchanged triumphant glances, convinced that Sasuke must have sustained injuries, provided their assumptions were correct. Zangetsu ought to be a proficient martial artist among ninjas, lacking in ninjutsu, which is precisely why he recently suffered a setback. Now, it is their moment of pursuit. In truth, had Zangetsu not wished to conceal his identity, they would have met their demise long ago. There would have been no need to summon Susanoo. A single Amaterasu could have incinerated them instantly, let alone a swift strike from Susanoo itself. Among the shuriken that were just hurled, one was imbued with the flying thunder god technique. At this moment, the time has come for the likes of JZ, flying thunder god, activate. Sasuke appeared like a flash of darkness, instantly materializing behind the two individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed a seal and unleashed two colossal fireballs. Though his intent was not to kill, the assault would undoubtedly leave them severely injured for at least half a month. Zangetsu harbored no desire to eliminate them. During Pain's invasion of Konoha, he required these leaf ninjas as mere fodder to delay the arrival of the prince. It was unfathomable that he would simply end their lives at this juncture. The two were struck squarely by the great fireball technique. No one could impede Zangetsu any longer. Nin, Chunin, in the face of overwhelming power, they were nothing more than expendable pawns. After dispatching them, Zangetsu departed with poise, leaving behind a chilling declaration. Remember, those who inflict harm are the mountain wind. The name Mountain Wind resonated with everyone present. Shortly thereafter, with a smoke bomb cast, Zangetsu vanished from the encampment without a moment's hesitation. Zhangjiu, bearing the goods, hastened back to Orochimaru's base without delay. He tossed the cargo to Orochimaru, declaring, "This is the shipment you requested." After speaking, Zhangjiu adjusted his waist. Upon seeing his goods returned, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with delight. He expressed his gratitude to Zhangjiu and inquired, "What reward do you desire?" The more Orochimaru observed Zhangjiu, the more he was impressed. It was a pity that Zhangjiu had not joined him 3 years prior, for he would have gladly imparted all his ninjutsu to him. This thought inevitably left a lingering sense of regret in Orochimaru's mind. Zangetsu shook his head, realizing that even Orochimaru himself was uncertain of his own desires. His dedication to serving Orochimaru stemmed purely from his own professionalism. Having become a rogue ninja, he resolved to excel as a model of diligence among the renegades. "Ah well, there's nothing I require at the moment. Should there be any tasks, feel free to summon me. I plan to take a stroll in a few days," he remarked before retreating to his quarters. Outside, Orochimaru revealed a contemplative smile as he observed Zangetsu's departure. The contrast between Zangetsu and Sasuke was striking. Despite sharing similarly tragic experiences, they had evolved into two distinctly different individuals. Orochimaru found himself increasingly intrigued by Zangetsu. Unbeknownst to Zangetsu, who had returned to his room, Orochimaru's mind was preoccupied with these thoughts. Instead, Zangetsu contemplated the main storyline of the original Naruto narrative, realizing he possessed only a vague understanding of it. The next pivotal event likely involved Orochimaru facing his demise, while the fate of the Three Tails seemed bleak, especially since Hong Lien and the others had returned looking quite disheveled. Without the tailed beasts, there would be little to leverage. By the way, should I offer that great hammer for Orochimaru's research? It seems rather useless in my hands. Zangetsu mused. With that thought, he rose and made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory, where he found Orochimaru and Kabuto engrossed in examining some crimson chakra, which appeared oddly familiar. Though Zangetsu could not recall where he had seen it before, he then produced a hammer crafted from the eye of the Three Tails. After infusing it with a modicum of tailed beast chakra, the hammer regained its vitality, its eye ceaselessly surveying its surroundings. "I acquired this while battling those ninjas. Though I am uncertain of its potential, can you discern its purpose?" Orochimaru paused his work, turning his gaze towards the object Zangetsu had brought forth. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. "What a formidable weapon this is," he mused, instantly recognizing its origins. Zangetsu nodded, recounting the incidents that transpired while procuring weapons for Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru erupted into hearty laughter. The foolish denizens of Konoha were indeed squandering resources, utilizing the eyes of tailed beasts as weaponry and bestowing them upon such a flamboyant figure. Orochimaru took the weapon from Zangetsu, examining it meticulously. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "At present, I find myself at a loss, but grant me a little time, and I shall undoubtedly unravel the mystery." His tone exuded confidence. a sentiment that Orochimaru firmly believed, for he was indeed the foremost scientist in the ninja world. Furthermore, his medical ninjutsu was commendable. While he may not surpass Tsunade, he was certainly among the elite. This was the essence of Orochimaru's self-assurance, further underscored by the towering horns of the 8 tails behind him, which spoke volumes. Jiangzhu nodded. Yes, please remember to inform me once you have any news. He then returned to his own chamber. A few leisurely days passed. In a sudden whim, Zangetsu decided to journey to Konoha. There was no need for any adornment. The wanted poster depicting him in Konoha was so grotesque that there was no necessity for concealment. Zangetsu confidently strolled back into Konoha, unperturbed. Along the way, no one questioned him, and no one took notice as he followed the path ahead. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's territory, Shozu was greeted not by the desolate and dilapidated scene he had envisioned, but rather by a vibrant locale filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms of flowers. What is this? Where have I come? Is this truly my home? Who could have possibly purchased my Uchiha clan's estate? Jiangzhu could hardly believe his eyes, genuinely questioning whether he was stricken with blindness. He rubbed his eyes vigorously once more. Indeed, the door bore the unmistakable emblem of the Uchiha clan. Jiangzhu had no choice but to muster his courage and step inside. The world within was equally vibrant with the essence of spring. Flowers and plants bloomed in a splendid display. Jiangzhu recalled that even during the days when the Uchiha clan still thrived, such beauty had never graced his eyes. Only the thick layers of dust in some rooms bore witness to the grandeur of yesteryears. Following the trail of memory, Jiangzhu found himself back in his own home. How long had it been since he last returned? It seemed as though Sasuke had returned to the past. The sensation of helplessness reminiscent of the night of the massacre surged within him once more. He pushed open the door, revealing a room that was not shrouded in dust like others. The floor was immaculate, clearly maintained by regular cleaning. The corners of the windowsill bore no traces of dust, and by the shoe cabinet at the entrance lay a pair of shoes, instantly heightening Sasuke's alertness. Someone was inside. Jiangzhu, deep in thought, gradually suppressed his pace and stepped into the house. He cast a sweeping glance around the living room, finding no signs of suspicious individuals. However, the cleanliness of the space brought him satisfaction. Since that incident, his parents' room had remained unopened, while Sasuke and Itachi's room had been locked ever since Sasuke's defection. As for his own room, it was not locked, but merely closed as usual, prompting Jiangzhu to tread lightly towards it. To his dismay, he discovered that the door to his room was ajar, heightening his vigilance. How audacious of the little thief to occupy his sanctuary. Upon entering his room, he was struck by the fact that everything appeared just as it had been when he left. The only noticeable change was the inexplicable addition of an extra blanket and pillow on his bed. He couldn't help but exclaim, what is this situation? Not only had a thief invaded his home, but it appeared to be a rather audacious one at that. The room was filled with a pleasant aroma, one that Jiangzhu felt he had encountered before, though he could not quite recall where. The bed was somewhat disheveled, the blankets not neatly arranged, clearly indicating that the new occupant had taken liberties, treating the space as their own. This was infuriating. He fervently hoped he would not discover the identity of the intruder. With no traces left behind, it was evident that there was only one place left to search, the courtyard outside. Jiangzhu stealthily approached the courtyard and abruptly pulled open the door, only to be met with a scene he would never forget. The neglected courtyard was overrun with a myriad of exquisite flowers, breathing new life into the once desolate colors of the space. The fragrance wafted through the air, rich and intoxicating. Yet, the beautiful petals paled in comparison to the enchanting figure Jiangzhu beheld. Chapter 47. Once again, Tawanzo. Jiangzhu harbors a profound admiration for a line from a great poet. Searching for him amidst the crowd 1,000 times, I suddenly turn my head. And there he stands, amidst the dim lights. Initially, I believed this to be merely a figment of a grand poet's imagination, yet little did I know that, in this very moment, it has manifested in reality. Jiangzhu sensed the same feeling. She sat outside in the courtyard, adorned in a kimono, surrounded by a multitude of blossoms, resembling a fairy among the flowers, her hands delicately weaving a nearly complete floral crown. Jingo. As Jitara spoke, Ino found herself momentarily stunned. Turning back in disbelief, she recognized him. Indeed, it was he. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment and surprise. Jitara-kun. In a flurry, Ino sprang to her feet and hurried back inside from the flowered thicket, the sound of her wooden clogs echoing on the wooden floor. She edged closer, inching nearer still. until she was enveloped in that warm embrace. Clinging tightly to his back, she feared that in the next moment, he might vanish from her grasp. Only when she felt the reality of his presence did Ino begin to find solace. Without uttering a word, Zhangju embraced the girl he vowed to protect. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, the space within his heart had been filled entirely by her, leaving no room for emptiness. Though the inescapable fate loomed over the two brothers, Zhangju was fortunate to have her companionship, her concern, and her encouragement. The 3 years spent training with Jiraiya were the most profound years of longing for Zhangju, during which he often pondered the righteousness of his actions. Following his defection, the girl continued to regard him with the same unwavering trust as in the days of old. Ino. Jasuk gently caressed Ino's silky hair with one hand, the strands flowing smoothly beneath his touch. It seemed that Ino genuinely relished this tender gesture. Allow me to interject that neither Jasuk nor Ino has ever confessed their feelings to one another. Their relationship remains intriguingly enigmatic. Ino's face radiated pure bliss. Zhangju Jun is truly gentle, and Jingye feels as if she is the happiest woman in the world. With her eyes softly closed, she relishes in Zhangju's tender caresses. What is happening? Zhangju gently rested his head against Ino's ear, whispering, I miss you. Thank you, Ino. It is not merely that I encountered you at the most opportune moment. Rather, it is because of you that I have experienced these splendid times. This sentiment lingered silently in his heart. Likewise, the two of them nestled against each other, understanding. The soft sound of cooing echoed around them. Jae-suk's stomach grumbled, a rather embarrassing situation. Ino chuckled softly, Are you hungry? As she gently patted Jae-suk's small head. I happen to be hungry too. How about I prepare a meal for you? It seemed quite reasonable, considering it was already noon. It would be strange not to feel hungry. However, she felt as though she had forgotten something. After a moment of contemplation, she remembered. By the way, Ino-chan, what is going on with my room? In an instant, Ino's face flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze from Jae-suk. Jae-suk-kun, I'll go cook now, she stammered, attempting to evade the question as she made her way toward the kitchen. There's definitely something amiss, Jae-suk declared, blocking Ino's path. If you don't tell me today, I won't let you pass. With a gentle embrace, Jae-suk encircled Ino's slender waist. What now? Ino made a playful gesture, appearing both fierce and adorable. Are you going to speak? It seems a lesson in familial hierarchy is in order. Otherwise, it may become unclear who the true leader is. After a playful exchange, he wrapped his arms around Ino's waist, resting his chin on her back, and began to trace circles on her back with his chin. For those intrigued, feel free to give it a try. It's quite amusing. No? Haraha. No, please, let me go. Initially, Ino found the sensation quite pleasant, but as Jae-suk continued his antics, it transformed into an unbearable tickle, far more stimulating than mere scratching. I want to let go. Will you speak? All right, I will. Ino, overwhelmed, felt as if she might succumb to laughter under Jae-suk's relentless teasing. Upon hearing her response, Jae-suk finally relented. Ino now lay utterly relaxed, almost like a puddle in Jae-suk's embrace, while he reveled in the moment. You're insufferable. Ino playfully punched Jae-suk's chest, which only heightened his excitement. Actually, what is it? I have purchased the Uchiha clan's estate. At that moment, Jae-suk felt as if struck by lightning. This cannot be true. Observing Jae-suk's incredulous expression, Ino recalled feeling the same disbelief. Initially, she too had struggled to accept it. But do you know who is managing this affair? A sense of foreboding surged within Zhangju's heart. Who could it be? It is Danzo. Aminos, Danzo, I curse you. However, the situation is currently in Ino's hands, and there is certainly room for a twist. For Zhangju remembers that the Uchiha clan's territory seemed to be devoid of any further developments. Danzo convened the prominent families of Konoha to deliberate on the auction of the Uchiha estate, yet none of them seemed eager to take on this hot potato. After all, two S-rank rogue ninjas had emerged from the Uchiha clan. Who could foresee what calamity might unfold next? After speaking, Ino glanced at Zhangju, thinking to herself how exceptionally handsome this rogue ninja was. What should she do? Zhangju nodded, contemplating that if it were merely the familiar little pests from Konoha purchasing, he might not feel as irked. At most, he would discuss with them the possibility of a reacquisition. If Ino had taken them, then they must belong to him, right? As for others, Zhangju might directly unleash his wrath upon them. Subsequently, he acquired the ducks at an exceedingly low price. After all, he couldn't allow them to fall into the hands of others. He was rather fond of them. Upon hearing Ino's explanation, Zhangzhu seemed to grasp the essence of the matter. He bore no resentment towards Ino. On the contrary, he felt a sense of gratitude towards her for preventing his home from being seized by thieves. Yet, it appeared that these concerns were not the crux of the issue. What, then, was the matter with the flowers in their home? Their home? It sounded somewhat amiss. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. You mean those flowers? Ino adjusted her appearance. Those flowers were cultivated by me. What do you think? Are they not beautiful? Zhangzhu nodded. He had indeed been taken aback at first, and was grateful to Ino for transforming the previously desolate atmosphere surrounding the Uchiha clan. The flowers, which were sold at his family's florist shop, had been chosen to fill the abundant empty spaces here. I apologize for taking the liberty to decide on this. But it's quite all right. I truly adore them. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Now, Ino-chan, may I speak about my room? Well, ultimately, there is no escaping it. Chapter 48. Heartfelt Lunch. Caring for flowers can sometimes consume an entire day, especially since this place is so far from home. So, what is it? Ino buried her head in Zhangzhu's chest, speaking in a voice as delicate as a mosquito's. She mentioned sleeping on Zhangzhu's bed. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing the young lady express it made his cheeks flush red. The fragrance he had previously sensed in the room came rushing back to him. Was that not the scent of Ino? Zangetsu once again engaged in playful banter with Ino, as his stomach grumbled insistently. It was indeed time to dine. Otherwise, he would truly starve. Although Ino was in charge of the cooking, Zangetsu eagerly offered his assistance. In truth, Zangetsu possessed commendable culinary skills. After the night of the massacre, he had taken it upon himself to learn the art of cooking, as it had become a necessity. The funds provided by the third Hokage during his childhood sufficed for a while, but as they reached the age of 10, their appetites grew, and finances became increasingly strained. Thus, Zangetsu began preparing meals at home. Initially, his efforts were far from satisfactory, but with practice came improvement. And soon he was able to create a variety of delectable dishes. The refrigerator was brimming with provisions, meticulously stocked by Ino, indicating that she had indeed made this place feel like her home. What should Zangetsu have? Ino rummaged through the refrigerator, discovering an abundance of vegetables, fruits, beef, and pork. However, this plethora of choices left her somewhat perplexed. What could she possibly prepare for Zangetsu? Perhaps a steak would suffice? Shall we have steak? Proposed Jisuke. Ino rummaged through the refrigerator and found some tenderloin. Indeed, it was perfect for steak. Without hesitation, she decided to proceed. Fortunately, the seasonings at home were sufficient, eliminating the need for a trip to the store. Thus, Ino took out the beef tenderloin to thaw. She placed a pot of water on the stove and retrieved broccoli and carrots from the fridge for preparation. How capable she appeared. Jisuke watched her with satisfaction, realizing that his future happiness seemed assured. How fortunate he was to have traversed to this world. Otherwise, that brat, SG, would have taken advantage of the situation. Did he truly think himself worthy? To compete with him for Ino's affection was utterly absurd. To be honest, when he first encountered SG, he had the urge to give him a good beating, yet he restrained himself. Reflecting on it now, he felt he had truly missed an opportunity. He should have dealt with SG decisively back then. Nonetheless, at present, Jisuke's lips are more crooked than when he is under pressure, unconsciously curling upwards towards the heavens. No, this is still perilous. I must not allow Sai to sneak into the house. At this moment, Ino in the kitchen spoke up. Jisuke-kun, could you please help me by retrieving some pasta from the refrigerator? Zhangzhu stepped into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, rummaging through its contents until he discovered a bag of pasta. Having found it, should he place it directly into the water? At that moment, the pot's water was boiling vigorously, bubbling and churning. I too shall commence the preparation of the steak. How well does Zhangzhu prefer it cooked? Medium well, perhaps. A steak cooked to medium rare is predominantly raw within, something Zhangzhu is not accustomed to. In contrast, a medium steak presents a cross-section of a light gray-brown hue, with a small core of pink meat, exhibiting minimal blood and a pale, succulent juice, accompanied by a firm texture and significant elasticity. Indeed, it is quite delectable. Much like myself, the moisture from the steak was absorbed by the kitchen's paper towels. Inoue added butter to the pan, which melted swiftly in the heat, releasing a delightful aroma. Observing this, Inoue placed 2 pieces of steak, one large and one small, into the pan. Sizzle. Sizzle, the close embrace of butter and steak filled the air with an irresistible fragrance. Once the time was right, Inoue flipped the steak and sprinkled coarse black pepper and salt atop it. Zhang Ji's pasta was nearly cooked, and he sliced the carrots while having the broccoli, placing them into a pot of boiling water. "Is Inoue ready?" he inquired, noting that the pasta was approaching completion. Inoue was also finalizing her preparations. The steak, adorned with a sprinkle of black pepper sauce, appeared all the more tantalizing, much like her own captivating presence, leaving an enduring impression. As the dish was plated, she arranged the broccoli, carrots, and pasta, almost forgetting the eggs. Seizing the moment while the skillet remained hot, Inoue drizzled in some oil and retrieved 2 eggs that had been set aside 2.5 minutes prior. The steak and eggs were meant to be enjoyed with a runny yolk, requiring no further cooking. In no time, the dish was complete, and with Inoue's exquisite presentation, it looked quite delightful. Zhang Ji, while it's still warm, Inoue served him the steak, knowing he had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Once she sat down, Zhang Ji took up his knife and fork, cutting a small piece of steak to savor. Suddenly, a grimace crossed his face, startling Inoue. "What is the matter? Is it not tasty? Did I add too much salt?" At that moment, Zhang Ji resumed his cheerful demeanor, chuckling. "Not at all. It's absolutely delicious." Inoue then realized she had been playfully tricked by him, feeling exasperated with his antics. She gave him a light kick under the table, pouting like a petulant child. "Haha. All right, Inoue, don't sulk. Here, let me offer you a taste." As Jay-Z cheerfully engaged with Ino, he sliced his steak, dipped it in black pepper sauce, and offered it to her. "Here, take a bite." Ino turned her head away, feigning disinterest. Yet, her mouth involuntarily opened as she muttered, "I'm only eating the steak I made myself. Who would want to eat what you offer?" Despite her words of refusal, her heart brimmed with delight. It was delicious. The little tsundere was truly adorable. Ino's steak was undeniably exquisite, boasting a perfect blend of aroma, color, and flavor. Although the medium-rare steak wasn't fully cooked, it had shed the majority of its gamey essence, preserving just a hint of its original flavor, elevating the taste to its zenith. "By the way, Ino, how is Asuma-sensei faring?" Jay-Z recalled the urgency of their last encounter, where he hadn't had the chance to inquire about Asuma's condition. Ino pondered for a moment before responding. "After using the medicine you provided, Asuma-sensei indeed recovered, though he lost all his chakra. Fortunately, he can train anew. He is now a genin and will be participating in the genin exams in a few months." Jay-Z couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh dear. Imagine old Irika participating in the genin exams. That is hilarious." Zangetsu nearly expelled his drink, yet it served to confirm the efficacy of Orochimaru's potion, albeit with the side effect of complete chakra depletion. It remains uncertain whether this applies to tailed beast chakra or sage chakra. Ino found herself in a peculiar mix of emotions. Initially, she was genuinely concerned for Asuma-sensei's well-being, but upon hearing from Kurenai that Asuma was participating in the Chunin exams, she almost burst into laughter. By the way, typing is truly exhausting, and tomorrow marks the update of Star Rail, where we shall soon encounter Feixiao. Chapter 49, Untitled. For the moment, matters have reached a pause. Negative emotions must not taint the reader's experience. The enchanting moments of life are always fleeting. Lunchtime swiftly came to an end, and Zangetsu had to return to Orochimaru's base. However, prior to that, he ventured to the Konoha cemetery, tracing his steps to a secluded location. First row, second row. Jusuk halted in front of the second row, arriving at the 2 nameless gravestones. They belonged to his parents, yet even in death, their names remained uncarved upon the stones. Such is the nature of Konoha. The present darkness cannot be illuminated by mere beams of light. It is rather absurd to consider. Initially, his parents were deemed unworthy of a public grave, and it was only the benevolence of the 3rd Hokage that granted Mikoto and Fugaku a place of rest. The cemetery lies concealed deep within the dense forest. Although it is perpetually shrouded in shadow, this is perhaps for the best. It allows his parents to remain undisturbed, shielded from the turmoil of the world. Withered yellow leaves and branches lay scattered around the gravestones. Jae-suk meticulously cleared away each of the branches with his hands. "Father, mother, Sasuke, and I are all doing well, and Itachi, too, is faring admirably. We lead a life filled with happiness. Life truly is a profound irony." As Zhang Ji gazed to the left, beyond a dense and shadowy forest lay the sculptures of the 3rd generation. Prominently inscribed upon them were the words, "The 3rd Hokage of Konohagakure, the formidable ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen." The ridicule of assistance, were it not for his indecisiveness. The Uchiha clan would not be reduced to merely 2.5 individuals. And then there is Danzo, the bane of the ninja world. The two are indeed akin to a nest of snakes and rats. However, Danzo does not wish to eliminate assistants. After all, his foolish younger brother requires a suitable tool for honing his skills, does he not? Applause echoed from afar. Who could be clapping in that distant place? Jae-suk raised his voice and shouted towards the source of the sound, his flying thunder god kunai poised for action. A figure gradually emerged from the depths of the forest, gesturing with a wave of the hand. There's no need for such hostility. I believe we have numerous topics to discuss. The newcomer, clad in black and adorned with a tiger-striped mask, startled Jae-suk. Is it really you? Despite his surprise, Jae-suk maintained an offensive stance, the three-tomo Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. Oh, three-tomo, you say? Then behold this, declared the masked man. As his right eye activated the Sharingan, swiftly transforming into a shuriken shape. At that moment, an answer began to form in Jae-suk's mind. Who exactly are you? How do you possess the eyes of my clan? Feigned shock, clearly appearing as a novice. Likewise, the enraged child. No, the profoundly sentimental Uchiha Obito, scoffed internally. Indeed, he was merely a child fortunate enough to have never gazed upon those enchanting eyes. Those eyes were a gift she bestowed upon me. This world is rife with despair. A world devoid of Rin holds no significance. Rin, once more, create a world that includes you. Rin, you are my everything. I cherish every fleeting moment with Rin. This world is saturated with pain. Obito sank into memories, a brief interlude. Good morning. Rin, do you think I look handsome today? Though it was already noon, it was evident that Obito had been tardy once again. Rin shot him an exasperated glance. You're late again, Obito. Embarrassed, Obito scratched his head. Their classmates cast amused looks in his direction. Kakashi, the talented boy on their team, regarded Obito with disdain. Seeing even Kakashi's reaction, Obito felt indignant and confidently declared, "What are you all laughing at? You know nothing. The future me will be incredibly powerful. I am destined to become the Hokage." It seemed he might actually succeed. Naturally, Obito's proclamation was met with laughter from the entire class. Only Rin, sitting beside him, came to his defense. Don't laugh at Obito. Laughs. This brief interlude abruptly concluded. My Rin, why did you take my beloved Rin from me? The fault lies not with me, but with this world. Obito laughed maniacally, clutching his left side, revealing only his single-eyed Sharingan. Do you know what this is? This is the power of the Uchiha god. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Jae-suk questioned, so what? Who are you? Obito? Merely a relic of a bygone era. You ought to refrain from embarrassing yourself. Hearing Jae-suk's youthful bravado, Obito couldn't help but scoff inwardly. In a moment, I shall reveal to you the power of the love between Rin and myself. He began with an air of calm confidence. Clapping his hands, Obito taunted. Do you doubt me? Allow me to demonstrate that power. In that case, our discussions are at an end. It seems I must show you my might. With that, Obito unleashed his Kimyui, drawing Jae-suk into the realm of his dimension. How ironic, the realm of lovers. Within this space, an eerie silence prevailed, mirroring the stillness of Obito's own heart, devoid of any turbulence. What are you planning to do? Zhang Zhuja feigned ignorance, while Obito, unwilling to engage in lengthy banter, unleashed a mighty fireball technique towards him. Zhang Zhu swiftly evaded, and then Obito unleashed a greater barrage of fireballs. With the aid of ninjutsu, Zangetsu unleashed the water release, 9 dragon water bullets. This technique is an advanced version of the water dragon bullet, meticulously developed by Zangetsu. It consumes a greater amount of chakra, allowing him to release 9 water dragons. In the past, Zangetsu would never have dared to employ such a technique, but now, infused with the cells of Hashirama, he wields it freely. The 9 dragon water bullets? A look of satisfaction gleamed in Obito's eyes. This child is undoubtedly a talent worth nurturing. He will undoubtedly contribute to the grandeur of my plans. However, this technique holds no value for me. With a mere flicker, Obito transported himself out of the space. Zhang Zhu's 9 dragons water bullet missed its target. Oh, has it become intangible? You certainly run quite swiftly, which conveniently allows me to proceed to the next step. Shadow clone technique. Water release, mist shadow technique. A multitude of shadow clones simultaneously unleashed the technique of water vapor, producing a mist denser than that of many others. Zhang Zhu commenced his next strategic endeavor. A certain individual with a golden pineapple hairstyle once proclaimed that the flying thunder god technique's mark would never vanish. Did I ever mention that to you? Thus, Zhang Zhu began to haphazardly place the flying thunder god seals, and upon their contact with the ground, a mark unique to Zhang Ju manifested, only to swiftly dissipate thereafter. Outside, Uchiha Obito returned to the Kamui space after the ninjutsu concluded, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. This left Obito somewhat bewildered. What kind of technique was this? Was it specifically devised to counter him? Shaking his head, Obito dismissed it as mere child's play. Such tricks required further refinement. With a grand gesture, he dispersed the dense mist in the air, restoring it to a normal density. It was then that he beheld a multitude of Zhang Ju's shadow clones encircling him, seemingly intent on an attack. As anticipated, more than a dozen great fireballs surged towards Obito simultaneously. He shook his head, deeming this approach insufficient. Consequently, he formed a single-handed seal. With style, advent of the tree world. In an instant, the Kamui space transformed into a lush forest, with trees under Obito's command. And all the vines lunged toward Zhang Ju. A formidable adversary indeed. In his heart, Zhao Ju pondered. The crux lies in the fact that he still cannot wield the kaleidoscope Sharingan. If he were to do so, the consequences would be dire, likely transforming his current endeavor of pacifying Sasuke into a quest for his very life. The fire release, great fire annihilation, unleashed flames that incessantly consumed the branches that had burgeoned forth, which continued to stretch towards him until they were utterly incinerated. His throat felt scorched, smoke escaping as he finally extinguished the flames. Yet, Madara's assault was merely in its infancy. Chapter 50. The Unpredictability of Life. After a brief respite of 2 days, it is time to gradually resume the updates, striving to make up for lost time in the coming days. Likewise, to all those from far and wide, please take care of your health. Zhaoju, do you know what I most revere about the younger generation? Madara's intangibility came to an end, returning him to the realm of Kamui. I concede, you are indeed formidable, but beneath the mask, Madara's Manjiki Sharingan radiated a brilliant crimson light. In the struggle against the celestial bodies, you still lack a certain element. Madara shook his head, forming seals with his hands. Fire release, storm dance. From Madara's mouth erupted spiraling flames, rapidly rotating and enlarging, their target being Zhaoju. A torrent of high-temperature air surged forth, as if the very atmosphere had been siphoned away. Water release, great waterfall technique. Utilizing the hand seals for water release to counter Tobi, Zangetsu has come to realize that his most frequently employed jutsu is indeed water release. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the second Hokage? While Zangetsu's fire release and other techniques are commendable, he feels a profound connection to water release, as if it resonates more deeply with his essence. Whether conjuring the water dragon bullet or the current grand waterfall, an inexplicable intuition guides him, bestowing upon him hidden enhancements. Pondering this peculiar thought, Zangetsu shakes his head. The pressing matter at hand is to engage Tobi in battle. The tempestuous winds clash violently with the grand waterfall, generating steam that envelopes the entire Kamui dimension. Tobi chuckles softly. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. Once again, Tobi invokes the advent of the tree world, though its potency this time pales in comparison to its previous manifestation. Why is this so? Has Tobi depleted his chakra? A ludicrous notion. With half his body comprised of plant matter, would he truly be weakened? Unlike Tobi, who bears extensive modifications, Zangetsu possesses only partial augmentations, yet he remains formidable. Nevertheless, he acknowledges that he still falls slightly short compared to Tobi, albeit he is fortified by enhanced cells. As Tobi's advent of the tree world lunges towards him, Zangetsu leaps to evade the incoming assault. In the distance, a mocking smile graces Tobi's masked visage as he waves at Zangetsu with his half-plant body. Another retreat into concealment. The branches of the advent of the tree world intertwine, with varying sizes launching an incessant barrage against Zangetsu. Zhang Ju yearned to unleash the power of his Susanoo. Yet he recognized that the time was not ripe. He must first play the role of the subordinate. Did he truly believe that possessing a kaleidoscope would render him invincible? Did he think that having cells of Hashirama would make him unbeatable? What value is there in being so weak that he cannot even best Kirabai? If his eyes are incapable of achieving eternal light, then Zhang Ju hopes that when he faces blindness, it is amidst the battlefield against the six paths Obito. The arrival of the divine tree will soon conclude, and standing atop the highest peak, Zhang Ju gazes down upon the realm of divine power. And where is Obito? Once again, he has fled, living up to his reputation as the master of escape. With a sudden distortion of space behind him, Obito's figure reappeared, wielding a scythe that swung menacingly towards Jay-Z. Clang. Jay-Suk deftly parried with the Kusanagi sword, executing a counterattack with an astonishing swiftness. Toby could only resort to using Kamui as a last resort. Such quick reflexes, my interest in you grows ever deeper. With that, he swung another scythe towards Jae-suk. Zhang Zhu turned and, with a flourish, threw his knife behind him before expertly retrieving it in a forehand motion, successfully blocking Obito's advance. For those curious about the scene, feel free to inquire here, thank you. Is it possible that Uchiha Madara is limited to such underhanded tactics? The intensity of Jay-Z's gaze pierced through the air, fixated firmly on Obito. With a hearty laugh, Obito declared that the battlefield only harbors victors, devoid of the vanquished. Once one steps onto the battlefield, the concept of ambush pales in significance. Obito sheathed his dual scythes, creating a slight distance between himself and Jay-Z. Remember, ninjutsu is a technique of assassination. If you spare me, then today, it shall be I who takes your life. It was evident that Obito had no desire to continue the fray. This encounter was not a desperate battle against Jay-Z, but rather an attempt to win him over. Although Jay-Z had remained on guard, Obito refrained from employing all his trump cards. Likewise, Jay-Z had not unleashed his full potential. Obito likely possessed the capability to summon Susanoo, yet Jay-Z, having previously utilized it, understood the peril of overexertion. It could lead to blindness. Even with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, this truth remained steadfast. Jay-Z was certain that excessive use of Kamui could also result in loss of sight, though the strain on ocular power was considerably lesser than that incurred by Amaterasu or Susanoo. Moreover, with the support of Hashirama's cells, the depletion of ocular strength was mitigated to its barest minimum. Zhang Zhu, having also undergone the transplantation of the Hashirama cells, is well aware of the extraordinary benefits that these cells possess. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhu sheathed the Kusanagi sword. Speak, what do you wish for me to do? He was willing to grant Obito a favor, knowing that Obito would reciprocate. Moreover, the shinobi world is not merely a realm of violence, but one of intricate human relationships. Observing Zhang Zhu's understanding, Obito temporarily stifled further objections. Have you heard of Akatsuki? Jae-suk nodded, well aware that the deaths of two individuals within the Akatsuki organization were intricately linked to him. Yes, I am aware. So what do you expect of me? Itachi gently patted his shoulder. I want you to join the Akatsuki and serve as my informant. Jusuk stifled his laughter. Do you think I am unaware that you, under the alias of a Fei, have infiltrated the Akatsuki? You even acted as an informant for them. How wicked of you, Obito. Zhang Zhi feigned ignorance. Shaking his head as he spoke, I refuse. Obito, taken aback, inquired, why? Provide me with a reason. Why? Zhang Zhi continued, I admit, I am a rogue ninja. But I currently have a leader, and Orochimaru treats me quite well. I have no reason to betray him. Moreover, why should I place my trust in you? An unfamiliar stranger with an unclear background? Just because you utter the words, are you Uchiha Madara? By your logic, if I were to claim I am Shinji Tobarama, would you be compelled to believe that as well? The words of Jae-suk left Obito momentarily speechless, before erupting into a fit of uproarious laughter. His laughter resonated loudly, echoing throughout the realm of Shinra Tensei. What is it that brings you such mirth? Zhang Zhu was displeased and remarked. Dato shook his head and patted Zhang Zhu's shoulder. Have you heard of the Rinnegan? Who hasn't heard of the Rinnegan? Zhang Zhu retorted, feigning ignorance. What is the Rinnegan? Dato assumed the role of a mentor, instructing a junior. Let me explain it this way. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths are known as the Rinnegan, a symbol of divinity. I possess the Rinnegan just as the Sage of Six Paths does, but for certain reasons, my Rinnegan was stolen by the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Thus, I require your strength to serve as an insider within the Akatsuki. Do you understand now? What do you mean by your? You are merely a second-hand version. The eyes belong to Madara. Hasn't Zhang Zhu read the original work? Yet, he could only feign ignorance, feigning shock as he exclaimed, What? This is impossible. Dato ceased conversing with Zhang Zhu and aimed the Mangeki at him, with the distortion of the surrounding space. Obito utilized Kamui to send Jae-suk out of the Kamui dimension. Reflect on this carefully. We shall meet again soon, and at that time, I hope to hear your response. Chapter 51 begins. Upon exiting the Kamui dimension, Jae-suk found himself back in the familiar graveyard. Everything appeared as if nothing had transpired, yet it also felt as though everything had already passed. Obito's words compelled Jae-suk to take them seriously. He realized he needed immense power to protect those he cherished most. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. There is no escaping it. Zhang Zhu is not a fated protagonist. He possesses no extraordinary powers, only the gradual accumulation of daily efforts. Time is running short. As Jusuk rose to depart from the graveyard, he exited through the gates of Konohagakure. The village's security system remained as lackadaisical as ever, with no one taking notice of his departure. Once outside the village, Jusuk wandered aimlessly, not wishing to return to Orochimaru for the time being. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain village, within the expansive chamber of the Akatsuki, the formidable outer path golem loomed, exuding an aura of dread. A man with orange hair kept his eyes shut, seemingly awaiting a significant event. Outside, the relentless rain poured, a hallmark of the Rain village, where sunlight was a rarity. After an indeterminate interval, a group of ninjas clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, bearing the insignia of rogue ninjas, entered the chamber. The orange-haired man slowly opened his eyes. Everyone has arrived? The assembly fell silent, awaiting the man's command. Our losses appear to be quite severe. We have already lost 3 members in the pursuit of merely a few tailed beasts. We need to bolster our fighting capacity. Do any of you have suitable suggestions? The group exchanged glances, each looking to the other, unable to identify any fitting candidates. Pain felt a twinge of disappointment, or rather, Nagato felt disheartened. Although he could undertake the task of capturing other tailed beasts, utilizing the Rinnegan would sap his vitality, rendering it counterproductive. His Rinnegan should be reserved for capturing the 8 tails and 9 tails. Seeing that no one had a recommendation, Nagato, controlling pain, decided to disperse the meeting. At that moment, a man with a pitcher plant exterior and a face split in black and white stepped forward. I have a suitable candidate, though I cannot guarantee success. Let me bring him forth. Pain, who was about to take his leave, suddenly became intrigued and gestured for him to continue. Zetsu, please elaborate. Zetsu nodded. The individual I speak of has a noteworthy connection with the Akatsuki. One of our members shares a brotherly bond with him. He chuckled. Isn't that right, Itachi? All eyes turned toward Itachi, who opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing his mesmerizing Sharingan. Oh, are you referring to my 2 inept younger brothers? Itachi shook his head. I fear you will be disappointed. They cannot even withstand my Jinjutsu, let alone capture tailed beasts. Zetsu chuckled slyly. Itachi, there's no need for false modesty. The demise of Sasori is likely tied to your brothers. Do you still consider them devoid of strength? Zetsu continued. Sasori's abilities are well known among us, while not the pinnacle. He is certainly formidable. Thus, Jusuk's strength can be deemed adequate. Moreover, Zetsu added, he is currently a rogue ninja, and I firmly believe he would be intrigued by the Akatsuki. He surveyed the room, locking eyes with Toby, and the unspoken understanding was palpable. Pain, meanwhile, weighed the pros and cons. The personnel situation was not dire yet. Adding another member could enhance their capabilities. No, I believe he is utterly unqualified. He would struggle to capture even a one-tail. Itachi countered once more. Yet he can, Zetsu insisted. Given our current personnel shortage, how can we ascertain his potential without trying? The atmosphere thickened with tension, a palpable sense of conflict brewing, as both sides stood on the precipice of confrontation. After much deliberation, Pain ultimately decreed, enough. My decision is made. We shall recruit Jusuk. If he refuses, we shall seek another opportunity. This mission will be entrusted to Zetsu and Itachi. With a wave of his hand, Pain resolved Jusuk's fate, unaware that this decision would bring him considerable turmoil. In a nameless city within the Land of Fire. Since leaving the Hidden Leaf village, Jusuk set forth along the main road and arrived here after a day's journey. Boss, a bowl of ramen, please. He casually selected a ramen shop and settled down. The establishment appeared to have seen better days, with wooden seats that creaked and groaned under his weight. Despite being bound with steel wire to no avail, the ramen was promptly prepared, tonkatsu chashu ramen, delicious in its own right, though it paled in comparison to the offerings of Ichiraku ramen. Nevertheless, Jusuk believed that no other establishment in the vicinity could rival it. Boss, another bowl of ramen. A familiar voice echoed from behind him, stirring a sense of recognition. He focused intently on his ramen. The proprietor was an elderly gentleman, yet his features remained sharp. His eyes bright, and his physique robust. Were it not for the age spots on his bald head and the wrinkles on his skin, one might mistake him for a middle-aged man. You've come, Koi? Koi. At this moment, Zhangju had already sensed something amiss and set down his chopsticks. A voice filled with resignation echoed from behind him, belonging to a middle-aged man. I have told you, boss, I am not a child. My name is Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya? What a name. Zhangju hurriedly tossed out a large bill, sufficient to indulge in this ramen numerous times. The proprietor, upon receiving the payment, stated there was no need for change. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, a pair of robust hands clapped onto Zhangju's shoulder. firmly pressing him back into his seat. Since he was already here, there was no need to rush away, was there? Zhangzhu wished to rise. Yet Jiraiya evidently employed his internal power, rendering Zhangzhu incapable of standing. It appeared that escape was futile. A deep frown adorned Zhangzhu's face as he lamented his own folly. What possessed him to indulge in such ramen? Had he not been so gluttonous? Would he have found himself in this predicament? It was not that he lacked the ability to harness internal energy, but Zhangzhu was reluctant to inflict unnecessary destruction and casualties. He was not a villain, merely an ordinary rogue ninja. Zhangzhu bore Jiraiya, his esteemed teacher, embraced Zhangzhu's shoulders. Do you still remember me, your teacher? How about I treat you to a meal? Without waiting for Zhangzhu's response, Jiraiya addressed the proprietor. This lad has covered my expenses. Please keep the remaining balance on his account for my future visits. Aminos. Although Zhangzhu was confident in his financial means, Jiraiya was indeed rather shameless. The proprietor hesitated, glancing at Zhangzhu, while Jiraiya playfully patted Zhangzhu's shoulder in agreement. Jay-Z nodded with a mixture of laughter and tears. All right, let us proceed as per Master Jiraiya's instructions. Only then did the proprietor put away the horse figurine and turn to prepare ramen. After the owner departed, a prolonged silence enveloped the atmosphere. Do tell, what good deeds have you accomplished recently? Jiraiya initiated the conversation, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. Authoress note. Here, Kokok was reprimanded by Shinha. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to my benefactors for their generous support. You are my rebirth parents. Chapter 52. A dialogue with Jiraiya, Master Jiraiya. At present, the mood of Zhangzhu can be described as exceedingly awkward. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiraiya remains his esteemed mentor. His act of defection inevitably leads to the forfeiture of his chakra and confinement in a celestial prison. With a smile, Jiraiya gazes at Zhangzhu, admitting that initially, he harbored a profound disdain for Zhangzhu's actions. Whenever he reflects on Zhangzhu's betrayal, he is reminded of the famous adage from the second Hokage. He is filled with immense regret for his past choices. Indeed, the Uchiha clan seems to embody the essence of untamable wolves. Yet the 3 years spent together fostered a bond that is hard to forget. Does Jiraiya not comprehend the nature of the individuals he aids? Beneath Junlang's striking exterior lies a heart of unwavering sincerity, willing to sacrifice himself for his comrades without hesitation. If it were true that Zhangzhu was indeed the malevolent Uchiha, Jiraiya would have swiftly resorted to sage techniques, employing the super giant Rasengan to teach Zhangzhu the essence of humanity. However, he is not. Furthermore, it was Zhangzhu who saved Asuma, and it was he who vanquished the foes. This further solidifies Jiraiya's suspicions. This young man undoubtedly harbors deep-seated troubles. The actions taken by Jay-Z remain known only to a select few, such as the 12 Ninja Guardians and Tsunade. The rest remain oblivious. This was a command issued by Tsunade, and even Danzo was unaware. If Jiraiya's suspicions hold true, then the mastermind behind Jay-Z's tragic defection is undoubtedly Danzo. The root of Konoha. You harbor your own grievances, do you not? Before Jay-Z could provide any explanation, Jiraiya interjected on his behalf, affirming his own thoughts. It is indeed Danzo's roots, is it not? Zhangzhu was taken aback, was he not? This imagination is indeed remarkable. It is no surprise that my esteemed Jiraiya would rather believe that the Uchiha boy is not malevolent than accept that you, Danzo, are innocent. Since Jiraiya has spoken thus, Zhangzhu silently nodded. Was it truly so? Jiraiya pounded the table, speaking with indignation. How dare he? After 3 years of training Zhangzhu with no results. Upon returning to the village, such a shocking event occurs. His disciple is tormented by the dark underbelly of Konoha, and he remains blissfully unaware. Forced to watch his pupil tread the path of a rogue ninja. Noticing that Jiraiya's reaction was insufficient, Zhangzhu decided to stoke the flames further. He presented me with 2 choices. One was to have my eyes gouged out, sparing my life. The other was to join the Root organization, serving Danzo from then on. What manner of place is Root? Jiraiya, who was well aware, had once encountered an exceptional Chunin who became a soulless puppet after entering Root, ultimately discarded during a mission due to severe injury. The very group that abandoned him was soon cast aside as well. To think his own disciple would suffer such persecution at the hands of Danzo. Cursed be you, old man Danzo. Yet what could he do against Danzo? After a long silence, Jiraiya acknowledged that Root had been disbanded, no longer a formidable force, and he possessed no concrete evidence. While Danzo could easily produce a scapegoat to bear the blame. Jiraiya looked at Zhangzhu and gently patted his shoulder, feeling remorse for him. Regardless, will you return to the village with me? Jiraiya comforted. Return to the village? What a farce. I would merely be a pawn wherever I go. Zhangzhu shook his head. Even in death, he would not return to the village with Jiraiya. I shall not accompany you back to the village, sensei. Zangetsu gently voiced his thoughts, delicately moving Jiraiya's hand aside. He adjusted his attire and prepared to depart. Zangetsu, Jiraiya called out, a sense of déjà vu washing over him, reminiscent of his own helplessness years ago when he could not retain Orochimaru. After the teacher had walked a certain distance, Zangetsu paused. Do not delve too deeply into investigations. Sometimes, such pursuits yield unfavorable outcomes. Zangetsu's words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Jiraiya momentarily perplexed regarding the essence of his message. It seemed as though everything had been articulated, yet simultaneously nothing had been conveyed. He watched Zangetsu depart until he was no longer visible. After parting ways with Jiraiya, Sasuke, feeling somewhat uneasy, wiped the sweat from his brow. His conversation with Jiraiya was 7 parts genuine and 3 parts fabricated, for he too was a disciple of the legendary sage. Zangetsu's earlier words left me uncertain whether Jiraiya comprehended their significance. The Akatsuki's recent operation would mark Jiraiya's final moments, a profound regret that haunted Zangetsu in his previous life. In this incarnation, he was resolute in altering this fate, provided his own strength permitted such a change. The 6 paths of pain were not to be trifled with, particularly the Hell Path, which posed an imminent threat. Failure to incapacitate it would surely lead to being obliterated by the other pains. The journey continued in silence. Zhangzhu returned to Orochimaru's lair. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared remarkably frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Cough, cough, cough. You've returned? He inquired upon seeing Zhangzhu enter the laboratory. Zhangzhu nodded thoughtfully, contemplating a question he was unsure whether to pose to Orochimaru. Seemingly attuned to Zhangzhu's internal hesitation, Orochimaru fiddled with an experimental knife, engrossed in his research while encouragingly remarking, "Feel free to voice any questions. I shall endeavor to answer anything within my knowledge." With Orochimaru's invitation, Zhangzhu cast aside his reservations and spoke. On my way back, I encountered Jiraiya. Orochimaru's interest was piqued at the mention of Jiraiya. Ah, do continue. I am eager to learn what transpired between you. Zangetsu nodded and took a seat. It was nothing of great consequence. He simply wished for me to return to the village, but I declined. He did not press the matter. Rather, as I reflected on my return, a question arose in my mind. How do you perceive Jiraiya? Orochimaru chuckled lightly, as if transported back to the era of the 3 in Konoha. Ah, he is a fool, a simpleton, yet simultaneously a splendid companion. At this point, Orochimaru set aside his work and asked Kabuto to fetch 2 cups of hot tea, joining Zangetsu in the relaxation area. The 3 of us, including the current Hokage, were all disciples of the 3rd Hokage. Unlike Tsunade, who shared a different trajectory with me, Orochimaru's innate talent could be described as remarkably poor. He was, without a doubt, the very bottom of the class. Yet, on the day I defected from Konoha, such a person uttered words that have haunted me since. I can only blame myself for not dissuading him in time. It is he who has arrived at this juncture today. At this juncture, Orochimaru erupted into hearty laughter, a sound tinged with both mockery and self-deprecation. Afterward, he took a gentle sip of his tea. What a fool, he murmured, shaking his head. That Naruto seems to be a creation of Jiraiya himself, a true blockhead. Zangetsu nodded in acknowledgement. While that fool still harbored hopes of reclaiming his bond with Sasuke, what a delusion. Here I am, indulging in the delights provided by Orochimaru, while he dreams of returning to Konoha. Jiraiya? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. The era of the 3 legendary ninjas has long since passed. That war ought never to have been waged. Even if Konoha did not instigate it, the village bears a significant share of the blame for its occurrence. Would you care to hear my tale? Orochimaru suddenly addressed Zangetsu in such a manner. Chapter 53. Orochimaru's Journey of Advancement. From today onward, at least 3,000 words daily, I suppose. Your story? Please, I am all ears. Orochimaru began to reminisce about his path of advancement. Like many youths from Konoha during that era, my parents perished in the ravages of war, leaving me an orphan from a tender age. Shortly after their demise, I became a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd was, undeniably, relatively kind to the 3 of us. Like every child in Konoha, My dream was to ascend to the position of Hokage and realize my potential. Thus, every day, I pondered the means of achieving that advancement. At this point, Orochimaru paused. Through relentless effort day after day, I earned the title of one of the legendary three, by which time the war had concluded, and the third should have stepped down to allow for new leadership. Logically, the position of Hokage was likely to fall to either myself or Jiraiya. As for Tsunade, I believe Jiraiya has informed you about her circumstances, and Jiraiya himself had little desire for that role. Therefore, my ascension to Hokage seemed all but assured, even surpassing Dan's in likelihood. Yet, unexpectedly, a golden flash emerged. He was exceptional, and I acknowledged that. Orochimaru sighed wistfully. Then came the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails. A bitter smile crossed Orochimaru's lips as he recalled that moment. Confronted with such overwhelming power, I must admit, my heart was shaken. Ultimately, I am unsure if you are aware, but the fourth sacrificed himself to save Konoha. Initially, I believed I had a chance, only to have the third reclaim the title. What a cruel irony. Yet, at that time, I still harbored dreams of the Hokage position. And under the third's and Dan's subtle suggestions, I embarked on human experimentation. Suddenly, Orochimaru became animated, startling Zangetsu. Do you know why I undertook such actions? It was for the sake of advancement. To become Hokage, I was determined. For reasons unknown, Zangetsu sensed the emergence of a dramatic soundtrack in the air. Human experimentation is expressly forbidden in Konoha, yet what of it? My desire for progress was insatiable. However, I never anticipated that the third and Dan's would conspire to cast me as a rogue ninja. Do you understand? They labeled me a traitor. What have I done wrong? I merely sought advancement. What error have I committed? Orochimaru's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied, leaving Zangetsu astonished to learn that Orochimaru had once been an ambitious youth. Subsequently, I fled from Konoha. How laughable the third was, burdened by guilt and reluctant to eliminate me. He feigned virtue, cultivating a glorious image before his Umbu subordinates. Orochimaru shook his head. The events that followed have led us to the present. After sharing these thoughts, Orochimaru seemed as though he had been drained of energy, sitting vacantly upon the sofa. Why are you sharing this with me? Josuke inquired. Orochimaru chuckled heartily. I merely wish to convey to you that one cannot resist the whims of power. In my heyday, I was a cornerstone of Konoha, yet what did it amount to? I was still discarded when I was no longer of use, much like the boundless power that once captivated me, now rendered as an elusive mirage that I no longer yearn for. Only immortality is the aspiration I pursue now, akin to those stars in the heavens. A single lifetime pales in comparison to their celestial voyages. Zhangzhu glanced towards the sky. However, they were underground and could not see the stars above. Do you possess a telescope? He inquired. What is that? Orochimaru responded, perplexed and unable to comprehend what Zhangzhu was referring to. Josuke hurriedly shook his head, realizing that he had perhaps overthought the situation. Alas, my time for reincarnation is drawing near. If I do not reincarnate soon, I shall meet my demise. Is it Sasuke, perhaps? Zhangzhi interrupted Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru did not expect Zhangzhi to know so quickly, and he laughed heartily. Well, you guessed correctly, but I am no longer his match. Orochimaru chuckled self-deprecatingly. In fact, I pondered these thoughts 3 years ago, but my interactions with Sasuke changed my perspective. After being a villain for so long, this time I wish to be a good person. He sighed lightly. My hands are sealed. Even reincarnation would be of no avail. Therefore, I place my hopes upon you all. I entrust you with this task, and I have not left myself without contingencies. Orochimaru said to Zhangzhi, then produced a scroll for him. This should be the method, but I have no time left. I will present Sasuke with a few more trials, rest assured. I will not take his life. Josuke nodded slightly, his impression of Orochimaru deepening. He was not entirely a villain, yet neither could he be deemed a paragon of virtue. By the way, after my departure, the management of the Sound Village will temporarily fall to you. I have already informed the feudal lord of the Land of Rice. Initially, I intended for Kabuto to oversee it, but after much contemplation, I believe you are the most suitable choice. With these words, Orochimaru left without a backward glance, his silhouette betraying a hint of solitude. Once Orochimaru had departed, Josuke took a deep breath, realizing that he had now become involved. Though the Sound Village could not rival Konoha, it was still a considerable force, albeit in a state of disarray. The days that followed unfolded without incident. Zhangzhu is diligently practicing ninjutsu not far from the base. becoming increasingly adept at wielding the art of water release. Zhang Xiu firmly believes that one day, his mastery of water release techniques will undoubtedly surpass that of the second Hokage, allowing him to ascend as the new Sea King. As Jae-suk performed hand seals to unleash the wood release, wood dragon technique, his true self awaited the precise moment when the wood dragon would surge toward him, ready to execute the water release, waterfall shield technique. This innovative ninjutsu was conceived after Jae-suk's encounter with the Kowloon Ball. It is well known that the force of a waterfall is immense, capable of shattering fragile objects. What if one were to develop a defensive barrier based on the principle of a waterfall to thwart incoming attacks? Would a shield crafted with this waterfall principle not provide formidable protection? The impact of flowing water, coupled with the enhancement of ninjutsu, could yield extraordinary results. Thus, grounded in this principle, the concept unfolds. With great effort, Zhang Xiu developed this particular ninjutsu. Of course, it remains an immature product for now, but with a little refinement, it could undoubtedly become viable. Chapter 54. The invitation from Akatsuki. The wooden dragon raced like the wind, swiftly hurtling towards the waterfall shield. Upon impact, it seemed to collide with an impenetrable wall, resulting in the shattering of the dragon's body from head to tail. Is this the power of the waterfall? How formidable! Let us test the fire release. Zhang Xiu then commanded his shadow clones to unleash 3 dragon flame bombs at the waterfall shield. In an instant, the 3 projectiles surged toward the shield. Boom, boom, boom. Shockwaves erupted before the shield as the waterfall shield was engulfed in flames, yet Zhang Xiu remained unscathed. However, in a fleeting moment, with the infusion of Zhang Xiu's chakra, the waterfall shield was restored to its original state. Such a powerful ninjutsu, Zhang Xiu mused. As long as one possesses chakra, it can be perpetuated indefinitely. The only apparent drawback seems to be its vulnerability to fire and its susceptibility to electrical conduction when wet. The chakra consumption is rather moderate. At present, Zhang Xiu could likely maintain an eternal supply of chakra without significant depletion. These past few days have left Zhang Xiu restless, as he has been engaged solely in relentless training. Is this a newly developed ninjutsu? Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Yu immediately recognized its owner. Come forth, you trickster, he called out. The formidable presence manifested, bringing Oudoudou forth. What have you decided? What is your response? Unlike their previous encounter, which was fraught with hesitation, this time Oudoudou cut straight to the essence of the matter. His purpose for this visit was to gauge the prevailing atmosphere on Zhang Yu's side in advance. Otherwise, with Kagaya's influence and Itachi's impending arrival, any unforeseen complications could arise. What are your thoughts on this? The issue was deftly tossed back into Oudoudou's court. Without hesitation, Oudoudou painted a vision, proclaiming, had I been in your position, I would have acquiesced that very day. Why prolong this moment? Do you not yearn for immense power? The kind capable of altering the very fabric of our world? Beneath the mask, a man of profound emotions reminisced about his cherished moments with Rin. She was the epitome of gentleness, the entirety of his universe. Yet, it was precisely due to this wretched world that he believed possessing formidable power could have prevented such tragedies. Rin, my beloved Rin, why must you be taken from me? He lamented. You speak wisely. I shall accept your proposal. Zhang Zhi remarked that he had long desired to join the Akatsuki organization. The appearance of Oudoudou, in fact, acted as a fortuitous catalyst, allowing his own plan to be executed flawlessly. He would no longer have to worry about Oudoudou potentially acting out of desperation at that moment. After all, he was a dual-qualified senior operative. The response from Oudoudou was precisely what he desired, and without any hesitation, he nodded and activated his Kimyui to depart. Before leaving, he uttered some menacing words. Remember what you just said? I trust you will not break your promise. This matter is a secret between the two of us, and it would be wise not to disclose it to anyone. Should you choose to speak of it, tread carefully. I know where you reside and am aware of your secrets. Make sure you remember this. Do you understand? For reasons unknown, Jae-suk trembled at his words, unwittingly activating his Sharingan. Was Oudoudou not exuding such overwhelming pressure? Could there be another formidable presence? Fortunately, Oudoudou had already distanced himself. Otherwise, the discovery of his Sharingan would have left him pondering the implications. Would he still seek to recruit Jae-suk? Yet, he remained oblivious. Upon returning to the base, Jae-suk, who had intended to take a shower, was intercepted by Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru is looking for you. He requests your presence in the laboratory. Kabuto informed Jae-suk before retreating from his room. Zhangzhu arrived at the laboratory. The heavy hammer he had crafted for Orochimaru on the experimental platform had undergone a remarkable transformation. It now resembled, albeit in a manner difficult to articulate, a diminutive version of the three tails. However, unlike the original, this creature possessed only three tails and lacked limbs, with what should have been its head replaced by a singular eye. "What brings you to seek my presence?" Zangetsu inquired. At this moment, Orochimaru's condition had deteriorated significantly compared to a few days prior. It seemed that the time was drawing near. "You have arrived?" Upon Zangetsu's arrival, Orochimaru could hardly contain a smile at the corners of his mouth. He gestured towards the three-tailed eye on the platform, exclaiming with fervor, "Eureka! I have succeeded! Eureka! I have succeeded!" However, in his frenzy, he was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing. Zangetsu hurriedly approached to assist Orochimaru, soothing his back. After several minutes, the intense coughing finally subsided. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. "Such was the state before my reincarnation. My body remains frail, and even slight exertion leads to this. But let us set that aside for now. Come, observe this object." Orochimaru pointed again at the three-tailed eye. "Do you see it? The three-tailed eye, or rather, it should now be referred to as the pseudo-three tails." "What?" Zangetsu was taken aback. "The false three tails? Where did this come from?" Upon noticing Zangetsu's expression, Orochimaru chuckled softly. His own demeanor at that moment had been strikingly similar. He leisurely elucidated, "You are quite surprised, aren't you? Your expression mirrors my own upon first discovery. Heh, I have expended considerable resources in nurturing him." With that, Orochimaru gestured towards the colossal incubation chamber nearby, within which the remnants of the eight tails horn lay, now diminished by half since Zangetsu's last encounter. "Are you familiar with the JK?" Orochimaru inquired. "The parasite within the three tails, correct?" Orochimaru nodded, seemingly impressed by Zangetsu's knowledge. "What does this have to do with the JK?" "It has no relation." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "In truth, there is a connection. They can all serve as weapons and similarly absorb the chakra of tailed beasts." "Remarkable, indeed." However, Orochimaru shook his head. Unlike the active absorption of the Jinchuriki, he could only take in a mere fraction of the tailed beast's remnants, akin to the chakra of the eight tails, which is akin to the leftovers. Zhangzhu's face was clouded with frustration. He had anticipated a formidable challenge, only to find himself entangled in a significant dilemma. It would have been preferable to deal with the Chunin. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in this observation. However, unlike the Chunin, this entity was a part of the tailed beast, implying. Orochimaru paused, confident that Zhangzhu had already deduced the implication. "Is it possible to fuse?" "Indeed. It seems you possess considerable insight, don't you?" "Huh. I'm not entirely sure," Zhangzhu replied, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. Yet, this pseudo-three tails could not be compared to the true three tails, unable to fully transition into the tailed beast form. At best, it would allow one to access the chakra of the three tails in a limited capacity. Well, that's something, isn't it? Better than nothing. However, an inquiry suddenly arose in Zhangzhu's mind. What if, and I mean if, I were to capture the three tails and absorb it? Wouldn't that significantly reduce the difficulty of absorption? Or would it not be easier to absorb the yin-yang attributes of the three tails chakra? Could that facilitate the activation of the complete tailed beast form? Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn on Zhangzhu, prompting him to turn toward Orochimaru, who was also gazing at the pseudo-three tails. They locked eyes for a moment before bursting into laughter, with Orochimaru pointing at Zhangzhu. Everything was understood without words. Chapter 55. The concept of the pseudo-three tails Jinchuriki. The preceding content consists of my military training anecdotes. If you dislike it, feel free to scroll past. This is simply my writing style. Today, two experts emerged in the rating section. One gave me a 1-star review. A pure contrarian, and a true lover of Naruto would never forget every chapter. Upon seeing my work, they would recognize it as Cloud 666. I feel I should write about Lin and Danzo's marriage, or Reikage and Gaara's union. The Naruto manga's 700th chapter, and the anime's 720 episodes, excluding the side stories and films. If you tell me, I see your Cloud, I might as well call you a Naruto professor. Then, there are those who retaliate against society by giving all my works a 1-star rating. Another gave me a 2-star rating. Don't blame me for not being polite. I have previously stated that if you dislike my work, you can simply choose not to read it. Your behavior is quite pathetic, akin to consuming something you detest. Additionally, For those maliciously leaving negative reviews, have the audacity to not hide your personal information. Furthermore, regarding certain established elements, some self-proclaimed Naruto experts seem to understand better than Kishimoto himself, which is tiresome to discuss. Why do some plot lines generate controversy? Kishimoto has not clarified everything himself. Yet, despite the controversies, the story remains captivating. That is the charm of Naruto. If you manage to read through to the end, feel free to connect with me. Orochimaru pointed his index finger at Zhangzhu. You, my friend, he grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Theoretically, it is feasible, but it requires further exploration. Looking at the pseudo-three tails he had created, pride glimmered in Orochimaru's eyes. I know what you desire. In the past, I would have contested with you fiercely, but times have changed. Orochimaru sighed. What you seek is rightfully yours. I have returned it to you. Find a moment to attempt the absorption. I shall also conduct some data research. Oh, what a good man you are, Orochimaru. Jay-Z felt an inexplicable sense of emotion, expressing gratitude for Orochimaru's kindness. He acknowledged that he still owed a debt of gratitude to his serpent aunt, who illuminated his heart like the sun. Loyalty. If his serpent aunt were to not forsake him, Orochimaru has indeed transformed, though he is still not a virtuous individual. What could be the reason for such a change? Zangetsu, perplexed, inquired further. However, the words that followed from Orochimaru stirred a sense of emotion within Zangetsu. I trust you. My life is fleeting, and there are ambitions yet unfulfilled, like those concerning the Sound Ninja Village. They are my weapons, but simultaneously, they embody a realm of hope. I wish that after my departure, you will traverse my path and chart new directions. This endeavor requires strength. Therefore, I implore you. Ah, how curious you are. Orochimaru is entrusting the Sound Ninja Village to Zangetsu. Yet I intended to join the Akatsuki. I have already pledged my allegiance to my brother, and this has caught me completely off guard. This Zhangzhu hesitated for a moment. Had it been Orochimaru requesting him to protect the Sound Village, he might have obliged with some consideration. However, the current situation was unmistakably one of confinement. Observing Zhangzhu's lingering indecision, Orochimaru seized his hands firmly. Zhangzhu's gaze was piercing, locking eyes with his counterpart. Zhangzhu, with a wry smile, conceded, very well. I shall acquiesce to your request. But allow me to set forth a condition. Should I encounter someone superior to myself, I expect no hindrance in my withdrawal. Upon hearing Zhangzhu's agreement, Orochimaru finally released his grip, playfully tracing a circle on Zhangzhu's back before letting go. Ah, I am grateful to you, my young friend. Let us not delay any further. Hasten to absorb it. Jusuk nodded, choosing not to engage in idle conversation with Orochimaru. He employed the sealing technique, directing it towards the pseudo-three tails. In an instant, several chains surged forth, ensnaring the pseudo-three tails, their emergence transforming the surrounding atmosphere into one of extraordinary potency. Jusuk was immediately stripped of his garments, while the false three tails futilely attempted to resist, yielding no results whatsoever. With the current prowess of Zhangzhu, how could a mere pseudo-three-tailed beast possibly contend? Ha! The pseudo-three-tailed Jinchuriki. Or those like Zhangzhu who are pseudo-Jinchuriki, which fundamentally differs from the likes of Kim and Yin Jiao, as you will understand in the unfolding narrative, is indeed a rarity in this world. This is an uncharted path. Have you not heard that heaven does not forsake humanity? As long as I desire to tread, the path lies beneath my feet. Though the pseudo-three-tailed Jinchuriki lacks the strength of a tailed beast, it certainly possesses the temperament characteristic of such beasts, leading it to struggle and resist. From its small eyes, dark chakra began to coalesce into tiny points, gradually enlarging. Orochimaru nearby cautioned that it was a tailed beast ball. Although it lacked the might of an actual tailed beast, one must still exercise caution. Zhangzhu nodded, activating his three-tomo Sharingan. Do you see this eye? He remarked. Back in the day, you stacked, but alas, your stack lacks authenticity, while your offspring possesses it. The imposing aura of the Sharingan surged forth, instantly intimidating the counterfeit three tails, causing the formidable tailed beast ball, with a diameter of 3 centimeters, to fizzle out in fear. A small mouth appeared beneath the single eye, promptly swallowing the tailed beast ball whole. With a loud bang, wisps of black smoke erupted from the faux three tails mouth. Amused, Zhangzhu realized that this little creature was nothing but a bully, preying on the weak. With that, he lifted the little Kalami. Weren't you fierce just a moment ago? Why the silence now? Still barking like a dog? The little creature appeared utterly defeated, as if struck by a dimensional blow, though it lacked mature consciousness. It still remembered those eyes. Years ago, there had been a punk with a distinctive hairstyle and a humble man clad in a red vest. Upon reaching its habitat, the punk had swiftly captured it, glaring with eyes reminiscent of Zhangju's, and dealt the final blow, muttering about making turtle soup. The humble man in the red vest had become its lifelong nightmare. Three Tails, you are far too powerful. I must seal you. Powerful? What nonsense. The humble man summoned a colossal giant, who effortlessly captured it with a single hand. Consequently, it found itself sealed in a bewildered daze. Now, the same scene unfolded once more. After a long struggle to recover from its weapon form, it found the tailed beast horns simply too delectable, rendering it too lethargic to move. The faux Three Tails resigned itself, waiting to be gradually absorbed by Zhangju. As Zhangju observed the false Three Tails showing no resistance, a look of suspicion crossed his face. Could it be that this little creature intended to deceive him and launch a surprise attack while he was preoccupied with the absorption process? How utterly despicable! How could a member of the Uchiha clan ever be so easily fooled? Thus, while in the midst of the absorption, Zhangju activated the wood release, wood dragon technique, encircling the false Three Tails with it. The false Three Tails exclaimed in distress, its small tail flailing wildly. I've already resigned myself to being absorbed. Why must you treat me this way? Huiki, what have I done wrong? I am but a mere child. At this moment, Zhangju remains oblivious to the thoughts of the small, three-tailed beast. He is convinced that the malevolent creature seeks to harm him, which is precisely why it summoned the wooden dragon to restrain the small, three-tailed beast. Were the pseudo-three-tailed beast to comprehend Zhangju's sentiments, it would undoubtedly retort. Though I am not human, you are indeed a cur. The technique of the wooden dragon? Orochimaru cast a look of approval, realizing he had not misjudged the individual. In a remarkably brief span, Zhangju had mastered the art of wood release ninjutsu. At this juncture, Orochimaru recalled his own failed experiment. The chakra was gradually siphoned by the wooden dragon, causing the entire tail of the pseudo-three-tailed beast to wilt. The small beast was progressively absorbed by Zhangju, as chains slowly drew it into the luminous circle at Zhangju's chest. The absorption of the pseudo-three-tailed beast was accomplished. The pseudo-three-tailed beast Jinchuriki Zhangju, presenting. The applause emanated from Orochimaru. Congratulations are in order, while it may not yet be a complete tailed beast. I believe the name of Zhangju has already begun to circulate throughout the ninja world. Ahem. The surge of excitement rekindled Orochimaru's negative state. This time, however, it felt different as he coughed up blood. Zhangju hastily supported Orochimaru, assisting him to his seat. This is the demeanor of a person facing their impending fate, while his friends and family are burdened with numerous concerns. I also partake in the Ming dynasty, possessing the likes of the chicken-eyed general and Jinsei. Let us consider what abilities may be at hand, Orochimaru remarked, for this was his primary concern at present. Abilities, you say? Zhangju contemplated as he entered the realm of consciousness. Within this space, there was no shadowy environment, no iron cage, and no colossal tailed beast. Instead, it was filled with sunlight, sandy beaches, gentle waves, and cacti, accompanied by a small creature, slightly smaller than Teacher Kai's turtle. The atmosphere seemed somewhat off. At that moment, the pseudo-three-tailed creature lay sprawled in an awkward position. Hey, little one, get up. Zhangju approached the small-tailed beast directly, seizing its three tails and lifting it effortlessly. The small-tailed beast, at that moment, for short and plump little limbs emerged from its body. It turned out that this little creature indeed had legs. They had simply not extended when it was absorbing earlier. Zhangju smiled, contemplating how to teach the three tails a lesson. Do not bully me, he thought, feeling a pang of vulnerability. At that moment, the voice of the three tails echoed in his mind, sounding remarkably innocent, reminiscent of a certain flying emergency food item. It turned out that this little creature could speak. What is your name, little one? He inquired. In a sweet, childlike tone, the little being replied. Though I am a part of the three tails, they all call me Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin, what does that mean? Zhangju asked, perplexed. After a brief pause, the little creature explained. The reason I am called Xiaoyin is that I am part of the three tails. I do not understand the circumstances of others. But for the three tails, the eyes represent its yin and yang. Losing one eye is akin to losing the key to controlling the chakra of the same nature. Ah, I see. Jaitar stroked his chin. Can you fully transform into a tailed beast? The little one shook its head. How graceful it is. Zhangju, with a hint of disdain, remarked the Three Tails. I'm merely lacking a complete chakra in that aspect. The little creature, indignant, retorted. Is that so? In that case, Zhangzhu felt a surge of excitement. Could it be the tailed beast combined with Susanoo? What are your thoughts? I believe it sounds rather splendid. Well, elaborate, he urged. With that, Zhangzhu settled cross-legged on the ground and placed the Three Tails on a stone. Let me explain. As I mentioned earlier, the eyes serve as the key to the Three Tails' control over Yin and Yang chakra. These forces are in constant opposition. Within the complete form of the Three Tails, the consciousness is solely governed by the Yang attribute, while the Yin chakra, despite its abundance, lacks the capacity to dominate the body. In other words, within the Three Tails, the Yang chakra reigns supreme, while the Yin chakra remains subordinate. As for the eyes that discern between Yin and Yang, Zhangzhu understood that in traditional Chinese medicine, the eyes are classified as such, representing a relative concept that illustrates the interdependent and opposing relationships of entities. Just as in treating the eyes, different conditions necessitate different methods, advising the practitioner to prescribe accordingly. Indeed, the exchange of knowledge was inevitable, especially considering the historical interactions with Japan, such as the missions to Tang and the journey of Jinjin. Your culinary skills are truly impressive, Zhangzhu, with a tone of disdain, remarked. QEQ, I am indeed formidable. After venting his frustrations, Sanwei continued, saying, how should I put it? It is still true that Sanwei possesses distinctive traits that are absent in other tailed beasts. I am uncertain how the sage managed it. But within Sanwei resides a discordance of two types of chakra. The presence of such dual elemental chakras would undoubtedly impair one's strength. Is that so? Suddenly, Zhangzhu felt a profound clarity dawn upon him. So, you were thus affected? Zhou was reluctant to mention the sorrowful past of the little one. To his surprise, the child began to weep. Oh, do you comprehend the struggles I have endured over these years? 3 years, and then another 3. Suddenly, the little one displayed an air of defiance. Do you have any idea how I navigate each day? Zhangzhu gently flicked the little creature's head, admonishing it to cease its antics and address the matter at hand. The small being, stung by the flick, covered its head with its tiny paws, letting out a huff. Do you know how I fell from grace back then? As it spoke, tears welled in its eyes. Woe is me. Which family allows their three-tailed to engage in battle with the 9 llama 10 kilometers on land? It had me firmly in its grasp, along with that nameless host who seemed utterly oblivious. Why do you not listen to us properly and instead issue misguided commands? What is this nonsense about shifting the tailed beast jade 5 meters to the left? And it was precisely its own mismanagement of the tailed beast transformation time that hindered our chances, yet it lays the blame squarely on us. Despite our earnest pleas, it refused to heed us and even threatened that failure to comply would lead to our demise. I was utterly distraught. Ultimately, I was struck down in that battle, which seemed to align perfectly with the desires of the sun. Wait a moment. Zhangzhu appeared to have an epiphany. Were not many of your supplies taken by Konoha back then? The little tail, perplexed, responded. Indeed. How did you know? No, this must be mere coincidence. Was your host particularly fond of keeping a diary? Zhangzhu inquired, to which the little tail gasped in astonishment. Huh? You understand this? Can you read my mind? No. It must be coincidence, certainly coincidence. Was it not true that during that great war, many of your esteemed ninjas were captured by Konoha and subsequently integrated into their ranks? The three-tailed's eyes widened in disbelief. You know this too? Jusuk fell silent. At this very moment, it felt akin to that moment in the past. I am utterly exhausted, but at last, I have achieved my goal. Chapter 57, An Old Friend. Leaning back on his hands, he gazed at the sky, reminiscent of an old acquaintance from his days on the blue planet. Speak quickly. How did you come to know this? Sanwei exclaimed, his excitement palpable as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. To think that his new master possessed the gift of prophecy. Truly, he was the descendant of that remarkable man. Perhaps he could consult him to discern the tides of fate, such as when his romantic fortune might arrive. Zhangzhu cast a glance at it. I possess a prophecy regarding an egg. My head is spinning, and I am utterly exasperated. Xiao Sanwei. Zhangzhu suddenly realized that continuously calling it by the same name was not a viable solution. After some contemplation, he resolved to rename it. Henceforth, it shall be known as Little Sanwei. Zhangzhu called out to the false Sanwei. The little Sanwei looked at him with curiosity, uncertain of what audacious act he might concoct next. Zhangzhu gently caressed his chin, remarking, your original name is rather cumbersome. I have no desire to call you by your current name either. Henceforth, you shall be known as Xiao San. To put it simply, it's just Xiao San. Xiao San retorted. I protest. With a playful yet fierce demeanor. She was well aware of the connotations of the name Xiao San, and it irked her that her cunning host would bestow upon her such an unflattering title. Zhang Zhu was rather displeased. He flicked the top of Xiao San's head a few times with his index finger. You little rascal, you little rascal. That name happens to be the childhood moniker of a formidable warrior from my hometown. Do you have any idea how powerful he is? Jusuk smiled, acknowledging the impressive display. The third party felt the sting, but dared not voice their anger at Jusuk's domineering actions. Unable to defend themselves, they were merely a minor nuisance, easily intimidated by Jusuk's fierce gaze, which could seem lethal. Observing the third party's submission, Jusuk felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhang Zhu solemnly remarked, which formidable figure's name is now bound by the laws, leaving us unable to utter it. We can only refer to him by his nickname, Xiao San. Do you understand? Xiao San's small eyes widened in astonishment. So that's how it is? It seems my name was not chosen arbitrarily. It possesses profound significance. Following this revelation, Zhang Zhu strategically took a sip of water. He was born with immense power, with a hand of wild grass, entwining, and an invincible golden body. He dominates the world, unmatched by any. How formidable. Is there really such a person? Xiaosan inquired. With a confident smile, Zhang Zhu pondered for a moment before speaking. Behind every successful individual, there invariably exists a venerable mentor, and Xiao San is no exception. Though Xiao San's esteemed teacher may lack formidable power and striking appearance, he is indeed a prominent theoretical figure from our hometown. I must tell you, he once uttered a phrase that resonated through the ages, echoing across the universe. Would you like to know? At this point, Zhang Zhu fell silent, leaving Xiao San, eager for the tale, in a state of great impatience. Please, I wish to know. Xiao San exclaimed, sensing an inexplicable connection with that esteemed figure. Alas, fatigue began to set in. Zhang Zhu gently smiled, spreading his hands wide. Little Three, will you speak? Thus, Little Three had no choice but to reveal his adorable nature. Please, my dearest master. Zhang Zhu did not heed the plea and turned away. However, the persistent third party followed him, shadowing his every move. After an intense back and forth that spanned 300 exchanges, Zhang Zhu finally offered, I will assist you with a back massage. Upon hearing this, a light chuckle escaped Zhang Zhu's lips as he extended a single finger. There is one more request. Once you finish, please divulge all your abilities to me. Is that not simple enough? The third party's heart soared with joy as they fervently nodded in agreement. With the affirmation, Zhang Zhu chose not to elaborate further. Ahem, back to the main topic. Do you know what he said? The third party eagerly shook their head in response. Ha ha ha. Remember this. There are no worthless chakra attributes, only inept ninjas. Wow, exclaimed the third party, astonished. This statement resonated deeply, piercing the very essence of their being. Indeed, there are no worthless chakra attributes, only the soaring-tailed beasts. Surely, it is my own efforts that fall short. What do you think? After finishing his words, Jusuk cast a glance at the third party. The latter's heart was so profoundly wounded that it rendered him speechless. If given the chance, he would certainly seek to comprehend the situation thoroughly. The gleam of excitement sparkled in the third party's eyes. How astonishing. No, Jusuk could hardly contain himself. This little fellow was simply too easy to deceive, and it was no wonder he was destined for a life behind bars. In truth, Jusuk wished to utter a phrase from the realm of the deceased regarding the mistress. Arise, O spicy rabbit head. However, he deemed this notion rather premature, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided against it. With arms crossed, Jusuk asked, So, do you now comprehend the formidable significance of your name? Do you still harbor disdain for the name I bestowed upon you? The girl shook her head, realizing how contemptible she was for misinterpreting Jusuk's kind intentions. He had merely sought to grant her a name with genuine care. Yet it was her own distortions of his meaning that led to this misunderstanding. How wretched she felt. Zhang Zhu was quite pleased, and then remarked, Well, will you cooperate with me? The third party promptly nodded in agreement. Excellent, this is more like it. Now, tell me, what abilities do you possess? The moment had finally arrived, and Zhang Zhu felt a surge of excitement. He had deceived the third party for so long. Would it retaliate upon discovering the truth? Unlike him, it would likely feel compassion for others. After much contemplation, the third party finally recalled its abilities. I can use Tailed Beast Bomb. It exclaimed. Tailed Beast Bomb. You mean the one that is no larger than an egg laid by a 2.5-year-old hen? Zhang Zhu spoke with a hint of annoyance. Your tailed beast jade is evidently unimpressive. I wager that a mere flick of my fingernail would send your tailed beast jade flying. Little 3. QAQ felt 1,000 points of emotional damage. Her tailed beast jade was undeniably formidable. It could effortlessly shatter a stone the size of a basketball, though that was indeed its limit. Was there any other ability? The first ability could only be described as a reliance. It might have been somewhat useful when she was a Chunin, but now it seemed utterly ineffective. Wait, wasn't she still a Chunin? Upon reflection, that appeared to be the case. After the downfall of Konoha, she had not participated in the subsequent exams, and then she trained with Jiraiya for 3 years. By the end of those 3 years, the young heroes of Konoha had all become Chunin, while she and Naruto barely remained as Genin. Had she not defected, she would have participated in the Chunin exams alongside Naruto, but now, given her defection, those aspirations were rendered moot. Cough, cough. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The pressing question now is, what might be the next ability of the Three Tails? With eager anticipation, Jusuk remarked, the word count for this chapter is sufficient. It is in the next chapter that I shall reveal my second ability. Chapter 58. A Guide to the Abilities of Little 3. My second ability, is indeed formidable. There was a time when a silver-haired man sought to subdue me due to this very power, but fortunately, I was swift in my escape. Oh, this piqued Jusuk's interest. After uttering these words, a blue aura of chakra enveloped Little 3. Is this water release? Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the surprise. The proud mistress flaunted her little tail, exclaiming, behold, this is my second ability, which can enhance the host's water escape technique. Yoshi, Zhang Zhu was elated, his lips curling upwards more than the AK itself. Wasn't his major precisely water release? What a surprise. He pointed at the third entity and exclaimed thrice, you. The second ability was indeed remarkable. He aspired to surpass the second Hokage and become the new era's Sea King. This ability was akin to the legendary Feng Tianhua Ji paired with the steed red hair, a true enhancement. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it, my third brother? Zhang Zhu nodded fervently, awaiting further explanation of its specific application. After a lengthy exposition, it became clear. Ah, I see. The enhancement of the third entity's water release essentially reduces the difficulty of utilizing water release, decreases chakra consumption, and increases affinity with water elements, allowing for prolonged combat in aquatic environments. Most crucially, the third entity, no, it should be referred to as the Three Tails, lacked any bloodline limit. However, when the Sage of Six Paths designed the Three Tails, he sealed its doors and windows, yet left a chimney. If the host predominantly employs ninjutsu as water release, then the chakra of the Three Tails can elevate water release to the level of ocean release. Of course, if one does not diligently cultivate. Even with the power of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, one could still falter. Indeed, that white-haired man mentioned by the third entity was someone Zhang Zhu could recognize. He was likely the fearsome beast spoken of by the parents of the Uchiha child, who would not sleep at night due to his rambunctiousness. The Uchiha child, branded as inherently evil, was the embodiment of the sea, a spiritual leader for Zhang Zhu. Truly, the second Hokage was discerning, selecting a tailed beast suitable for cultivating water release. Is there only 3? He inquired. The third entity pondered for a moment. There is also the tailed beast cloak, which you should be aware of. Moreover, I can absorb chakra from other tailed beasts, and if you feed me, I too can gain enhancement. Additionally, my chakra reserves are substantial, though not as vast as a complete tailed beast's. Thus, absorbing my chakra will indeed bolster your own. This was certainly true. Zhang Zhu estimated that his current chakra could be utilized freely. However, he mused, one must remain grounded, saving where necessary and spending wisely. He should not unleash his full power immediately, lest he find himself lacking in chakra before even engaging in a verbal exchange. What to do? The more he observed this third entity, the more he found it appealing. Although the tailed beast ball was somewhat lacking, the other abilities were commendable. After all, the current third entity was not even half complete. It would be unrealistic to expect it to accompany him in boasting. Is there more? Surely, there can't be another. He pondered. How did you know there was another? The third entity replied. I must declare you a prophet. Zhang Zhu shook his head, remarking on his recent streak of fortunate fortune, as he seemed to always speak accurately. This ability of mine could indeed summon forth the spirits. Priced at 98? To summon someone as insignificant as you? How absurd. The little third party protested. What do you know? If it weren't for my insufficient chakra, I could undoubtedly manifest in my complete form. Well, if you are lacking, practice more. I am indeed formidable, should you summon me. I could engage in continuous rolling attacks alongside players, akin to Dingji's meat tank, albeit positioned behind you, delivering an infinite push damage. I have played a few rounds utilizing a friend's account in the Naruto mobile game with the three-tailed spirit. Moreover, my summoning duration is limitless. When you venture out, with me as your delightful travel companion, would you still find it boring? Oh, and by the way, my cooldown after summoning lasts only 15 seconds. See, quite simple. Wouldn't you agree? Smiley face, not too shabby. A modest ability, at least. Encouraged by my own resolve, I remind myself that the current trifling matters are but a mere fraction of what lies ahead. Once they attain their full potential, they shall indeed become formidable. Very well then. Jasuke spoke solemnly, concluding the introduction of all of Little Three's abilities. From now on, I look forward to your guidance. With that, Jasuke gently lifted Little Three and placed him upon a stone, kneeling down to meet his gaze. Little Three felt a surge of emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. Although he seemed a bit fierce, he was truly kind-hearted, even sharing stories that brought Jasuke to tears. Little Three nodded in agreement, his eyes shimmering with tears. I humbly ask for your guidance. Zhang's consciousness returned to reality, finding himself within Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru gazed at him with his serpentine eyes. Noticing Zhang's consciousness had re-emerged, Orochimaru remarked, "A total of 3 seconds have elapsed." 3 seconds? It appears that the passage of time in reality and the realm of consciousness is markedly different. While it felt to Zhang's as though he had spent an hour or two in that ethereal space, merely 3 seconds had passed in reality. So, have you gleaned any abilities? Orochimaru inquired, pulling out his notebook in preparation to commence recording. After a brief pause, Jasuke succinctly recounted the abilities described by the minor character. "Truly remarkable, Jasuke," exclaimed Orochimaru, filled with excitement. "I find myself a touch envious of you." Zhang Ju found himself in a state of bemusement. If you were to comprehend the nature of this third party, you would surely refrain from such remarks. Indolent and slothful, this creature is prone to excessive slumber. It had barely been a short while since its departure, and already it succumbed to sleep. No, I owe it all to the generous support of Lord Orochimaru. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru mused that Zhang Ju was quite adept in the intricacies of human relationships. Had his own disposition mirrored that of Zhang Ju's, he would likely have ascended the ranks by now. Let us not dwell on the past. It is best left unspoken. And so, life returned to its tranquil state, until this day. Once again, they found themselves at the familiar training grounds. Zhang Ju is diligently practicing his water release technique. Water release, 9 Dragons Dance. This is essentially a refined version of Zhang Ju's previous technique, water release, 9 Dragons Bombardment. A few days ago, while he was engrossed in his training, Shaoxin suddenly remarked that the original name was rather unappealing and lacked grandeur. Thus, he proposed a name change, and after much deliberation, they settled on Water Release, 9 Dragons Dance. It is worth noting that one could argue these are two distinct techniques. As the dragons in Water Release, 9 Dragons Dance appear more three-dimensional and imposing, a testament to Zhang Ju's enhanced mastery over water element chakra. Of course, aside from Water Release, 9 Dragons Dance, there are other techniques as well. With the assistance of the Three Tails, Jay-Z has ingeniously devised a C-rank ninjutsu. The technique of water release. Water literature. Chapter 59, The Arrival. What exactly is the water release, water literature technique? Is it akin to the numerous dialogues that commence a piece, as seen in the work penned by Jasuke, where an abundance of dialogue spans across 10 pages, with only a single image bearing significance? Certainly not. Water literature is an art that transforms water elements into written words through the manipulation of chakra, hence its designation. It is not merely a ninjutsu birthed from the quantity of water characters. As this is mentioned, the art of hydromancy practiced by Uchiha Zhaojian has inscribed itself upon the earth. Alas, what is this mere string of numbers, representing the 6 years of Zhaojian's existence? A testament to a bygone era where a certain acquaintance has slipped from version T0, descending from the pedestal of glory? Naturally, all of this bears no relevance to the present-day Zhaojian. Here is a roster of personnel. Uchiha Zhaojian, age 16. Resides near Orochimaru's base, unmarried. Engaged in work under Orochimaru's command. Returns home no later than 8 p.m. I refrain from smoking and only indulge in alcohol sparingly. Retires for the night by 11 p.m., ensuring a full 8 hours of slumber. Prior to sleep, I consume a warm glass of milk and engage in 20 minutes of soothing exercises to warm my body, allowing me to drift into a deep slumber until dawn. Like an infant, I ensure that fatigue and stress do not carry over to the following day. Even Orochimaru remarks that this is quite normal. Ah, Itachi, take a look at this roster. Your brother seems to lead quite a disciplined life, Black Zetsu remarked, handing Itachi a tomato report. Itachi took it, glanced briefly, and remained silent. Black Zetsu, aware of the futility of pressing further, continued onward with Itachi toward their destination. Their pace was measured, as they were now close to their goal. Are you certain you can recruit Zaiju? I doubt he will acquiesce so easily. Moreover, his abilities are far too lacking to be suitable for Akatsuki, Itachi stated coldly, pausing in his stride. Zetsu chuckled softly. Itachi, I believe you are being overly cautious. The leader must have his reasons for this approach, and as subordinates, we need not trouble ourselves unduly. Let us hope so. I would not relish the prospect of him suddenly turning violent. That would undoubtedly complicate matters, especially if our actions were to attract the attention of Konoha. That would be quite troublesome, Itachi replied, a hint of concern in his voice. Troublesome? Then simply refrain from acting. Zetsu retorted with a mocking laugh. Their exchange concluded on a rather unsatisfactory note, yet it was not long before they reached their destination. In the open field beyond the dense forest, Zaiju was diligently practicing his water release techniques. It is indeed ironic that a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan excels in hydromancy. The banter of Black Zetsu was evident to all within the Akatsuki organization. Itachi chose to disregard Zetsu's comments. Shall we approach him now? Itachi suggested. Zetsu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Returning to Zaiju's perspective, after executing a seamless series of water release techniques, he wiped the sweat from his brow. I, Zaiju, am indeed the Prince of Water Release, possessing the demeanor of a sovereign. Are you interested in joining the Akatsuki? As I turned back, I beheld a carnivorous plant. The Venus flytrap, alongside my dearly cherished elder brother. Is it the Black Absolute and the White Absolute? Itachi, and you, the one with the dual countenance. Zhangzhu produced a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, pointing it menacingly at the two individuals. Upon hearing this, Heiju's displeasure was evident. After all, what did it mean to be referred to as a mere black and white face? He asserted, listen well, you little brat who has yet to fully mature. My name is Ju. Not some trivial black and white face. Do you understand? Zhangzhi chuckled. Very well, black and white faces. Without granting the two any opportunity for debate, he concentrated a spiraling sphere in his hand. Depart now. No one shall be harmed. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. With that, Zhangzhi activated the second stage of his curse mark. Ju felt a sense of indignation. Is this how the Uchiha clan operates? So quick to change their demeanor? Itachi glanced at Ju. As I have already stated, he will not heed our words. Let us instead contemplate how to brace for the impending assault. With that, Itachi's eyes began to spin wildly, activating his Manjiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black flames surged towards Zhangzhi, engulfing him in their fiery embrace. Well, it seems you are intent on applying pressure from the very outset, aren't you? Jasek hastily retreated from the second phase of the curse mark, realizing that this form was somewhat sluggish and ill-suited for the present moment. Had he known, he would have refrained from flaunting his prowess earlier. In quick succession, 3 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique soared towards the southeast, southwest, and west, while he himself fled towards the north. The urgency of the situation dawned on J-Tar. Should that boy manage to escape, all his efforts would be rendered futile. When would he ever be able to rescue his mother? It was imperative that Itachi swiftly employ his invincible Manjiki Sharingan. The speed of Itachi's Amaterasu was astonishing. Yet each time he prepared to grasp J-Suk, the pace inexplicably slowed. Zangetsu quickly discerned the vastness of Itachi's prowess. His own speed paled in comparison to Sasuke's at that moment, and Itachi's flames could not reach him. It seemed that the title of Sea King would forever elude him. Is this all you are capable of, Itachi? Resorting to such base tactics? In terms of bravado, Zangetsu and Korazetsu could certainly rival each other. So weak, is this truly my brother, the one who dances in the skies? Itachi shook his head, his Sharingan once again emanating a dazzling brilliance. His form transformed into a raven, hurtling directly towards Zangetsu. As the raven approached, Zangetsu activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The black flash of Uchiha Zangetsu evaded Itachi's assault. Itachi clearly missed his target, the raven reverting to its original form. My foolish brother, I retract my earlier statement. You can barely be considered my opponent, but that is the extent of it. However, I take solace in the fact that despite your shortcomings, you are a step above your even more inept brother. This pleases me, for at last, I have a worthy adversary. Your eyes, ha ha ha. Itachi erupted into a maniacal laughter, a trickle of blood escaping from his Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke observed, now, you are even more ruthless. Zhangzhu did not wish to engage in a direct confrontation with Itachi. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the entity of the dual-faced being, or rather, the amalgamation of black Zetsu and white Zetsu. You brought this upon yourself. Do not place the blame on me. With that, he declared. Jasuke hurled 3 kunai imbued with explosive tags toward Kurizetsu. Goodness, I am at a loss for the private skills to write about. So I resorted to the abilities from the mobile game of Naruto, though I am uncertain how to incorporate the ultimate technique. White Zetsu splitting technique. Kurizetsu glanced at the explosive tags hurtling towards him and hastily summoned a disposable clone. Although Kurizetsu was quite adept, his true form possessed little offensive ninjutsu. Not to mention that he was a non-Newtonian fluid. Lacking a tangible form, his strength was contingent upon the strength of his attachment. If the attachment was weak, so was he. The disposable white Zetsu, just summoned, appeared bewildered, questioning where he had been brought. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, the explosive tags detonated with a series of bangs. The resulting smoke obscured Kurizetsu's vision, which was precisely the opportunity Jasuke sought. In that moment, a flying kunai utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique materialized mere inches from Kurizetsu's face. Chapter 60, Bishamonten. At this juncture, I beseech my esteemed readers to lend a hand and bestow a 5-star rating, please. The kunai's proximity prompted a question. Were you afraid? However, Kurizetsu had never encountered such a situation and merely sidestepped the kunai. This provided Jasuke with the perfect opening. It was not Kurizetsu's fault. Jasuke's abilities remained undisclosed, and he possessed numerous contingencies. 3 circles represented a multitude of skills, far surpassing those of ordinary shinobi. In the fleeting moments that Kurizetsu evaded, Jasuke utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind him. Yet, instead of forming a Rasengan, he seized Kurizetsu by the neck. Raikiri. To those who previously debated whether it was Raikiri or Chidori, please cease your quarrels. Jasuke has mastered both techniques and is now a 16-year-old prodigy, no longer the inexperienced youth of the past. As he concentrated Raikiri in his hand, aiming it at Kurizetsu's neck, he felt the need to clarify, fearing Kurizetsu might not grasp the intricacies. It seems the Akatsuki organization does not comprehend even the body flicker technique. Oh, by the way, Raikiri requires a charge. Kurizetsu stood stunned, taking in the information. Itachi, come save me. Zhangzhu silently cursed in his heart. You are quite the actor, aren't you? Do you really think that Kurojitsu would perish from a mere rakeage? You've made me laugh. He mused that he had no means to counter your ability to burrow underground. Surely, the Oscar for Best Actor would rightfully belong to you. Zhangzhu chuckled softly, satisfied that he had achieved his initial objective. Within mere seconds, the rakeage expanded from a small point to illuminate his entire arm. Do you see it? The yin-yang face. This is my most formidable rakeage. For Sasuke, those few seconds translated into a brief reprieve, but for Itachi, they were indeed sufficient to alter the course of the battlefield. As the rakeage was about to descend, Tsukuyami, Itachi appeared beside Zhangzhu, unleashing his Manjiki. In the realm of consciousness, the long-separated brothers locked eyes once more. Itachi's Manjiki exuded a far greater sense of intimidation than Zhangzhu's 3-tomo. The Akatsuki is not to be trifled with. That group pales in comparison to Orochimaru, who, by contrast, could almost be considered a benevolent figure. Orochimaru, the most appreciated episode. Jasuke shook his head. Jasuke. Itachi was reluctant to allow Jasuke to join, for he believed that, given the current display of Jasuke's capabilities, he would likely perish at the hands of the Four Tails Jinchuriki during their capture. No. I must join Akatsuki. I have my reasons for doing so. Zangetsu spoke, his 3-tomo Sharingan radiating an aura within the Tsukuyami realm orchestrated by Itachi, matching his intensity. Itachi furrowed his brow. He was no virtuous individual and had never sought the forgiveness of his younger brothers or anyone else. In truth, he was indifferent. As his days were numbered, all he desired now was for his brothers to awaken the power inherent to the Uchiha clan, which would grant him a sense of fulfillment in death. Yet, at this moment, his younger brother aspired to join the Akatsuki. After a brief silence, Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan fixed its gaze upon Zangetsu. Very well, It seems I must defeat you and shatter your pride for you to attain clarity. Itachi had no intention of engaging in unnecessary conversation. He initiated the Genjutsu directly. The technique, magical chains of binding, would see the wielder of the Sharingan conjure massive iron spikes through illusion, impaling the opponent's body and rendering them immobile. As numerous iron nails manifested around Zangetsu, poised to pierce his body, he exclaimed, "Kaleidoscope." In an instant, his eyes began to whirl rapidly, transforming the Sharingan into a crimson kaleidoscope resembling a wind-style shuriken. Perhaps Itachi's illusionary techniques had some efficacy against Sasuke, but they appeared rather ineffective against Zangetsu. Jitara activated his unique kaleidoscope ability. Following the conclusion of the battle, he delved deeply into the exploration of his vision, sacrificing a slight 0.2 degrees of eyesight in the process. However, every moment of this endeavor proved to be worthwhile. Kaleidoscope Bishamonten. In the inaugural demonstration of his kaleidoscopic abilities, Zhang Zhu showcased his prowess. For those who find it unappealing, feel free to turn to the subsequent pages. A brief explanation. I wish to clarify the choice of this deity's name. Bishamonten is one of the 7 lucky gods of Japan. Yet his presence is also notable in ancient India and China. While I cannot pinpoint his earliest origins, it is unequivocal that they do not lie solely in Japan. Although I am writing a fanfiction set in the Naruto universe, I also consider myself a patriot. This deity possesses a characteristic that transcends national boundaries, which is precisely why I selected him. I do not wish for this skill to be associated solely with Japanese elements, especially given the historical transgressions committed by Japan that we cannot simply overlook. Rather, we are not in a position to forgive them at all. Please refrain from labeling me as an extremist. I indeed hold such views. As for other nations, we may set them aside for now, but when the time comes, Japan must be held accountable. Of course, the burden of warfare does not fall upon us. We trust in our homeland. Online. I send a cordial reminder to those who idolize foreign cultures, particularly the Akita dogs. I cherish every one of my compatriots. Furthermore, it is lamentable that all the beautiful names of deities have been appropriated for skills. Notably, in Japan, Bishamonten is revered as the god of limitless wisdom, possessing an inexhaustible intellect. Thus, let us observe this capability. The god of limitless wisdom, omniscient and omnipotent, unparalleled in heaven and earth. What is omniscience? It is the possession of all knowledge. The kaleidoscope Bishamonten, in its kaleidoscopic form, expends a substantial amount of ocular power along with a minor quantity of chakra, enabling the unconditional replication of any skill witnessed by his eyes, irrespective of whether the opponent performs hand seals, rituals, or operates in alternate dimensions. Exclusions apply to summoning techniques. Taijutsu, senjutsu, puppet techniques, and sealing techniques requiring auxiliary tools, as well as others I will elucidate later. In its eternal form, it consumes 20% of chakra, regardless of the chakra quantity present. Once a skill is replicated, it can be utilized indefinitely, with a cooldown period of 15 days. Only one skill may be replicated at a time. Should one wish to replace a replicated skill, the current skill must be rendered inactive, and to use it again, one must wait 15 days before witnessing the opponent perform the technique once more. The cost is considerable, yet the ability is undeniably extraordinary. The kaleidoscope of Jisuke spun at an astonishing speed, blood oozing from his eyes, rendering his vision increasingly hazy. Within the recesses of his mind, the method of employing Tsukuyomi materialized. Meanwhile, Bishamonten had entered a state of cooldown. Currently, Jisuke's vision has diminished from 4.88 to 4.2. With the Hashirama cells anticipated to restore 0.33. Those familiar with the game Escape from Tarkov should comprehend this. Hypothetically, if I suggest that your initial durability for the Sentinel armor is 50, after engaging in a match and successfully extracting, your armor's durability would decrease by 20 points. However, upon repair, you can restore 13 durability, which would reduce your armor's initial durability to 50 to 743 points. In my novel, the Hashirama cells operate in a similar manner, with a cap on restoration. As for the Naruto professors, there's no need to protest, I assure you. Even Kishimoto himself has not clarified this. Jisuke gasped heavily, as if confronted by a sinister and malevolent force. However, Zhangja broke into a smile, and I found it delightful. Battling against the blood pooling in his eyes, Zhangja turned to Itachi and declared, the strongest illusion, Tsukuyomi. Itachi was drawn into Zhangja's space of dreams. Chapter 61. Acknowledgement. Itachi experienced astonishment for the first time. Was it the same for him? Surely. He had endured similar pains as well. Itachi's current state could hardly be described as dreadful. Terminal would be a modest understatement. His blurred vision failed to discern the figure of his now-grown younger brother. When was the last time he had seen him? 3 years ago, he recalled. It was during Sasuke's defection. Then it must be time, Itachi mused with a faint smile. I am sorry, Sasuke, this is the last time. With those eyes, there should be nothing to fear, as long as it is not his turn next. Within the realm of Jay-Z, the consumption of Tsukuyomi pales in comparison to the overwhelming force of Bishamonten. Although it does entail a certain expenditure, it remains negligible, lacking the sheer ruthlessness exhibited by Bishamonten. Itachi. This marks the first occasion on which Jay-Z addresses Itachi in such a tone. Itachi, too, relinquished his aggressive stance and approached Jay-Z's side, drawing nearer until he could discern Jay-Z's visage with clarity. Despite the striking resemblance, Itachi recognized the individual before him at once. For Jay-Z bore a beauty mark at the corner of his left eye. Refrain from employing those methods, they will lead to blindness. Zhang Ju spoke up to remind Itachi. For some inexplicable reason, his eyes were slightly misty. The two stood less than 50 centimeters apart. And it was only then that Itachi could fully discern Zhang Ju's features. The night of the massacre. Why was he unable to alter the course of events at that time? Itachi was in the wrong, as was his father. Were both of their actions not flawed? It is difficult for Sasuke to express his thoughts, for the perspective from which one stands alters the lens through which events are perceived. Nonetheless, the origin of the tragedy that befalls the two, and indeed the entire Uchiha clan, can be traced to a singular source, the decaying darkness of Konoha and the rotting shinobi world. Had Minato still been alive, Sasuke, despite the tumult, would have been able to weather the storms and emerge unscathed. Unlike the present, where the 4 surviving Uchihas cannot even muster a single maternal figure. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? All of them, I suppose. Itachi smiled. His smile was gentle and radiant. Yet all Sasuke could see was desolation and sorrow. I have little time left, Sasuke. Tears mingled with blood fell to the ground, creating ripples upon the water's surface. There are truths that Itachi refrained from uttering. Did Sasuke truly remain oblivious? In his youth, he was unaware. But upon aligning himself with Orochimaru, Sasuke began to comprehend the essence of Itachi's love, manifesting in the silent spaces that had long been filled with his brother's affection. In the years following the night of the massacre, Danzo had already conceived a plan to eliminate Sasuke. Indeed, you heard correctly. It was a moonless night, fraught with foreboding winds. A dozen ninjas infiltrated the Uchiha clan's domain, intent on abducting Sasuke and extracting his formidable single-tomo Sharingan. At that moment, the brothers, Sasuke and Itachi, lay soundly asleep in their beds. The foul insects of Danzo were on the brink of success when a flock of crows transformed into the guise of a man, unleashing a torrent of black flames upon the assailants. Alas for those 10 or so individuals, perhaps had they not donned their stealth attire, they might have survived a few moments longer. Itachi proceeded to behead each Leaf Village root ninja and unceremoniously deposited their corpses upon Danzo's desk, painting a Sharingan with their blood. Why was Orochimaru aware of this incident? Because when Danzo and his cohorts arrived to collect the bodies, they found Itachi's abilities to be peculiar and brought the corpses to Orochimaru for examination. At that time, Orochimaru was engrossed in his Edo Tensei experiments, thus uncovering the truth. Life is indeed full of irony. Itachi chuckled softly, gently resting his hand against Sasuke's forehead. You too have acquired that power. He patted Sasuke's shoulder. The Uchiha clan's innate abilities were, after all, a birthright. Will you still seek to stop me now? Sasuke spoke. Itachi shook his head. For the subsequent key had already been bestowed upon him, and he had arrived at the final stage, merely awaiting the blossoming of the flowers. I shall not hinder you any further, Sasuke, Itachi declared, lowering his arms as an enduring silence enveloped the two. Well, take care. After Jay-Z finished speaking, he unlocked the space of Tsukuyomi, returning to reality. The consciousness of both individuals resurfaced from the realm of Tsukuyomi, just as Jay-Z's Raikiri was about to strike Black Zetsu. It was at that moment that Itachi delivered a swift kick, sending Jay-Z flying away. Zhang Jia was propelled through the air like a missile. Almost immediately, Itachi surged forward, pressing a kunai against Zhang Jia's throat. Join us, or perish. Black Zetsu, who had narrowly escaped disaster, was drenched in cold sweat. Hey, Itachi. There's no need for such extreme measures, Black Zetsu hurriedly interjected upon witnessing Itachi's readiness to strike Zhang Jia. Sasuke feigned fear and, in a dramatic tone, pleaded, Please, do not kill me. I will join. Is that not enough? With that, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. This prompted Itachi to lower his kunai. Black Zetsu let out a sigh of relief. thankful that Jae-suk proved to be a person of understanding in such circumstances. Consequently, he approached, cackling, "Welcome to our Akatsuki. Kasuk's strength has been acknowledged by Kurizetsu, although it may not rival Itachi's. Kurizetsu firmly believes it surpasses that of Deidara by a considerable margin. With the addition of Jae-suk to the Akatsuki organization, Itachi naturally ceased to impose any difficulties upon him. He lifted Jae-suk and shared with him various matters pertaining to the Akatsuki. After a moment of silence following the assistance, he spoke, "I still have some matters to attend to. I will join you shortly." Heiju and Itachi pondered for a while before nodding in agreement. The matter concerning Jusuk is quite straightforward. He simply informed Orochimaru that he would be venturing outside for a few months, to which Orochimaru readily acquiesced. After all, he would have already sealed himself off in a few months' time. Jusuk, while attending to various trivial matters, subsequently departed with the two individuals. After a relentless journey through day and night, they arrived at the perpetually rain-soaked and sunless village of Rainy Hidden, a place marked by its unrelenting scars. "Is this where Shao resides?" Zhangzhu inquired of Heiju, who responded with a mischievous grin. "Indeed, our leader is from this place. By the way, when you meet our leader, do not feel anxious, he is quite amiable." Zhangzhu nodded, and the trio proceeded in silence. After navigating several twists and turns, they arrived at the headquarters. Upon traversing a dimly lit corridor, they entered a grand hall where nearly all the members of the Akatsuki organization had gathered. Seated at the forefront was a man whose upper body was shrouded in shadows, revealing only his striking blue-violet eyes. Zhangzhu understood that it was Pain, merely a puppet. Yet he wondered where that skeletal figure was hiding. "Has he arrived?" Pain said coldly from his seat. Heiju stepped forward and spoke. "Leader, Uchiha Zhaojian has come. I have verified his strength, and it is indeed impressive. I believe he can contribute significantly to our grand plan." Chapter 62, Pain of Akatsukiyo? Pain rose from his seat and approached Zhaojian. Those enigmatic Rinnegan eyes fixed intently upon Zhangzhu, evoking an unsettling sensation within him. "Are you the leader of Akatsuki?" As Jae-suk inquired, Pain cast a fleeting glance in his direction. He then addressed Conan, known as the White Tiger in both the realm of reality and fiction, and also as his wife. "Please bring forth the garments and the ring." Conan nodded in affirmation, retrieving 3 fiery cloud robes and a ring from the side, which she presented to Pain. Pain acknowledged Conan with a nod, then turned to Jae-suk, stating, "This is your attire, along with the token representing your affiliation with the Akatsuki." "Akatsuki S. Void?" Jae-suk recalled that the previous bearer was none other than Orochimaru. "How intriguing." Zhangzhu's expression tightened. I understand. By the way, where is my partner?" "As far as I know, you all work in pairs." Zhangzhu's words were indeed accurate, and Pain had taken note of this. "One tail, 2 tails, I am Akatsuki." At that moment, a mischievous voice chimed in. Pain's gaze shifted, as Deidara quietly addressed Akatsuki. "Hey, Akatsuki, the leader is right here." As teammates in the same group, Akatsuki's playful demeanor was nothing new. Pain cast a glance, his mind likely devising some ulterior motive. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Zhangzhu, for now, you shall team up with Akatsuki and Deidara." He harbored doubts about Zhangzhu's inclusion, and similarly, he felt unease regarding Akatsuki. "Uchiha Madara, is it?" The puppet master Nagato sneered. "Let me see whether your successor is more formidable than you." Poor Nagato only suspected that Akatsuki might be Madara, yet remained oblivious to the fact that he was the most passionate under Kamui, a man of profound sentiment. Just like himself, Zhangzhu stood by, his lips curling into a smirk that seemed even more difficult to suppress than an AK. "Are you aware of whom you would assign for the mission concerning the 3 tails?" "It's utterly amusing." Pain, preferring to keep his thoughts to himself, simply waved his hand decisively. "For the time being, this will suffice. The meeting is adjourned." Conan escorted Zhangzhu to his quarters. After uttering those words, she departed. And one by one, the members of Akatsuki began to leave as well. Under Conan's guidance, Zhangzhu arrived at his dormitory. "This is it," she announced, halting in front of a door marked with a vacant sign. The room was opened by the attendant. It was satisfactory, neither overly extravagant nor lacking in charm. Yet the environment was quite tidy. "Thank you," Zhangzhu casually remarked. To his surprise, Xiaonan did not take it lightly. "Humph. You would do well not to betray us like the previous empty master. Although the Akatsuki consists of rogue ninjas, we too despise treachery, especially from those who betray us." Xiaonan paused for a moment. "We shall ensure that he meets a fate worse than death. I'll set a trap. Is the Akatsuki's white tiger truly so formidable? When did it become a mere wanderer?" "Bah. Indeed, I shall. By the way, may I inquire how long the last master stayed with you?" "The previous one?" Chunin pondered, recalling the serpentine Orochimaru, whose limbs could extend at will. A year. What of it? Zhang Zhu waved his hand in explanation. I too have nothing in particular. I am merely curious. Thank you. Having said that, he returned to his room and closed the door. Orochimaru for a year? Then I shall let you experience what the Akatsuki truly is, a maximum difficulty betrayal, a swift passage to demise. With me, the little cat, around. There shall be no unforeseen circumstances. After a brief respite, noticing that no one came looking for him, he delved into the realm of consciousness. Little Three has awakened. In the realm of consciousness, Little Three lay sprawled in a most ungraceful manner. Truly astonishing. All she does is eat and sleep. More slothful than a pig. Zhang Zhu directly lifted it up. The mistress was sleeping soundly. In her dreams, she transcended the 6 realms. And the one who once bullied her, Zhang Zhu, had now become her subordinate, serving her tea. Hee, bold Zhang Zhu, are you not going to brew tea for me? The mistress unwittingly spoke her dreams aloud. Oh, has the world turned upside down? Zhang Zhu directly poked Xiao San's armpit with his finger. Xiao San had decent defenses. Yet he was quite ticklish. This move had never failed for Zhang Zhu. Often, when Xiao San was asleep, Zhang Zhu would tease him in this manner. It must be said that Xiao San had a remarkable temperament, as he never seemed to get angry. Xiao San declared, Aminos. Once I attain the full power of the 3 tails, I will make you aware of who the true leader is. Jusuk. Oh, have you ever heard of a kaleidoscope? Alas, the more one scratches an itch, the more it provokes. Hee, stop it, stop it. Suddenly jolted awake from a dream, I turned to behold Jusuk's handsome visage. And my expression fell. What brings you here? My daydream has been rudely interrupted, leaving me rather displeased. You rascal. With a comical grin, Zhang Zhu assisted. Whose dream was it that uttered the words I shall pour you tea? Alas, it is a disaster. My own sleep-talking has been overheard. And the mistress is left in tears. The unpredictable nature of life and death is humorously encapsulated in a single smile. I acknowledge my mistake. The initiation of the 3rd frame is remarkably swift, with the slide rail executing an impressive velocity. Zhang Zhu, lacking the inclination to engage in frivolity, deemed it imperative to address matters of significance. Pray tell, what abilities does Sanwei Jifu possess? Are they innate to oneself? Can one truly restore the Han dynasty so swiftly and reclaim the pinnacle of power? The young one exhibited an unusual fervor, yet upon contemplation, chose to recline. Addressing Zhang Zhu with earnestness. Rest assured, in the absence of a Jinchuriki, I am rather ineffectual. You may proceed with your solitary endeavors without concern. By the way, I kindly request that you spare Xiao Yang's life. I beseech you. Zhang Zhu. Family, do you understand? It's the first time I've encountered a tailed beast so utterly disinterested. Not so fast. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. To my surprise, the 3 tails dismissed me with a wave of its hand and reclined its body. I know. Rest assured, you are bound to win, it assured me. Having said that, Zhang Zhu made no further delay and withdrew from the realm of consciousness, returning to his chamber. The subsequent days were spent getting acquainted with his 2 teammates. Deara, a veritable model of diligence within the organization, despite his past grievances with the Uchiha clan, accepted Zhang Zhu's presence without reservation. As for Zetsu, or rather, Toby, though occasionally he donned the guise of Zetsu, Zhang Zhu was convinced that the person behind the mask was undoubtedly Toby. There were also moments spent practicing ninjutsu. His older brother, Itachi, had been absent for many days, only just returning a few days prior. Recently, news of Orochimaru's demise had circulated, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. This development hinted that the capture of the 3 tails was imminent, occurring 20 days after Zhang Zhu's induction into the Akatsuki organization. In Jusuk's room. You truly did not disappoint me, Jusuk. Chapter 63. We shall eventually reunite. Zhang Zhu did not turn around, his tone indifferent. It seemed this fellow had successfully put on an act, which, upon reflection, was rather impressive. Daitu gazed at the young man, a cold smirk hidden beneath his mask. Merely a puppet manipulated without even realizing it. What? Am I not welcomed here? Very well, let us change our location. With that, the space of Kamui unfurled, and a formidable force drew Zhang Zhu into its depths. Jatar did not evade the question, but rather inquired, Speak, what is it that you wish for me to do? I have now consented to join Akatsuki. Madara did not respond. Instead, he looked up to the heavens and laughed uproariously for a few moments. No worries. I am merely celebrating the splendid future that lies ahead for us. With a mocking heart, are we to pop the champagne at halftime? You shall soon realize the folly of this. Is it not a tad premature to celebrate at this juncture? Zhang Zhu extended his hands in a gesture of resignation. However, Upon further contemplation, he realized that even in his absence, Oudoudou could successfully reclaim the Rinnegan. Oudoudou shook his head and declared, "Let me make it clear, without absolute certainty. I would never proceed in such a manner. The day my eyes return, you shall possess powers akin to mine." He then added, "By the way, if that member of Akatsuki assigns you the task of capturing tailed beasts, you should approach it earnestly." After speaking, Oudoudou prepared to teleport Zhangzhu away. At that moment, Zhangzhu interjected, "Might I challenge you to a duel? I have been feeling restless lately while with Akatsuki. How about we engage in a match?" Oudoudou smirked derisively. "My Kamui is invincible. No matter how many times it is used, the outcome remains unchanged. You should concede." Thus, Oudoudou neither obstructed nor consented to the challenge. Zhangzhu is unwilling to engage in further idle chatter. In light of this, it is more respectful to comply without hesitation. Zangetsu assumed a stance of aggression, while Oudoudou brandished his scythe. The air crackled with tension. With a resounding thud, dozens of Zangetsu's clones materialized around Oudoudou. Water release. Hidden miss technique. Oudoudou felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Could Zangetsu not employ any other techniques? The power of Kamui transcends the capabilities of a mere mortal with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Do you comprehend the origin of these eyes? They were bestowed upon me by Rin, the one I cherished most dearly. She sacrificed her very life for this gift. In this world, rife with agony, I question, why must you take Rin from me? It was amidst this profound sorrow that Oudoudou invoked Kamui. Within the realm of Kamui, Oudoudou vanished, leaving behind only Zangetsu and the kaleidoscope of Sharingan that matched his abilities. Bishaman. The true form of Jusuk concealed itself behind the shadow clone, activating his kaleidoscopic abilities. Currently, Jusuk's vision deteriorated from 4:53 to 4:0, with Hashirama cells anticipated to restore 0:3. With a swift motion, the kaleidoscope successfully replicated the power of Kamui, yet the backlash it inflicted on Jusuk nearly overwhelmed him, causing blood to stream profusely from his eyes. Jusuk covered his eyes, allowing the blood to spill forth. Under the command of Jusuk, his doppelgangers relentlessly unleashed ninjutsu to bombard the Kamui space, leaving Oudoudou unable to manifest. After a prolonged period, Jusuk's vision became blurred. The 4:0 visual acuity equated to a myopia of 500 degrees, implying that at a distance of 5 meters, he could only discern objects that a typical person would see at 40 meters. Was it akin to Itachi's condition? Zhangzhu could only manage a wry smile. It is likely that among the Uchiha clan, his Bishaman would undoubtedly rank high in terms of ocular energy consumption. Sigh. Zhangzhu took a deep breath. You mentioned the existence of contact lenses in the Naruto world. I inquired with Baidu and found that they exist. But I fear that the Naruto professor might truly be me. Hence, I seek your counsel. If they exist, let us acknowledge it. If not, so be it. The elusive sensation was indeed troublesome. To be candid, Zhangzhu could not see clearly, yet he was able to discern the general outlines in the distance. After cleansing the bloodstains with water, Zhangzhu inhaled deeply. The piercing pain from the Sharingan had finally subsided to a more bearable level. The onslaught of ninjutsu persisted for 5 minutes. The consumption of chakra by Zhangzhu was considerable, which led to the cessation of the bombardment. As for Oudoudou, emerging from the Kamui dimension at a mere 250, I have previously stated that the power of a deity is beyond the endurance of mere mortals. It is futile to resist. If it were Sasuke facing such humiliation, he would undoubtedly fight back with fervor against Oudoudou. However, Zhangzhu is different. He is a sagacious individual who knows how to adapt to circumstances. Moreover, having achieved his objective, there is no need for further bravado. Jasuk spread his hands in resignation. All right, you win. Back in the realm of reality, the cells of Hashirama were gradually mending Jasuk's eyesight. Although they could not restore it entirely, they alleviated his exhaustion. Lying languidly on the bed, Jasuk surrendered to despair, gently caressing his eyes. He thought to himself that since he would soon be blind, it would be prudent to conserve his vision. He pondered whether the Susanoo would be able to manifest the great Buddha. He surmised that it wouldn't be long before he lost his sight completely. Prince, you must activate your powers quickly and simply provide me with ordinary eyes. After all, I possess would release. Perhaps creating a wooden figure would suffice. He mused about how Pain would soon be issuing orders to capture the Three Tails. Ah, Three Tails, Jasuk reflected. Zhangzhu let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, in the direction of Konoha, Jiraiya was examining the latest intelligence he had gathered. The 4 tails, 1 tail, and 2 tails had already been captured. It seemed that the Akatsuki's next target was likely the 3 tails. It was time for him to infiltrate the organization and gather information. In the distance, Naruto and the other young ninjas were engaged in various activities under the guidance of their teachers, creating a vibrant and flourishing scene. Jiraiya took a hearty swig from a flask of sake. Is this the will of fire, Sandame? He pondered with a hint of melancholy. The Sandame's life was complex, filled with both triumphs and failures that could not be easily articulated. Under his leadership, the village had indeed entered a relatively stable and peaceful era. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Jiraiya's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Jiraiya-sensei, come here. He turned to see Naruto enthusiastically waving at him, his face radiating joy. Not far off, a girl with wide eyes gazed at him dreamily. At that moment, Naruto, oblivious, turned toward her direction, causing her heart to race with excitement. Oh, all right, I'm coming. Jiraiya responded, brushing off his pants and heading towards Naruto. On the other side of Konoha, Danzo, the future illustrious 5th Hokage, was being questioned by several Umbu ninjas. Lord Danzo, our investigation has concluded. We, the Umbu, our Hokage, will surely vindicate you and your subordinates, they reported. Danzo remained silent, merely nodding slowly, his hand gently caressing his bandaged arm. Very well, we shall take our leave, the Umbu stated before retreating from the shadowy and foreboding room. After a considerable time had passed, Danzo slammed his fist onto the table, sending everything tumbling to the floor, leaving only a photograph behind. Sarutobi, is this your disciple? A blatant threat and slander. His anger intensified as he recalled the Sandame's face, discarding the photograph of himself and Sarutobi with disdain. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Unfortunately, no one remained to remind him that he, too, was Hokage. The situation arose when Orochimaru's goods were intercepted due to Danzo's covert maneuvering, leading a group of Konoha ninjas to seize them. Subsequently, Orochimaru instructed Zangju to retrieve the items. Through Zangju's fierce actions, the Konoha ninjas came to believe that the villainous Yamashiro Kaze was responsible for the theft and injuries inflicted. Upon the ninjas' disheveled return to Konoha, Tsunade initiated a secret investigation into the matter. As it turned out, the inquiry revealed startling information. Yamashiro Kaze was one of Danzo's subordinates, and his description matched that of the ninjas attacked that day. Furthermore, he had no alibi and no one to vouch for him, compounded by his history of misdeeds. Consequently, with the Hokage's approval, the Umbu assisted in the investigation, and Konoha's administration issued orders to investigate both Yamashiro Kaze and Danzo. The rationale for scrutinizing Danzo was well understood. Even children in the village speculated that any mischief at school was likely orchestrated by him or the nefarious Uchiha. This epitomized Danzo's infamous reputation. I advise you to be forthright. The Umbu leader, known as KZ, stated as he entered Danzo's office with a special investigative order from the Hokage. KZ produced a recording device, playing Danzo's speech from the latest anti-ninja rebellion conference. Ninjas, do not betray. If you choose to betray, do not call yourself a ninja. Our Konoha ninjas, the elite and Jonin, must not succumb to greed for wealth or power. We must uphold our principles and maintain our integrity, especially in the face of temptation. The recording was paused, and KZ sat across from Danzo, observing him closely. How eloquent. Yet, I wonder if life truly reflects such ideals, KZ remarked. Danzo straightened his attire, placing his hands flat on the table. Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush. My contributions to Konoha are recognized by the Sandame himself. KZ wasted no time and inquired, what of Yamashiro Kaze? At that moment, Yamashiro Kaze was being detained in an Umbu-controlled prison. With the aid of a memory restoration technique, he had successfully recalled the events of the theft. Danzo expressed mild surprise. You are aware of this? KZ replied solemnly. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Danzo laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the room. KZ, technically, your investigative authority does not extend to me. However, to provide the Hokage with an explanation, I am willing to share. Thank you, Lord Danzo, KZ replied. Danzo gestured for him to relax. No need for thanks, speak your mind. The two maintained a silent gaze for an extended moment before Danzo finally spoke. As for Yamashiro Kaze, I am aware of his actions, but they were not at my behest, and I prefer that this remains undisclosed. Do you presume that there is no issue at hand? Are all our comrades in the root as malevolent as the Uchiha clan? He challenged. You are too young and naive. Such divisive rhetoric is unwise. He placed an unflattering label upon KZ. Subsequently, Danzo tidied his desk, producing a stack of documents, denying KZ the opportunity to respond. I anticipated the Hokage would dispatch someone. I have prepared everything for you. Here, take a look. Among the materials were alibis for all root members, including himself, as well as Yamashiro Kaze's contributions and injury reports. It is solely Yamashiro Kaze's doing, and the other root members are not implicated. However, when you pass judgment on him, remember that he has bled and sacrificed for Konoha. You cannot condemn one who has served the village. This matter merits re-evaluation. He has erred, but we are all fallible. Mistakes can occur. Yet one must not persist in wrongdoing. Koze meticulously scrutinized a pile of transcripts, unable to find the slightest flaw. Subsequently, Danzo spoke again. Although I have some disagreements with Lord Hokage, we are not ordinary individuals. We must consider the stability of Konoha. I have made a pact with the former third Hokage. Once peace and stability return to Konoha, I shall abdicate and return the roots to live alongside my former comrades. Everything pertaining to the roots, including all secrets, shall be returned to the Hokage office. Danzo elaborated on his noble ideals and personal grievances, asserting himself as a sword directly piercing the heart of the matter. Thus, I ask, is it necessary for me, or indeed the entire roots, to meddle in the trivial affairs concerning Yamashiro phone? Kozai's expression grew serious. Danzo's heartfelt words left him bereft of counterarguments, compelling him to elucidate the nefarious nature of the situation surrounding Yamashiro phone and its connection to Danzo. Lord Danzo, your relationship with Yamashiro phone is one of superior and subordinate. That is an undeniable fact. At this moment, Danzo became somewhat agitated, striking the table with a single hand. In times like these, we must emphasize principles, boundaries, and composure. Kozai retorted, Danzo, at this juncture, refrain from your pretentious rhetoric. You cannot absolve yourself of the fact that Yamashiro phone is your subordinate. Even if it were solely his doing, does that mean you are without fault? Danzo scoffed coldly. Emphasizing, in professional settings, I must use titles. I fear being misinterpreted by my colleagues. His intentions were now abundantly clear. Though he shared a superior subordinate relationship with Yamashiro phone, he claimed he was free from corruption, bribery, and favoritism, adhering strictly to rules and principles, vowing never to engage in collusion. Kozai felt a surge of urgency. His earlier words had been hasty. In this tense moment, the one who panics first loses. Whoever falters first forfeits the initiative in this battle. Danzo, noting Kozai's unease, sneered. To enlighten you is akin to imparting a lesson. It is an education in how to properly safeguard Konoha. Can you refrain from interjecting? Danzo maintained his position as the defender and inheritor of Konoha's will, seemingly having bested Kozai in this debate. However, his true adversary was not Kozai, but the Hokage looming behind him. Even if he were to triumph, it would hold little significance. Meanwhile, Tsunade reflected on the multitude of unsavory deeds committed in secrecy, entrusted to her subordinates. Gazing out the window, she spoke to Shizen. Danzo's crimes merit divine retribution. At the same time, the dialogue between Kozai and Danzo reached its final phase. Yamashiro phone is indeed an admirable ninja, Danzo sighed, acknowledging that amidst the strife of war and the loss of both parents, he managed to self-teach ninjutsu and grasp complex techniques, a remarkable feat. Yet, one must wonder why Danzo held such admiration for Yamashiro phone. Was it solely due to his understanding of ninjutsu? It seemed insufficient. Kozai sneered. Is the extent of your relationship with Yamashiro phone so profound that it renders you incapable of detachment? Danzo countered, throughout history, talented individuals emerge, each leaving their mark for centuries. His assertions reflected not only his position and strength but also the underlying fear of the leverage Yamashiro phone possessed over him, compelling Danzo to safeguard him fervently. After a prolonged silence, Kozai remarked, Danzo, Yamashiro phone has already confessed, so too have those from the roots. Upon hearing this, Danzo sighed heavily, resembling an elderly man drained of all vigor. I shall report to Lord Hokage regarding these matters. With that, he slumped into his seat, and shortly thereafter, the investigation team departed, leading to the earlier scene. Come forth, Danzo commanded, and his subordinates emerged, kneeling in loyalty. Ensure Yamashiro phone is eliminated. Danzo's voice was cold. And in that moment, he appeared as the sole monarch of the roots, a stark contrast to his demeanor during the conversation with Kozai. The root ninjas, upon receiving the order, immediately set out to execute it, leaving Danzo to sit in solitude once more. The scene shifted back to Konoha, within a modest residence. A middle-aged man was diligently practicing ninjutsu, his speed of hand seals so flawless that even mini Jounin could not keep pace. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball struck a wooden post, shattering it to splinters. The man wiped his brow as a beautiful woman tenderly offered him a towel. You've worked hard. How confident are you for the genin exams? The man forced a wry smile. Hana, please refrain from jesting. This man was Asuma, who, after being rescued by Shikamaru, found himself bereft of chakra and had to start his training anew. Hana, visibly pregnant, gazed at him with warmth. Meanwhile, far away in the rain village, Shikamaru faced a different reality. Today, Pain summoned all members of Akatsuki to the hall, and nearly everyone anticipated a mission announcement. At this moment, Shikamaru finally encountered Itachi and Kasame, the pressure palpable. Zhangju contemplated a famous quote. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Pain commenced the announcement of the mission. Esteemed comrades, according to our intelligence, the Three Tails has been resurrected. Therefore, in pursuit of our plan, we shall capture the Three Tails. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of whom Pain would designate for this task. Akatsuki, Deidara, and the newly joined Zhangju, you three will be responsible for apprehending the Three Tails. With the mission assigned, there was little dissent among the members. After all, they believed it was indeed fitting for this new recruit, Zhangju, to have an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. The trio nodded in agreement, and Zhangju welcomed this arrangement with enthusiasm, recognizing that this was his chance to gain greater power. And so, the meeting adjourned. The three made brief preparations before deciding to set out the following day to capture the Three Tails from beneath a lake. The night deepened around them. Jusuk reclined upon his bed, ensuring that no one was around before activating his kaleidoscope. He invoked that particular technique, the space of stand, heavenly punishment. As the realm of heavenly punishment materialized, Jusuk himself was transported into this dimension. The space of heavenly punishment was desolate, bearing a striking resemblance to Obito's own domain. Zhangju began to observe the Kamui space. Indeed, it was identical to Obito's. However, the sole distinction was that Zhangju's Kamui did not reveal the markings of the Flying Thunder God. This was reminiscent of the last time he entered Obito's Kamui space. Jusuk vividly recalls that within the realm of Shinjitsu, he has left numerous of his own Flying Thunder God marks. Thus, he deduces that his Shinjitsu space is distinct from Obito's. His own Shinjitsu and Obito's operate independently of one another. The consumption of ocular power is not particularly taxing. This likely elucidates one of the reasons behind Obito's retained sight. Can he, then, confidently secure the chakra of the Three Tails? Zhangju remained oblivious. Take, for instance, the moment when he captured the Three Tails, he firmly believed that the enigmatic figure, a Fei, was none other than Obito. Should Obito choose to unveil his formidable prowess in Zhangju's presence, one could only speculate on the odds of victory. Furthermore, there lies the ever-present threat of Pain himself. Would he not lurk in the shadows, poised to launch a covert assault on Zhangju with his black rods? Jusuk is unaware. However, with the support of formidable allies and the possession of tailed beasts, there is little to fear. Even if one's Susanoo were to be obliterated, and one were to suffer grievous injuries, death would remain an unlikely fate. Taking a brief respite to collect my admission notice, hehe. There is still one more chapter to go. Chapter 66, the ongoing capture, I have received it. Are there any from Xi'an? We shall be in the same city for the next 4 years. A day later, Zhangju, a Fei, and Didala journeyed on a great bird towards the depths of the lake where the Three Tails resided. A Fei's whimsical nature infused the previously somber trio with a delightful sense of amusement along the way. Yet, only Zhangju understood the true identity of the man concealed beneath the swirling mask. Zhangju, esteemed senior, your strength is indeed formidable, isn't it? Might you impart to me some powerful ninjutsu? A Fei inquired regarding Zhangju's abilities from atop the great bird. Zhangju smiled silently, revealing the three tomo in his eyes. Behold, this is the formidable power of our Uchiha clan. A divine force. Beside him, Deidara scoffed, harboring a deep disdain for the malevolent Uchihas, particularly Itachi. The mere mention of Itachi sent a surge of irritation coursing through Deidara. Once, he had been a mere youth in pursuit of art. Yet Itachi's Sharingan had inflicted profound wounds upon his tender spirit. Was it truly a crime to seek ephemeral beauty in art? Well, you were quite the impressive senior. A Fei began to clown around, eliciting a sense of exasperation from Deidara, who, as the leader, felt it beneath him to admonish a Fei. At that moment, Zhangzu approached Deidara and inquired, I have heard of your renown as an artist. Might you share your philosophy with me? To his surprise, Deidara found it unexpected that the nefarious Uchiha would exhibit interest in his artistry. Yet, recognizing the sincerity in Zhangzu's inquiry, he graciously decided to enlighten him. Art is a starfish. No, an explosion. Unlike that scorpion fellow, who seeks permanence, I pursue the fleeting essence of art. For this, I am willing to offer my very life. Zhangzu nodded, truly embodying the essence of an artist. His pursuit of art has surely transcended that of many. Art is an explosion, and Deidara has devoted his life to the explosive artistry that seeks the pinnacle of perfection in every fleeting moment, a seamless artist. Zhangju recalls encountering a comment while binge-watching Naruto, which was a reflection on Deidara. Deidara-senpai, Have you ever considered that your ninjutsu could benefit countless people? Once, Zhangzhu stumbled upon a post stating that Deidara was the greatest fireworks merchant in the ninja world, a master of wedding celebrations. Could it truly benefit many? Deidara scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. Why had he chosen the path of a rogue ninja? Part of the reason lay in the malevolence of the Uchiha clan. Yet another reason was his artistic vision, which found no acceptance in his village, nor recognition from that old fool. Are you jesting? My explosions benefit many? I would be doing them a favor by not blowing them to smithereens. Deidara retorted with a haughty expression. In the background, Kakuza chimed in, exactly. Deidara-senpai. Blow the evil Uchiha to the skies. Jusuk, are you referring to yourself, Obito? No, I speak the truth. Does Senior Deidara understand what fireworks truly are? Zhangzhu inquired. Deidara pondered, fireworks? Though they too are explosions, how could they possibly be compared to his art? With a dismissive tone, Deidara remarked, such trivialities are mere amusements. Utterly insignificant when juxtaposed with my explosive artistry. Those ruffians cannot fathom the essence of his craft. They are far inferior to the other members of the Akatsuki, who, despite their lack of understanding, genuinely appreciate his artistry. Zhangzhu gently crouched down, taking a seat upon the great bird. Senior, if your explosion were to resemble a tapestry of vibrant, resplendent fireworks, I believe it would indeed be a sight to behold. Fireworks? Deidara pondered. A dazzling and colorful form of art? He acknowledged that it stirred something within him. He sought art, reveled in it, and delved into its depths. Yet, what he yearned for most was the recognition of his artistry by a wider audience. This was the essence of his ambition. Alas, fate often plays cruel tricks. Suddenly, Deidara felt a sensation akin to a lump lodged in his throat. Zhangzhu, do you believe that my life, tread upon a knife's edge, will ever lead me to the other shore? Zhang assisted with a nod. The journey was silent. After an extensive flight, the group arrived near a vast lake. Beside it stood a quaint wooden cabin, where an elderly woman prepared a variety of delectable dishes. Through inquiries, the trio learned that the residents of the surrounding villages had long recounted tales of a mystical creature with 3 tails dwelling at the bottom of the lake. Revered as their guardian deity, rather than a guardian spirit, it was clearly a 3-tailed beast. Thus, after savoring the culinary delights, the 3 resolved to embark on their quest. Senior, what beast are we supposed to capture? At that moment, a Fey resumed his antics. Dedala was on the verge of exasperation, casting a disdainful glance at the fool. The 3 tails. Dedala sighed deeply, sometimes feeling that he and that malevolent Uchiha brat were the true teammates, while a Fey was merely a bonus. Zhangzhu, indeed, proves to be a reliable companion. This is a fact that Dedala cannot help but acknowledge. While the 2 remain behind to enjoy the rice dumplings, he takes the opportunity to scout the surroundings. The dumplings have finally arrived after a long wait. The elderly lady selling the dumplings exudes warmth and seems particularly fond of the lively Fey. Oh, they appear utterly delectable. What might their flavor be? A Fey exclaimed with excitement as he eagerly seized a dumpling and began to indulge. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, the vast expanse of the water stretched endlessly, disappearing into the horizon. Upon reaching the lake's surface, Zhangzhu called out, Xiao San, rise and shine. Is Sanwei within? To everyone's surprise, Xiao San was wide awake this time. I'm here. I haven't been sleeping, Xiao San replied, his tone tinged with anticipation. For he had awaited this moment for far too long. His strength was finally about to be restored. Hurry, let us prepare to confront it. Zhangzhu glanced at the third party with a hint of impatience. What's the rush? I haven't even had my dumpling yet. The third party grew anxious. Yet there was little to be done about it. So, do you feel confident? Zhangzhu, still feeling uneasy, inquired further. After pondering for a moment, the third party replied. There is absolutely no issue. Let me put it this way, your compatibility with me surpasses that of anyone else. Are you suggesting that I am the perfect vessel? It is truly astonishing. The mistress stretched languidly within the realm of consciousness, and what else could it be? Fortunately, I must extend my gratitude to Brother San. Zhangzhu, I see you are TD Chapter 67, The Perfect Jinchuriki. Data has declined considerably. I am on the verge of financial ruin QQ. I implore all of you, my esteemed patrons, for your benevolence, please generate support out of love. Am I truly the perfect Jinchuriki? Zhangzhu could hardly believe it. The third party, perceiving his doubts, remarked, there is nothing difficult to accept. It is simply the way things are. Perhaps it is because I admire you. The third party had become somewhat complacent in his triumph. If I succeed in assimilating this, does it mean I will no longer endure such suffering? Zhangzhu inquired. The third party nodded affirmatively. Not only will you be free from pain, but in fact, it will be exceedingly effortless. Yoshi, Zhangzhu exclaimed. At last. This third party has proven to be of some use. Zhangzhu attentively observed the surface of the lake. He could sense that there was indeed some creature lurking beneath the depths. Zhangzhu was uncertain if this was due to the presence of a third party, as the tailed beasts possess an inherent attraction to one another. As the time drew near, he returned to the location where Deidara and Akatsuki awaited him. The two were happily indulging in dumplings, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Upon noticing Zhangzhu's return, Akatsuki exclaimed, "Senior, you've returned. Did you manage to capture a tailed beast? I must tell you, the dumplings from this shop are exquisite. Come, you must try them." Zhangzhu nodded slightly, accepting the dumpling that a Fei had handed over, savoring it with great care. "Ah, indeed, it is quite delicious." Zhangzhu devoured a skewer with great enthusiasm. Upon witnessing Zhangzhu finish his meal, a Fei joyfully exclaimed, "Saigao, I hereby declare that this dango establishment has proudly earned a place on a Fei's must-try list." Deidara, with a furrowed brow, found it hard to question the mental state of this young lad. Although the dango was undeniably delectable, there inevitably comes a time when one must cease eating. Noticing that both Zhangzhu and a Fei were in good spirits, Deidara resolved to rise and prepare for the pursuit of the tailed beasts. Zhangzhu and a Fei expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement with enthusiasm. However, there remained a pressing matter to attend to first. Long before the operations of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru and the shinobi of Konoha had engaged in a fierce battle against the Three Tails, yet they returned defeated. Meanwhile, Konoha had stationed a contingent of Umbu ninjas to prevent any further occurrences involving the creature. It was evident that the Umbu had failed to uncover the whereabouts of the three individuals. "Hey, who will go?" Deidara inquired. According to the original storyline, it should have been Deidara himself who took action, summoning all the Konoha ninjas to meet the third Hokage. However, the circumstances had changed. "I shall take this opportunity to showcase my abilities." The formidable JZ signaled his refusal. Deidara nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he considered stepping in himself, but to his surprise, the Uchiha youth was indeed perceptive. This spared him from the futile efforts of those ineffectual Konoha shinobi who would squander his artistry. At that moment, the members of the Umbu were blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. The four Umbu ninjas, perched upon the branches, were either idly fishing or lost in thought, completely oblivious to the lurking danger. JZ shook his head, lamenting the feebleness of this group of Konohagakure ninjas. At that moment, he had already reached out to the heads of the ninjas, who remained utterly oblivious to his presence. Had this been a battlefield, they would have already become mere corpses. Perfectly, today would serve as a training exercise. In the original narrative, these ninjas were propelled away by Deidara's explosive arts, destined to meet the third Hokage. However, the circumstances are markedly different now. Zangetsu would not take their lives, yet he was certainly capable of delivering a sound beating. Perched upon the branches, several Umbu ninjas were growing impatient. This squad comprised an elite Jonin and 4 Chunin nearing the strength of Jonin. Initially, they had presumed that the mission would not extend beyond a few days, allowing them to return and indulge in some well-deserved leisure and enjoyment. Such a prospect was indeed quite appealing. As they pondered this, the corners of the ninjas' mouths began to curl into smiles. But what was the outcome? Days turned into days. And now it was simply stated that their operations would continue indefinitely. How could one endure this? The stationed Umbu ninjas were seething with frustration. While they were lost in their fantasies, our protagonist, Zangetsu, had already commenced his assault. How fortuitous! A sudden voice startled the Umbu ninjas, prompting them to leap into action and disperse. The leading elite Jonin was taken aback. To find themselves approached by someone without even a hint of awareness was no trivial matter. This individual was not to be underestimated. It was known that his strength was nearly on par with Kakashi, placing him among the top echelons of power within the village, arguably ranking around 114. 514 in combat prowess. Who dares to trespass here? A mere trifle, yet you presume to show off your skills in front of me. The elite Jonin brandished his kunai. Though I may not withstand you, I shall still voice my defiance. Zangetsu leaped down from the tree, striding directly toward the nearest Chunin. Observing Zangetsu's approach, the Chunin swiftly unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. With a light chuckle, Dusuke remarked, "Pray tell, are you not rather weak?" With a mere flourish of his hand, a water dragon materialized around him, charging directly towards the Chunin, colliding with such force that it sent him crashing into a tree, shattering not just the man, but also breaking 10 branches in the process. Though he survived, it was likely that several bones were fractured in the encounter. Dusuke had indeed improved. His mastery of water release had progressed to the point where he rarely needed hand seals. often executing techniques with a simple clap of his hands or a sweeping gesture. The remaining two Chunin, witnessing the ferocity of Jusuk's assault, were taken aback and hastily drew their swords. They flanked him, one to the left and one to the right, dashing forward with remarkable speed, closing the distance in mere moments. However, Jusuk countered with his technique, instantaneous water release, waterfall shield. This time, it was not a single barrier but a dual-layered defense. The Chunin's swords clashed against Jusuk's waterfall shield, only to be shattered by the relentless torrent. Such was the formidable power of water, capable of eroding stone and enduring through the ages. They were simply too weak, far too weak. At this moment, Zangetsu finally experienced that sensation, the feeling of grandeur. He revealed his formidable three-tomo Sharingan and immediately launched an attack against the two. They were ensnared, utterly bewildered by the illusion. The remaining elite Jonin was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Is this truly the prowess of a ninja? No, it is those accursed eyes. The elite Jonin gazed over, recognizing the dreaded Uchiha clan. Are you Zangetsu? He inquired, now acutely aware of Zangetsu's attire, a garment adorned with red clouds against a black backdrop. Akatsuki? The elite Jonin tightened his grip on his kunai. The strength of Akatsuki is terrifying, something he knows all too well. He had the misfortune to witness it firsthand when Kasame and Itachi invaded the village. He had barely managed to advance within 50 meters before he found himself immobilized. That moment was etched into his memory forever. However, Zangetsu would not afford him the luxury of reminiscing. In the spiral sphere forged within the assistance of Josuke. Chapter 68, the official commencement of the capture unfolds. It reveals to the denizens of Konoha that the perpetrator of the injury is none other than Josuke himself. Upon uttering this revelation, Josuke swiftly and decisively inflicted grievous harm upon the elite Jonin. It remains uncertain whether he truly comprehended who the assailant was. Should he have misheard and believed it to be Sasuke, Josuke would indeed find himself at a loss for words. The entire confrontation concluded in a mere 2 minutes. Zhangzhu arrived at the designated meeting point with Deidara and Akatsuki. It is accomplished. Jusuk dusted off his clothing. Yash, the senior is truly remarkable. Those must be all the watchers, right? Let us hasten to complete our mission, spoke Afei. At that moment, Deidara produced a piece of clay, which transformed into a magnificent bird, soaring towards the lakeside. Let us go, Afei, he stated, noting that Deidara had no intention of offering a ride to himself or Afei. Zhangzhu called out to Afei to walk towards the lakeside. Within the realm of consciousness, Xiao San prepared himself. Indeed, today, Xiao San appeared particularly spirited. Even his previously languid demeanor transformed into one of earnestness at this moment. With a light chuckle, Zangetsu observed that although the little third party feigned indifference deep down, she must have longed for this day. Meanwhile, Deidara, aboard his colossal bird, had reached the center of the vast lake. The expanse of the water was so immense that he was reluctant to search methodically. Instead, he contemplated whether to directly provoke the three-tailed beast into emerging. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. C1. Clay spider. The clay he extracted instantaneously transformed into tiny spiders, which he cast into the lake with abandon. A sinister grin spread across Deidara's face as he thought to let the three-tailed beast truly appreciate his art. Moments after the C1, clay spiders were released. The surface of the water erupted in a flurry of splashes. The thunderous explosions reverberated, reaching even Zangetsu, who stood at a distance. The three-tailed beast was being compelled to surface. Zhangzhu understood that the manifestation process took far longer than he had anticipated. By the time he and Fei arrived at the lake's surface, the three tails finally made its appearance. The three tails, Isabu, is a tailed beast formed from one of the 9 portions of chakra extracted from the 10 tails by the sage of the 6 paths, Otsutsuki Yui. Its entire body is enveloped in a layer of impenetrable armor, adorned with countless sharp spikes, resembling a colossal turtle. It possesses the ability to traverse both water and land, excelling in aquatic combat. Its massive frame, coupled with its missing eye, lends it an additional aura of wildness. At this moment, Zangetsu cast a glance at Afei. Pondering what thoughts might be swirling in his mind, Obito. Afei gazed at the imposing and fierce Sanbai, addressing Deidara. Indeed, it is far preferable for a senior to remain here. With that, Afei prepared to withdraw. Afei, you have officially become a member of Akatsuki, haven't you? Then I shall leave this place in your hands along with Zangetsu. With that, Deidara mounted his great bird and soared into the skies. Meanwhile, Obito continued his charade, anxiously exclaiming, "Hey, senior! Hey!" Afei grew frantic. He needed to retreat, for Sanbai was beyond his capacity to confront. Afei, you must withdraw quickly. Sanbai is not a foe you can contend with. At that moment, Zangetsu positioned himself protectively in front of a Fei. Having declared the battle, Sanbai launched its assault. One of its tails surged directly towards Zangetsu. Jusuk swiftly evaded. Jusuk, I forgot to mention something to you, spoke the small figure within the realm of consciousness. While dodging the attacks of the three tails, Jusuk inquired, "What is happening?" Little San replied, "It seems that it has sensed my presence and has gone into a frenzy." Zhangzhu, the rendered speechless, the battle persists. The once flamboyant Fei had managed to escape, yet suddenly began taunting the three tails. "Foolish three tails, wretched three tails. Come and behold your esteemed Fei." Astonishingly, the three tails seemed to comprehend, moving directly towards Fei. "No. It is time to alter the address." Obito. Having read the original work and absorbed countless years of Naruto commentary, Zhangzhu understands that Obito must have recalled Rin, as objects evoke memories of people. Rin embodies everything for Obito. Jusuk believes that if Lin were still alive, she would gladly have Obito as her loyal companion. Jae-suk is capable of experiencing the profound sorrow of losing a beloved, the kind of love that is truly heart-wrenching. What is Inoue doing now, I wonder? From the very beginning, Jae-suk's sole reason for becoming stronger has been to impeccably safeguard those around him. Zhangzhu is truly grateful for the girl who has waited for him all along. Just like in the past, she is like a delicate daisy, fresh and poised to bloom. The daisy symbolizes a love deeply hidden in one's heart, does it not? After all these years, Zhangzhu has finally comprehended the affection that girl harbored for him throughout their childhood. Jingyi, I miss you on this side. Obito is enjoying himself immensely. It feels as though he has returned to those cherished moments spent with Rin. In Obito's little theater of memories, the innocence of love is vividly recalled. The grouping system in Konoha always pairs two boys with one girl, intended to foster unity within the team, while also hinting at the unspoken feelings that linger between the genders. Obito remembers a particular examination when he failed and was met with ridicule from his peers, who taunted him, calling him a worthless, despicable Uchiha brat. In that moment, a voice rang out, no laughing at Obito. That voice, that hue, is something Obito finds difficult to forget even now. In the stillness of night, he often recalls that time with Rin. Her gentle voice is etched in his memory, one he can never erase. No laughing at Obito. He chuckles foolishly by his bedside, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. The kaleidoscope of memory spins rapidly, and since Rin was a young girl, others felt too shy to tease Obito further, scattering like birds. Rin tenderly caressed Obito's head, gently wiping the dust from his face. Obito, keep going. I believe in you. You will surely become Hokage. Obito's cheeks flushed red, for in that moment, the gentle girl had stepped into his heart. From then on, he was driven by two aspirations. First, to become Hokage, and second, to ensure that girl would be eternally happy. But, returning to the present, do you know why Obito always wears a mask? Because Kamui cannot conceal his tears. Do you know why he pretends to be as foolish as Toby? Because when one smiles, the sound of crying is automatically masked. Though Obito is pursued by the three tails, making comical noises, only he knows the truth. Beneath the mask, his face is already stained with tears. Rin, I am sorry for allowing you to witness this pitiful side of me. I truly feel inadequate. No laughing at Obito. If you're so capable, don't wear that white mask. Chapter 69. A true man cannot remain beneath others while living in this world. As for the anime captures of the three tails, they are rare. I have merely written about the explanations for what follows. The subsequent chapters are filled with high energy. I implore you to support this for love. Returning to the capture of the three tails, one could discern from Toby's tone that he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Senpai, do you think the prison chief will actually assign tasks? Such matters should be entrusted to Kisame. Toby complained aloud. Zetsu stood by, neither intervening nor engaging. Obito never laid a hand on the three tails. Instead, he perceived Rin's essence within it. The pursuit of the three tails mirrored his chase after Rin. Obito reveled in this moment, reminiscent of the time when Rin had caught him. Deara, bewildered, assumed Obito lacked strength and thus summoned a large bird to soar to Zetsu's side. Hey, let us go assist that fellow. Jusuk leaped into the air, soaring towards the great bird. Zetsu was indeed eager to take action, yet, to be frank, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to do so. Deara single-handedly confronted the three tails. His colossal bird meticulously followed the movements of the beast. Seizing the moment, he deftly produced a clay bomb and cast it into the water. In an instant, the clay transformed into a torpedo, hurtling towards the three tails at an astonishing speed. Obito clung tenaciously to the three tails, unwilling to let go. At that juncture, Deidara's torpedo had locked onto its target. A deafening explosion ensued, sending Obito crashing to the ground. while the Three Tails was left overturned. Realizing that everything had come to a close, Obito understood that Rin could never return. Senpai, did you witness my ultimate technique that annihilated the Three Tails? Deidara cast a bewildered glance at Toby, exclaiming, Baka. That was clearly the fruit of my artistry. Deidara was left speechless by this eccentric individual. I truly admire you. Since we are members of Akatsuki, we ought to speak less and project a cooler demeanor. It seems your words outnumber mine, Senpai, Obito retorted, unable to resist the urge to chime in. Zhangjiao, Obito, I see you have a life ahead of you. Upon hearing this, Deidara was immediately incensed, his face flushed with anger. He brandished a clay bomb, unleashing a barrage towards Akatsuki. Ah, please. Senior, I was wrong. Boom, boom, boom. In his furious state, Deidara paid no heed to the consequences, simply opting to detonate everything in sight. At that moment, Zhang Jiao, observing the spectacle, revealed a peculiar smile. As they made their way back, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a melancholic glow. Obito lay quietly atop the Three Tails, uttering not a single word. Regardless of Deidara's incessant calls, there was no response. Deidara might have simply thought Obito was weary from their antics. However, having witnessed numerous analyses, Zhang Jiao understood that in a past life, he was known as Eastern Zhang Jiao, sharing a name with the protagonist from the fourth part of a certain Western comic. Yet, Zhang Jiao was undeniably a true citizen of the Flower Country, devoid of any stand powers. Many interpretations suggested that at this moment, Obito had transformed from a mere jester into a ruthless individual. From this instant, his heart had grown cold. The task of capturing the Three Tails was complete. All preparations had been finalized, and his own actions were set to commence. Behind Deidara, Zhang Jiao spoke in a chilling tone, Everyone, it is now time for my performance. Obito and Deidara exclaimed, Lightning Blade. As Zhang assisted, he unleashed Raikiri aimed directly at Deidara. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, Deidara was momentarily unable to react, and the attack struck his back directly. Crash. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Deidara activated his clay clone technique, successfully evading disaster. Emerging from the clay, Deidara gazed incredulously at the scene before him. With a flourish, Josik activated the kaleidoscope. Blood seeped from his eyes. Amaterasu. The eternal flame instantly engulfed the soaring bird. And in a fleeting moment, Josik leaped onto the back of the Three Tails. At that moment, Obito also turned his gaze toward Josik, questioning, Senpai, what is happening? Zhang Ji let out a cold, sardonic laugh and declared, as a man of integrity dwelling in this vast universe, how can one remain languidly beneath others for long? My purpose for joining the Akatsuki has always been, from the very beginning, the pursuit of the Three Tails. Ha ha, ha ha. With blood streaming from his eyes, Zangetsu laughed maniacally. You. Deidara, who had fallen into the sea, glared fiercely at him. Akatsuki, let us hasten to capture him together. Beneath the mask. Obito glared at Zangetsu with a fierce intensity, never expecting that one day he, Obito, would find himself betrayed. In his current state, he must refrain from revealing his true strength, otherwise, his cover would be blown. After all, his persona was that of a clumsy yet playful Akatsuki member. Zhang Zhu did not wait for the two to make any preparations. Instead, he invoked the spirit summoning technique. Spirit summoning, in Sanwei. With a resounding bang, the white mist dissipated, revealing a miniature version of Sanwei upon the belly of the three-tailed beast. I have awaited this moment for so long, exclaimed the little one with fervor. Zhang Zhu readied his chakra, activating the third stage of Susanoo, enhanced by the addition of the U-Tank armor upon its original form. Zhang Zhu gradually advanced forward, his eyes resembling a kaleidoscope, as if the spirit of a war god had possessed him. He transformed from a skull into a half-human, and then from a half-human into a warrior clad in the armor of the Black Tengu. With both hands firmly gripping the long-handled weapon, the Naginata, he inquired, Shao-san, do you still remember how to use the sealing technique K-10 no Hara World that I taught you? Zhang Zhu inquired. Shao-san nodded slightly. Yes, I remember. Do your best. With that, a colossal magical array manifested beneath Shao-san. Zhang Zhu could perceive that the body of the Three Tails was filled with two similar yet distinct chakras. Among them, the slightly diminished chakra was rapidly depleting. This is for the best. Departing now will spare everyone from harm. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. Zhang Zhu's fierce words hung in the air as Dato fixed his gaze upon him, astonished by the revelation of such eyes within that young man. It was unexpected. He had been concealing his true capabilities all along. Dato was acutely aware of what it meant to possess a kaleidoscope of power, regardless of one's abilities, for the possessor. It signified a profound elevation. Was the Three Tails destined to fall prey to such a failure? He could not reveal his own powers. for doing so would expose him to Zhangju's proximity and should his true nature be unveiled. It would not be long before Zhangju uncovered the means to bring about his downfall. Within the confines of Susanoo, Zhangju wore a smile. Having anticipated that Dado would hesitate to unleash his full strength in this moment, it was precisely at this juncture that Zhangju chose to strike. I shall ignite the ocean. Zhangju unleashed a fierce declaration. Immediately, shadowy wooden clones materialized around him. The great fire destruction. The clones unleashed formidable ninjutsu, engulfing the surrounding lake in flames. On the battlefield, Zhangju gained a significant advantage. Innocent. Fiery celestial star. Chapter 70. The Six Paths of Pain. Could it be? As Josuke heard that unmistakable sound, it resonated with a classic familiarity. Indeed, it was precisely as he had anticipated. A tremendous force propelled him into stand, three tails, directly into the air. Fortunately, Josuke swiftly steadied himself with his Naginata, preventing his Susanoo from crashing into the lake below. It was Pain. Josuke's Sharingan gleamed brilliantly in the twilight, presenting a challenging predicament. Why had Pain appeared in this place? Zhangju did not know. Returning to the moment when the Three Tails was captured, after Zhangju and his companions departed from the Akatsuki's base, Kurizetsu approached Pain. Leader. I harbor suspicions that Zhangju is a traitor. Pain, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his Rinnegan fixated intently on Kurizetsu. What leads you to such an accusation? Zhangju and Deidara are away on a mission. Do you wish to stab us in the back? Although our organization is comprised of rogue ninjas, you are aware that I cannot tolerate betrayal or slander. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it becomes uncontrollable. Pain fears not the absence of evidence, but rather the possibility of betrayal. Thus, he discreetly followed Zhangju alongside the Six Paths of Pain. As for Kurizetsu's conviction that Zhangju was disloyal, the reasoning was straightforward. He lacked trust and was essentially gambling. He gambled that Zhangju had betrayed the organization. And to his surprise, his wager proved correct. Indeed, there are issues with Josuke. However, that is a matter for another time. Let us redirect our focus to Josuke's current situation. Afei, Deidara, you may withdraw. Pain's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Afei and Deidara complied with the command and slowly retreated. Pain hovered in the air while Josuke remained on the surface of the sea. The two locking eyes for an extended period. Feel the pain, contemplate the pain, embrace the pain, comprehend the pain. Those who do not understand suffering cannot truly grasp the essence of peace, Pain declared, or rather, it should be Nagato. Zhangju shook his head. These are merely your fantasies. Do you truly believe that when the world experiences pain, it will lead to everlasting peace? Jojo would not be intimidated by Pain's verbal prowess. Indeed, Pain is formidable, and the Six Paths of Pain are even more challenging. Yet what of it? Come forth. Pain shook his head in resignation. Jojo, I hold you in high regard. I had anticipated that we could achieve greatness together, but I never expected your betrayal. At that moment, a glimmer flickered in Pain's eyes. Then, let you experience my anguish. Almighty Push. One of the abilities of the Rinnegan, it draws the designated target towards oneself, centered around the user. Thus, Josuke was drawn in this manner. Is this what the Rinnegan is? Truly, it is remarkably unscrupulous. In his heart, Josuke cursed Akamatsu repeatedly. Now, piloting a Gundam was akin to becoming a cumbersome target. Josuke promptly deactivated Susanoo and drew several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. How much longer until the third phase? It is not easy for Zhangju to engage in battle. He merely awaits the completion of his little third party's absorption before making a swift escape. The moment is drawing near. Just a few more minutes. The little third party exclaimed anxiously, not wishing to be captured and subsequently beaten once again. Currently, its days spent alongside Zhangju can be described as a modest joy. Although Zhangju often teases it, anyone who opposes Zhangju would inevitably find themselves at odds with the little third party as well. Zhangju affixed a Flying Thunder God mark onto the third party and hurled the kunai imbued with its power. However, to Pain, these actions were merely trifling techniques. Pain extended his hand, and a long black rod coalesced within his grasp, aimed directly at the location of Zhangju's heart. It shot forth. Jotaro activated the kaleidoscope to its maximum power, effortlessly capturing the silhouette of the black rod. At that moment, the Flying Thunder God technique was initiated, allowing Jotaro to instantaneously shift from behind to a position slightly ahead. Upon witnessing this, Pain immediately launched his attack. Shinra Tensei. Another powerful strike sent Jotaro flying. Aware that the cooldown time for Shinra Tensei was 5 seconds, Jotaro utilized the Flying Thunder God technique once more while in free fall, performing instant flashes in midair. Waves of black lightning illuminated the night sky. Now is the moment. Josuke recognized that the opportunity had presented itself, and he steadied his stance. In midair, he summoned the wood-release technique, conjuring a wood dragon. Riding upon the majestic creature, he soared towards Pain of the Six Paths Jusuk, believing his cunning plan had succeeded. Revealed a sinister smirk, convinced that the inspector's abilities were rather trivial. Little did he know, Pain also wore a chilling grin. The sudden realization struck Zhaojian as he beheld the 6 paths of pain, indicating that the other 5 were indeed surrounding him. Just as anticipated, the Azura path was activated. This Azura path was a puppet crafted by Nagato from the remains of a puppeteer, transformed by the power of the Rinnegan into a formidable construct. Equipped with various mechanisms and traps, with a swift motion, he unleashed the 5-finger missiles, separating his wrist from his arm. He drew forth a series of missiles from the incision in his arm, targeting the sky as he launched the rockets. A resounding explosion ensued. The wooden dragon, wielded by Zhangzhu, was firmly grasped in the sky, while the 3-tailed beast faced the onslaught of the realms of human, beast, hungry ghost, and hell, all surging towards the Little Three. Little Three. Zhaojian swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself to the side of Koichi. Additionally, he utilized the skeletal form of Susanoo, extending a hand to firmly grasp Koichi. Ding! The 4 attacks from the 6 paths of pain were effortlessly neutralized. Subsequently, Susanoo continued to transform, progressing from the first stage to the second stage. Upon reaching the second stage, where the skeletal framework was adorned with intricate veins and flesh, a Naginata materialized in Susanoo's hand. In that moment, Zhaojian was reminded of a character from a turn-based game he played in a past life, the illustrious General Jing Yuan. A paragon of wisdom and valor. He possessed a formidable technique, summoning divine beings to cleave through his foes. I embody radiance, resplendent and formidable. Heed my command and strike without mercy. With a powerful strike, the divine being of Zhaojian, akin to Susanoo, cleaved towards the 4 pain. The sound of metal shattering echoed through the air. The hungry ghost path and the human path were severed at the waist, while the beast path sacrificed half of its arm to shield the hell path. In a mere few seconds, these actions transpired. Currently, Zhaojian's ocular power diminished from 3 to 4. 0, with Hashirama cells expected to restore 0.05, infused with Hashirama cells, the 9 tails chakra, and the chakra of the 3 tails. Zhaojian possessed an abundance of chakra. However, the excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan had drained his ocular power and mental fortitude, leaving him somewhat agitated. How much longer until Little Three arrives? Zhangzhu inquired aloud. If he were to embody the eternal kaleidoscope at this moment, he would certainly let Pain experience the divine power of the Uchiha clan. However, that was not feasible now. Overuse would lead to blindness, and not even the arrival of Christ could avert that fate. At this juncture, Xiao San was also in a state of desperation. Why were these chakra beings so lethargic? He certainly did not exhibit such indolence. It must be due to the slothful influence of Xiao Yang, which had corrupted his chakra. Chapter 71. The Tide, I Return. Above the heavens, Deva Path Pain coldly observed the unfolding events. Zhangzhu was indeed a formidable adversary. If he were to vanquish him, he would replace him with Pain. The power of the kaleidoscope, perhaps? Ridiculous. The sole deity in the ninja world is I. Is this all he possesses? To audaciously claim divinity? As Zhangzhu pondered, he recalled that he was still the bearer of the Akatsuki's empty ring. It seemed that the previous owner had taken years to become a rogue ninja, while he appeared to have shattered the defection record of the Akatsuki organization. Manipulating Pain's skeletal form, Nagato sneered, the pitiable ants would forever remain oblivious to the extent of their insignificance. He directed the Azura path and the animal path to drag the battered human path and the hungry ghost path away, transporting them to the vicinity of the hell path. Immediately, the hell path summoned King Yin to repair the injured Pain. Deva Path Pain ascended into the air. How dare these mere ants flaunt their trivial prowess before him? Having spoken, he pressed his palms together and unleashed his ultimate technique. How many flights can one bear a bag of rice? A bag of rice must ascend to the 2nd floor, yet another bag is added, and a bag of rice is muddied, each grain entangled in clay. For bags of muddied rice, the earth-splitting stars. Originally, this should have followed the storyline of Shinra Tensei, the wielder of the Rinnegan concentrated chakra into a dense black sphere, which then levitated into the air, drawing in everything around it while employing the attracted rocks to forge a colossal stone sphere, ensnaring and crushing his foes. Zhangzhu, Aminos, well-versed in the intricate narrative of the Naruto anime, understood that what he ought to unleash was indeed the almighty push. And now, a monumental force had arrived. The remaining 5 paths of pain, upon witnessing this, promptly vacated the area to avoid being ensnared in the aftermath. In the distance, Nagato let out a cold chuckle. This technique had never failed him. No one, absolutely no one, could evade the retribution of the planetary devastation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a dark sphere began to ascend into the sky, eclipsing the brilliance of the sun itself. The ground fractured, and the earth trembled. Everything around seemed to be engulfed in a realm of anti-gravity. Zhang Zhu did not dare to let down his guard. He unleashed multiple shadow clones, channeling his chakra to its utmost potential. The summoned clones, like Zhao himself, all activated Susanoo. At this moment, the concern over ocular energy consumption was rendered inconsequential. The imperative task at hand was to shatter the heavenly star and ensure the safety of the little one during the absorption process. All of Jay-Z's clones have activated the second stage of Susanoo, adorned with intricate veins and flesh upon its skeletal foundation. The Yada Mirror. This universal ninjutsu of Susanoo can only be employed once the second stage is achieved, launching a barrage of Magatama towards the adversary for a ranged assault. A multitude of these Magatama soared towards the celestial explosion. In an instant, the power bestowed upon him diminished significantly. His main body covered his eyes, from which an overwhelming torrent of blood gushed forth, staining the ground. The sensation was akin to being incessantly prodded in the eyes with a needle, an unbearable discomfort. "Jisuke, are you all right?" exclaimed the anxious Okuyasu, shielded by Jisuke's protective Susanoo. Jisuke shook his head. Now is not the time for such discussions. The falling rocks absorbed by the distant star were incessantly struck down by Jisuke's Susanoo. Yet, the distant star is not so easily vanquished. How Navi? At that moment, beneath the immense form of the Three Tails, a colossal boulder soared into the air, lifting both the Three Tails and Jisuke along with his companions. Jisuke struggled to maintain his balance amidst the irregular tremors. Was this not of utmost importance? The falling rocks surrounding him seemed to have found their mark, hurtling towards his position. Even the full power of the Asaka no Magatama could not avert all vulnerabilities. Before long, a Susanoo was ensnared by the colossal boulders. Zhang Zhu could only switch to his Naginata to shatter the sealed colossal stone. Continuing this way was futile. If they did not confront the core, their demise was inevitable. However, the black chakra orb of the Earth explosion star lay too far for them to reach, and Zhang Zhu's range was simply insufficient. By chance, he glanced at Xiao San, who immediately understood his intent. "Master, do not forget whose territory this is. Though I am not in my complete form, I have regained a portion of my strength. Allow me to bestow that fragment of power upon you." With that, Xiao San extended his chubby little hand, signaling for Zhang Zhu to fist bump. With a crooked smile, Jotaro encountered a fist from the third party. In that fleeting moment, a tremendous surge of energy coursed through Jotaro's body, surpassing the chakra within him in both magnitude and intensity, as if his perception of the surrounding environment had been greatly amplified. In an instant, a myriad of azure chakra remnants enveloped Jay-Z, and behind him seemed to materialize a faintly discernible blue pattern. A serpentine water dragon coiled gracefully around Jay-Z's form. With the windless tide rising, I have returned. Under the guidance of the Six-Paths Sage, the three-tailed beast proclaims its resurgence to the world, heralding the power of the Sea King. This is a strength that surpasses that of the second. Enveloped in azure chakra, Zangetsu's affinity for water has ascended to an unprecedented zenith. He is the water, and the water is he. Since the enhancements of my companion are bestowed, I shall no longer conceal my own identity. I lay my cards on the table. I am the man who transcends the Sea King. To the east, behold, Uchiha Zangetsu. With a grand gesture, a colossal arm seized the Three Tails firmly. One of the creature's abilities was its mastery over the myriad transformations of water. Wasn't the aim of the planetary devastation technique to absorb both the individuals and the Three Tails? Then behold, it shall be captured directly with water. However, should there be a desire to ensnare them further, I regret to inform you that this entire lake of water must be entirely drained. Alternatively, if your gravitational force is sufficient to capture this lake, then that would suffice. Alas, it appears that an understanding of physics has not been adequately acquired. In the sky, Payne's expression grew grave. Who would have thought? Yet, this was merely the beginning. Intensify the planetary devastation. In the distance, Nagato, resembling a mere skeleton, continued to bolster the power of the technique, all the while being drained by the outer path golems, rendering him even more gaunt. Of course, none of this was known to the colossal arm. Jisuke observed the intensified gravitational pull of the heavens fall star, as if it were poised to ensnare them all in one sweeping motion. It's all right, Jisuke. It can't absorb you. You may proceed without worry. Nothing will happen in my absence, came the reassuring voice of his companion, providing him with a sense of tranquility. Zhang Zhu nodded slightly. The Susanoo transformed into its fourth form, adding a lower body and legs to its original second form. With that, he leaped off the back of the Three Tails. His Naginata held aloft, exuding the presence of a commanding general on the battlefield. This time, Zhang did not even bother to clap his hands. He instantly unleashed a ninjutsu technique. Water Release, 9 Dragons Dance. More formidable than the 9 Dragons Rampage. This is the RO Max version. Chapter 72, a technique descending from the heavens. I reiterate my plea. I beseech you, my esteemed guardians, to generate power for love. I aim to revive the Han Dynasty. 9 Dragons Dance. 9 colossal water dragons spiraled around Zhang Susanoo, resembling 9 loyal sentinels. The purpose of this expedition is quite straightforward, to shatter the core of the planetary devastation technique. Those familiar with the original Naruto series are aware that Nagato has unleashed this technique on 2 occasions. The first instance was strikingly impressive. Had it not been for Naruto's fortuitous intervention, Nagato would have undoubtedly emerged victorious. The second instance, however, was swiftly dismantled by the combined efforts of Killer Bee, Naruto, and Itachi. Yet it is Sasuke who possesses the knowledge of its vulnerabilities. The boulders hurtling towards him from the planetary devastation were effortlessly neutralized by Sasuke. For the S-rank ninjutsu, the Dance of the 9 Dragons is no mere boast. As Sasuke drew nearer to the core area, it became increasingly enveloped by various sizes of stones. Yet, it was to no avail. At that moment, Zhang gazed at Pain and inquired, "Are you familiar with the technique known as falling slash?" Falling slash? Nagato pondered momentarily, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he intensified the forces of the Earth Explosion Star, disbelieving that his divine technique could be so easily countered. Noticing Nagato's lack of response, Zhang smiled broadly. A crimson warrior, wielding a formidable blade, stood as a guardian of the realm, ensuring safety for all, and his ultimate move was. Did you guess it? The Naginata gathered indomitable flames and tempestuous lightning, while Zhang soared into the air, flanked by 2 water dragons. 9 water dragons subsequently spiraled around the core of the Earth Explosion Star. That technique, the falling slash, was unleashed as Zhang struck with all his might, embodying the unstoppable force of 1,000 troops. Thunder. Crescent slash. The might of thunder surged forth. With a swift stroke, the blade cleaved through, severing the core in an instant. A profound silence enveloped the world. 1 second. 2 seconds. The core emitted a blinding white light. Water escape. Waterfall technique. At this moment, the 9 colossal dragons transformed into a formidable barrier, encircling the central position. Taking advantage of this moment, Sasuke swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the location of the 3 tails. He once more employed the waterfall technique, but this time enveloping the entirety of the 3 tails form. Sasuke, your chakra is depleting significantly, the small creature cautioned. This series of actions had already consumed a considerable amount of Sasuke's chakra, surpassing any expenditure he had experienced in previous battles. I am aware, he replied. Sasuke rubbed his eyes. Currently, Sasuke's visual acuity has decreased from 4.0 to 3.8, with interstitial cells expected to recover by 0.1. A vision of 3.8 corresponds roughly to severe myopia, equivalent to 600 to 1,000 degrees or more, allowing him to discern specific objects at a distance of 2.5 meters. While he is not completely blind, his vision is significantly impaired. With a few more attempts, he would likely be nearly blind. Sasuke chuckled bitterly. He realized that he should not have activated the 3-stage ability, as it consumed the most of his ocular energy. The other abilities felt manageable, but the shadow clone technique, when fully deployed with Susanoo, was also devastating to his ocular power. Yet, he remained unscathed. Truly remarkable. Zhang burst into wild laughter, and the once parched eyes of his began to bleed anew. Within him, 2 crows, which had lain dormant, slowly stirred and began to flap their wings. Outside, the explosions rendered the surroundings as bright as day, illuminating the dim sky. Gazing directly into this blinding light felt as though it could transport one to another realm. The recent defense executed by Sasuke was indeed astute. Employing the technique of the Great Waterfall, he successfully mitigated the impending explosion at the core. Had he not done so, he would have been engulfed by a blinding light, reducing him to mere ashes. The radiant light advanced slowly, leaving devastation in its wake, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to crumble. The searing heat emanating from it was sufficient to incinerate all matter. In an instant, chaos ensued. Earthquakes shattered the ground and tsunamis surged forth. The lake's waters vaporized under the intense heat, transforming into scalding steam that enveloped a vast expanse of the lake's surface. The locations of Zhangju and the 3 tails are relatively distant from the epicenter of the explosion, shielded by the protective barrier of the waterfall. They can be said to be unharmed. The explosion lasted for a full 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. This exemplifies the extraordinary power of cheating in the later stages. Without the aid of a kaleidoscope or any hacks, one might as well abandon the notion of engaging in a ninja battle. Has the third party completed the removal of the waterfall shield by Jusuk? Exhausted, Jasuk inquired. Nagato had unleashed merely 3 skills, nearly depleting his own resources in the process, yet it seemed these 3 techniques constituted his most formidable abilities, a realization Jasuk had come to accept. Following the explosion, a substantial crater was left at the lake's bottom, enveloped in a thick mist that rendered visibility to mere meters. However, merely seconds later, the immense body of water surrounding the crater began to surge into it, filling the vast void in an instant. Such is the terrifying power of water, silent yet immensely potent. Jasuk's admiration for the second Hokage grew ever more profound, especially considering he now bore the title of the Sea King, a legacy of that esteemed figure. Jasuk speculated that with his current prowess, he would surely be regarded as a formidable presence within the ranks of the Hidden Mist Village. Although this title was self-bestowed, he believed that when the second Hokage emerged from his tomb, witnessing a youth adept in water-style techniques even more formidable than his own, even the nefarious Uchiha would cast a gaze of acknowledgement upon him. Jasuk took a deep breath. Well, it's done. Let's hurry and leave, exclaimed the third party. Finally. Jasuk's tears flowed as he realized the boy had successfully absorbed the essence. It was all due to that wretched tailed beast. He had nearly lost his sight in the process. Yet, every sacrifice was worthwhile, even if it meant losing eternal light. He would still be able to fight, and besides, by then, he would be immune to illusions. After all, if he were blind, how could he fall prey to your tricks? Let us go. We must leave swiftly. With that, Jasuk rose, eager to escape this place, not wishing to linger for a moment longer. However, at that moment, the third party halted, a peculiar glint in their eyes. Wahahaha. They let out an evil laugh, having awaited this day for far too long, enduring relentless oppression. Luckily, he had learned to endure. Cursed humans! I am a noble-tailed beast. Tailed beasts shall never be enslaved. I demand the heavens not to obstruct my vision. I demand the earth not to bury my heart. I shall make all in this world bow before me. I shall be the one who wields the sun and moon, plucking the stars from the sky. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by the heavens. Open your eyes wide and witness what it truly means to underestimate a tailed beast. Zhangzhu turned back, his voice icy as he spoke. The chapter of our tale has concluded. If our dear readers wish to uncover what transpires next, let us await the morrow with anticipation. By the way, it is rumored that within the 996, 335, 218th penguin lies something extraordinary. A light-hearted jest. The next segment promises to be even more thrilling. Chapter 73, The Supporting Actress. Jasuk turned back to gaze at the third party, an expression of disbelief washing over him. He would sooner entertain the notion that Obito harbored feelings for Danzo, or that Conan was the author's wife, than to accept the betrayal of the third party. In his realm of consciousness, where the routine consisted solely of eating and sleeping, how could one even contemplate treachery? It was utterly ludicrous. With that thought, Jasuk strode purposefully towards the third party, delivering a swift blow to its head. Indeed. It's time for you to leave. If you do not depart at once, I shall take care of you. No, I shall let those pain handle you. Zhangzhu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he contemplated something wicked. Shaosen exclaimed, how can one behave in such a manner? I admit I am not human. Yet you truly embody the essence of a dog. Can Pain's strength truly rival his own? Don't jest. He is merely a little turtle who delights in indulgence and merriment. Oh, I see. Please refrain from striking my head. It is quite painful, all right? I am truly exasperated by Zhangzhu's antics. Is it so difficult to maintain a semblance of decorum? How could I ever betray my own principles? Within Zhangzhu's realm of consciousness, there is ample sustenance and revelry. Free from the hardships of the outside world, along with a small fragment of the Nine-Tails chakra to amuse oneself with. The formidable Nine-Tails, you are too powerful. I must confront you earnestly. In Zhangzhu's consciousness, Shaosan revels in a state of bliss, utterly oblivious to the outside world. Zhangzhu cast a sidelong glance at him. At present, he could only vaguely discern the outline of the third tail. Well, you may return to my inner self for now. Having said this, Zhangzhu summoned his summoning technique, transporting the third tail back to the realm of consciousness. Much as Zhangzhu anticipated, upon arrival in the consciousness space, the lazy creature immediately collapsed into slumber. Very well, the abilities of the three tails could be addressed later. Zhangzhu was not inclined to elaborate further at this moment. As Zhangzhu prepared to depart, he was interrupted by a voice echoing through the thick mist. You are formidable, Zhangzhu. I cannot help but admire you. In the obscured surroundings, Zhangzhu could not discern the location of Pain. Do you still wish to fight? I cannot harm you, yet I trust you cannot harm me either, can you? The atmosphere was shrouded in ambiguity, yet Zhangzhu's gaze was resolutely steadfast. He could not allow Pain to notice that his vision was blurring. At that moment, the third tail was suddenly roused, sensing Zhangzhu's condition. Hey, don't open your eyes. You've already overexerted yourself today. Within the consciousness space, Zhangzhu managed a bitter smile. It's too late. Can you feel it? Those six are right around us, aren't they? Upon hearing this, the third tail became increasingly anxious. Please, don't get captured. If anything happens, it's all my fault. I should have merged all of the three tails' power with you earlier. The entirety of the power referred to by the third tail included, but was not limited to complete tail beast transformation and tail beast balls. At this point, Zhangzhu returned to reality, using Susanoo once more. Did he not desire to utilize the wooden avatar or other formidable wood-release techniques? This thought brought tears to Zhangzhu's eyes. Such impressive wood-release techniques were known only to Hashirama. Thus, Zhangzhu speculated that our god of the ninja world was rendered obsolete due to a lack of successors. Alternatively, perhaps they were consumed by the malevolent second Hokage, or entombed. Yet, upon further reflection, that seemed implausible, for had not Orochimaru excavated their graves? This would suggest they no longer existed. However, Zhangzhu recalled that among many former figures in Konoha, one grave remained undisturbed, even unrecorded in the original text. My apologies. Of course, this was a matter for another time. Returning to the battlefield, Pain spoke again. If you leave the three tails behind, I may grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, the power of a god is beyond your endurance. Is that so? I, Zhangzhu, shall defy fate. Activating Susanoo. His skeletal form enveloped him, and he drew the Kusanagi sword. Must we truly engage in battle, Nagato? What? Pain's pupils dilated, astonished. How did Zhangzhu know his true identity? Zhangzhu gestured towards the heavenly path and spoke. And that Pain must be the senior brother Yahiko referred to by Master Jiraiya, right? Master Jiraiya? A complex expression crossed Nagato's face. Master Jiraiya, the Akatsuki. Yahiko. Memories surged within Nagato, evoking recollections of the past, the myriad moments shared with the frog team, a time of sheer joy. Yet, the starkness of his skeletal frame rendered those memories hauntingly vivid. At that moment, the heavenly path Pain emerged slowly from the mist, approaching Zhangzhu. How did you discover this? Nagato, choosing to abandon pretense, declared, I'm revealing the truth. I am controlled by Nagato. Oh, no. Should I perhaps address you as junior brother? Through his blurred vision, Jae-suk could only faintly perceive the orange-haired man emerging. To be candid, Jae-suk had initially engaged in a gamble of sorts. Clearly, his wager had proven fortuitous, as Nagato seemed disinclined to continue the fight. It appeared that even he could not withstand the repercussions of the heavenly obelisk. Jae-suk nodded slightly, acknowledging the inquiry. How did you come to this realization? Nagato revealed a faint smile of resignation from his concealed position. It seems that he must now contend against the world itself. With a calm smile, Jae-suk spoke. The following content is purely fabricated by Jae-suk, intended to deceive Nagato. Your eyes, Master Jiraiya, once mentioned to me that among his disciples, there exists one endowed with formidable eyes. I was then quite curious about what kind of eyes they were. He spoke of the eye of God, the prophesied child, Nagato. He even showed me, and you possess them as well. Jatar pointed towards the photograph of Pain and his senior disciple Conan. Zhangzhu promptly shut the kaleidoscope and sheathed the Kusanagi sword. I have seen your eyes before, and I distinctly remember the likeness of my elder brother Yahiko. Hence, I deduce that you are the mastermind behind all this. It was evident that my wager was correct. After uttering these words, an extended silence enveloped the two. At last, the identity of the traverser had proven somewhat useful, stirring Zhangzhu's emotions. Had it not been for the impending blindness of his vision, he would have certainly engaged in a contest with Nagato. He could have simply made Nagato soar. Just you? In a nearby concealed location, Nagato remained in deep silence, accompanied by the woman buried in his heart, the Akatsuki's white tiger, Conan. For the sake of the narrative, she is actually my wife. Their bond transcended mere friendship, yet did not venture into the realm of love. In the face of their aspirations and ideals, such matters seemed rather insignificant. Meanwhile, Conan, who stood vigil beside him, remained oblivious to Nagato's unusual demeanor. After a lengthy pause, Nagato commanded Pain to speak. In 20 seconds, I do not wish to see you again. Our next encounter will be one of life and death. With that, Pain closed his eyes, awaiting the conclusion of the 20 seconds. Chapter 74. Departure. Zhangzhu took a deep breath. It seemed he had indeed made the right bet. Senior brother Nagato appeared to have a lingering sense of camaraderie among fellow disciples, refraining from taking action against him and granting him a second chance. Yet, one must ponder. If he was already aware of his secret, why did he choose not to eliminate him? Zhang Ju remained unaware. However, this was not the opportune moment for such discussions. It was imperative to make a swift escape. With that, Zhang Ju quickly activated his instantaneous movement, coupled with a rapid sprint and the Flying Thunder God technique. To flee at full throttle, his chakra surging to its maximum capacity. Meanwhile, Pain remained stationary, his eyes closed, showing no sign of awakening even after 20 seconds had elapsed. It was only when Conan uttered a remark, noting Zhang Ju's considerable distance, that Nagato commanded Pain to gradually open his eyes. Taking his leave with the formidable three tails in tow. Jusuk, during our next encounter, I shall show no mercy, Nagato murmured to himself. Jusuk, do not flee. Pain has not pursued you. The little three spoke to Jusuk within the realm of consciousness. Jusuk surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that there was indeed no one else present. Only then did he come to a halt. He casually chose a tree and leaned against it. Could you tell me where we are now? He inquired. Little three shook his head, wishing he knew the answer. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the spirit of the third party, gazing at his surroundings. A wave of desolation washed over him. Is this the essence of a solitary wolf? He yearned for those damn ties. Yet, he felt powerless. Burdened with the responsibility of revitalizing the Uchiha clan, he could not afford to falter. As he surveyed the area, it became evident that clarity had long since eluded him. With only a mere 3 meters of distance discernible to his eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jusuk suddenly recalled Itachi. Logically speaking, he must have already prepared himself for death. Yet, he still finds himself unable to meet him for one final time. However, there is an old Chinese saying that goes, what one cannot forget will surely resonate. Jusuk, it is that familiar voice. Jusuk blinked in disbelief. That voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Itachi. Itachi. A voice emerged from Jusuk, as a figure clad in a black trench coat materialized within his blurred vision. Who else could it be but Itachi? Itachi approached Jusuk's side. Your eyes. Jusuk raised his head. Aren't you just like me? This statement rendered Itachi speechless. His current strength was merely a few steps away from blindness. I have no need for your eyes. Bestow them upon Sasuke. Zhang Ju remarked softly, what release is indeed viable. But for now, he sighed. Let us return to Orochimaru's base. Although Orochimaru has met his demise, there are still individuals overseeing the operations at the base. After all, Kabuto and the high-ranking members such as Honglian remain. Speaking of Honglian, it is worth mentioning that in the original narrative, she eventually comes to realize her path and retreats with Waikaimaru. However, with Zhang Ju's presence, it is inconceivable to let such invaluable free labor slip away. After a brief discussion with Orochimaru, he promptly brought back these 2 free laborers, who are now part of the management at the Sound Ninja Village. Zhang Zu had initially hoped to recruit Kankuro, Suigetsu, and CHG as well, but it turns out that these individuals do not belong to the Sound Ninja's jurisdiction. They are categorized under a different system of Orochimaru's. Thus, the adjustments proved to be quite troublesome. Additionally, there are 2 subjects of experimentation involved. It seems I too have become part of this, Zhang Ju mused. Upon returning, I will be able to assume the role of the village leader, haha. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, Itachi and Zhang Ju's situation. Why do you act so recklessly? Itachi stated calmly. Zhang Ji wore an expression of indifference. For he was well versed in the entirety of Naruto, encompassing all 720 episodes. How could he be oblivious to such matters? The Eternal Eye exists solely in one form. As for Shursui and Obito, they were of little concern, given that they bore no direct blood relation to him. His rebellious younger brother, Sasuke, he ought to be referred to as the third pillar, was someone he still relied upon, alongside Naruto, to seal Kaguya. Who else could he possibly entrust his eyes to? His esteemed status as Naruto, bestowed with divine power, allowed him to manifest a plain Wadai using Yang release, which was already quite commendable. After all, he still possessed would release. And what of you, Sasuke? Lacking Itachi's eyes, and yet you speak of sealing? Are you jesting? Furthermore, Sasuke harbored the pure chakra of Indra within him. Sealing Kaguya was of paramount importance. As for himself, he ought to possess a fragment of that power as well. Jeitar remains oblivious. It matters not. I possess my own sense of propriety. The kaleidoscope is both a curse of our Uchiha clan and a source of strength. However, you will go blind, Zangetsu remarked. Itachi approached Zangetsu and sat beside him. It had been a long time since they had shared such a moment. He couldn't help but reflect on how inadequate he felt as an older brother. Itachi thought to himself, recognizing the countless wounds within his heart. After all those years, the things he had done in the past seemed almost laughable now, all for the sake of Konoha. This was how Konoha treated its two younger brothers. Haha. Itachi silently laughed to himself. However, as he looked back, he felt a sense of release. After all, he was a man on the brink of death, with little left to say. The path ahead should be one that his younger brothers must traverse on their own. What has happened will inevitably occur again. What has been done will be done once more. Time has flowed like a river since ancient days. In the future, regardless of what his brothers choose to do, he will silently support them from heaven, waiting for them in a different way. For some reason, two clear tears streamed down Zangetsu's face. This parting meant he would face his brother's lifeless body. Perhaps there would still be a chance for Edo Tensei. No, no, no. Jusuk wiped the tears from his face and rose, preparing to depart. This awkward farewell ultimately concluded with such a sense of regret. Jusuk is unwilling and reluctant to confront such a scene. Zhangju wished to feign composure, yet found himself unable to do so. He ought to be resilient. After all, departing with a heavy heart, he left without a backward glance. Itachi's gaze remained fixed upon the retreating figure of Zhangju, his silence laden with unspoken words. If I am to perish, then let it commence, Itachi murmured to himself. Logically, Zhangju's Manjiki Sharingan should not have activated at this juncture, or so he believed. Yet, contrary to expectation, he willingly unleashed its power. Even his companion, Xiaosan, interjected urgently, "Do not use it any further. You have already overexerted yourself excessively." Distress etched upon Xiaosan's features as he contemplated Zhangju's current state, which was only marginally better than Itachi's. Furthermore, the consequences of overuse were manifesting. Activating it now would undoubtedly deplete his ocular strength. Xiaosan sighed in resignation. Recalling the words of the Sage of Six Paths, the Sharingan embodies the essence of love within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 75, The Clan of Love. The Sharingan is a bloodline limit possessed by the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the Sage of Six Paths' eldest son. Initially, it was believed that the Senju clan revered love over ninjutsu as their source of strength. In contrast, the Uchiha clan prioritized the might of ninjutsu. However, the truth is far more profound. No clan has a love as deep as that of the Uchihas. Consequently, they sealed it away, knowing that once an Uchiha comprehends love, the emotions that had long been repressed would be unleashed, potentially awakening a love surpassing that of the Senju clan. Yet, an overwhelming love harbors the risk of spiraling into chaos. An Uchiha who understands love, upon losing that intense affection, may find it replaced with an even more potent hatred, thus awakening a formidable power, the Manjiki. Having accompanied the Sage of Six Paths for many years, Xiaosan had gleaned some knowledge about the Manjiki. Although he considered himself inept, it did not hinder his appetite for observing the unfolding drama. When the Uchiha clan is swayed by intense emotions, their eyes involuntarily awaken, radiating powerful feelings. Whether it be the Sharingan or the Manjiki, the phenomenon remains the same. Hence, in Xiaosan's eyes, the Uchiha clan epitomizes the true essence of love. Over the years, Xiaosan had witnessed countless tears shed beneath the Manjiki. He particularly recalled one poignant scene, though the specifics of time and place eluded him, having occurred so long ago. During a fierce battle, a young maiden met her demise in the embrace of her beloved, a bolt of blue lightning piercing her heart. Yet her eyes were filled with tenderness. The identity of the young man remained unknown to Xiaosan, as only one of his eyes bore the Sharingan. Ultimately, that detail was inconsequential. The Tsutomu eye, in the throes of losing a loved one, transformed into the shape of Kamui. Tears flowed down the young man's cheeks, mingling with blood, as he gazed with a heart full of longing. "All I see is you." Not far away, he discerned a similar emotional tempest brewing. "Obito, Kakashi, in this lifetime, only you, even if time slips away." With a smile gracing her lips, the maiden succumbed in her beloved's arms. Thus concluded a tale of love, and Xiaosan faded into the past. Xiaosan had witnessed this tragedy unfold countless times, and within such transformations, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. When an Uchiha loses a cherished love or suffers from deep disappointment, a unique chakra surges within their minds, affecting their optic nerves and altering their vision. These are the eyes that reflect the soul, causing them to awaken involuntarily. Therefore, Zhangju's display was entirely normal. However, Xiaosan sighed in exasperation, lamenting the overuse and the backlash of the Manjiki, a common plight among the Uchiha. 3, 8, 3, 79, 3, 75. Finally, it stabilized at 3, 75, indicating severe myopia exceeding 600 to 1,000 degrees. A terrifying figure, Xiaosan gasped in shock. Just a little more, and he would be utterly blinded. "I truly beseech you, Do not use it any further. You will go blind. Zhaojian was genuinely frightened. He had encountered madness before, but nothing compared to the frenzy exhibited by Zhangzhu. What troubles you? Are you afraid? Zhangzhu chuckled lightly. Since we have come to realize our insignificance, we ought to strive for greatness. We were inherently small, merely transitioning from ignorance to knowledge. The pain you feel is a sign of growth, an encounter with challenges, and the experience of overcoming them. Life is replete with splendor, such as Zhangzhu's philosophy of life. Let us go, Zhaojian, to the nearest city. Once again, one person and one turtle embark on a journey, exchanging joys and sorrows. Those who love deeply often shed tears first. On the other side, in the world of Hokage, the shop was closing, and the girl apologetically said, "Please come again next time." As night fell, stars twinkled in the sky, and every household lit up with warm lights, creating a scene reminiscent of a vibrant festival. The girl expressed her regrets to a longtime customer who had consistently supported the flower shop, but today's flowers had all been sold out. If there were stock, it would have to wait until tomorrow. The girl felt powerless in the situation. However, the customer, evidently unhurried, waved her hand and smiled. "No worries. I'll come back tomorrow." This little girl is becoming more charming by the day. I wonder who is fortunate enough to have caught her eye. Should I introduce you to some handsome boys? The girl hastily waved her hands. No, I. At this point, her face flushed with embarrassment. The older customer had a knowing look, sensing that there was more to the story, as is typical of a perceptive ant. In an instant, the girl had slipped away. Indeed, the girl was at the age of blossoming, with waist-length golden hair and an exquisite figure. Her skin is fair as snow. She resembled a celestial being from a painting or a spirit from a dream. It was no wonder the ant was intrigued. The girl dashed home, greeted her parents, and then locked herself in her room. She pulled out a diary, clearly a habit she had cultivated to record her life. Gently caressing the diary, she opened to the first page. Year 54 of Konoha, January 17th. Guess why? For this is unofficial. However, for diary writing, one needs the date. So you understand. Today is the day of enrollment. I went to school with my dear friend. Yay. I even met a handsome guy. I really like him. The girl merely glanced at it, her face instantly turning crimson, and quickly flipped to another page. Year 60 of Konoha, January 16th. Today is the day before the Chunin exam. I had a delightful meal with him. He is truly gentle. I suspect I may be falling for him. Does he really like me? I am so scared. Does he really like me? Does he really like me? When she reached this page, the girl paused her movements. The page was densely covered with one person's name. No one knew what was written where, akin to the language of daisies. The hidden love within one's heart. Reflecting now, the girl found it somewhat amusing. At such a tender age, she was unaware of the true nature of love. Yet she was utterly defeated by a sweet smile. He blinked his large, gentle eyes, filled with warmth. As she recalled his visage and tenderness, her heart would involuntarily flutter. She turned to the next page. Year 61 of Konoha, January 17th. Today, Chapter 76 of the diary. The Chunin exam was truly intense. I was injured, though not severely, but he appeared before me like a deity descended from the heavens. He was so handsome. Recalling that battle, the girl felt an insatiable yearning for more memories. In that confrontation, he single-handedly faced 3 opponents, defending his comrades and leaving them a perfect space to retreat. That battle was a dance between offense and defense, a display of ninjutsu against taijutsu, and when taijutsu was employed, he responded with a fireball jutsu. Memories, who dares? For those interested, the roots can be traced back. As the dust settled, 3 shadow clones stood before the enemies. He then leaped down from a tree, approaching her side. Apologies for my tardiness. His voice was always so gentle, imbued with a unique resonance. The diary continued to unfold. Year 61 of Konoha, May 20th, postscript. I still remember that day, the day you and your team went off to train with your teacher, saying you would be gone for 3 years. I cried that day, hiding in my room, sobbing uncontrollably after you left. I couldn't bear to imagine what life would be like without you for 3 years. I was terrified that after 3 years, I would have lost my charm and you wouldn't recognize me, that time would erode the memories of you in my mind. I was truly scared. Tears had stained parts of the diary, leaving wrinkles and marks on the paper after drying. This page had been revisited time and again, accompanied by 2 photographs of the same individual at different ages, one captured 3 years prior, and the other 3 years later. Both images bore a common mark, imprints of red lips. Upon reaching this point, the girl covered her mouth in embarrassment, feeling as if she were a mischievous little cat. Declaring she wouldn't look anymore, yet her little paws turned the pages again. Year 64 of Konoha, May 20th. A day like any other. Yet what transpired was anything but ordinary. You returned. Having completed your training, you were truly, truly handsome, and I couldn't help but leap into your arms. You smelled so good, so gentle. She rushed forward to embrace him gently, then released him as swiftly as lightning, inhaling the delightful scent. In that brief moment, her nerves relaxed completely, the fragrance of ebony and sandalwood enveloping her. 3 years have passed, and you have grown even stronger and more handsome. Do you know? I have always liked you. On the table lay a cherished photo they had taken together at that time. The girl gently held the boy's hand, both sharing a faint smile. Then came the next entry. Year 64 of Konoha, September 1st. I cannot believe this is real. Are you deceiving me? You must have your reasons. I refuse to believe it. You simply provide me with an explanation. Even if it deceives me, I am willing to believe it. On November 11th, it turned out just as I had imagined. You had your reasons. You saved the teacher, your arms wide open, embracing my waist. You gently pulled me into your embrace, and I felt as if the surrounding time and space had come to a halt, lingering in that very moment. I relish this sensation. The fragrance that envelopes you always enables me to forget my troubles. I seem to have become addicted. How am I supposed to live without you? Even now, I find myself unable to resist. Your scent surpasses all intoxicants, and just a taste leads me into oblivion. A few pages later, on December 12th of the year 64 in the land of the leaves, I felt elated. Today, you surprisingly came to see me and even held me tight. How delightful. Oh, you playful rascal, tickling me is truly exasperating, yet I adore it. I apologize for the matters concerning your family, but I will still persist. Your scent. I dare not look at it. What wild words I penned that day. The young girl kept chastising herself. How could you? How could you fall so low? Though I speak of not succumbing, my eyes continue to wander down the page. What a pity, you departed too swiftly. I didn't even get the chance to tell you. I love you, love you, love you. When we meet again, I must express it. The ensuing fragments of my diary pertain to other matters, yet they remain connected to the male protagonist of the story. The girl continued to turn the pages, unveiling a new entry. On January 17th of the year 65 in the land of the leaves, I noted that the flowers at the shop sold remarkably well today. An aunt even attempted to introduce a suitor for me, but I declined. I truly miss you. I wonder when you will return. It seems we've known one another for nearly 10 years. I am uncertain whether you harbor feelings for me, as you've never expressed it. Will you like me? In a few days, we will embark on a mission to the land of rice, an A-rank escort task to deliver supplies to the Sound Village. I have heard that the Sound Village has a new leader. I wonder how well we will communicate. Well, I shall write no more for now. I am continually thinking of you. I congratulate myself on the successful completion of my mission. With that, the girl reluctantly closed her diary. At that moment, coincidentally, a woman's voice echoed from outside. Aren't you going to take a shower? At this hour, you still need to do laundry? The girl helplessly tucked her diary away, acknowledging. Yes, I have been busy at the flower shop all day, and it is indeed time for a good wash before returning to my diary. With that, she picked up her clothes and headed to the fragrant bath. Upon exiting her room, she thoughtfully locked the door. Such matters must not be seen by others, for it would lead to utter embarrassment. Little did she know, her parents in the living room were already aware of everything. Long ago, during an unintentional cleaning of the room, her mother had spotted the diary filled with writing on the table. She would swear to the heavens that she merely glanced at it, just a fleeting look, and she even helped her daughter close it. However, she possessed a peculiar ability, an impeccable memory. She had comprehended the entirety of that page in an instant. Thus, many years prior, the girl's little secret had been unveiled. Yet, as parents, they chose not to pry too deeply. After all, it was their child's affair, and they trusted her judgment. So, when the girl stepped out of her room, they exchanged knowing smiles, secretly updating, "Haha, please support my love. I beg you." Chapter 77. The Ascendancy of the Sound Village. I have now descended to the point of relying on my guardians for love. I humbly beseech. If my guardians do not mind, please accept my bow. Days passed without incident. Everything moved along the destined path, unwavering from its predetermined conclusion. A few days later, Erasure returned to the Sound Village, where a crowd had gathered at the entrance. A dozen samurai surrounded a lone ninja. "Come, villagers, gather around and settle this," cried the leading samurai, as his companions encircled the ninja. Upon seeing this, Erasure thought, "What fun! Let us not return just yet. Let us watch for a while." Zhangzhu nodded. For someone with his nearsightedness, it mattered little whether he could see or not. The past few days of returning to the Sound Ninja village were entirely thanks to Xiao San, who had guided him back. Truly, Zhang Zhu felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Xiao San was indeed a manifestation of true love. Suddenly, Xiao San fluttered and perched on Zhang Zhu's shoulder, observing the unfolding spectacle. The Sound Ninja. Testing the limits of the law. The gates of the ninja village stand open, welcoming your esteemed presence. The speaker had a sharp, simian visage, exuding an air of servility. The surrounded ninja, known as Lu Zi, was a Nin of the Sound Village. The village gate? Isn't the Sound Ninja office the rightful place for adjudication? What a mere fade this is. If one is to dispense justice, this is the true venue. The sharp-faced warrior rallied the onlookers, who erupted in cheers and applause. Zhang Ji shook his head. A group of pitiable souls, led astray, remained oblivious as they foolishly followed along, perhaps having unwittingly become accomplices. Sixth Master. You consumed 2 bowls of ramen but only paid for 1. With a sharp, rat-like gaze, he signaled, and several burly ninjas seized the ramen shop owner, lifting him up. Upon seeing the owner, Sixth Master felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Had it not been for him, would he even be in this predicament? He had merely intended to enjoy his ramen and depart, especially since today marked the visit of the Lord of the Tianxia Kingdom, their former leader. Hence, new policies were to be crafted. Presently, the Lord was engaged in discussions with their management. He should have been on guard duty. Nonsense. I only had 1 bowl, and paid for 1. Sixth Master retorted disdainfully. The sharp-faced, monkey-like figure, hereafter referred to as Big Monkey, turned to the ramen shop owner. How many bowls did he eat? The owner stood timidly, murmuring, 2 bowls. Before he could finish, a samurai clad in a distinct uniform kicked him away, causing the onlookers to scatter. Impossible. Sixth Master is a ninja, having undertaken numerous missions. How could he owe you money? With that, he produced a file. I, Shimura Ergu. Trust Sixth Master. You, Big Monkey, are just a coward. Did you instruct others to speak of him in such a manner? He then pointed his blade at Big Monkey. It's just 2 bowls, yet only 1 bowl as payment. The ramen shop owner's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Yet he spoke without hesitation. Hey, Zhangji, what do you suggest we do now? Xiao San and Zhangji watched this farcical scene unfold. Zhangji signaled to the third party not to be agitated and whispered, let the bullets fly for a while. The great monkey seemed oblivious to Ergo's words. The Sound Ninja Lord is to grant us fairness, referring to the overturning of the undemocratic policies from Orochimaru's reign. Indeed, what I seek today is nothing less than fairness. And from whom do I seek it? From the Sound Ninja. Why? Because he devoured 2 bowls of noodles yet paid for only 1. And that, my friends, is the epitome of injustice. He continued with even greater fervor, drawing the attention of the surrounding populace. Thus, if the newly appointed Sound Shadow speaks of fairness, it is naught but empty rhetoric. Fellow villagers, do you not agree with my sentiments? The great monkey raised his arm, angling it at a precise 45 degrees. Yes, yes. The onlookers echoed enthusiastically. The third party smiled wickedly. Hey, Zhangji, they're speaking ill of you. Zhang Zhu. What does it have to do with me? Is the brat in debt? He hasn't even taken on the role himself, yet the blame is cast upon me? Were it not for my own overexertion of the eyes, I would certainly give that young lad a few lessons to taste the bitterness. I have an early start today. Sixth Master. Haha, Big Monkey. Sixth Master is a ninja. How could he possibly owe him money for ramen? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Ergo's knife was directly pressed against Big Monkey's neck. Big Monkey drew his own blade to parry. Today, we shall not discuss trivial matters. We shall only speak of ramen. 1 bowl is 1 bowl. 2 bowls are 2 bowls. There can be no ambiguity. Sixth Master a man. I respect you. Having said that, Big Monkey clasped his fists together, signaling his respect. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. Today, I have consumed but a single bowl of ramen. Ninja Liuzi spoke, and in such circumstances, even with the best temper, one might feel a tinge of annoyance. Big Monkey grinned. He relished Liuzi's defiant demeanor. Thus he pressed on. You paid for 1 bowl, yet consumed 2. You lack funds, do you not? Allow me to assist you. Even a clay figurine has a spark of indignation, let alone a passionate young man like Liuzi. Liuzi cast aside all the savings he had accumulated over the years. It rained down upon the ramen stall owner, upon Big Monkey. Do you see? I can afford as many bowls as I desire. However, for a single bowl of ramen, one pays for a single bowl. Big Monkey wore a look of astonishment. With such a sum, how many bowls of ramen has he devoured? You could have said so earlier. He seeks fairness. Are you merely bullying the honest? Yozi sees the ramen shop owner, demanding, Are you an honest person? Huh? Jusuk furrowed his brow. It was evident that Rokuzo had lost his composure, placing him at a disadvantage in this match. I am, the ramen shop owner stammered. Then speak the truth. How many bowls of ramen did I consume? Tell him. Will you speak or not? A kunai was pressed directly against the owner's throat. The large monkey swiftly intervened. To intimidate a mere ramen vendor with a weapon? Who doesn't possess one? Owner, speak loudly. How many bowls did he eat? All the villagers present will stand for you and your family. Speak up, how many bowls? The ramen shop owner immediately knelt down, not daring to breathe. Rokuzo realized he was now utterly cornered, a target for public scorn. You are a villain, Rokuzo declared. But I am even more wicked than you. With that, Rokuzo attempted to plunge the kunai into his own abdomen, demonstrating to the elders how many bowls of ramen he had truly consumed. Hey, Jusuk, this is personal. Aren't you going to intervene? Zhangji stretched lazily, realizing that this was precisely the intention. Chapter 78, Kneeling Down. The Water Release, Hard Vortex Water Blade. This is the malevolent jutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, employed in Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 in the Naruto mobile game. It involves creating a swirling vortex of water in one's hands, concentrating its form into water spears to strike the opponent. An exceedingly sinister ninjutsu. It is evidently a technique that counters the Uchiha clan. A lance was hurled from the hands of the assistant, striking one of the 6 kunai and sending it flying, inadvertently injuring several lowly samurai in the process. Everyone was taken aback, turning to see a handsome man standing not far away. Who are you? He inquired. Do you not know that openly attacking the Lord's guards could lead to execution? The large monkey pointed his blade at the man. You there, come at me. With that, a dozen samurai drew their swords and charged toward him. The large monkey, noticing the fine attire worn by the man, recognized immediately that he was no ordinary individual. He had already calculated a potential profit in his mind. If he were to eliminate him, it would surely yield considerable gains. At that moment, Zhangju had already closed his eyes. Today, he wished to experiment with something different. He wondered if shutting his eyes would significantly diminish his combat prowess. Let the small doors open for me, and kill this man. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. Indeed, under the lure of great rewards, brave souls emerged. The first member of the suicide squad charged boldly toward Zhangju. Yet that was as far as his courage would take him. Zhangju swiftly grasped him by the throat. Do you wish to dance as well? The little Karami found himself utterly immobilized, only able to emit squeaks of distress. The samurai were momentarily daunted by this formidable display, yet some undaunted souls pressed forward, launching 2 strikes directly at Zhangju. He effortlessly evaded their attacks and then hurled the assailant aside, sending 3 samurai crashing to the ground. So weak, he mused. Jusuk mockingly remarked, having not utilized any techniques himself. Never mind. He deemed himself unworthy of this group of soaring players. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Ha ha ha. With a flourish of his hand, the tumultuous waves surged forth, reminiscent of the swirling Milky Way. On this fateful day, the ninjas of the land of rice fields were reminded of the dread that comes from divine intervention. Even the great monkey, the second dog, and the innocent onlookers were left trembling in fear. Meanwhile, within the office of the Sound Ninja, Hong Lian was engaged in negotiations with the feudal lord of the land of rice fields. The situation appeared grim. Regrettably, our leader is currently unavailable to meet your demands. Hong Lian stated, moreover, your proposals are excessively harsh. I doubt even our predecessors would acquiesce to such terms. The terms of this agreement were so burdensome that even Orochimaru himself would struggle to emerge from his cursed seal. Firstly, the Sound Village must bear the responsibility and reparations for the transgressions committed against the Leaf Village years prior. Hong Lian could concede to this, as the previous misdeeds were undeniable. However, this was where her compliance ended. Orochimaru was a figure of significant stature within the Sound Village, revered by many. Without him, the Sound Village would lack its identity, and weaker individuals would find themselves deprived of opportunities for advancement. Yet, Hong Lian acknowledged that Orochimaru was far from virtuous. The second term dictated a drastic reduction of the Sound Village's territory by half. The third stipulated the forfeiture of all bases established by Orochimaru and required the reporting of their locations. The fourth imposed restrictions on the Sound Village's armaments. The fifth mandated that the Sound Village pay 30% of its annual income as a management tax to the feudal lord of the land of rice fields. Failure to comply would result in immediate cessation of assistance and the dispatch of elite warriors to seize the Sound Village, with the additional decree that the Sound Village could not possess any Jonin. Honglian remained composed, though the terms were indeed degrading and humiliating. Signing such an agreement would render her a traitor to her village. Thus, she could not yield. Just as Honglian and the feudal lord reached an impasse, a thunderous noise erupted outside, shaking the very ground beneath them, akin to an earthquake. The lord, who had been lecherously admiring Honglian, was taken aback, his expression betraying his discomfort. At such a critical juncture, he had intended to press Honglian, suggesting that she would not wish for the Sound Village's annihilation, nor for her name to be forever stained as a villain, nor to witness the loss of financial resources for her village. However, fate intervened in an unfortunate manner. A guard rushed in to report. We heard a tremendous noise at the gates, suspected to be an enemy invasion. Honglian was taken aback. Who could possibly be entering at this moment? It seemed improbable. Yet, the feudal lord, with a guilty conscience, pondered otherwise. Could it be that they have arrived so soon? He mused inwardly. Indeed, the commotion at the gate was orchestrated by a coalition of allies from Konoha, designed specifically to vex Orochimaru. Though they acknowledged their inability to confront Orochimaru directly, they seized the opportunity to disturb him while he was sealed away, along with all he had left behind. As the great monkey at the gate had proclaimed, the leader of the Sound Village, no, the acting leader, Honglian, had insisted on fairness. Hence, they would grant her that fairness. Would it not be splendid to cast the blame upon Honglian for her ineffective governance? Amidst laughter, the mastermind reveled in the brilliance of his scheme, oblivious to the fact that the tides had already turned. Outside the gates, all knelt in reverence, awaiting the pronouncement of the divine. Zhangzhu gradually descended from Jiulong, as 9 water dragons transformed into a staircase, gently guiding him step by step back to the ground. Zhangzhu turned to face the great monkey kneeling on the ground. I still prefer your untamed demeanor, he said softly, gently patting its cheek. He then glanced at Ergo beside him. Do not presume that I am unaware of your affiliations. You have 3 seconds to depart. Ergo, feeling a wave of relief, immediately took off in a swift run. Water escape, water-style technique. A colossal water cloth materialized behind Jisuk, upon which a succession letter from Orochimaru to the daimyo gradually unfolded. Prominently displayed were 8 striking characters. Bestowed by heaven, may your reign endure and flourish. Zhangzhu pointed skyward with an air of arrogance, exclaiming, the sun is revered because it illuminates even the dust, and I am the sun. He then assisted Liuzi, gently brushing the dirt and dust from his body. Moved, Liuzi knelt down once more, tears streaming down his face. Chief, your kindness is beyond measure. In a hurry, Zhangzhu held back Liuzi and said, alas. What are you saying? We are all here for the Sound Ninja Village. You, as a ninja, and I, as the leader, serve the same purpose. If it weren't for Orochimaru's promotion back in the day, I might still have been a rogue ninja. Upon finishing his words, Liuzi's eyes were already brimming with tears. Chapter 79. The Unequal Treaty. Dear townsfolk, do not allow deceitful individuals to cloud your judgment. Our Sound Ninja are dedicated to serving the public. With a commanding gesture, Jay-Z summoned 9 water dragons once more, ensnaring the great monkey and his companions. They are but pests, adversaries of our people, and we, the denizens of the hidden Sound Village, ought to remain steadfastly united with our homeland. We must follow the path of the Sound. It appears that Jay-Z's presence has rendered the populace silent. Within the realm of consciousness, Jay-Z smirked. Do you understand why? It is because I have displayed an overwhelming and terrifying power, instilling fear within them. Zhangzhu explained, why are the 6 being bullied? It is simply because the current Sound Ninjas lack the strength and support that existed during Orochimaru's reign. To influence a ninja village, one must possess both power and backing. The saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, encapsulates this truth. Very well, since the ramen shop owner desires fairness, today I, the leader of the Sound Ninjas, shall grant him that fairness. With that declaration, the 9 colossal dragons behind Zhangzhu soared into the crowd, yet they did not harm the civilians, merely sweeping past them. Who am I? Zhangzhu inquired after the tumult had subsided. The frightened citizens, valuing their lives, responded in unison, Your Honor, the benevolent. Zhangzhou nodded, as this was the effect he desired. Very well, since you all claim I am an impartial judge, I shall preside over this case. Tell me, how many bowls of ramen did he consume? The young waiter trembled in fear, fully aware that this time, those individuals were doomed. He stammered, "One. Just one." Jisuk firmly grasped him by the collar. "How many bowls?" What an astute fellow, Jisuk thought with satisfaction. It seemed that extensive memory restoration surgery would not be necessary. Zhangju released the grip on the ramen shop owner's hand. "Everyone heard that, right? One bowl of ramen. Thus, Liuzi is innocent. Do you not agree with my assertion?" The crowd nodded in unison. Who would dare to contradict? At that moment, the 9 dragons behind them would descend upon the common folk. "Very well. Since that is the case, let us disperse and return to our respective homes, seeking our respective mothers." With that, Zhangju turned and departed. What malevolent spirit dares to cause trouble here? Yet another has arrived. Zhangju furrowed his brow. Make way, let the esteemed guest through, you unruly mob." Several warriors roughly pushed aside the crowd, inadvertently injuring many in the process. "Is that you, Zhangju?" A woman's voice called out. Turning to look, he recognized it as Honglian, the acting leader of Yan'an village. Zhangju nodded in acknowledgement and approached her. "What has transpired?" Zhangju inquired, while Honglian let out a resigned sigh. This was not the moment for such discussions. With the daimyo present, it would be prudent to return to their quarters. What transpired here was of little concern to Honglian, as the matter had already been resolved. The pressing issue at hand was how to address the daimyo's predicament. Consequently, the group hastily made their way back to the meeting place. This time, however, the negotiators were the daimyo and Zhangju. The daimyo wore an expression of assured victory, despite the recent setback of their plans. Yet, he remained confident in his advantage. Surely, the Sound Ninja Village would acquiesce to the agreement, given their dwindling resources. Ultimately, victory was destined to be his. Ha! Zhangju took a sip of tea. "Well then, esteemed lord, let us continue our conversation. I hope the recent interruption has not dampened your spirits." Observing Zhangju's humility, the lord felt a sense of elation. "It is of no consequence. Surely your assistant, Honglian, has already briefed you on the current situation. There is little left to discuss. Simply affix your signature. Surely, you would not wish to see the village that you and your esteemed predecessors have painstakingly established reduced to ruins?" The lord tossed aside the previous agreement. As Jisuk gazed upon the document, he first noted the initial stipulation. The Sound Ninja Village must bear the responsibility for the transgressions committed against Konoha during the war years past, along with the associated losses. The 5th stipulation mandates that the Sound Ninja Village shall remit 30% of its annual income as a management tax to the feudal lord of the Land of Rice. After taking a deep breath, Jisuk felt an unnamed rage igniting within him. "Well, have you finished? Sign it quickly," Daisuke urged. He had no desire to linger in this ghastly place for even a moment longer. All he yearned for was to return swiftly to his joyful hometown. "Ha ha!" Zhangzhou burst into laughter, astonished at receiving such an inequitable treaty for the first time. Zhangzhou shook his head, seemingly convinced that some individuals had grown weary of life and required a lesson to be imparted. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and sign the document, or you shall face dire consequences," the daimyo threatened, pointing at Zhangzhou. "Ha! How could I forget that the first clause states the daimyo must unconditionally pay a reward of 10 million ryo?" The Sharingan activated, revealing 3 tomo. A formidable pressure enveloped the room, overwhelming everyone present. The daimyo was taken aback, visibly shaken. Wait, what precisely are you intending to do? I must warn you, attempting to murder a daimyo is a capital offense." Zhang Ji let out a cold laugh. "To put it plainly, the daimyo are merely a group of ineffectual flutterers, possessing some wealth and an abundance of land. I truly cannot fathom why, within the realm of Naruto, Madara does not eliminate all the daimyo to establish a clan of Uchiha. Is it due to some notion of legitimacy? What am I to do? Surely you are aware of this? I recall that the 2nd clause of the agreement stipulates the unconditional cession of land within a 10-kilometer radius surrounding the village to the Sound Village. Do you remember? The daimyo of the Land of Rice was paralyzed with fear, a yellow liquid escaping him. Those eyes, his nightmares. In his youth, he too had harbored dreams of becoming a ninja, only to one day encounter a malevolent Uchiha boy who effortlessly subdued their prideful warrior, pressing him into the ground. Fortunately, at that time, the boy had no intent to kill. Otherwise, he would have been unable to inherit the title of daimyo. However, he did abscond with 2 sacred artifacts that the Land of Rice had revered. Those eyes continue to haunt his dreams to this day. Yes, indeed. The daimyo of the Land of Rice no longer radiates the vibrant glow of earlier confidence and vigor. Now, He resembles a lifeless dog, subject to the whims of others. Jusuk observed the feeble demeanor of the daimyo of Tanno-kuni and found it utterly unremarkable. With a sense of disdain, he unsheathed his Kusanagi sword. You appear rather discontented. Do you not? He remarked, extending the Kusanagi towards the daimyo. Here, take this and strike my head. Come on. Initially, the daimyo was taken aback, bewildered by Jusuk's intentions. However, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he was seized by terror, his spirit nearly escaping him. Chapter 80. You squander the opportunity bestowed upon you. Come now. Strike my head. Zhang Zhu seized the hand of the esteemed noble, compelling him to grasp the Kusanagi sword, and then proceeded to slash towards his own neck. The onlookers, including Hong Lian and others, rushed forward in a desperate attempt to intervene. No need, he commanded, step back, all of you. Zhang Zhu remarked that the noble lord would not dare to act against him at all. It is likely that this noble lord wouldn't even have the courage to slay a single chicken, let alone take a life. How amusing. Come on. Zhang Zhu assisted Su Huang with a single thrust, seizing the Kusanagi sword. He patted his plump face and remarked, given you this opportunity, yet you prove to be ineffectual. Kneel before me. The lord of the land trembled in fear. You. The wielder of the Sharingan cast a fleeting glance at the feudal lord. With a thud, the lord fell to his knees. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me, he pleaded, frantically bowing his head, the sound echoing through the consciousness space, causing even the observer to wince. It was truly a sight of disgrace, preying upon the weak. Was there really a need to use Jinjutsu to control him? The observer inquired. Due to their bond as perfect Jinchuriki, an extraordinary connection existed between the two, allowing them to grasp each other's unspoken thoughts at times. There's no rush. Let him bow until he feels satisfied. The resounding thuds reverberated throughout the office. The feudal lord's head stained with blood. It was only thanks to Jusuk that the lord finally came to a halt. Very well, approach and sign the agreement. And you shall be free to leave. However, should you dare to cause trouble upon your return, be prepared to face dire consequences. With that, Jusuk unleashed the illusion of his Sharingan upon the lord. The lord leaped into the air, only to return to normalcy shortly thereafter. Zhang Zhu has placed a curse seal upon daimyo, such that any act of revenge or retaliation will instantly unleash an illusion, initiating a fatal sequence. The lethality rate, as Zhang Zhu has tested, stands at an alarming 99%. The remaining 1% accounts for deaths caused by external forces. What have you done to me? Zhang Zhu cast a fleeting glance, dismissing it as mere illusion. As long as the Sound Ninja Village remains unscathed, you shall remain unscathed as well. Do you understand? Do not entertain thoughts of seeking out some illusion master to unravel this. I assure you, you have no choice. Those so-called illusion masters, upon hearing the name of Uchiha, should comprehend the nature of the lion they are confronting. Even your trivial thoughts have been anticipated by Zhang Zhu. The heart of the daimyo lay in desolation. Enough of this idle chatter. Come now, let us finalize the agreement. Jusuk produced the agreement drafted by his shadow clone. The contents are as follows. Article 1. The daimyo shall unconditionally pay a remuneration of 10 million ryo to the Sound Village, which may be paid in installments. However, any interest losses incurred due to outstanding payments shall be borne by the Land of Rice. Article 2. The surrounding land within a 10-kilometer radius of the Sound Village shall be unconditionally ceded to the Sound Village at half price, with the associated costs to be covered by the Land of Rice. Article 3. An annual payment of 30% of the annual revenue shall be made to the Sound Village. This agreement shall be subject to my, Jusuk's, final interpretation. Numerous supplementary clauses have not yet been included, but may be gradually added as needed in the future. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Is it truly possible to maneuver in such a manner? What an extraordinary reversal of fate. But this was not the end. Jaitar once again grasped the shoulder of the esteemed individual, giving it a hearty pat. Do you know what my status is in Konoha? Zhang Ji inquired. Yet the Deming could only shake his head in frantic despair. All he yearned for was to escape this cursed place swiftly. That alone would suffice. As for revenge, he could let it be, for he was up against the detestable Uchiha brat. He felt utterly powerless against such a formidable opponent. The Deming was on the verge of tears. I am an S-rank rogue ninja. Zhang Zhu let out a gentle laugh. His identity as a traitor to the ninja has become a thing of the past. He has always aspired to be a good person. So, do you know what to do? Jae-suk blinked and smiled at Daimi, who instantly understood his meaning. In a hesitant tone, he remarked, "The land of rice is inviting you to take on the role of a sound shadow. You agree, yet deny any treachery against Konoha, asserting that all of this was orchestrated by those with ulterior motives. How does that sound?" With a nod of affirmation, Jae-suk replied, "Indeed, a promising pupil. The one with ulterior motives is Danzo, is it not? As for the specifics of your explanation, I shall not press further. You may take your leave," Zhang Zhu remarked, crossing his legs with a flourish. The renowned figure was elated, eager to depart from this wretched place. "Rest assured, my lord, I assure you with my integrity. There is absolutely no cause for concern." Whether he truly believed his own words was a matter only he could ascertain. Nevertheless, such musings were of little concern to Zhang Zhu. Simultaneously, a transport team composed of Konoha ninjas reached the borders of the land of rice. Only a few days remained until they would arrive at their destination, and many were filled with curiosity regarding the journey's conclusion. His former master, renowned as one of the legendary Sannin, had once held sway there. It remained uncertain how the Sound Village had fared in his absence. The cargo they were escorting could be traced back to the era of the Konoha collapse plan, a relationship that merits no further elaboration. In essence, this shipment bore the weight of time. This endeavor was not merely a simple transport of goods. It symbolized a thawing of relations between the two villages and an improvement in diplomatic ties. Thus, the composition of this escort was nothing short of extravagant. Apart from Naruto, all of the esteemed Konoha 12 were present, both to enhance their credentials and to hone their diplomatic skills. "Hey, Ino, what are you pondering?" A cart carried 4 young women, Tintin, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. The question came from none other than Sakura, Ino's close companion. "I'm not thinking about anything. You're just imagining things." In response, Sakura smirked, playfully poking Ino. "I bet you're daydreaming about him, aren't you? A lovesick girl. Oh dear, how embarrassing." Ino shot Sakura an exasperated glare. "We are not." "Humph. Zhang Zhu, being so kind to himself, I believe you should contemplate your beloved Sasuke more." The mere mention of Sasuke causes Sakura to blush intensely, as if a switch has been flipped. No disparaging words about Sasuke," she exclaims. "I have no idea who that is." For she cries and throws a tantrum, lamenting the absence of Sasuke's embrace, drawing a sympathetic chuckle from Ino. "Sakura, you're blushing." Immediately, Sakura retaliates with a surprise attack on Ino, while Hinata and Tintin, spectators of this playful rivalry, have grown accustomed to it long ago. Throughout their journey, this pair of plastic sisters has reconciled and quarreled more times than one can count, each time mending their bond within mere minutes. Even these plastic sisters harbor their own cherished dreams and fleeting affections. Naturally, Tintin and Hinata are no exception. In fact, Hinata has already begun to reminisce about that yellow-haired Leaf Village ninja. The tumultuous emotions of adolescence. What sparks will they ignite? Chapter 81, Aftermath. In the Sound Village, having resolved the affairs of the feudal lord, Zhang Zhu let out a sigh of relief. Initially, he simply wished to be a hands-off manager, observing Hong Lian and the others working diligently, not wanting to disturb them. Lacking significant experience in village management, he preferred the thrill of battle. With matters temporarily settled, Zhang Zhu thought he could finally rest. However, at that moment, Hong Lian called out to him. "Hey, are you planning to sneak away?" With her arms crossed and a playful smile, she looked at Zhang Zhu, who instantly felt a sense of foreboding. What do you intend to do?" Jae-suk, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up. Hong Lian smiled and gestured towards the towering stack of documents beside them. "As the newly appointed leader of the ninja village, shouldn't you fulfill your duties and tackle that mountain of paperwork first?" They gazed at the daunting pile of ominous documents. Jae-suk inhaled sharply. No. When Orochimaru asked him to take over, he did not elaborate on the matter so extensively. Has he been deceived? He vowed never to engage in tedious paperwork throughout his life. He yearned to be a free bird. This is the way it should be. "Look, Orochimaru." Zhang Ji raised his voice, indicating towards one side. As Hong Lian turned to look, he executed a swift body technique, leaping to the window. "I hereby appoint Hong Lian as the 3rd leader of the Sound Shinobi Village under the command of the 2nd leader of the Sound Shinobi Village. Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Zhu, with a mischievous grin, swiftly vanished without a trace, leaving behind a helpless Hong Lian. She gazed at the mountain of documents awaiting her attention, engulfed in a sense of despair. "Is it truly acceptable for you to shirk your responsibilities in such a manner?" The mistress expressed her discontent with Zhang Zhu's exceedingly irresponsible behavior. Zhang Zhu cast a sidelong glance at it. This pure being is nothing but a laborer, isn't it? In the previous life, I had already endured enough as a cheap labor force. Must I still succumb to fate in this life? No, my destiny is mine to command, not dictated by the whims of others. I refuse to be a mere laborer. At this moment, Zhangzhu suddenly recalled a pressing question. Alas, it seems I have forgotten to inquire about the whereabouts of the Crimson Lotus pharmacist. Aminos, oh dear, pharmacist, where art thou? My 2 pairs of nearsighted eyes are utterly reliant on you to invent contact lenses. In truth, Zhangzhu could wear regular glasses. However, those who have donned spectacles know that prolonged wear gradually shapes one's face to resemble that of the lenses. How fortuitous. I possess a vision of 5-0. Jasuke would rather lose his sight than conform to the shape of an eye. Thus, he urgently requires the pharmacist to invent contact lenses. However, Jasuke remains uncertain about their efficacy, as no one has ever attempted this. He believes that the consumption of a kaleidoscope is far from straightforward. When asked why he does not conduct an experiment, he admits to his inherent laziness. Nevertheless, he lets out a resigned sigh, deciding to postpone it until a later time. Alas, what a tumultuous period this is. After a brief respite, he must embark on another task that promises to fulfill many unspoken regrets. Yet, he wonders if he is truly capable of accomplishing it. Zhangzhu did not know. He and the mistress might not be able to defeat them. However, Susanoo would undoubtedly prevail. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed. The mistress's words offered a measure of encouragement to Zhangzhu, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are certain to win. So what is there to fear? At worst, they might fail gloriously. Ha ha. A loud, boisterous laughter erupted from Jasuke. For several consecutive days, during which nothing of significance transpired, he relished a rare opportunity for rest, especially with today's arrival of Konoha. In this span of time, Jasuke took the chance to inquire about the whereabouts of Kabuto. However, Honglian shook his head, indicating their ignorance on the matter. This response left Jasuke somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, his training did not wane as a result. Meanwhile, upon the surface of a tranquil lake, a voice inquired, "Did you hear me, Xiaosan?" Zhangzhu inquired, "Well, I have heard you. Let us commence the first fusion of today." In the realm of consciousness, Xiaosan appeared particularly earnest, a quality that Zhangzhu felt compelled to commend. Over the past few days of training, Xiaosan had demonstrated remarkable discipline, showing no signs of idleness or laziness. It seemed that enlightenment had finally dawned upon him. Very well, let us begin. With his arms positioned in a cross, he called forth the transformation of the tailed beast. As the term suggests, tailed beast transformation refers to the unique combat style employed by the Jinchuriki. It denotes the advantageous physical changes that occur when the host utilizes the chakra of the tailed beast within them. This transformation is inherently linked to the tailed beasts, hence its designation. Tailed beast transformation can be categorized into 4 distinct types: chakra leakage, chakra borrowing, half-tailed beast transformation, and complete tailed beast transformation. The first 3 varieties are largely ineffective, which is why he bypassed them. The final type, complete tailed beast transformation, is the subject of his recent studies. In this state, the Jinchuriki transforms into a tailed beast, manifesting in a colossal form that enables them to harness the true power of the tailed beast and unleash the full tailed beast bomb. It is undeniably impressive. Returning to the lesson, he emanated a brilliant blue chakra energy, causing the surrounding water elements to surge and become animated, encircling him in a protective semicircular formation. The transformation of Jasuke remains gradual, lacking the instantaneous nature exhibited by Naruto in his later stages. Moreover, the little third party had advised him that such matters cannot be rushed. Haste makes waste. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Madara. Of course, Jasuke added that last remark himself. Very well, Jasuke, maintain your composure. The little third party spoke within the realm of consciousness. Zhangzhu nodded. At this moment, he began to undergo a transformation. His physique gradually expanded, and 2 tails emerged behind him. Just then, the blue chakra grew increasingly volatile. Quick, Zhangzhu, absorb it. The azure chakra was none other than the tailed beast chakra of the 3 tails. Although Zhangzhu had gained the recognition of the small 3, the other chakras of the 3 tails did not acknowledge him as their new master. Therefore, Zhangzhu's task was to absorb this chakra. In an instant, he began to refine it. With a surge of determination, Zhangzhu tirelessly absorbed the remaining chakra of the 3 tails within the realm of his consciousness. Indeed, this was the essence of Zhangzhu. The small 3 was elated. For after countless days of effort, Its dark attribute chakra had been nearly refined by Zhangzhu. Naturally, it too had experienced a significant enhancement, just a tad more, and its entire dark attribute chakra would be restored. How could one not feel exhilarated by such progress? All right, understood. Now watch me. The kaleidoscope of assistance is revived. Within the realm of consciousness, one may open it freely without consequence, yet in the tangible universe, once activated, it becomes quite restrained. Beside it, the small mouth of the three-tailed creature was agape in astonishment. The power of Jotaro's eye technique has ascended to yet another height. Though there remains a considerable gap compared to that time with the red-vested figure, he has undoubtedly grown formidable. Chapter 82. Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. My brother Jotaro possesses the aura of the six paths, the last remnants of the three tails chakra. Sensing such a terrifying presence, were seized by panic and hastily fled in disarray. With a mischievous grin, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? You little thief. Do not attempt to escape. Savor my 10,000 flower tubes. In an instant, the remaining chakra of the three tails was so frightened that it dared not move. The remaining chakra of the three tails. I humbly plead for mercy. Thus, the remaining chakra was absorbed by him. Complete transformation into a tailed beast. Achieved. Returning to the realm of reality, a colossal figure gradually emerged, encircled by a half circle. It was entirely blue, enveloped in a layer of hard shell, adorned with countless sharp spikes. Its limbs were robust, and it boasted three tails. It was a gigantic tortoise. Behold the Xuanwu. If one possessed a divine perspective, the audience, along with him, would perceive that there was little difference between him and the three tails. The sole distinction lay in the hue. The Yin three tails bore a darker shade, while the Yang three tails appeared lighter. The most significant difference resided in the head. Where did the difference lie? Our little three tails had two eyes. Do not inquire why, for even the little three tails itself is unaware of the reason. At last, it has been accomplished. Within the realm of consciousness, the little three tails exclaimed with elation. Enough. Enough. You need not express your gratitude. I am but a legend. Suk, filled with self-importance, spoke with an air of arrogance. The third party regarded him with a look of disdain, leaving Suk visibly embarrassed. Enough of this chatter. Allow me a moment to acclimate to my body. Upon uttering these words, the tightly shut eyes of the three tails within the realm of consciousness suddenly flew open, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of the earth. In this moment, Zhangzhu feels as if he embodies the essence of the three tails, and the three tails seems to be a reflection of himself. It is indeed quite remarkable. The corners of Jusuk's mouth turned upwards towards the heavens. After a brief period of adjustment, Jusuk's nerves synchronized with the transformation of the three tails, enabling him to advance or retreat with effortless precision. It was akin to the sensation of mastering a manual transmission while learning to drive. Aminos, indeed, it was the second subject, I have confirmed. Before long, Jusuk became adept at navigating forward, heading straight towards the riverbank. At that moment, Little Three spoke up, urging, do not proceed any further. My pace on the shore is exceedingly slow. Zhangzhu, aren't you proficient in that meat and egg battle vehicle? Zhangzhu inquired, recalling that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Three Tails employed a technique known as Shadow Embrace. The Three Tails would curl its massive form, enveloping itself in its formidable and weighty shell, rolling forward with the speed of a wheel, utilizing its immense size and mass to crush its adversaries. Meat egg battle chariot? No, that's incorrect, the irate Shaosan retorted. It's called Shadow Embrace, you culturally deprived Uchiha bumpkin. Zhangzhu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. It's not too far off, really. It's quite similar to Ding Xi's adorable little one. Suddenly, a realization struck Shaosan. Had he ever mentioned to Zhangzhu that he was adept at the meat egg battle car? How could he possibly know? No, it must be the shadowy influence. How infuriating. Yet, upon reflection, Zhangzhu was indeed a seer. He was privy to all of Shaosan's past happenings. Ah, so that's it. Truly, my esteemed third master possesses unparalleled intellect. A proud grin spread across Shaosan's face. But wait, why was he feeling pleased? All right. Do hurry and explain why we cannot come ashore, he urged, playfully flicking Shaosan's bouncy head. Shaosan covered his head, glaring at the detestable Uchiha brat. How could you not understand? Though I have feet, I am not unlike a sea turtle in the ocean, lacking skill in climbing. No, how could I even be compared to such a creature? Yet, that is the essence of my meaning. Otherwise, How could I be the tailed beast with the deepest understanding of the singular nature of chakra among all tailed beasts? Is that truly the case? Zhangzhu understood that although the third party was inexperienced and playful, their research on water-style chakra was indeed unparalleled. In truth, there was originally no such thing as sea-style. It was merely an addition made by Zhangzhu. Consequently, the majority of his water-style ninjutsu would likely no longer require hand seals in the future. It would simply be a matter of a grand gesture. Of course, some techniques that necessitated mandatory hand seals could not be bypassed. So, what if I were to approach it in this manner? Zhangzhu manipulated the three-tailed beast to surge the lake water onto the land, inundating an expanse of approximately 100 meters to a depth of several centimeters. Upon witnessing this, Xiao San's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. Had he never contemplated such an approach before? It was indeed feasible. Xiao San exclaimed with delight. Why had he been so foolish in the past, never attempting such a method? No, it was all the fault of that detestable Xiao Yang, along with those ineffectual hosts. Zhangzhu was both amused and bewildered to discover that the third party was, in fact, a conceptual deity. He found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, he preferred not to elaborate on the specific maneuvers, intending to save those details for the heat of battle. What lay ahead could be regarded as the sole formidable asset of the three tails, the tailed beast ball. This S-rank ninjutsu, employed by the Jinchuriki during their transformation into a tailed beast, gathers tailed beast chakra in a ratio of 2:8 of yin to yang, causing the chakra to spin at high velocity. This process culminates in the formation of a dense black energy sphere, which, when ingested and then expelled in a linear fashion, results in a devastating explosion capable of obliterating entire mountains. Additionally, there exists the water iron cannon, which, while possessing considerable strength in the early stages, has waned in effectiveness as the battle progresses. Come forth, third party, unleash the tailed beast ball, Zhangzhu urged. The third party nodded, eagerly anticipating Zhangzhu's display of prowess. However, before proceeding further, Jie contemplated a matter, specifically the duration of the tailed beast transformation. In one episode, the Nine Tails mentioned that its beast transformation could only last for 9 minutes. Thus, Jisuk wonders how long his own beast transformation can be sustained. Hey, little one, how long can my beast transformation last? Zhangzhu inquired. What is the duration of the beast transformation? Xiaosan pondered for a moment before commencing calculations. Though Zhangzhu was unaware of the method behind this computation, approximately 10 minutes, he concluded, under the most favorable circumstances. This scenario would likely entail being submerged in water, with all conditions maximized. Zangetsu contemplates this matter. It is perplexing to discern who stands superior between him and Kizaru. Nonetheless, our dear little three is undeniably formidable. Is it not? Although it may lack sharp claws and a robust physique, and despite being overpowered by the Nine Tails during the tumultuous events of Naruto Shippuden, Zangetsu firmly believes that with his presence, Little Three possesses the capability to engage in battle with great valor. Zhangzhu did not ponder further and began to hold his breath, concentrating deeply. He gathered the tailed beast chakra, forming a small black orb in his mouth, meticulously adhering to a ratio of yin to yang of 2:8. Gradually, a black sphere emerged from the mouth of the three-tailed beast, which was fervently absorbing the surrounding chakra. Chapter 83. What do you say? The tailed beast ball continued to swell until it transformed into a full sphere. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed, but regrettably, it did not propel outward. Instead, it detonated within Zhangzhu's mouth. Jeitar was also met with a backlash, instantly manifesting his tailed beast form. Zhangzhu fell from a height into the lake, creating a perfect splash. With a resounding plop, he plunged into the water, which instantly provoked a fit of laughter from the third party. Clutching her stomach, she mocked Zhangzhu with wild derision. Zhangzhu's head was filled with dark lines. Was it not merely an explosion? That detestable tailed beast, just wait until I stew you and make a fish head soup. Stop laughing. Is it truly so amusing? Jisuk cast a sidelong glance at the third wheel. Ha ha ha. Take a good look at your own face. The third wheel covered their mouth, for they were indeed well trained. Unless unable to contain themselves, they would never allow a laugh to escape. Jisuk gazed into the reflection upon the lake's surface. Jeitar, I have transformed into a figure with an explosive hairstyle, my face shrouded in darkness, unmistakably the result of the tailed beast's blast. What can one say? Zhangzhu remained silent. The transformation into the tailed beast had been lifted, and today's mission was accomplished. Henceforth, he would simply practice the tailed beast chakra as the situation allowed. Consequently, Zhangzhu returned to the Sound Ninja Village. Upon his return, after a brief moment of refreshment, he learned of an intriguing piece of news. A group from Konoha had arrived. The expression on Jae-suk's face was filled with complexity. In truth, it mattered little whether she came or not. After all, he wished to see no one but her. Yet this time was different. Ino and the 12 young ninjas of Konoha had arrived, bringing forth the memories of the girl he cherished most dearly, the one who occupied his thoughts and heart. Jusuk vigorously rubbed his 2 pairs of nearsighted eyes, hoping to restore his vision and behold the delicate beauty of Ino's cheeks. Unfortunately, contrary to his wishes, his gaze remained painfully blurred. Jusuk yearned to embrace Ino, to tenderly kiss her lips and caress her cheeks. However, this was not the moment. With Kagaya's shadow still looming, what could be said of love's tender affections? Jae-suk felt a profound trepidation in the shadows, aware that several white absolutes might have set their sights upon him. If he were alone, he would not fear them in the slightest. His kaleidoscope would vanquish them in an instant. However, with Inoue by his side, the situation was entirely different. To act recklessly now would only invite calamity upon those around him, resulting in nothing but sorrow. What would he do if someone threatened Inoue? What actions would she take? Everything loomed over Jae-suk like a dense fog, the ominous clouds refusing to disperse. For now, he decided to remain still. Why does Jusuk strive for strength? It is only by becoming sufficiently powerful that one can protect those they wish to safeguard. From a single dot to 3 dots, he has transformed from an innocent child into a pillar of support. His feelings for her have gradually evolved from mere innocence to genuine affection. The night is deep. The air is slightly cool. The moonlight is exquisite, and the breeze is tranquil, gently caressing the wooden house where Jusuk resides, strumming the strings of his heart. Beside him, a vase holds a long-dried flower, a daisy gifted to him by Ino all those years ago. Jusuk has kept it close to him all these years. The language of daisies, love concealed within the heart. When Jusuk finally comprehended Inoue's words, it was already the present moment. It turned out that it was all a premeditated affection. Jusuk gazed at the moon with a foolish smile. Have you ever had feelings for someone, little 3? Zhangzhu summoned the little 3 and inquired. The little 3 cast a casual glance at Zhangzhu. What do you think? Oh, Zhangzhu exhibited a flicker of interest. Could it be that there was some significant news? Perhaps so. Shaoxin cast him a disdainful glance. I possess nothing of the sort. Do I appear to you as someone who, like yourself, perpetually pretends to be an emotionally brooding man? Daily, you merely feign indifference towards that wretched flower. The unrelenting mockery from Shaoxin left Zhangzhu in a state of dejection. Observing his demeanor, Shaoxin sighed in resignation. All right. Although I harbor no affections, I once merged with a Jinchuriki, and I am privy to some of her tales, including one of a simultaneous affection for 2 individuals. Is it that girl? Zhangzhu spoke of a girl named Lin, and Shaoxin nodded, beginning to narrate. In truth, I had already been cast aside. This tale resides within the dark chakra records of Xiao Yang's being, and I bear no responsibility for its veracity. Ahem. With a strategically placed cough, Shaoxin commenced her story. How shall I put it? She lived in an environment filled with affection. No, at that age, one might say it was more akin to infatuation. 2 charming and dashing young men were enamored with her, names we are all familiar with. I do not wish to delve into the specifics of what transpired. What I wish to convey is the intricate relationship she shared with these 2 young men. I hope this might inspire some reflection or insight within you. Zhangzhu nodded, for he was most enamored with tales of explosive romance. She found herself simultaneously captivated by 2 young men, both of whom harbored affections for her in return. Do you comprehend that sensation, the thrill of attraction? Initially, she became aware of this dynamic, prompting her to distance herself from the less favored suitor, Oudoudou, in order to cultivate the illusion of a singular devotion to the other. Can you fathom such intensity? At the outset, Zhangzhu was privy to this. As the narrative within Naruto had previously articulated, Lin held a fondness for Kakashi while nonetheless being concerned for Obito. Numerous bloggers and enthusiasts of the series affirm this notion with unwavering certainty. Of course, there exist some naive individuals who delight in the earthly persona of Oriental Zhangzhu, who merely chuckled at the absurdity before continuing to be shaped by the ancient sword and wine. I understand. Please, continue. The third party nodded and adjusted her posture. Do you know why this transpired? At that time, Oudoudou was indeed quite fragile and inept, struggling even with the fireball technique. Lin undertook these actions to motivate Oudoudou. And even more astonishing was her habit of caressing his head or face whenever he made even the slightest progress. Yet, she maintained the faade of a devoted maiden with singular affections for Kakashi. I proclaim myself as Lin's loyal companion. JZ. This is truly outrageous, isn't it? However, Rin is not the type of woman to be involved in such affairs. First and foremost, I must inform you that the young girl is rather pitiable. In truth, she harbors feelings for Oudoudou, yet she is unable to express them, as you well know. Zhangzhu nodded, though he did not comprehend the words. He felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. At that moment, Xiao San let out a sigh. Ah, unrequited love. How unfortunate it is to be overlooked by the mainstream. It seems rather unjust to Kakashi, does it not? Yet, he too harbors his own complexities. His affection is not as overt as Oudoudu's passionate displays. Rather, it is a silent devotion, a gradual manifestation of care. Chapter 84, The Kiss. Zhangzhu understands this. He believes that Lin has always held a fondness for Oudoudou. Did you know? Zhangzhu, I shall refrain from making any judgments. It is already sufficiently explosive. When I first encountered the memory of Yin's chakra, I was utterly astonished. What a tumultuous love triangle it is. Lin harbors affection for both. Yet she finds herself loving one out of affection for the other. Oudoudou loves Lin, believing she favors Kakashi, while Kakashi loves Lin, convinced she has feelings for Oudoudou. One must ponder. Sigh, the complexities of these three individuals. Poo-poo does not pass judgment. Rather, it has been utterly overwhelmed. It was only after that event, Oudoudu's feigned death, that she came to comprehend her own emotions. She loved both of them, each indispensable, though society would not accept it. Yet, regret came too late, for she had lost one beloved. Following this, the narrative of her and Kakashi unfolded, and one might think the tale concludes here, does it not? Time will reveal all, erasing the traces of existence. Even if one were as formidable as the Sage of Six Paths, history would merely grant you a few additional mentions. Perhaps the two would continue their lives in this manner. However, due to the Battle of the Bridge of God, I bear some responsibility. If it were not for my actions. Alas, at this juncture, the tone of the third party grew somber. It despised such a feeling. Zhangzhu gently patted the top of Xiao San's head. By that time, it had already been transformed into a weapon, and the blame could not be laid upon it. She is gone, is she not? Departed in the embrace of another lover, leaving behind an abyss of sorrow and regret. Those were two men who could willingly offer their hearts for him. My chakra can sense the melancholy beneath the kaleidoscope, a love unfulfilled. Death, once it occurs, cannot be reversed, can it? After finishing, Xiao San sighed. Do not allow your life to be marred by regret. You harbor feelings for her. Do you not? Xiao San glanced at Zhangzhu, whose eyes were incapable of deceit. Whenever Zhangzhu spoke the truth, his eyes would flutter ever so slightly. Indeed. Zhangzhu responded with a nod, his eyes indeed blinking twice as Xiao San had described. Very well, if the opportunity arises, let us not leave ourselves with regrets, shall we? Xiao San remarked. In that moment, Xiao San transformed into an emotional mentor, dispelling Zhangzhu's confusion. Listening to Xiao San's words was more enlightening than reading the same fan fiction 10 times. You are right. I am grateful to you. I, too, wish to avoid drifting aimlessly in thoughts, do I not? Xiao San nodded, recognizing that this was the true Zhangzhu, a spirited, confident, and courageous Uchiha boy. Then I shall depart and return shortly. With newfound courage, Zhangzhu decided to seize every opportunity that presented itself, believing that concerns of the future could wait. Savoring the present was paramount. A true warrior, after discerning the essence of life, continues to embrace it, boldly confronting existence. Let us go, Zhangzhu declared. As the little one chuckled, extending a tiny hand to bid farewell. Watching Zhangzhu retreat, a mischievous smile crept across her face. Finally, he had departed. The cake in the fridge. Here I come. In the office building of the Sound Ninja, the 12 young heroes of Konoha were engaged in conversation with the third leader of the Sound Village, Honglian. However, not everyone was required to partake in this dialogue. The representatives for this exchange were Niji, Shikamaru, and Sakura. Speaking of Sakura, it is worth noting her significant transformation. Although she is yet to reach the heights of the era that follows, her growth is unmistakable. After all, she has managed to keep pace with the likes of Naruto and Sasuke. Let us refrain from any unwarranted criticism, otherwise, the battle-hardened Sakura may not be to your liking. It is essential that she does not remain stagnant while others advance. Meanwhile, the others enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, wandering about the Sound Village. Ino, however, seemed somewhat distracted, preoccupied with thoughts of her beloved Zhangju. Earlier, while gathering intelligence, they had learned of the news regarding the succession of the second leader of the Sound Ninja. The mention of this new leader's name left the 12 young heroes of Konoha in sheer astonishment. Uchiha Zhaojian. That name has become a sensitive topic in Konoha. Parents often invoke his name to quiet their crying children, and its effectiveness is undeniable. Adding a touch of wickedness to the name ensures immediate compliance. Of course, within Konoha, they were not overly shocked by Zhangju's ascension to leadership. They had intended to inquire about his position with Honglian. However, their questions were met with refusal, compelling them to relent. After all, they had come to forge a friendly cooperation agreement with the Sound Village, not to pursue rogue ninjas. Thus, Ino remained restless throughout the day, finding even the sweet drink she had just consumed to be devoid of flavor. Deep down, she sensed that Zhangju was somehow close by. Meanwhile, Zhangju continued on his path. One cannot help but lament the unkindness of the night towards those afflicted with myopia, particularly those who eschew their spectacles. The realm of visibility is woefully limited, scarcely amounting to even half of what one might perceive during daylight. Moreover, without the presence of a guiding companion, one feels akin to a blind wanderer, aimlessly traversing the surroundings. Should one happen upon Ino, it would merely be a stroke of fortunate luck. In his heart, Zhangju contemplated how he might locate Nya. Gazing upon the lengthy commercial street, he fell into a pensive silence, standing tall and surveying the expanse before him. Thus, Zhangju resolved to ascend to the upper floors. He was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Inoue shared the same intentions, albeit their paths were sequential rather than simultaneous. Jisuke was the first to ascend to the second floor of a building. Below, a lively throng bustled with activity. Young men danced energetically, culinary enthusiasts crafted miniature hamburgers, and trainees, who had practiced for 2.5 years and had a penchant for singing, dancing, running, and basketball, filled the air with their exuberance. The atmosphere was serene. Although the Hidden Sound Village lacked the vibrancy of the Hidden Leaf Village, it still possessed its own charm. After all, Orochimaru hailed from Konoha and held an affinity for its bustling allure. Unlike the desolate Suna, Jisuke decided to take a brief respite here before embarking on a gradual search. However, some events are inescapable, and some occurrences arrive precisely when they are meant to. Without warning, an ambush struck. Initially, Jisuke was oblivious to the impending danger. Jisuke-kun. A girl gently prodded his back, prompting him to turn around. His lips were abruptly captured by her enticing ones, leaving him momentarily startled. In a subconscious response, his hands encircled the slender waist of the girl, whose tall and graceful figure was playfully teasing his fingers with her ponytail. Their lips intertwined, and the girl's kiss held a fatal allure for Jisuke, ensnaring him in its depths. It was a taste he knew all too well, one he cherished above all. The experience of a first kiss is invariably awkward. Jisuke and Ino were no exception. Rather than a kiss, it resembled an innocent collision, leaving Jisuke slightly breathless. Ino, he murmured softly as he brushed aside the strands of her hair. This was his first kiss. Yet it was equally a brave girl's gift to the one she adored. Surely, you wouldn't strike me, would you? Chapter 85. Depths That Night. The exterior was ablaze with lights and filled with merriment, while a gentle breeze wafted through the building, carrying the sweet scent of osmanthus. The moonlight was exquisite, and the wind was delightfully enchanting. Humans are perpetually greedy. After experiencing the first time, one invariably seeks a second and a third. I entrust you with this. Upon Jisuke's utterance, Ino replied softly, her voice barely audible, just enough for the two of them to hear. Following that, their kiss intensified further. The initial awkwardness had vanished, and Ino transitioned from being the dominant partner to Jisuke's singularly overwhelming presence. Under the haze of hormones, both lost their previous restraint, boldly pursuing their primal desires. Ino, cradled in Jisuke's embrace, felt as precious as a gem, cherished within his arms. As for the onlookers, apologies, but they had all been discreetly dispelled by Jisuke's genjutsu, leaving only the two of them on the expansive terrace. Their souls intertwined, they once again became enmeshed in one another until breathlessness compelled them to part. Puffing softly, a shimmering line of clarity flickered between their gazes. Ino's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Only the two of them were privy to the events that had just transpired. Zhangju felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gently caressed Ino's silky hair. His gaze lingered upon her luscious lips, where his obsidian pupils reflected a universe of stars. He leaned in, planting a tender peck upon her sweet mouth, causing Ino's cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of crimson. At that moment, her mind was a whirlwind, utterly devoid of coherent thoughts. Ino. Zhangzhu embraced her, resting his head upon her shoulder. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch into eternity. Jingyi, too, relished this rare tranquility. An unspoken understanding lingered between them. The moonlight softly closed its eyes. As the sun ascended high into the sky, Jingyi awoke from her slumber. At that moment, her entire body felt as if it had been disassembled, overwhelmed by an indescribable ache. Reflecting on the madness of the previous day, her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. Indeed, last night had been utterly wild. Jingyi covered her face. The relentless assault, akin to a tempest, truly overwhelmed her. His broad back, sturdy muscles, and remarkably solid six-pack abs were undeniably formidable. At that moment, she had already pleaded for mercy, yet he remained unyielding. A circle of strawberry marks adorned her neck, and Ino scolded herself. How could she possibly face anyone today? If Sakura and the others discovered it, she would be utterly mortified. That wretched, despicable, insufferable man, she thought, her small fist furiously pounding the bed covers. Meanwhile, the man beside her had long vanished from sight. He was no longer within her line of vision. In the kitchen, Jasek held his lower back, reminiscing about the wildness of the previous night. Ino clung to him like a mischievous kitten entwined with an octopus. He almost forgot what on earth was going on next door. At the break of dawn, they had sent over a gift of ginseng and deer antler wine. Jasek found himself at a loss for words. Did they truly believe that the soft gasps and subtle movements from last night hinted at something more? It is astonishing how the mind can wander into the realm of the suggestive, even at the mere sight of a small opening, igniting a flurry of imagination. Is he truly that kind of person? It is quite perplexing. Nonetheless, he appreciated the good intentions of his neighbors. Moreover, nothing untoward transpired last night. He and Ino merely embraced and fell asleep together. He had simply been overwhelmed by hunger, which led to a fervent exchange of kisses with Ino. Yet he had not indulged in any meal. At present, he merely reaped a small return on his affections. Certainly not the actions of a hypocrite taking advantage of the vulnerable. The discomfort in his back was not a sign of weakness, rather, it stemmed from the awkward position he maintained while holding Ino throughout the night, leaving him slightly sore. As he reminisced, a smile crept upon Jasek's lips. Unable to contain his delight, he finally understood the significance of his feelings for SG. Let us embrace the simplicity of being ordinary, he thought. He earnestly hoped for Ino's guidance in this newfound connection. In Jasek's heart, the missing piece of his puzzle had finally come together. Rising early today, he mused that had it not been for those neighbors, he might still be nestled beside Ino, a thought that filled him with joy. After their time together on the rooftop, they had affirmed their relationship. Though there were no flowers to accompany his confession, no candles to illuminate the moment, nor any meticulously crafted romantic gestures, his affection for her was genuine. Does love require a reason? Must it be justified? Perhaps not. Following that moment, their fingers intertwined, binding their hearts together. Jasuk bestowed upon Ino the cherished Sky of Dawn ring that he had long treasured. The sight of the object evoked memories of the person. Lingering in his thoughts, the two strolled through the bustling night market of the hidden sound village, indulging in culinary delights along the way, spending a total of 131 yuan and 40 cents. I've forgotten the currency system from Naruto, so let us refer to it as soft sister currency. And please refrain from calling it trivial. They purchased matching pajamas, savored exquisite milk tea, relished delicious grilled sausages, and enjoyed teppanyaki. With their hearts full of satisfaction, they finally returned home. Zhangzhi's new residence in the Sound Ninja village is quite spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms. It also includes an electric device for entertainment, allowing one to rest and sleep when fatigued. This abode was specially approved for Zhangzhi by Orochimaru. Upon returning home, the two individuals promptly began their ablutions. After completing their washing, they almost. Jasek gently tousled Ino's damp hair. Subsequently, the two became entwined, enveloped in a fragrant embrace. This sentiment epitomizes the notion that a brief separation can rekindle affection. Ino exuded a delightful scent reminiscent of milk, which was utterly enchanting. Thus, the two engaged in tender affection, fervently sharing passionate kisses, occasionally emitting soft, endearing sounds. Their kisses transcended those shared on the rooftop, showcasing a newfound proficiency. Their breathing had nearly become second nature. At times, they were tender and lingering, while at others, they unleashed a tempestuous fervor, gradually mirroring one another's essence. Indeed, that night had nearly escalated into something more, yet Jasek had restrained himself. The moment was not yet ripe, though Ino was prepared after hearing Josuke's heartfelt reasoning. She grasped his intentions. Naturally, she understood, for the man before her was the one she cherished most. Josuke, too, had long since contemplated the prospect of surviving the Fourth War, pondering whether, should he endure, she would accompany him to witness the myriad wonders of life. Eventually, Josuke succumbed to slumber, likely exhausted from the day's events. Now, Ino lay peacefully, akin to a little lazy pig, still nestled in sleep. Midday was yet to arrive, and morning was swiftly fading. However, Josuke surmised that Ino would soon awaken, prompting him to prepare a delightful breakfast. Chapter 86. The Egg of Love Life is a series of joyous reunions interspersed with poignant farewells. I did not meet you in the prime of my life. Rather, it is through our meeting that I have experienced this most splendid time. In truth, Josuke desired to retrieve the cake from the refrigerator, yet upon inspecting it, he found no trace of the cake whatsoever. As for the troublesome Mitsuba, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Josuke had no intention of summoning him back. After all, even if he were to capture him, it would be futile, for the summoned Mitsuba possessed no tailed beast chakra, only the ordinary water attribute chakra. Zhangju was plagued by doubts, suspecting that perhaps the mistress had indulged in the cake, yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate this claim. Nevertheless, he could confidently assert that there was a 60% likelihood that she was responsible. Thus, Zhangju stretched his limbs and retrieved eggs, bread, bacon, butter, and lettuce from the refrigerator. He decided to craft a simple sandwich. The process of sandwich making is, in fact, quite straightforward. The key lies in the proper frying of the egg. Only by ensuring the egg is perfectly cooked can the sandwich truly be delectable. Zhangju, with deftness, slices the bread in half and places it into the toaster for baking. He then melts butter in a skillet. Once the butter has sufficiently melted, he adds a suitable amount of bacon, frying it until both sides are golden brown, before using tongs to transfer it to a plate for later use. Subsequently, he cleans the pan and reignites the heat to evaporate any residual moisture. Now comes the pivotal moment of frying the egg. The challenge in this task lies in the necessity to adhere to the meticulous methods of Uchiha. To achieve a delectable sandwich, it is imperative that the egg remains free of any impurities. As the egg is cracked, it is crucial that no shell fragments or foreign particles enter the mix, for such imperfections would compromise its flavor. This aspect proves to be the most arduous. Zhangju recalls how Itachi taught him the art of frying eggs. Initially, he thought Itachi's Sharingan was merely a gimmick for show, but he now realizes that he had witnessed Itachi using his Sharingan to fry eggs during his childhood. However, Itachi did not employ the Manjiki Sharingan in that instance. Reflecting on this now evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. Even to this day, Zhangju vividly remembers Itachi's flustered expression while striving to perfect the fried egg. Yet today, the time has come for him to take on this challenge himself. He heats oil in the pan, allowing it to spread evenly across the surface for a minute of preheating. Next, he gently cracks the egg, leading to the most crucial step. He carefully separates the egg from its shell and places it into the skillet, a moment that requires Zhangju to activate his Sharingan. In a flash, he meticulously eliminates all impurities from the egg. This entire process must not exceed the time it takes for the underside of the egg to cook. For exceeding this limit necessitates flipping it. If not flipped, the underside may burn, adversely affecting the texture. Conversely, if flipped too soon, impurities may remain within the egg, further detracting from its quality. The resulting egg would possess an unpleasant crunch from unwanted remnants. At the very instant the egg falls, Sharingan, activate the eyes. Zhangju sensed that the speed at which the egg descended had slowed. Meanwhile, the impurities within the egg were magnified under the influence of his Sharingan. Unbeknownst to him, a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique had appeared in his hand, swiftly extracting all the fragments. Truly, the Sharingan is an exceptional tool for culinary endeavors. With a sigh of amazement, Zhangju extracted every fragment in an instant, and the Uchiha egg was flawlessly completed. As for the reason why it did not require a plate of eggs like Itachi's earlier endeavor, the most probable explanation lies in the fact that the eggs from the Sound Ninja Village were derived from Orochimaru's experimental chickens. Furthermore, after being free-range for 2.5 years, the eggs produced were indeed peculiar. In no time, several fried eggs were successfully prepared. Simultaneously, a distinct sound resonated, indicating that the bread had also been perfectly baked. The delectable sandwiches were now ready to be plated. However, there remained one final step yet to be employed. Josuke took out the salad dressing along with the ketchup. As Josuke rummaged through the condiments, Ino embraced him from behind. At this moment, Josuke's heart raced. Ino's embrace nearly sent his younger brother soaring. "Are you awake?" Zhangzhu gently grasped Jing Ye's hands and inquired softly. "Ah, you're awake. Are you preparing breakfast for me?" Zhangzhu held Ino captive in his embrace, gently caressing her swan-like neck. The traces of last night's fervor lingered still. "Ah, if only there were some salad dressing or ketchup, but for now." As Jasuk smiled knowingly, he too felt a pang of hunger. Realizing he needed something to eat, his fingers caressed the petals of Ino's lips. "How Without granting Ino the opportunity to speak, Jasuk leaned in for a kiss. Ino's small fist struck Jasuk's chest. Still kissing. Was last night's kiss not enough? Yet here they were again. Ino experienced a blend of pain and pleasure. This continued for approximately 5 minutes. Jasuk has finally ceased his assault. "What do you think?" Jasuk embraced Ino, his hands roaming up and down her form. Ino shot him an annoyed glance, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. "Humph, you scoundrel. Was last night's kiss not sufficient? Just look." Ino gestured to her lower lip, where a particular spot had been marked by Jasuk. That little wolf cub, leaving a purplish bruise. Jasuk awkwardly waved his hand. Who could blame Ino for being so endearing? He was simply too hungry. He could never get enough of those affectionate moments, not even in a lifetime. Jasuk gently pecked at Ino's forehead, unable to resist due to her irresistible charm. Following this, he displayed a pitiful expression, his eyes conveying a sense of grievance. Ino, with a playful pout, playfully struck him with her small fists for a moment, exclaiming, "What did I do to deserve this?" It was evident that Ino had no intention of withholding affection from Jasuk. Their playful banter was simply the delightful frolic of young lovers. This was far from a mere goblin fantasy. They were, after all, the embodiment of pure love. After indulging in their playful antics for a while, the couple eventually remembered that they had breakfast, or was it lunch, to attend to. Regardless, there was still food awaiting them, prompting their reluctant separation. Jasuk found mayonnaise and ketchup, crafting a delightful sandwich with cheese nestled between 2 slices of bread. Presenting the sandwich before Ino, she rested her chin in her hand and gazed at him. "Would you be so kind as to feed me?" Ino playfully winked with her left eye, teasing at Jasuk's heartstrings. Ahem. Zhangzhu nodded and moved to sit beside Ino. He meticulously cut the sandwich into small, manageable pieces, perfect for savoring. He extended a small morsel toward Ino, encouraging her to sample the exquisite flavors of the Uchiha clan. Ino slightly parted her lips, allowing the bite to slip in, and began to relish the taste. Suddenly, a spark of delight illuminated her senses. "How is this egg so delectable?" she marveled, finding it hard to believe that this egg was so distinct from the ones she usually consumed. Though its appearance and aroma bore familiarity, the flavor was undeniably unique. "Truly delicious." With a gentle smile, Jasuk remarked, "This egg is crafted from the power of love of the Uchiha clan. How could it possibly taste anything less than exquisite?" Chapter 87. All beautiful moments must come to an end delicious. Ino's eyes sparkled with delight. The flavors danced upon her palate, each note perfectly balanced. The freshness of the egg, the aroma of the bread, and the harmonious blend of various seasonings elevated this simple sandwich into something extraordinary. The crowning glory was undoubtedly the egg. Ino closed her eyes, savoring the delectable dish, her mind drifting towards visions of a blissful married life. Jasuk, the diligent husband, would earn a living and manage household affairs, while she would simply need to remain as beautiful as a flower, enjoying breakfast each morning. A deep flush crept across Ino's cheeks as such thoughts, tinged with youthful innocence, rendered her bashful. Internally, she admonished herself, "Ino, how could you be so indulgent? Why dwell on such frivolous fantasies?" Of course, these sweet little secrets were unbeknownst to Jasuk. At this moment, Jae-zu is gently gazing at Ino, taking advantage of the fleeting remnants of his vision. He wishes to observe her a little longer, just a bit more. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot evade their fate. Zangetsu is acutely aware that he is drawing closer to the abyss of permanent blindness. Jiraiya-sensei, his demise is not merely an unresolved sorrow for countless childhoods. It serves as a pivotal moment, a necessary catalyst for the progression of the narrative. It is essential for the protagonist's evolution. Yet it is not a requisite for Zangetsu himself. Every cause has its consequence. If this is the case, could Zangetsu's journey through time also alter the original course of fate? Jiraiya imparted invaluable lessons to Zangetsu, many of which may now seem inapplicable. Nevertheless, the wisdom he gained remains a lifelong treasure. Jiraiya could have summoned Garo from my Bokuzen through reverse summoning. subsequently unleashing a colossal sage art, supergiant Rasengan, to eradicate the malevolent forces threatening his teachings. Yet, he refrained from such action. Why? It is because of the inherent goodness that resides within Garo, a fervent spirit that ignites with the fire of passion in every gesture he makes. He embodies the relentless pursuit of dreams, a child of ambition who cannot turn back before achieving victory. Throughout the 3 years of training, Jiraiya observed every detail. Naruto's casualness contrasted with Garo's meticulousness. In truth, Garo did not commit any egregious acts. He merely preserved a fragment of the values derived from his past life in the East. A youth nurtured in the gentle spring breeze, under the embrace of the red flag, would never engage in actions that could wield a profoundly negative impact on society, regardless of his surroundings. Zhangzhu is precisely such an individual who eternally cherishes the core values of socialism, ensuring that he brings no disgrace to our homeland. Unlike those ostentatious time travelers who frequently utter, "You have already chosen the path of demise." Conversely, Jiraiya steadfastly believes in Zhangzhu's innocence. Zhangzhu, indeed. It is all the doing of Danzo, asserting that all of this is a result of external coercion. This conviction is the reason Jiraiya refrains from purging his wayward disciples. And it also elucidates Zhangzhu's determination to rescue Jiraiya. Once a disciple, forever a father figure. In truth, Zhangzhu's motivations extend beyond this. He seeks to engage with the mystic arts possessed solely by the legendary Sannin. This is the whimsical reverie that dances through Zhangzhu's mind at this very moment. Meanwhile, Ino has finished her sandwich. "I'm done." Ino's melodious voice gently pulls Zhangzhu back to the realm of reality. Jae-suk replied, "All right. I will wash the dishes and then take you for a stroll around the Hidden Sound village." In response, Ino nodded. Jae-suk placed the dishes into the sink and picked up the scrubber to clean them. In the Hidden Sound village, the atmosphere of the bustling commercial street was markedly different from the enchanting glow of the evening. It exuded a gentle tranquility. Early in the morning, numerous merchants had already set up their stalls. "Look, Jae-suk, over there, 2 men are performing," Ino exclaimed, leaping up as she spotted the duo showcasing their talents. Having never witnessed such a novel spectacle, she eagerly tugged Jae-suk towards the performance. Jae-suk firmly grasped Ino's hand, intertwining their fingers as if fearing they would be separated in the next moment. Their performance attracted a throng of onlookers, among them a round-faced individual with smooth, oversized eyes, reminiscent of a cat, and another who bore an uncanny resemblance to a small potato, referred to as Little Tiger, along with Little Knife. Little Tiger knelt on the ground, hands resting on his knees, his body leaning to the right, eyes fixed ahead as if gazing into eternity. Scattered around him were several shattered bricks. As Jae-suk and Ino observed, the crowd erupted in cheers. "All right, everyone, focus your attention on me," shouted Little Tiger, rising to his feet, arms raised to the heavens, proclaiming his declaration to the world. "I am here to perform something extraordinary." His tone was imbued with a confidence and pride that suggested he held the world in his hands. Upon concluding his declaration, he and Little Knife executed an unusual dance. Leaping on one foot while the other swung back and forth like a pendulum, set to a song that evoked the essence of summer. Their movements transcended time, evoking memories of a bygone era and the joys of youth. The repetitive dance steps soared to the climax of the music, prompting reflections on one's own past, the irretrievable yesterdays and cherished moments. The entire spectacle, reminiscent of a jester's antics, reached a pinnacle that captivated the hearts of millions. Jae-suk and Ino were profoundly moved, their fingers clasping each other even tighter. As the music abruptly ceased, these two brothers drew the audience back to reality. Little Tiger proceeded to perform tricks involving biting a lighter and igniting firecrackers, while Little Knife entertained the crowd with balloon blowing and tall tales, eliciting hearty laughter. At this moment, art had been realized. Following this, Jae-suk and Ino ventured to witness the melodic performance of the songstress captain and the graceful dance of the young girl Kuin. It was a spectacle of unparalleled brilliance, starkly contrasting their lives in Konoha. Here, there was little clamor or treachery. Everyone exuded simplicity and kindness, unlike the environment of Konoha. However, all splendid moments must eventually come to an end. Even the most perfect of dates must face the time for farewells. The 12 young warriors received directives from Lady Tsunade, instructing them to return to the village immediately upon the completion of their mission. Zhangzhu understood the step that Itachi was about to take. He sighed deeply. Itachi's life had been a drifting existence for half of his years, devoid of the right to choose life. Yet he at least possessed the right to choose death, did he not? Farewells are but a prelude to better reunions. On that familiar rooftop, in a tender embrace, Josuke and Ino find solace in each other. She is your everything, and you are her one and only. From the gentle touch of a dragonfly to the tempestuous conclusion, Josuke, I love you. Under the witness of the setting sun, the young girl confesses her profound affection for Josuke. With a smile, Josuke leaned in close to Ino's ear and whispered, Chapter 88, we're almost there. Ino departed, taking Josuke's heart along with him. The lingering scent still seemed to linger by the bedside. On the balcony hung their matching couple outfits. In a state of confusion and uncertainty, for several consecutive days, nothing of significance transpired. Little Three had recently returned, and Zhangju was initially concerned that it had been simmered into a broth by someone else. However, observing its rather smug demeanor, it seemed that it had thoroughly enjoyed its escapades. Thus, the two resumed their practice of the tailed beast bomb. After being launched into the air multiple times, Zhangju finally succeeded in executing the tailed beast bomb. He has now mastered the art of unleashing it. Nevertheless, the instantaneous release and the subsequent transformations still require further refinement. This is Uchiha Zhangju, embodying the power of the divine. Little Three, do you feel confident in facing the 6 paths of pain again? Little Three grew wary. What do you mean? Do you want me to confront those terrifying entities? It quailed. The reason for its trepidation was simple. While a few of the 6 paths might be manageable for Zhangju, the collective force of all 6 together would undoubtedly create a situation akin to the last encounter, one where neither side emerged victorious. Moreover, Little Three was particularly fearful of the hungry ghost path, which possessed the ability to absorb chakra, including that of the tailed beasts. What would happen if they were ambushed while in their tailed beast forms? The youth today showed no sense of martial ethics. He shot at a glance. I didn't ask you to confront it head-on. We are here to save a life, and when the battlefield is set in the water, you will undoubtedly be able to unleash your full potential. Zhangju, standing nearby, boasted with bravado. The mistress quickly waved her hand, urging discretion among their own. Hee. She chuckled. In principle, there should be no issues, provided the confrontation does not linger excessively. By the way, you must refrain from employing your eyes again. Do you hear me? Not even the Sharingan is permissible. Josuke felt a twinge of emotion. After all, he wasn't blind, was he? Yes, I understand. Zhangju responded promptly. Xiaosen perceived that Zhangju's reaction was merely perfunctory. Consequently, with gritted teeth, he warned, if you dare to disregard my instructions, be wary that I shall withhold your tailed beast transformation. As he spoke, 3 small tails rose in the air, resembling a fluffed-up kitten, leaving Zhangju both amused and exasperated. Zhangju acknowledged his mistake and nodded earnestly once more, which finally appeased the third party. Meanwhile, on Itachi's side, the legendary training ninja, Otsutsuki, fell to the hands of Kisame and Itachi, with the two successfully capturing the 4 tails, marking the demise of a renowned master. Itachi was also aware that Sasuke's snake team had been persistently searching for him. Back in Konoha, upon hearing the news of the 4 tails capture, Tsunade dispatched Team 7 and Team 8 to locate Itachi. The teams proceeded without hindrance until they encountered a peculiar scene. While searching for Itachi, Yamato sensed something amiss. What malevolent force lurks here? Yamato gazed ahead, but found nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated from the front. It seemed one could not hide for long. Kabuto, concealed not far away, slowly emerged, half of his hood shrouding his figure, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. Yamato's expression turned grim. Kabuto, I didn't expect you to come knocking at my door. With that, he prepared to attack. Kabuto did not respond to Yamato's inquiry, but instead clarified. I merely wished to have a proper conversation with Naruto. The hood obscured Kabuto's true visage, leaving Naruto somewhat surprised, wondering what Kabuto wished to discuss with him. Yamato, dismissive, declared with righteous fervor, Stop your prattling. This time, I shall bring you to justice. Yamato leaped into an offensive stance. Naruto interjected, Hey, Kabuto. You must know the whereabouts of Sasuke and Zhangju, right? If Zhangju were present, he would undoubtedly be moved. After all, the prince had not forgotten about him. It appeared that their childhood bond remained strong. Although this somewhat inconvenienced Naruto, who was left to grapple with his own inner turmoil. Cough, cough. Still prattling on about Sasuke and Zhangju, I see. Kabuto remarked, reflecting on the one who had slain his most revered Orochimaru and another who had vanished at that time, now likely succeeding as the leader of the Sound Village. Before Kabuto could continue, Naruto pressed on. Is it true that Sasuke killed Orochimaru? At this, Kabuto sighed and nodded. Yes, that is indeed the case. However, more importantly, I believe you would be interested in what I have brought for you. Kabuto produced a notebook from his bosom. What is that? Naruto inquired. Kabuto explained, it is intelligence I previously gathered regarding the Akatsuki organization. Why? Yamato scoffed. Are you trying to use this to gain Konoha's protection now that Orochimaru is no longer around? No, you misunderstand. To trade with such trivial things would lack sincerity. Especially with Konoha, Kabuto replied. Yamato's expression shifted, sensing something was amiss. What do you mean? As far as I know, you're not being hunted by the Akatsuki like Orochimaru was. Kabuto glanced at the notebook. It's nothing, merely a gesture of gratitude towards Naruto, nothing more. Moreover, Naruto is currently being pursued by the Akatsuki, ISNT. After Orochimaru's demise, I have felt lost, unable to ascertain my current position. Perhaps I should have accepted Orochimaru's commission like Zhangju. Kabuto, aware of his own descent, chuckled at his predicament. He tossed the notebook to Naruto. Wait, what did you say? Orochimaru's commission? Do you know where Zhangju is? Speak quickly. Naruto's curiosity was piqued as he questioned Kabuto. Hinata remained silent nearby. It seemed Tsunade had not informed Naruto of Zhangju's succession as the leader of the Sound Village. Kabuto disregarded Naruto's inquiries and began to muse aloud. Not knowing who I am, unable to be chosen, undefined, my identity lacks recognition from others. I believe you must have experienced this as well, Naruto. You can surely understand my current plight. Naruto frowned. He despised grandiloquent discourse, believing that once a decision was made, one must pursue it resolutely. How could I possibly understand what you've said? Kabuto retorted coldly. Are you a fox spirit? The Nine Tails? Or Naruto, Uzumaki? You, who have endured the indifference of others, must have felt the sting of being unacknowledged. But you are different from me. You have a group of companions, and you have identified yourself as Naruto Uzumaki. As for me, Kabuto erupted in laughter, his hood blown away by the wind. The crowd gasped in shock. Kabuto's skin bore an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru's. A thought flickered in Naruto's mind. A man even more deranged than Orochimaru. Kabuto spread his arms wide. I can sense a self that surpasses Orochimaru. When I completely surpass him, we shall meet again, but first, I must defeat Sasuke, who has transcended Orochimaru. At that moment, Naruto was triggered, rushing forward. Hey, what are you planning to do to Sasuke? His Rasengan was primed and ready. However, Kabuto employed ninjutsu to escape, leaving behind a sinister expression that filled Naruto with deep concern for Sasuke's safety. Meanwhile, Sasuke was engaged in a fierce battle with Deidara. Both had exhausted their techniques, and the confrontation had reached its climax, leaving them both at the brink of collapse. Deidara's hatred for the Uchiha clan, particularly Sasuke, stemmed from a past encounter when Itachi had effortlessly obliterated his cherished art with his Sharingan. That was his art. Art is an entity that must not be desecrated. The matter pierced the artist's heart, for only art is worthy of devotion. Among the Uchiha clan, there was but one whom Deidara did not despise, Uchiha Sasuke. Deep down, Deidara believed they were kindred spirits, both artists in their own right, for he would not have uttered such heartfelt words otherwise. Although Sasuke's betrayal irked him, he could not overlook the fact that Sasuke had not employed Jinjutsu during the act, which earned him Deidara's begrudging respect. Despite possessing the famed Uchiha eyes, he refrained from using illusions, surpassing even his elder and younger brothers. Indeed, had Sasuke resorted to Jinjutsu at that moment, Deidara would have felt compelled to confront him, regardless of Pain's presence. It was a fear that Sasuke himself might shy away from such a confrontation. But who, then, is the true artist? This tale subtly conveys that respect begets respect. Regrettably, Deidara lamented the lack of recognition for his art with a self-deprecating smile. There was no turning back. Everything had changed. And after 3 long years, he was no longer the naive youth he once was. In the final moments of his life, Deidara resolved to take Sasuke along with him, to reveal to him what true art entails. With that declaration, a gaping maw appeared on his chest, extending a massive tongue. Deidara fixed a cold gaze upon Sasuke, chuckling. Sasuke, you fool. Yet, at that very instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A kunai interrupted Deidara's incantation, severing the arm that was feeding clay into his mouth. Both Deidara and Sasuke were momentarily stunned. No need to be so tense. It's me. Came a familiar voice. It was none other than Itachi. They turned to see that this Itachi was merely a clone, possessing only a trace of his chakra, unmistakably a shadow. Deidara inquired, What do you intend to do? Are you hoping this clone will save your brother? Let me assure you, that is impossible. You cannot escape my ultimate art. With a maniacal laugh, Deidara conjured a fresh batch of clay, preparing to unleash it anew. The doppelganger of Sasuke grew anxious and hurriedly waved his hands. Please, cease the fighting. Stop at once. Upon uttering these words, he stepped forward to snatch the clay from Deidara's grasp. At that moment, Deidara, feeling provoked, stuffed the clay into his own chest. Zhangzhu, manipulating his clone, hurriedly restrained Deidara. Brother, please don't do this. Deidara, stubborn as ever, continued to shove forward, shouting from the depths, I'll blow you all up. Every single one of you. Sasuke, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for a moment. Should he launch a surprise attack? His chakra reserves were dwindling. If Deidara, driven by desperation, made a reckless move, it would only lead to futility for him. Meanwhile, Oudoudou watched the scene unfold from a distance, his gaze cold. That detestable Uchiha Zhaojian had thwarted his plans time and again. When would he be reunited with Rin? Rin, my Rin. With that thought, tears streamed down beneath his mask once again. Anyone who obstructed him must perish. I, Uchiha Oudoudou, have fought through countless battles only for Rin. Don't do this. Deidara insisted as he pressed forward, while Zhangzhu pulled him back. They tugged at each other, and ultimately, Deidara, exhausted from the struggle, ceased his actions and collapsed onto the ground. Hey, I ask you, do you really have to stop me from self-detonating? Deidara gasped, sitting on the ground, breathless. Zhangzhu nodded earnestly, expressing, indeed, Senior, do not forget our pact. To benefit more people. Is that not so? Deidara remained silent, and Zhangzhu noticed that his words had somewhat resonated. He continued in a gradual manner, Senior, life is fleeting. We must seize the moments. If you were to perish without clarity, what becomes of art? Do you not wish to see smiles on everyone's faces? Sasuke remarked. Zhangzhu's words suddenly awakened something within Deidara. It seemed as though all his previous endeavors were rendered meaningless. Was it truly due to the devaluation of art that he felt compelled to resort to self-destruction? Indeed, his art was ephemeral. Yet what of it? His creations were not mere self-indulgence. He yearned for the acknowledgement of the masses. How absurd it was that he remained oblivious to such fundamental truths. To consider himself an artist was utterly unmerited. There is an old adage that states one can only grasp the essence of life when teetering on the brink of death. At that moment, Deidara embodied this sentiment. He was determined to have everyone recognize his art. Deidara turned to Zhangzhu, his gaze laden with complexity. Thank you, Zhangzhu. He sighed softly. I shall not continue this fight, he declared, raising his eyes to Sasuke. I do not know Itachi's whereabouts. You have mistaken the person. Even if you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Deidara articulated. Sasuke's expression was one of disdain, clearly skeptical of Deidara's assertions. His words held a semblance of truth, after all. At this moment, Jay-Z commanded his clone, and after speaking, he approached and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. However, Sasuke disdainfully shrugged him off, declaring his intent to eliminate Itachi and avenge his parents. None of you dare to speak up, do you? Sasuke spoke coldly, drawing his blade and preparing to direct it towards Jay-Z's clone, for he had regained some of his chakra and was resolute in his actions. Sasuke gazed at his brother, who had succumbed to madness, uncertain of what to say. Then do not blame me for slaying you all, echoed the voice of Raish. Zhangzhu let out a sigh, contemplating the consequences of a disobedient younger brother. Perhaps a swift reprimand was in order. After an entire night spent searching for a silent keyboard, he lamented the expense of 150 yuan, lamenting that half of his monthly earnings had vanished in an instant. Observing the plight of such a pitiable author, he implored his benefactors for a morsel of sustenance, expressing a willingness to serve if not forsaken. Chapter 90. Why does Zhangzhu rescue Deidara? On one hand, it is due to Deidara's formidable abilities. Should Deidara not mind, Zhangzhu is eager to recruit him into the Sound Village. Under Zhangzhu's brief yet impactful guidance, the Sound Village has flourished, adopting the motto, the Sound Village only welcomes monsters, not ordinary individuals who cannot wield a ninja blade. There are only useless villages, not useless ninjas. The grand stage of the Sound Village awaits your arrival. Furthermore, why does Zhangzhu desire Deidara in the Sound Village? On one hand, there is a pressing need for formidable talent, and on the other, Deidara's capabilities are indeed remarkable, making him an ideal addition to a village currently lacking in combat strength. Moreover, Deidara can immerse himself in his artistic pursuits from the comfort of his home, ensuring he remains engaged. This aligns perfectly with Zhangzhu's aspirations. Returning to the present, Sasuke unleashed a flash of lightning, charging directly towards Jiangsu. Jae-suk, with his characteristic candor, truly embodies the essence of a younger brother. Is it truly so casual to obliterate mere duplicates? Yet, even in the absence of clones, he remains unfazed. In a mere flicker, Jae-suk evades Sasuke's assault, leaving the latter to miss his lightning cutter entirely, much to his chagrin. With the Kusanagi in hand, Sasuke lunges forward, intent on striking Jae-suk down. However, instead of retreating, Jae-suk waits for Sasuke to close the distance before unleashing his technique, Water Release, Waterfall Shield. The torrent erupts at the very moment Sasuke is upon him, propelling the latter several meters away, along with his Kusanagi. Is this the true extent of Jae-suk's prowess? Deidara observes in awe, contemplating that even without his ocular abilities, Jae-suk's strength is indeed formidable. Sasuke, on the receiving end of such an impact, finds himself crashing to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Jiangsu pressed his sword directly against Sasuke's throat. Be honest, if I proceed any further, your life will be forfeit. There is no need to waste time here. Zangetsu spoke, while the fallen Sasuke gritted his teeth. Although he had exhausted his chakra, Zangetsu too was not the original. A loss is still a loss, and he bore no grievances. Immediately after, Zangetsu continued, some matters merely obscure the vision, and certain events ought not to transpire at all. His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Sasuke perplexed about their meaning. Yet he etched Zangetsu's remarks into his mind. Subsequently, Zangetsu addressed Deidara, saying, "Come with me to the Sound Village." At that moment, Deidara had also regained his composure and gazed at Zangetsu. Is that agreeable? In truth, he felt somewhat weary of the Akatsuki, an exhaustion that weighed heavily upon him. Were it not for his devotion to art, he might not have been able to endure. However, a single statement from Zangetsu stirred Deidara's restlessness. Our Sound Village is home to many contemporary artists, as well as esteemed veterans of the craft. Zangetsu remarked. Deidara, how delightful. Oh. It instantly evoked in Deidara a longing for the life in the Sound Village, a paradise of art, perhaps? By the way, the chakra of the shadow clone can no longer be sustained for long. You two should behave and return to your respective homes. After uttering these words, Zangetsu's shadow clone vanished, leaving behind two bewildered individuals. Perhaps Zangetsu's words had an effect. Indeed, Deidara and Sasuke did not engage in any conflict and soon parted ways. Meanwhile, far away, Zangetsu opened his eyes. The remote control had concluded, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. How do you feel about acquiring an artist for the Sound Village? I believe it is quite splendid. At this moment, where is Jae-suk? He is located at the border between the land of grass and the land of rain. The purpose of this journey is already quite clear. Jiraiya has entrusted his safety to him. Even the arrival of Kagaya Otsutsuki cannot ensure his protection, as stated by him. Long ago, he had made thorough preparations. During his time with the Akatsuki organization, he was far from idle. He has already marked most of their territories with the Flying Thunder God technique. If he so wishes, he can now traverse to the Akatsuki's location. Though it would undoubtedly require a significant expenditure of chakra, Jae-suk is not someone who constantly brings along his companions. Zangetsu is the second generation of the Sound Village's shadow, a figure of dark brilliance. Although he held this position for merely a few hours, he possessed a substance developed by Orochimaru, which he believed could effectively save Jiraiya. After all, Asuma had found it beneficial. Zangetsu pondered whether Asuma was currently undertaking the Chunin exams, a scene so beautiful that he dared not contemplate it. Despite having access to such an extraordinary elixir, Zangetsu still harbored the intention of rescuing Itachi. However, following Zangetsu's presentation of the substance to Asuma and the subsequent reactions, Orochimaru procured several rogue ninjas. Ultimately, they concluded that while the substance was effective in countering physical injuries, it proved ineffective against biological threats such as viruses and bacteria. Moreover, it was recommended that the elixir be used by those of lower rank, for regardless of one's prowess. Its effects involved healing fatal injuries at the cost of completely depleting the user's chakra. Nevertheless, it would not diminish their combat skills, physical techniques, or hand sign formations. Zhang Zhu took a sharp breath, but this item, possessed by Orochimaru, dwindled to merely a few. Now, only two remained on Zhang Zhu's person, as one was originally reserved for Itachi. Zhang Zhu let out a gentle sigh. Brother? I'm afraid I won't be able to see you one last time. Enough, enough. Stop sulking there. Shaoxin interjected within the realm of consciousness, immediately sensing Zhang Zhu's disheartened mood. The emotions of the Uchiha clan are not to be trifled with. Shaoxin certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise before accomplishing their mission. Thus, it is crucial to safeguard one's eyes. I understand. At this point, Zhangzhu felt exceedingly awkward, akin to a child who had erred and was being chastised. All right. I sense the water element has intensified significantly. We must be nearing the land of rain. Indeed, Zhangzhu nodded in agreement. The distant, ominous clouds confirmed their arrival in the land of clouds, indicating that the journey to the hidden rain village was not far off. It remains uncertain when they would finally arrive. In fact, Zhangzhu had once mentioned to Shaoxin about Pain's rain tiger free technique. By infusing his chakra into the rain, Pain is able to manipulate the water, transforming it into a formidable sensory ninjutsu, primarily used for surveillance and perception. Upon hearing Zhangzhu's description of this ninjutsu, Shaoxin could not help but burst into laughter. The notion of flying about and attempting to manipulate water in the presence of Shaoxin, a master of the water element, was utterly preposterous. Shaoxin confidently assured Zhangzhu that this technique would undoubtedly fail to detect them. The essence of the technique is rather abstract. Essentially, Pain connects each raindrop to his own senses, enabling him to perceive intruders. However, as the sovereign of the water element, Shaoxin commands such authority that any water element encountering him must yield in reverence. In essence, he inadvertently provided cover against Pain's perception, although one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of treachery lurking among them. Zhangzhu. However, Shaoxin confidently patted his chest, assuring Zhangzhu to rest easy. Zhangzhu nodded, for he placed great trust in Shaoxin. As their conversation continued, a considerable amount of time passed, and the two finally arrived at the rain-hidden village. It is now up to you, Shaoxin. Chapter 91. Dimensions at this juncture. Has Jiraiya arrived at the rain-hidden village? Has he arrived? Indeed, he is presently in the Toad interrogation room, questioning two recently captured pawns. I will never betray Lord Pain, the two ninjas declared, resolutely refusing to divulge any information. Their entire families had benefited from Lord Pain's grace, and they would never betray him. Jiraiya regarded them much like one would admire two beautiful women. Since they are so steadfast, he thought, there is no need to hold back my compassion. He prepared to unleash his own methods upon the two pawns. Under Jiraiya's overwhelming presence, they eventually succumbed, revealing Lord Pain's location. Lord Pain is in the tower at the far west. Meanwhile, Pain had already sensed Jiraiya's arrival through the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. He promptly commanded, "Make your move, Xiaonan." Xiaonan nodded in response, transforming into countless origami figures that departed the location. After her departure, Pain furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that some of the water elements he had established a connection with had appeared, yet most of the messages he transmitted had gone unread or were replied to in confusion. This lack of valuable information left him quite troubled. With a thought, he dispatched the human path to investigate. I hope there are no significant issues, Nagato murmured to himself. And as for you, Master Jiraiya, it would be wise to comply, lest you jeopardize my peace plan. If you choose to be a challenger, do not blame my disciples for being merciless. His skeletal frame exuded a formidable pressure as he gasped for breath. Shaoxin, is everything truly fine? Jae-suk gazed out at the incessant downpour, at a loss for words. They had finally arrived at the highest point of the rain country, rain-hidden village. How utterly magnificent. Is that not a sight to behold? Ahem. I digress. At this moment, Jae-suk felt no urgency to act. After all, he had already inscribed the flying thunder god marks at all critical locations within the village. Reaching the battlefield within 3 seconds was undoubtedly assured. Zangetsu awaits an opportune moment to descend. The spiritual technique of the animal path, the bullfight, rhinoceros, inadvertently shattered a colossal wall during his confrontation with Jiraiya. The reverberations from such an event should have reached Zangetsu's senses. However, he remains uncertain as to when Jiraiya will make his move, today, tomorrow, or the day after. Such matters are shrouded in ambiguity. Thus, all Zangetsu can do is bide his time. The transformations within the Hidden Rain village have been quite significant. Not long ago, while laboring for the Akatsuki organization, Zangetsu had heard rumors regarding the demolition plans for the old district. Numerous structures were being razed and rebuilt, with many villagers relocating to the new area. Observing the endless streams of materials being transported, Zangetsu couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Although the Akatsuki is deemed a rogue ninja organization, it also serves as the governing body of the Hidden Rain village. Under Pain's urban management, the village has flourished. Pain maintains order within the village through the fear instilled by his annihilation of Hanzo's clan. Those who do not align with Hanzo are spared from Pain's wrath, while the remaining villagers receive his protection. Rather than engaging directly with the village's ninjas, Pain dispatches Conan as an angel to relay the directives of the ninja village's administration. Pain's presence is felt by the villagers through the phenomenon of rain ceasing on Sundays. This isolationist approach may seem restrictive to the people of the Hidden Rain village, yet they have little choice but to endure it. Each day, they express gratitude for Pain's benevolence, a debt that feels insurmountable. The village distributes loyalty oranges to the residents monthly, while forbidding the consumption of peaches and purple grapefruits, as these symbolize disloyalty. When Pain ascended to his position, he declared before the Outer Path statue that it belonged to all the residents of the Hidden Rain village. Nevertheless, Pain wields dominion over the statue for 23 hours and 59 minutes each day, for only a divine will can withstand its encroachment. Moreover, Zangetsu learned that the extensive urbanization of the Hidden Rain village has birthed many disloyal elements toward Pain. Consequently, Pain has enacted measures of reverse urbanization, ensuring that each day in the Hidden Rain village remains remarkably vibrant.